with countless skeletal remains piled like a mountain. This news spread like a terrifying plague, quickly reaching every corner. Within just 2 days, almost all cultivators in the Sin City learned of it. As the news became clearer, people soon understood that the death abyss was filled with bones. With giant skulls and dragon bones scattered everywhere, countless giant skull mountains and dragon bone hills, and even some divine bones were found among the thousands of white bones. Chapter 21. The winds rise and clouds gather. Many cultivators who heard this news felt a hint of fear, but the terrifying news was yet to come. Some claimed that within that place of death, there was an unfathomable magic cave, and the overwhelming demonic energy emanated from there, with the heavy aura of death also originating from it. The news was shocking. Everyone who learned about it was extremely astonished, and a panicked atmosphere spread among the cultivators. Some timid individuals even contemplated fleeing the city of sin immediately, but more cultivators wished to venture to the death zone to investigate what kind of place it truly was. All of this was meticulously planned by the vice president of the Shenfeng Academy, who orchestrated this turmoil. Since he learned about this shocking news from Chen Nan, he dispatched 2 dragon knights to ascertain the truth. The 2 dragon knights observed the soaring demonic energy from 10 miles away from the death zone, but they no longer dared to advance any further. In fact, even if they wanted to proceed, their mounts, the flying dragons, would not heed their commands. Upon arriving here, the dragons were already frightened and restless, almost losing control. After the 2 dragon knights reported in detail to the vice president about what they saw at the periphery of the death zone, he began to contemplate how to draw the attention of all cultivators to this matter. After consulting with many responsible individuals within the Shenfeng Academy, everyone unanimously agreed to leverage the influence of the upcoming tournament to bring the matter of the death zone to light. Therefore, as the tournament progressed vigorously, the vice president began to spread the news of the death zone among the cultivators. At this moment, the vice presidents of the Battle God Academy, Illusion Demon Academy, and Immortal Martial Academy were in the office of the vice president of Shenfeng Academy. After the detailed explanation from the vice president, the other 3 gradually regained their composure from their shock. One elder said, "You old fellow really know how to keep secrets. How could such a major event only now be revealed to us?" The other 2 echoed, "It's truly unimaginable that such a mysterious and terrifying place exists. You should really be punished." "Yes, we have been friends for decades." The vice president of Shenfeng Academy sighed. "The matter is too significant. I was hesitant to speak out at first. Well, now let us discuss how to proceed." The vice president of Illusion Demon Academy suggested, "I think we should immediately issue hero invitations, inviting renowned masters from across the continent to come to the City of Sin, forming a team of top-tier experts to conduct an in-depth investigation of the death zone." The vice president of Immortal Martial Academy nodded. "This idea is good. We need to invite those hidden experts out. After all, there exists a being in the death zone that is both godlike and devil-like. Everything is full of uncertainties, and the expedition team must consist of individuals with extraordinary strength." The vice president of Battle God Academy had been feeling down lately. The young Lord Shinwei was a junior expert he greatly admired, yet he was pinned down by Chun Nan in the square. He felt deep regret and blamed himself for allowing the 2 to duel, but the event had already occurred, and it was too late to say anything now. Though in low spirits, he still expressed his opinion. "I think we should suspend the peak battle of the young experts from the 4 academies and select some individuals from these elite experts to head to the death zone first. Let them investigate the periphery and gather enough useful data so that when those hidden experts arrive, they won't be completely ignorant of the death zone." The other 3 vice presidents nodded in agreement, and the 4 began to discuss secretively in the room until an hour later when they finally emerged. By the 10th day of the peak battle among the young experts from the 4 academies, news of the death zone had become widely known. By this time, people realized that it was the individuals from Shenfeng Academy who first discovered the death zone, and many demanded that the leaders of Shenfeng Academy come out to explain. Now, the matter of the death zone had become the focal point of discussion, overshadowing the highly anticipated peak battle of the young experts from the 4 academies. People were particularly attentive to any news related to this terrifying place. On the 10th day, the vice presidents of the 4 academies jointly released a statement in the Shenfeng Academy Square, announcing the suspension of the peak battle among the young experts from the 4 academies. They would select a group of participants from the elite to investigate the death zone. This news fell like a massive stone into a calm lake. stirring up a huge uproar among the thousands of observing cultivators. Finally, the vice president of Shunfeng Academy provided a detailed account of what Chunnin saw upon entering the death zone and stated that they would send messages via carrier pigeons, inviting senior experts from across the continent to come to the city of Sin to investigate the mysterious and terrifying death zone. The thousands of cultivators erupted in excitement. All of them were incredibly thrilled. What kind of earth-shattering secrets could the mysterious death zone be hiding? Which hidden masters would be invited here? And would they be able to uncover the truth? Everyone felt fortunate to have come to the city of Sin, catching a rare gathering in the cultivation world that occurs once in decades. Without a doubt, in the near future, the city of Sin would be bustling with experts flocking from all over the continent. The terrifying and mysterious death zone would spark a massive movement in the cultivation world. Finally, the vice president of Shunfeng Academy added that everyone could sign up to investigate the death zone. The 4 academies would select the top experts from the applicants, who would set off 10 days later with the elite experts from the 4 academies to scout the death zone in advance. Countless carrier pigeons soared into the sky, flying to various places across the continent. Shunfeng Academy was in an uproar. The city of Sin was in an uproar. All the academies and famous ancient families on the western continent received the news from the city of Sin on the same day. Those hidden old dragon knights, super archmages with graying beards, set off one after another with excitement. The major martial arts families and mysterious ancient sects on the eastern continent also received the astonishing news from the city of Sin. Many old antiques were invited out of their secluded places by their juniors and began to come out of seclusion. Chapter 22. The top 10 experts. The top young experts from the 4 academies eagerly signed up to investigate the death zone. Young experts from all over the continent also enthusiastically applied, leaving the vice presidents of the 4 academies astonished, as many of these young experts were renowned figures across the continent. Many were the young masters of famous cultivation families or outstanding disciples from ancient sections. These individuals had come specifically to watch the competition among the young experts from the 4 academies, and upon encountering such an extraordinary event as the death zone, they naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to personally investigate. In the end, after careful consideration, the vice presidents of the 4 academies selected 10 top experts from among the many elite cultivators to take the lead and investigate the death zone first. Once the list of these 10 individuals was announced, there was no dissent. Those who were not selected had no complaints, as each of the 10 was an exceptionally distinguished young expert. Among them, the 4 academies took 5 spots. The number 1 expert of Shunfeng Academy, Xiaofeng. The incomparably talented Qianlong from Immortal Martial Academy. The terrifying female dragon knight Lisa and her brother Thorn from Battle God Academy. And the mysterious genius sorceress Alice from Illusion Demon Academy, who was suspected of having reached the 4th tier. The performances of these 5 in the young expert competition of the 4 academies were well known, although Qianlong initially performed mediocrely. True experts had noticed that he was hiding his strength, which could only be described as unfathomable. The other 5 were outstanding young experts from across the continent, each with remarkable reputations: Wang Tian, Kairira, Ling Yun, Meng Ku and Chun Nan. Wang Tian, with a full beard and a robust physique, is the most outstanding lay disciple of Xiaolin Temple. His cultivation has reached the 3rd stage of completion, nearly catching up to the 4th stage. Xiaolin Temple is one of the oldest sects in the eastern continent, having survived numerous chaotic eras. Its history can be traced back 10,000 years, existing long before the era of the immortal fantasy continent. Throughout its long history, Xiaolin Temple has faced several near destructions and has relocated its temple site multiple times. Yet it has ultimately persevered and continues to be passed down to this day, standing as one of the ancient holy places of the eastern continent. Although Wang Tian is a lay disciple, he possesses exceptional talent and has been granted extraordinary teachings by the elders of the temple. In recent years, he has gained significant fame across the eastern continent. Kailira, with a melancholic gaze, although in his 20s, gives off an air of weariness. He wanders from place to place, rarely staying in one location for more than a month. He intervenes in injustices he encounters and lives a life akin to that of a wandering hero. However, his strength is terrifying, making him a well-known young master in the western continent. Many royal nobles have sought to employ him, but he has turned them all down. Ling Yun, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, is a charismatic young man and the heir of the famous martial arts family, the Ling family, in the eastern continent. His cultivation level is unfathomable. Speaking of the Ling family, they are well known across the eastern continent. 150 years ago, the family head, Ling Xiao, broke through the void and ascended to the immortal realm, leaving behind endless legends. In the past century, the Ling family has produced numerous experts, with each generation giving rise to extraordinary talents, ultimately becoming one of the top 10 cultivation families in the eastern continent. The exact number of unmatched experts in the Ling family is unknown to outsiders, but it is known that there are at least two. Meng Kuer is the most outstanding descendant of the Dantai ancient Holy Land, possessing unmatched beauty that seems ethereal, like a fairy descending from the heavens. Similar to Xiaolin Temple, Dantai ancient Holy Land has a long history, continuing its legacy from ancient times to the present and standing as one of the ancient holy places of the eastern continent. The Dantai sect is shrouded in mystery to the outside world. No one knows its location or the number of its disciples. The sect's founder uniquely combined martial arts with Taoism, creating an unparalleled cultivation method called Dao Wu, establishing a distinctive presence in the cultivation world. The mysterious Dantai sect has few representatives in each generation, but those who do emerge are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Meng Kuer, being the most outstanding descendant of the Dantai ancient Holy Land, possesses profound cultivation. It is said that she ranks among the top 10 young powerhouses on the continent. Chun Nin is currently the most legendary young master on the continent. A few months ago, he suddenly made his appearance, causing a series of sensational events and drawing attention from all factions, now shining like the sun at its zenith. Xiao Feng, Qian Long, Lisa, Suan, Ai Li Si, Wang Tian, Kailira, Ling Yun, Meng Kuer, and Chun Nan are the top 10 young masters of the current Sin City, selected without controversy. Being among the top 10 masters signifies that each individual possesses extraordinary qualities, serving as recognition and honor for them. However, it also means that they are about to face life and death dangers, with the death abyss filled with unknown variables. No one knows whether this journey will bring fortune or misfortune, and no one can guarantee a safe return. Previously, Chun Nan had envisioned mobilizing all cultivators in Sin City to explore the death abyss, but after careful consideration, he found it unwise and accepted the vice president's suggestion from the Divine Wind Academy. In the days leading up to departure, he accompanied Xiao Chenxi to enjoy various sights, their figures flashing through the streets and alleys of Sin City and the lush mountains and waters outside the city. As the departure day approached, Chun Nan handed over several large bags of celestial fruits picked from the ancient immortal ruins to the three unmatched experts, entrusting Xiao Chenxi to them. Xiao Chenxi, with tears in her eyes, hugged Chun Nan's neck and said, "Brother, you must come back quickly, or I will be sad and unhappy every day." Chun Nan patted her back gently, soothingly saying, "Brother will try to return as soon as possible, but you must be happy every day, otherwise it will make brother very uneasy." A sense of ominous premonition surged within him, as if a series of unfortunate events would truly happen after this separation. But he could not escape it. Every time he had such a feeling, no matter how he tried to avoid it, he could not escape. Xiao Chenxi nodded vigorously through her tears, choked up, "I will think of brother every day, waiting for brother to come back." Chun Nan hugged her tightly, then set her down and knelt before the three unmatched experts, saying, "Chun Nan entrusts Chenxi to the three seniors." The three unmatched experts quickly helped him up. Infeng said, "Don't worry, we have treated Xiao Chenxi as our own granddaughter and will never let her suffer any grievances." Chun Nan stood up and turned to leave. "Brother," Xiao Chenxi called out with a cry in her voice. Chun Nan did not look back, quickly heading towards the bamboo sea. It was not until he had walked several dozen zhang away that he slightly turned his head back, seeing Xiao Chenxi running after him, her face covered in glistening tears, waving at him continuously. A sour feeling surged within Chun Nan, and tears nearly fell. He dared not look back any longer and hurriedly walked forward. At the plaza of the Divine Wind Academy, thousands of cultivators gathered to send off the 10 masters. The journey to the death abyss was undoubtedly perilous, and while people expressed their respect for the 10, they could only offer their blessings. The 10 masters successively mounted the mounts of the female Tyrannosaurus Knight, a 17 zhang long azure subdragon, capable of carrying not just 10, but even 30 people without issue. The azure subdragon soared into the sky, stirring up a fierce wind, as thousands of cultivators watched the 10 masters depart. Chapter 23. Return to the abyss. White clouds drifted away as the subdragon flew rapidly over the mounts of 10,000. Below, green peaks and valleys quickly receded, and the 10 masters on the dragon's back each had their thoughts, remaining silent. Before departure, the 10 had met and recognized each other, but at this moment, everyone was quietly contemplating the various uncertainties they might encounter in the death abyss. Among them, Xiao Feng was the oldest, nearing 30 years of age. He was tall and ruggedly handsome, exuding a strong masculine charm. Wang Tian and Kailira were next in age, around 27 or 28. Wang Tian had a full beard and appeared somewhat formidable, reminiscent of a gang leader. Kailira, with a melancholic gaze, although in his 20s, gave off an air of weariness. The remaining 7 were around the same age, between 20 and 25. The female Tyrannosaurus knight, Lisa, was not the typical slender beauty. She was tall and imposing, matching her brother Sua in height. The two siblings sat together near the neck of the subdragon, guiding it according to the direction Chun Nan had indicated. Qianlong and Ling Yun were undoubtedly the two most handsome among the 7 men, comparable to the legendary beauties of Pan En and Yin Sai Songyu. But their temperaments were entirely different. Qianlong lay lazily on the dragon's back, appearing casual, like a mischievous boy next door, yet giving off a friendly vibe. Ling Yun, coming from one of the top 10 cultivation families in the eastern continent, was the youngest son of the current family head and carried an air of nobility, always wearing a smile, embodying the refined demeanor of a well-bred young master. Among the 10, the female mage from the Illusion Demon Academy, Ai Li Si, was undoubtedly the most mysterious. Even now, she remained veiled, and no one had seen her true appearance. She was an enigma. If we were to say who was the most eye-catching among the 10 people, without a doubt, it would be the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land. Mengkur. She seems to be enveloped in a halo of 7 colors, becoming the center of attention wherever she goes. Indeed, Mengkur is extraordinarily beautiful. Her beauty is ethereal, seemingly not of this world, like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens to the mortal realm. She exudes a spiritual aura that can be described as the essence of heaven and earth. Chun Nan is the one among the 10 who understands death the most. At this moment, he has already shaken off the despondency he felt when parting from Xiao Chenxi. He is very close to Mengkur, just half a zhang away. Although the wind is strong in the air, he can still catch a faint fragrance from her. His gaze wanders recklessly over Mengkur, not treating her as a fairy from the ancient sacred land at all. He harbors deep prejudices against the Dantai sect. Ever since he learned that Mengkur is a disciple of the Dantai sect, he has found it difficult to remain calm and has begun to contemplate how to deal with this sect in the future. Chun Nan himself finds it strange that he has become somewhat malevolent, projecting his resentment towards Dantai Xian onto her disciple. Perhaps it is because his resentment towards Dantai Xian runs too deep. She caused his significant decline in cultivation, leading him to self-destruct. If it weren't for her, he might have smoothly advanced in martial arts to the supreme realm like his father and would not have experienced so many hardships. After being resurrected after 10,000 years, all past events have turned to smoke. Amidst the bustling prosperity, Chun Nan's heart is filled with deep loneliness and sorrow, as if everything around him is merely an illusion that could dissipate like fireworks at any moment. His seemingly reckless behavior is just a way to help himself forget those distant memories and his lonely self. Perhaps this is the reason why he wants to take revenge on Dantai Xian and everything related to her. Chun Nan increasingly feels that the true self from 10,000 years ago has been resurrected. Perhaps it is because the emotional seal placed in his mind by his father has been broken. Perhaps the journey to the ancient fairy's land has deeply touched his soul. Or perhaps the family's secret art has been continuously reversing, awakening the dark nature in his heart, stirring up tremendous waves in his inner world. Mengkur is clearly aware that Chun Nan is recklessly scrutinizing her. Her martial arts cultivation focuses on refining the heart, and she has already guessed that Chun Nan is deliberately disturbing her practice. A cold light flashes in her eyes, but quickly disappears, and she casts a faint smile back at Chun Nan before turning her head away. The Yalong flies with the speed of lightning. Several hundred miles is nothing to it. A patch of dark clouds appears in the distant sky, heavy clouds shrouding the mountains, giving a sense of weight and oppression, like demon clouds or magical mist. Chun Nan feels the ancient divine treasure beginning to heat up. The Jade Rui senses the overwhelming demonic energy from afar. He is startled. If the Jade Rui emits a blazing light later, It would definitely reveal the secret to the other 9 experts. He hurriedly touches the jade rui and whispers in inaudible words. Although I don't know what you are, I know you already have spiritual awareness. So you must understand what I am saying. From now on, do not show any abnormalities or others will notice. Of course, if the demonic energy invades and I cannot dissolve it, you must protect me with holy light like last time. Otherwise, if I perish, you will once again be buried underground. Chun Nen feels a bit embarrassed for threatening a strange divine jade. He looks up and sees that no one is paying attention to him and breathes a sigh of relief. With a soft sigh, a young woman's voice suddenly echoes in his heart. Protect. You. Who are you? Who am I? I am. Who? Sleeping. The voice fades away. Chun Nan is startled. This is the first time he has heard the whispers from the jade rui while conscious. He concentrates all his attention to listen closely, but he cannot hear any more sounds, as if nothing had happened. The wind howls, and the Yalong leaps through the clouds, getting closer to the mountain shrouded in dark clouds. At this moment, the 10 experts have already sensed a slight abnormal fluctuation. After a moment, they are less than 10 miles away from the mountain enveloped in rolling demonic energy, and they can clearly see the band of demonic clouds swirling and surging around the mountain. At this point, the Yalong begins to become restless, letting out low growls in the air, as if confiding something to Lisa. It seems very unwilling to continue moving forward. As they get closer, everyone clearly feels that the fluctuations have become unusually strong, and an intense sense of unease rises in each person's heart, a chill rising from deep within. Lisa keeps soothing the Yalong, urging it to move forward. After advancing a few more miles, they are now less than 5 miles from the mountain ahead. The Yalong refuses to go any further, continuously circling in the air. At this moment, the group can clearly see the terrifying scene ahead. At the foot of the mountain surrounded by thick demonic clouds is a valley, from which rolling demonic energy continuously rises, creating a horrifying sight that sends chills down their spines. Given that the Yalong has begun to tremble and refuses to move forward, Lisa has no choice but to order it to land, and the 10 decide to proceed on foot. As they walk, they catch a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk, a faint aroma that is refreshing. They already know from Chun Nan that this is the strange scent of the death flower, and do not find it strange. After crossing 2 small hills and navigating through thick thorns, the 10 finally arrive at the entrance of the death abyss. The valley is dim and dark, with no light, and demonic energy continuously rises, swirling towards the mountain it leans against. Above the mountain, rolling demonic energy obscures the sky, and thick demonic clouds churn and surge in the high air, as if a ferocious demon is stirring up trouble. Chapter 24. He is still alive upon reaching this place. The 10 clearly feel a powerful sense of oppression, an immense pressure that makes their hearts race, sending tremors from their very souls. Chun Nen has had this experience before and is no longer as shocked as he was the first time. But the other 9 feel this terrifying, oppressive sensation for the first time, each of them deeply horrified. The 9 look at Chun Nan together, hoping he can explain in detail. Chun Nan shrugs and says, "Don't look at me. I don't know much more than you. After coming here, I didn't stop at all and went straight in." The 9 experts look at him with strange expressions. In such a terrifying abyss, he actually went straight in. They really don't know whether to say he is bold or reckless. Meng Kuer gathers her flowing hair and says, "We are here only to serve as a forward team for the top experts behind us, and we should try to gather any valuable clues to provide to those seniors. I think we should first clarify the situation outside the valley and see if there is anything strange out there, then consider whether to enter the valley for investigation." Everyone nods in agreement, and they ultimately split into 3 groups. Xiao Feng, Wang Tian, and Kairla form one group. The female Dragon Knight siblings and the female magician Alice form another group. Qian Long, Ling Yun, Meng Kuer, and Chun Nen form a third group. The 3 groups begin to carefully scout around the valley. Although there is some tension between Chun Nan and Meng Kuer, they have to cooperate in this situation. Chun Nan wears a nonchalant expression, while Meng Kuer has a smile on her face, but who knows what they are really thinking. The 3 groups search outside the valley for more than half an hour, but find no particularly valuable clues. The outside of the valley, aside from the absence of birds and beasts, is eerily silent and bears no difference from other desolate mountains and wilderness. The crowd gathered again at the valley entrance. The 10 people exchanged glances, and Meng Kuer sighed, saying, "It seems we really have to enter the valley. We won't discover anything outside." But according to Brother Chun, There is a terrifying being within the valley that resembles a deity or a demon. Entering the valley undoubtedly carries great danger. I suggest we should split into two groups, one in front and one behind. If we encounter any danger, it won't lead to total annihilation. At least the people in the back can convey the message. Chen noticed everyone nodding in agreement and immediately felt uneasy. He had been here before and was the only one with some understanding of what lay inside. He certainly couldn't escape being chosen for the first group. He thought to himself, as expected of the descendant of Dan Taixian. She's even trying to play a little trick on me at this moment. Chen Nan quickly added, Fairy Ming indeed has a meticulous mind. This suggestion is good. I am willing to enter the first group and explore ahead. Seeing the respect on the faces of the others, he continued, however, it's not exactly an adventure. Fairy Ming possesses the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, which allows for rapid flight in the air. If we truly encounter danger, we should be able to escape at the first opportunity. The implication was clear. He wanted Meng Kuer to explore ahead with him. Knowing he couldn't avoid being a member of the first group, he was determined to bring Meng Kuer along into the danger. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Meng Kuer's eyes, unnoticed by others, but not escaping Chun Nan's keen gaze, for he had been watching her intently. Before Meng Kuer could voice her opinion, someone stepped forward ahead of her. It was Ling Yun, the young master of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families of the eastern continent. He said, this seems a bit inappropriate. Fairy Ming possesses a Taoist treasure and should be in the second group. This way, if any accidents occur, she can use the Jade Lotus platform to escape and inform the outside world of everything that has happened here. Ling Yun's reasoning was sound, making it hard for anyone to dispute it. However, Chun Nen had already noticed the unusual glint in Ling Yun's eyes when he looked at Meng Kuer, indicating he was likely enchanted by her extraordinary beauty, and his words were likely driven by personal motives. Qianlong lazily said, I am willing to explore ahead with Brother Chen. The most mysterious masked sorceress, Alice, also said, I want to enter the first group and explore ahead. Several others also stepped forward, wanting to join the first group. At this moment, Meng Kuer smiled radiantly, like spring flowers blooming, momentarily brightening the dark and deadly valley. She turned to the other 8 and said, Everyone, let's not argue. It's better if Brother Chen and I go ahead to scout the way. Brother Chen is right. I have the Jade Lotus platform. If there is real danger, I can ensure that both he and I can escape at the first opportunity. Seeing no objections from the others, Ling Yun smiled and said, I was overthinking it. Haha, Fairy Ming is indeed right. As the group stepped into the valley, aside from Chun Nan, the other 9 inhaled sharply at the sight. The valley was a gruesome scene, with bones scattered everywhere, eerie phosphorescence flickering, exuding a heavy atmosphere of death. Each person felt a chill run down their spine. It truly resembled the entrance to hell. The endless white bones looked particularly glaring in the dim valley, and as a gentle breeze blew, the bone dust that had accumulated for who knows how many years danced in the air, appearing like a pale mist under the flickering phosphorescence. In the dark valley, apart from the bones, there was nothing else. The sinister and terrifying scene made these young masters involuntarily break out in goosebumps, a chill instantly creeping from their heads to their toes. As they walked deeper into the valley, the scent of the flower of death became increasingly intense, making the already death-filled valley seem particularly eerie. Demonic energy surged toward the group, and the martial artists quickly activated their internal true energy and fighting spirit to protect their bodies, various colors of light flashing in the valley. The mysterious sorceress Alice quickly chanted a spell, and a watery light of pale blue instantly enveloped her. With a hint of playful laughter, Chun Nan said to Meng Kuer, Fairy Meng, let us go. Meng Kuer smiled brightly, truly like blooming spring flowers, seemingly illuminating the dark and deadly abyss for a moment. She turned back to the other 8 and said, We are here only to gather useful information for the top experts. There is no need to venture into the deepest part of the valley, to avoid disturbing that godlike, demon-like existence within. We will use the valley entrance as our starting point, carefully searching within a distance of 200 zhang to see if we can find valuable clues. Additionally, please keep a distance of at least 100 zhang from us. If anything seems amiss, we will sound a warning. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chun Nan and Meng Kuer walked side by side into the depths of the valley. After about 100 zhang, Chun Nan chuckled, Fairy Ming, what are you thinking? You're not planning to kill me here, are you? I know you are capable of ranking among the top 10 peak young experts on the continent. Perhaps you could kill me, but to do so without anyone noticing would be quite difficult. You should consider this carefully before making a move. At this moment, Meng Kuer had already retracted her smile, coldly saying, I will eventually have a battle with you. I hope you can escape from my sword then. I look forward to it. However, I hope you can maintain a calm mind and not let mundane matters disturb your peace. And definitely not let emotions get in the way, haha. Meng Kuer's stunning face was covered in frost, and cold electricity shot from her eyes. A killing intent spreading in the air. She said icily, You truly disturb my cultivation. You seem to know quite a bit about my sect's techniques. But I advise you to abandon those pointless thoughts. Once we return to the city of sin, I will definitely take your life. Chunnan smiled and said, Taking my life? That might not be so easy. I have a feeling that some wonderful things will happen between us in the future. Meng Kuer looked at Chunnan coldly. To resist the demonic energy in the valley, her body radiated a faint, cool light, making her appear like a fairy standing amidst ethereal mist. At this moment, she was genuinely enraged, her voice icy. You truly make me want to kill. Don't push me. Seeing her reveal her killing intent, Chunnan said, It's hard to imagine that the peerless fairy Meng could have such a cold side. Your emotional fluctuations are so intense. It seems to contradict the heart cultivation methods of the Dantai sect. Meng Kuer suddenly laughed, looking toward the depths of the valley. If you think disturbing my tranquility will disrupt my cultivation, you are gravely mistaken. Everyone has feelings and desires. It is impossible for a person to be completely heartless or to abandon all selfish desires. In the process of cultivation, overly emphasizing a desireless heart can only lead to a decline. Our sect's founder specifically mentioned in the secret scriptures that to exist in the world and experience the myriad aspects of life, to understand the various facets of human nature, is essential for comprehending the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, achieving the state of unity between heaven and man. Chunnan couldn't help but sigh, Dantai Xian. You truly are remarkable. He felt a lot of emotions, although Dantai Xian almost caused him to lose all his cultivation. It was undeniable that this mysterious woman was exceptionally gifted and rare in the world. Then he said to Meng Kuer, experiencing the myriad aspects of life, comprehending the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, achieving unity between heaven and man, ultimately emphasizes heart cultivation. Given your current level of cultivation, you are probably still at the stage of maintaining a tranquil heart. Meng Kuer looked at him in surprise and said, You truly know a bit about our sect's techniques. But don't waste your efforts on me. I have long surpassed the stage of emphasizing a tranquil heart. Haha, is that so? Talking more now is pointless. Let us hurry and investigate the situation in the valley. The frost on Meng Kuer's face gradually retreated, but she did not smile, instead adopting a calm demeanor. She and Chunnan began searching within 100 zhang of the valley entrance, then extended their search to 200 zhang away, while the 8 people behind kept a distance of 100 zhang from the 2. 10 people searched continuously in this area, leaving no corner unchecked. Among the piles of monster bones, there were many human skeletons. Everyone expected to find some broken weapons or the personal belongings of the deceased. However, they were disappointed to find that there were no relics to be found. Apart from the white bones, there was nothing else in the valley. The 10 people, having found nothing, gathered together again. They finally agreed that Chunnan and Meng Kuer would continue forward for another 200 zhang, while the other 8 would keep a distance and follow behind. In the deathly abyss, countless bones covered the ground, and the entire valley appeared white and desolate. As Chunnan and Meng Kuer stepped on the bones, they constantly made crackling and creaking sounds, and the flickering ghostly lights in the distance added to the eerie atmosphere. At this moment, the 2 were already 400 zhang from the valley's entrance. Upon reaching this point, the demonic energy surged more violently, forcing them to further stimulate the true energy within their bodies to resist the invasion of the demonic energy. The immense pressure from the depths of the valley became heavier and heavier, making it almost hard for them to breathe. After repeatedly searching in this area, the 10 finally made a discovery. Chunnan found a half-rusted, shattered iron shield at the foot of a giant skull mountain that was 10 zhang high. This was the first relic of the deceased that they had found. The group gathered around carefully to clear the rust from the shield. Ancient patterns were engraved on the shield, but due to the passage of time, those patterns had become blurred. Flipping the iron shield over and cleaning off the rust on its back, a line of small characters carved with finger strength caught everyone's attention. They were all excited. There were actually words on the iron shield. This was the most valuable clue they had found. However, the complex characters were clearly from thousands of years ago, and everyone looked at each other, troubled. Chen sighed and said, I recognize it, but the meaning is too difficult to understand. Everyone looked at him in surprise. And Ling Yun impatiently asked, what does it say? It says he is still alive, Chen read aloud according to the original text. Everyone was shocked and fell silent. Based on the characters engraved on the iron shield, this he was likely referring to the otherworldly being deep within the valley. This suggested that his identity was extraordinary. And in that distant past, he likely held a world-shaking status. Chen Nan's mind was racing. No one was more eager than him to uncover the secrets hidden here and to investigate the truth behind the disappearance of the gods thousands of years ago. This was an excellent starting point. He stood up and said, let's explore further inside. There must be even greater discoveries. Mengkuer and I will lead the way, and you all follow behind. After delving this far, the group felt an immense pressure. A psychological oppression that they knew came from the terrifying presence at the depths of the deathly abyss. Thus, upon reaching this point, they all hesitated slightly. However, in the end, they nodded in agreement to continue exploring further. As Chun Nan and Mengkuer walked another 100 zhang in, they distinctly sensed an unusual aura. The mental pressure from the depths of the valley was rapidly increasing, and they felt a shiver from their souls, filled with overwhelming fear. Chun Nan shouted, not good. The Nameless Demon has awakened. Chapter 25. The appearance of the demon god Mengkuer immediately summoned the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she glanced at Chun Nan, then soared into the air, flying towards the valley's exit. Chun Nan smiled wryly. He had long known that if there was real danger, Mengkuer would certainly leave him behind. The valley was dark and devoid of light. The 8 people behind could not see the scene ahead, but they clearly heard Chun Nan's warning and felt the suddenly intensifying mental pressure. The 8 quickly retreated towards the valley's exit. However, it was all too late. Just 3 steps after Chun Nan had run, a violent energy fluctuation came from behind him. An overwhelming force swept him into the air, rendering him immobile, and he could only remain suspended in midair. Mengkuer had only flown 10 zhang before she too could no longer move. It was as if she were being pulled by invisible hands, drawing her into the air and stopping beside Chun Nan, unable to speak or move. Chun Nan saw Mengkuer escape only to be forcibly drawn back beside him in an instant. A wave of indescribable satisfaction surged in his heart, and he winked at her. Mengkuer felt a sense of helplessness. She hadn't expected that even with the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, she would still be unable to escape. She glared at Chun Nan and turned away. The 8 elite warriors, barely having taken a few steps, were horrified to find their bodies immobile. They were also swept into the air by the immense force and pulled in front of Chun Nan and Mengkuer. All 10 were trapped in midair, unable to move an inch. The demonic energy surged, and a vast and unparalleled mental pressure suddenly descended. The group felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, suffocating and uncomfortable, as if their minds were about to collapse. At that moment, the demonic clouds swirling around them began to violently shake. The black demonic energy surged and roiled like raging waves. The 10 elite warriors felt a strange illusion, as if the entire world was beginning to shake. They felt like leaves caught in a storm, like small boats in a raging sea, swaying violently as the shaking subsided. The demonic clouds in the air returned to calm. However, the suffocating mental pressure had reached its peak, and everyone felt their minds go blank, almost collapsing from the strain. A strange mass of demonic cloud appeared before them, resembling the depths of hell, as if it connected to an entrance of the underworld, from which the breath of death emanated, filling the air. Suddenly, a point of blood-red light appeared in the pitch-black demonic cloud, shooting towards the 10 elite warriors. Each person felt as though a sharp sword had pierced their hearts, and they all wanted to scream and howl. Chun Nan was greatly alarmed. Although he felt extreme oppression, almost going mad, he was still able to think. He sensed that familiar aura. The Nameless Demon was hiding within the demonic cloud. The Nameless Demon was here, so close to them. The heavy mental pressure felt as heavy as a mountain, and the 10 were on the verge of madness. However, at that moment, the tremendous mental pressure suddenly receded like a tide. The 10 felt a sense of relief, exhaling deeply, and felt their bodies could move again. Although they were still bound in midair by a strange force, the point of blood-red light remained in the demonic cloud, no longer as glaring as before, yet still emitting a heart-pounding glow. Mengkuer steadied her mind and softly said, "Supreme Demon God, please do not blame us. We did not intend to disturb your cultivation boom." The demonic energy in the air violently shook, and in an instant, the bodies of the 10 lost their restraints. Plummeting from the high sky, passing through layers of demonic energy, and falling towards the white, desolate bone ground. Except for the sorceress Alice and Menkur, the other 8 were greatly alarmed. At this moment, they were still 30 zhang above the ground. If they fell like this, they would be smashed to pieces. However, in just a moment, Alice and Menkur also became flustered. One could not cast the levitation spell, and the other could not control the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, and they all plummeted towards the ground just like the other 8. The sound of wind howled past the ears of the crowd, the fierce wind blowing with great force, and they were less than a yard from the ground when they thought all hope of survival was lost. Suddenly, their bodies eerily came to a halt in midair. In an instant, they went from a rapid descent to a suspended stillness, a feeling that transcended shock for the 10 of them. They exchanged glances and then simultaneously shouted, "Ah!" Thud, thud, thud. The 10 of them fell to the ground together. In the valley, the demonic energy was significantly less than in the high sky. The 10 looked up and noticed that the strange demonic cloud was right above them, emanating a thick aura of death, with the flickering red light within the demonic cloud appearing particularly striking. The 10 looked at each other, a sense of helplessness surging within them. Their cultivation levels were undoubtedly outstanding among the youth on the continent, ranking among the very best. Yet, before the nameless demon, they felt so small, with no power to resist whatsoever. The strange demonic cloud circled around the group and then suddenly dissipated in an instant, revealing a tall demonic figure before them. Except for Chun Nan, the other 9 felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end, nearly screaming in terror. The tall demonic figure hovered in midair, with blood-red long hair flowing in the wind, but beneath that blood hair, half of its head was shattered. The area above the left eye was a bloody mess, red and white mixed together, with bits of brain matter clinging to the blood hair. The intact right eye had no whites or pupils. The entire eyeball was a deep red, emitting a heart-pounding crimson glow. Undoubtedly, the flickering red light the group had seen earlier was the light emitted directly from the nameless demon's right eye. What was even more terrifying was the bloody hole in its chest, where the heart had been ripped out, radiating a glaring blood-red light. On the back of the nameless demon, there were 2 pure white wings on the left side, and surprisingly, a gray-black wing on the right side. The colors of the wings contrasting sharply. This was the symbol of the oldest demon and high-ranking angel of the West. However, the 2 colored wings seemed to lean more towards either divinity or demonhood. Chapter 26. The Illusion of the Void. Although Menkur and the others had learned some information about the nameless demon's appearance from Chun Nan, they still found it hard to suppress the shock in their hearts, standing there like wooden puppets. A severely damaged demon stood alive before them, causing their brains to short-circuit for a moment. Chun Nan was carefully observing the wounds on the nameless demon's back, trying to understand how many pairs of wings it should have, but he was disappointed. The nameless demon's back had 2 bloody grooves, indicating that the missing wings had been uprooted. As the demonic energy surged, the nameless demon's ancient, tattered clothing rustled in the wind, stained with blood, making it a shocking sight. What kind of person could inflict such injuries on a demon? The group felt the chill in their hearts intensifying. Centuries have passed in a flash, and the gate of the abyss has opened again. But why have only 10 such weak individuals come? Not even a celestial-level being is present. The nameless demon's voice was low and desolate, but except for Chun Nan, no one understood. As he spoke in the ancient language of the illusionary continent, Menkur and the others exchanged confused glances, but what astonished them even more was that at this moment, Chun Nan spoke, using a language similar to that of the nameless demon, which they could not comprehend. Centuries have passed in a flash. What exactly are you waiting for? Chun Nan stared directly at the nameless demon. The nameless demon was immensely surprised, a red light shooting from its single eye. In that instant, Chun Nan felt the immense spiritual pressure that had vanished earlier. In that moment, his spirit nearly collapsed, but fortunately, the pressure dissipated again in an instant. The nameless demon said in a deep voice, "I never expected someone would understand this ancient language. It's truly hard to believe. Who did you learn it from?" A hint of pain flashed in Chun Nan's eyes as he replied, "I was a person from 10,000 years ago, but after dying for 10,000 years, I was resurrected from the ancient divine tomb." This was his greatest secret, and now he had finally encountered a demon who had lived for 10,000 years. The truth of 10,000 years ago seemed about to be uncovered. He was immensely excited, almost screaming in release. I want to know what happened 10,000 years ago. However, Chun Nan did not notice that each time the nameless demon heard the words 10,000 years, it was on the brink of going berserk. Please tell me, what happened 10,000 years ago? Why did a being said to be immortal perish? Why are the gods of the illusionary continent and the demonic continent buried together? Who constructed the demon god cemetery? Chun Nan shouted frantically. The nameless demon suddenly grabbed its blood-red long hair and, as if stimulated, screamed madly. 10,000 years ago. Don't ask me about things from 10,000 years ago. I can't remember. What happened 10,000 years ago? Who can tell me? Who can tell me? Who am I? Who am I? The thunderous roar caused the blood within the bodies of the 10 young experts to surge, and they all couldn't help but spit out mouthfuls of blood. Staggering as they were shaken, the nameless demon flew into the air, continuing to scream as if mad. The immense spiritual pressure uncontrollably surged toward the 10 on the ground. The 10 experts felt the world spinning, and ultimately, they all fainted to the ground. The nameless demon roared in the air, venting its frustrations. As the entire valley seemed to tremble. Who am I? What happened 10,000 years ago? It kept repeating, rampaging in the air, screaming madly. Vivid red blood gushed from the large hole in its chest, an unusual blood that emitted a scorching red light in the air. The blood of the demon did not fall down nor evaporate into the air, but transformed into beams of red light, enveloping the nameless demon's body, eventually seeping back into its skin. The thunderous roars continued for 3 hours, with the 10 experts regaining consciousness several times, only to faint again. When the 10 experts regained consciousness once more, the nameless demon had stopped its howling, quietly standing in midair, gazing at the dark sky. Its tall figure appeared so desolate and lonely, and an inexplicable sadness pervaded the Death Valley. The 10 experts seemed to be infected by that sorrow. A variety of complex emotions surged within them: loneliness, helplessness, hatred, resignation, and solitude. They understood that those were the emotions of the nameless demon in that moment. They felt its loneliness, helplessness, and desolation, the sadness of being unable to change fate. The nameless demon withdrew its gaze from the dark sky and slowly descended to the ground, standing before the 10 experts. Clearly, it had regained its sanity and had retracted its vast spiritual power. Not knowing one's past, not knowing who one is, what meaning does living like this have? The nameless demon murmured in a low voice. Xiao Feng, Qian Long, and the others saw Chun Nan about to speak again and hurriedly covered his mouth, fearing he would provoke the nameless demon into another frenzy. Chun Nan smiled bitterly, shook his head, and waved his hand, signaling them to let go. The others looked at him suspiciously, and after confirming he wouldn't do anything outrageous, they finally released their grip. The nameless demon suddenly fixed his gaze on Chun Nan and said, "Just now, you made me fall into painful memories. But I cannot recall the bits and pieces of the past. I had no choice but to seal what you said to me. I have already forgotten your words. So please don't mention them again, or I will lose my true nature and destroy everything." Chun Nan let out a heavy sigh. Originally thinking that the shocking secret from 10,000 years ago would soon be revealed, but in the end, it was still empty. He remained completely ignorant of everything from the past. Your cultivation is sky-high, and your body is in such a broken state, yet you can still live well. Why not go to the immortal god realm to seek answers? There must be someone who knows your secret. I'm still alive. Haha. The nameless demon laughed wildly, saying, "Do you really think I'm still alive? You." Chun Nan involuntarily took 2 steps back. The nameless demon put away his smile, his face showing a hint of helplessness and sadness, and sighed, "My body has long since died. Didn't you feel the heavy aura of death? It's just that my consciousness is undying and my fragmented soul remains." Chun Nan's mouth fell open in shock as he trembled. "You. My soul is bound by a dead body. Haha, isn't it funny? But it's true." The nameless demon looked up at the dark sky and said solemnly, "I cannot leave here either. My subconscious tells me to guard this place forever until this world is destroyed." A tidal wave surged in Chun Nan's heart. What kind of secret lay here that the nameless demon had to guard it forever? But what was there to guard? Even he himself seemed to not know. The nameless demon sighed and said, "The time I am awake is becoming less and less, and the time I am lost is becoming longer." Suddenly, his expression turned dark, and he said, "You are fortunate not to have barged in while I was lost to my true nature. I don't care who you are, but as long as you come here, everything must be done according to the rules." With a wave of his right hand, The 10 experts were immediately swept into the air by a fierce force. The nameless demon said in a deep voice, "Illusory sky mirage, open." The 10 were horrified, as the once dim and lifeless air suddenly brightened, and a world filled with floral fragrance and birdsong appeared before their eyes. Flowers carpeted the ground, fragrant green grass swayed, and a winding little river flowed gently through the meadow, with adorable little deer and unafraid white rabbits curiously blinking their big eyes at the crowd amid the flowers. In the gloomy and eerie sky above the land of death, such a dreamlike and bizarre world appeared, making the 10 doubt if they were dreaming. They stared blankly at this colorful world before them, momentarily speechless. "This is the illusory sky mirage I created. In there, you will battle with your own hearts. Whoever can conquer their heart can live and leave. Otherwise, just add another wisp of ghostly energy to this valley." The nameless demon waved his hand, and the 10 fell into the blooming and peaceful world. Chun Nen hurriedly explained what he had heard to the other 9, who were momentarily baffled, wondering how to fight with their own hearts. "What you see and hear may not be real, but everything is constructed based on your inner world. What you fear will happen." The nameless demon's words were deep and powerful. Once again, Chun Nen acted as a translator, and this time the 9 seemed to understand something, their faces changing color. The nameless demon's voice was extremely cold. "Let's start with you." With a whoosh, Meng Kuer and her jade lotus platform flew up, landing behind a nearby flower bush. The nameless demon said softly, "The illusion is open." Meng Kuer, dressed in flowing white, looked as ethereal as a fairy, untouched by the slightest worldly air. She calmly stood among the flowers, quietly waiting for the impending trial. Suddenly, she let out a scream. "Ah!" A strange world appeared beside her. Everything was familiar to her, and she suddenly fell into it. Chun Nan and the 9 others shuddered, realizing that the flower patch where Meng Kuer stood had transformed into a world. At that moment, they felt like gods looking down upon all beings, clearly seeing everything within. Was that Meng Kuer's inner world? It was filled with misty clouds and ethereal fairy aura, with wondrous flowers and precious trees everywhere, almost like a fairyland. Could it be the legendary Dantai ancient sacred land? Would she battle with her own heart there? The 9 exchanged glances, filled with dread. Due to the recent publication, although the VIP section has been continuously updated, there have been very few unlocks for the public version. I apologize for that. Now the published section has finally caught up, and the public version can be regularly unlocked. Brothers, please vote and support Shenmue. This Sunday night, around 12 o'clock, there will be an update to boost the rankings. Please, friends online at that time, vote to support Shenmue. Thank you. Chapter 27. The Demon Sealed by Dantai Xian. I recommend the wonderful work Fallen Forbidden Book by Nangong Huai. Book number 116568. Lolas, Sister Flowers, Pure Princesses, Ice and Snow Queens, the Gentle Mermaid of Saint Lake, will all be pushed by the protagonist's evil hands into. The annoying thing is that the protagonist himself is completely unaware. The nameless demon coldly said, "Everyone, go fight." The remaining 9 were instantly separated, and in a moment, everyone was immersed in their own inner world. In the illusory sky mirage created by the nameless demon, 10 different worlds suddenly appeared. The illusion is constructed based on your inner world, but the fate of the characters is controlled by the illusion, the nameless demon said coldly. In just a moment, all 10 fell into their own dreams, each struggling in agony. Each person's inner world was different, and each person's experiences were also different. The illusion deviated greatly from everyone's expectations. As soon as they entered the illusion, they forgot many things, forgot that this was a purely illusory world, and forgot that this was a life and death test imposed by the nameless demon. They truly immersed themselves in the illusion, believing that everything they experienced was real. The illusory sky mirage created by the nameless demon contained 10 worlds, each world unfolding different stories. But one thing was the same. All 10 were experiencing the most terrifying things that could happen in their lives. Endless mental torment brought them to the brink of collapse, with wails, screams, and painful groans echoing from each world. Before Chun Nan fell into his own world, he silently recited the family's secret technique. Observe emptiness as emptiness. Emptiness has nothing to empty. What is empty is already nothing. Nothing is also nothing. He was extremely familiar with this phrase, but he always felt a vague understanding of its true meaning. However, every time he recited it, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Once he fell into his own world, Chun Nen did not lose himself. He was the only one unaffected. He loudly recited the family's secret technique. A ray of brilliance surrounds the world. The void shines brightly through heaven and earth. Dual forgetting and silence are the most spiritual void. The nameless demon was somewhat surprised, and then his expression began to grow serious as he repeatedly said, "Good, good, good, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful." With a wave of his hand, the world surrounding Chun Nan dissipated. You may have low cultivation, but your understanding is extremely high. You are able to comprehend this level, which means that this illusory sky realm cannot trap your true heart. You have passed the test. Chun Nan felt embarrassed. This was not a realm he had comprehended, but clearly the essence of his family's secret technique. He increasingly felt that the family secret technique was unfathomable, allowing an ancient god and demon to praise it repeatedly. One can imagine how profound the cultivation principles contained within it are. The nameless god and demon continued. Although you have passed, you must wait until everyone has completed their life and death trials before you can leave. Additionally, I feel you are somewhat strange, and I want to send you into the worlds of others to experience a bit, but in their worlds, you will only be an observer, merely a witness. Chun Nan was confused, not understanding why the nameless god and demon would make such a decision. With a whoosh, he was lifted off the ground and sent into Dream Courer's world. The red light flickered in the one eye of the nameless god and demon as he said in a low voice, "What exactly is this? Why do I feel a sense of unease? What is hidden within this strange young man?" In Dream Courer's world, the peaks were green and the valleys were lush, with fairy mists swirling, strange flowers blooming, and beautiful grasses carpeting the ground. Immortal cranes flew, and white apes danced joyfully, truly resembling a fairyland. At the entrance of this fairyland stood a magnificent green stone, inscribed with two ancient characters, Dan Tai. This was the Dan Tai ancient sacred land, where the former Dan Tai Xian taught the Tao and then ascended to immortality. Although this was an illusion, everything was constructed based on Dream Courer's inner world. What happened inside might be fictional, but the scenes were all real. Chun Nan strode in. In the dreamlike fairyland, the once peaceful and joyful atmosphere had vanished. At this moment, a blood-curdling battle cry was heard, as a hideous demon was mercilessly chasing down a group of fairies, staining the fairyland's ground with blood. The previously serene Dream Cour was now in a state of panic, running helplessly among the fairies, shouting, "It's not real, it's not real." The demon laughed maniacally behind them, saying, "Haha, Dan Tai Xian, I have personally destroyed the sacred land you created. The day I ascend to the immortal realm will be the day you become a prisoner." Chun Nan was greatly shaken. The demon's thoughts were strikingly similar to his own, but this was in Dream Courer's inner fantasy world. How could she have such thoughts? Was there really such a demon existing in her mind? A group of fairies turned pale, continuously shouting, "It's not real. You are just a character from the dreams of Master Dan Tai. This dream cannot become reality." The demon stopped and coldly said, "Since it's just a dream of Dan Tai Xian, why did she leave a blood letter in the secret layers of your sect, recording this dream? It's because she has foreseen the future. She knows that one day I will break the seal and turn the dream into reality." Chun Nan was shocked. He felt this demon was quite similar to him, yet there were many obvious differences. Did Dan Tai Xian really seal such a terrifying figure back then? The demon laughed arrogantly. "Who can stop me? Not a single person in the Grand Dan Tai ancient sacred land is my opponent. Today, the Dan Tai sect is destined to disappear." Dream Cour suddenly stepped out from the crowd, saying, "Demon, you have a grudge with our sect's ancestor. Why do you have to involve us innocent disciples? If you have the ability, go to the immortal god realm and seek revenge on Master Dan Tai. Bullying us juniors is nothing of worth. I have said, everything related to Dan Tai Xian must be destroyed. Don't worry, I won't kill you 10 or so. You are the most beautiful women of the Dan Tai ancient sacred land, and the purest in the hearts of many men. I think it would be very interesting to turn you all into wanton women, huh?" The demon laughed wickedly. All the women were terrified, their faces pale. The person before them was truly the embodiment of a demon. The path of lust among the 6 great evil paths of the ancient era. Your sect's secret classics should have some records, right? Today, let you experience the trivial techniques of the path of lust. Upon hearing this, the beautiful women trembled involuntarily. The 6 great evil paths were even older than the Dan Tai sect. In the ancient times of the immortal fantasy continent, the 6 great evil paths, such as the path of destruction, the path of heartlessness, and the path of lust, were the oldest and most mysterious sects in the cultivation world, revered as the 6 sacred lands of evil. It is said that during their peak, the 6 paths once unified the cultivation world, demonstrating their immense power. The divine tomb began to unlock regularly. Brothers, I need recommendation votes. Please vote to support. Chapter 28, Transformation Advertisement. Dream Cour was terrified to the extreme. The path of lust was the most debauched among the 6 paths. If a woman fell into the hands of this path, it truly would be worse than death. Countless streams of energy surged into Dream Cour's body, and strange true energy ran rampant within her, making her feel increasingly hot. She realized she had fallen victim to the techniques of the path of lust. Chun Nen was not unfamiliar with the 6 great evil paths in his time. The 6 great evil paths were already the 6 sacred lands of evil. Of course, he did not know that the 6 great evil paths had once unified the cultivation world later on. Thousands of years ago, the path of destruction had an unresolved feud with the Qin family. Qin Zhan killed the great demon of the evil path, Dongfang Yunfei, provoking the legendary demon king, Dongfang Xiaodian, to come forth and engage in a life-and-death battle with Qin Zhan on the summit of Yu Mountain. Afterward, the defeated demon king lost his sanity and, in the dead of night, broke into the Chun residence, severely injuring Yusin, forcing her to enter the 100-Flower Valley to enter closed-door cultivation, parting from Chun Nan in a life-and-death separation. At that time, Chun Nan's martial arts were nearly ruined, and his beloved confidant had fallen into a dead end, leaving his life shrouded in despair. Ultimately, he secretly fought a life-and-death duel with the heir of the path of destruction, ending his life. Chun Nan's heart stirred. He intuitively felt that the inheritance of the 6 great evil paths still existed, and in this life, he might still have to get involved with the path of destruction. He calmly observed everything before him, knowing that these were all illusions. In this world, only he and Dream Cour truly existed. The once dignified and elegant Dream Fairy, at this moment, was half undressed, her face flushed, and her breathing increasingly rapid. No one would expect that the most outstanding heir of the Dan-Tai ancient sacred land would be in such a state. The influence of lust had nearly overwhelmed her reason. Chun Nan was dumbfounded. The pure and holy Dream Cour was actually unable to restrain her desires. Her snow-white arms were exposed as she helplessly tore at her clothes, her stunning beauty blushing like fire, her cherry lips softly gasping. She spun like a drunken person, her skirt swirling, and faintly revealed a pair of long, smooth legs, provoking countless thoughts. With a ripping sound, Dream Cour's delicate hands tore apart her dress, her white and tender body becoming partially visible, 2 trembling peaks proudly standing exposed, the budding flowers at their peak blushing beautifully, captivating the soul. Chun Nen felt that the illusory sky realm created by the nameless god and demon was too unfathomable, capable of making one forget everything and fully immerse oneself in their inner world. The usually dignified and holy Dream Cour, like a fairy, had lost herself in this world, transforming into a seductive and fiery enchantress. Looking at the half-naked snow-white body, Chun Nan felt a wave of dryness in his mouth and throat. The smooth and moist, icy skin, the delicate and towering white peaks, the slender waist that could be grasped with one hand, the smooth, jade-like abdomen, and the beautiful long legs, all were beautiful and irresistibly tempting. He knew that everything in this world was illusory, but Meng Cour was real. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this dreamlike paradise had fallen silent. The other women and that demon had disappeared, leaving only him and Meng Cour, 2 real beings. Chun Nen could clearly hear Meng Cour's soft moans and gasps. Looking at that half-naked perfect figure, he felt his blood boiling, his pulse racing, and his heartbeat quickening. At this moment, Meng Cour was rapidly leaping toward him. He shouted in his heart, "What exactly does the nameless demon want? Is it trying to impose another life-and-death test on me? Am I trapped in an illusion again?" Although Chun Nan harbored deep hostility towards the Dan-Tai sect and had evil thoughts about Meng Cour, he had no such intentions at the moment. The nameless demon was watching him with keen interest from outside this world, and who knows what it was planning. Chun Nan focused his mind and quickly recited the family's secret mantra aloud. Observing emptiness is also emptiness. Emptiness has no emptiness. What is empty is indeed nothing. Non-being is also non-being. No birth, no death, clouds disperse, blue sky and mountain colors are pure, no going, no coming. Wisdom returns to meditation. The moon wheel is solitary. Meng Kuer was completely lost in herself, her eyes shimmering like two pools of spring water, her face full of springtime allure. Her snow-white skin turned pink, glistening and smooth, radiating an alluring glow. She hugged Chun Nen tightly, twisting, rubbing, and moaning against him, her delicate body seeming boneless. Softly clinging to him, unwilling to part. The heavenly, beautiful woman had turned into a seductress, such intoxicating stimulation igniting a fire in Chun Nan's heart. And he almost embraced the soft body in his arms. But he managed to maintain a sliver of clarity. He understood that everything was orchestrated by the nameless demon, and he and Meng Kuer were merely pawns in its hands. He could not fall into the illusion like Meng Kuer did and become lost. While reciting the family's secret mantra loudly, Chun Nen attempted to push Meng Kuer away, only to suddenly realize that he could not move. He had lost control of his body. He shouted into the sky, "What do you want? Didn't you say I had passed? I am just an observer, a witness in someone else's world. Why are you not keeping your word?" No one answered him. The entire world, aside from Meng Kuer's soft moans, was silent. Chun Nan vaguely felt that the nameless demon had broken its promise and seemed to want to test him again. In this intoxicating illusion, although it was thrilling, he felt a hint of unease and fear. Meng Kuer twisted and rubbed against Chun Nan and then began to tear at his clothes. The fabric ripped away like flying fluff, and in an instant, both their clothes were torn off. Chun Nan's bronze skin radiated a treasure-like glow, exuding a sense of strength. Meng Kuer's delicate body was translucent like jade, flawless, a masterpiece of heaven. However, in this incredibly seductive atmosphere, Chun Nan fell into a predicament. He realized he could not even make a sound. Unwilling to be manipulated, he repeatedly recited the family's secret mantra, ignoring the stunning beauty entangled around him. Yet he could still perceive the external stimuli. He aimed to empty his mind through the mantra, but the external stimuli threatened to drive him mad. And he could not move at all, unable to push Meng Kuer away. Chun Nan became increasingly anxious, unable to calm down. The true energy within him began to rampage through his meridians, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. He was on the verge of going berserk. Just as Chun Nan was about to fall into an abyss of no return, the nameless demon in the illusory realm changed color. Its single eye shooting out a red light. It saw two spheres of light emerging from Chun Nan's body, one golden and brilliant, the other dark and shiny. Each the size of a fist, chasing and colliding with each other. Moreover, it sensed a familiar aura, a heavy atmosphere of death. The nameless demon suddenly grabbed its blood-red hair and screamed, "Ah!" The 10 worlds in the illusory realm instantly vanished. The stories unfolding in each world suddenly came to an end. The people emerging from the illusion seemed to awaken from a great dream, all looking exhausted, having almost experienced a mental breakdown in the illusion. The nameless demon pointed at Chun Nan and shouted frantically, "You are the one who has been defying fate. You are also a dead man. The power of the demon in you cannot conceal the vast ocean-like aura of death. Defying fate, ah." No one but Chun Nan could understand the ancient words. The nameless demon fell into madness, rushing deep into the illusory realm. With the disappearance of the nameless demon, the immense mental pressure also dissipated. Everyone's faces turned pale. They had almost experienced a mental breakdown. "Ah!" Meng Kuer screamed in terror. At this moment, she was completely naked, her snow-white arms entwined around Chun Nan's neck, and the two were entangled together in their bare state. The 8 people outside the flower grove could vaguely see the scene through the swaying flower shadows. All 8 were astonished, their mouths agape. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The pure and unblemished Meng Xianzi from the Dantai Holy Land was embracing a man naked, their posture extremely seductive and intimate. It was a primal temptation. Meng Kuer's stunningly beautiful body was irresistible to anyone. All the men felt an unusual aura. Even the female dragon knight Lisa and the genius female mage Alice were stunned for 2 seconds. Meng Kuer retreated like lightning, unable to believe what she was seeing. She looked at Chun Nan, then at herself, and let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" At this moment, she faced Chun Nan naked, her snow-white body glistening like jade, her 2 quivering peaks standing proudly, her slender waist, smooth jade-like abdomen, and graceful long legs. All were beautiful and irresistibly tempting. But at this moment, Meng Kuer's body was trembling. She could hardly believe the reality before her. After a while, she finally snapped out of her shock, quickly putting on the torn clothes from the ground, and then pointed at Chun Nan, stammering, You you. However, at this moment, Chun Nen seemed completely unaware of what was happening around him. The nameless demon's words echoed in his ears. You are the one who has been defying fate. You are also a dead man. The power of the demon in you cannot conceal the vast ocean-like aura of death. Defying fate. Happy Dragon Boat Festival, brothers. I want recommendation votes. Chapter 1. The Mystery of Life and Death advertisement for a friend's new book online murder game. If you have tickets, please go support it and collect more. The link is on the homepage of this book. The book number is 124833. In the illusory realm of Shutian, the celestial aura lingered, strange flowers bloomed, jade grass carpeted the ground, celestial cranes flew, and white apes danced, resembling a fairyland. However, beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of this world, currents of turmoil were stirring. 8 young men and women were watching a man and a woman entwined among the flowers. The man was completely naked, his smooth body radiating a faint brilliance, but his eyes were dull and lifeless, and his face wore an expression of confusion. The woman, though disheveled and her hair in disarray, could not hide her extraordinary beauty. Her graceful figure exuded a sacred aura, her skin as fair as snow, glimmering like jade. Yet at this moment, her unparalleled visage was filled with shame and anger. She pointed a trembling finger at the naked man before her, unable to utter a single word, her body slightly quivering. Meng Kuer had never imagined that such a day would come. The most outstanding disciple of the Dan Tai ancient sacred land, just moments ago, was entangled naked with a man, which left her utterly humiliated and furious, feeling a sense of madness. At this moment, her heart was in chaos. The 8 young men and women outside the flower patch exchanged glances, never expecting to witness such a scene. The disciple of the Dan Tai ancient sacred land was regarded by the world as exceptionally pure. The most remarkable disciple, Fairy Meng, had recently gained considerable fame on the continent, embodying justice and symbolizing beauty and chastity, a fairy who had inadvertently fallen into the mortal realm, but before them. Chun Nen seemed completely unaware of the strange gazes from the 8 people nearby, nor did he sense the murderous aura emanating from the stunning beauty before him. His eyes were vacant as he muttered in the ancient language of the celestial illusion continent, I am a person whose fate has been reversed by others. I am a dead man. Even the power of gods and demons cannot conceal the vast death aura that surrounds me. Reversing fate. The words of the nameless demon deeply shocked his mind, and he seemed to understand something, feeling an overwhelming sorrow in his heart. Is reversing fate a benevolent rescue or a premeditated manipulation? Who is the one that reversed my fate? Did they grant me this power of gods and demons? Or is it the accumulation of millennia in the demon cemetery? Am I a living dead? Does my body truly harbor a death aura as vast as the sea? Was I saved by someone unintentionally, or have I been manipulated all along? Chun Nan's heart was filled with endless questions, asking himself again and again. A gentle breeze stirred. The green jade trees shimmered, and the fragrance of flowers wafted, refreshing the senses, yet the emotions of everyone present were hard to decipher at this moment. A chilling murderous aura enveloped the area. The biting cold made one shiver involuntarily. A sword energy soared into the sky and then fell straight down, slashing towards Chun Nan. Meng Kuer, filled with rage, launched an attack. The summoned flying sword gleamed brilliantly, filled with murderous intent, slicing down towards Chun Nan's neck like a streak of lightning. Though Chun Nan was lost in confusion, it did not mean his mind was completely muddled. The pressing murderous aura instantly awakened him. By instinct, he stepped aside swiftly using the divine void step. The flying sword was closely linked to the practitioner's mind and moved according to their thoughts, allowing for precise control at short distances. The moment the flying sword struck empty air, it instantly changed direction, transforming into a dazzling rainbow of light. Flying at Chun Nan once more, the cold aura caused the temperature nearby to plummet, and the endless killing intent frightened the small animals nearby into a frantic escape. The peaceful atmosphere vanished in an instant. The sound of the sword energy whooshing through the air scattered fallen petals and leaves everywhere. The area near the flowers seemed to be plunged into a harsh winter, with the soaring sword energy raging. The radiant flying sword pursuing Chun Nan with horizontal and vertical slashes. If it weren't for his supreme footwork, he would have already been injured by the flying sword. Gradually, Chun Nan began to regain clarity. He certainly understood why Meng Kuer wanted to kill him, but at this moment, all explanation seemed powerless. Both of them were clear in their hearts about what was right and wrong. The desire to kill stemmed from instinctive reactions of humiliation and anger. He drew the long sword from his waist, raising it to block the relentless flying sword filled with killing intent. The golden brilliance erupted from the long sword, colliding with the radiant flying sword, producing a dazzling explosion of light that sent shockwaves, shattering nearby flowers and leaves. However, after being obstructed, the flying sword paused only briefly before resuming its speed, once again slashing towards Chen Nan. Chen Nan was alarmed, secretly astonished by Meng Kuer's formidable cultivation. He quickly channeled all his energy into the long sword, and in an instant, the sword forged from high-quality steel transformed into one of pure gold. The long sword shone brilliantly, enveloped in a golden mist, as if it had come to life, gently vibrating and emitting soft chimes. The golden long sword collided directly with the resplendent flying sword. With a loud boom, the dazzling light radiated everywhere, and Chen Nan's body was sent flying back. The long sword in his hand shattered, leaving only half in his grasp. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen, a sweet taste in his throat, and nearly spat out blood. At that moment, he finally understood that there was indeed a significant gap between him and Meng Kuer. The most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land was truly remarkable, deserving of being one of the top 10 young masters on the continent, possessing extraordinary abilities. Truly worthy of being a descendant of Dantai Xian. Meng Kuer, dressed in white, had the color of shame and anger gradually fade from her exquisite face. Yet her killing intent remained undiminished. With a wave of her fair hand, the flying sword once again slashed at Chen Nan. Chen Nan, filled with rage, activated his earth-shattering demonic powers, his profound energy circulating relentlessly, preparing for a full-scale battle. However, at that moment, the top expert of Shinfeng Academy, Xiaofeng, and the mysterious expert of Xinwu Academy, Qianlong, simultaneously intervened, their bodies moving like lightning, leaving two afterimages as they crossed swords and blocked the attacking flying sword. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, Meng Kuer, Xiaofeng, and Qianlong all slightly swayed, involuntarily stepping back a step. The radiant flying sword returned to Meng Kuer's hand, and the killing intent in the area subsided, restoring calm. The onlookers were astonished. Meng Kuer's strength was indeed extraordinary. The combined power of the two top experts barely matched hers. But Chen Nan did not share this view, being the closest. He had already noticed that Xiaofeng and Qianlong were hiding their true strength and had not fought at full capacity. However, even so, it was evident that Meng Kuer's strength was indeed formidable. Though Xiaofeng had a rugged appearance, he was not a brutish person. He advised, "Please, both of you, calm down. At this moment, we should unite. Our own people must not turn against each other with weapons, but should work together to find a way to escape from here." Qianlong also said earnestly, "Xiao brother is right. We cannot harbor animosity among ourselves. Just now, we all entered a terrifying illusion, and what happened in the illusion was all a misunderstanding. It was not anyone's fault. It all stemmed from the nameless demon." Taking this opportunity, Chen Nan quickly put on the scattered clothing on the ground. At this moment, others also approached to persuade Meng Kuer. Although the situation was awkward, the tense atmosphere had dissipated. Meng Kuer gradually calmed down. Reflecting on the events in the illusion, she found it hard to maintain her composure. In that terrifying yet ambiguous illusion, she had actually initiated the embrace with Chen Nan and had torn off their clothing. Meng Kuer was indeed the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land. In an instant, she retracted the killing intent from her face, adopting a calm expression, not mentioning the earlier incident as if nothing had happened. She surveyed the crowd and then said, "Everyone, we were too reckless. We should not have ventured deep into the death abyss. Now, trapped in the illusion of void, it seems very difficult to escape from here." The crowd fell silent. At this moment, no one could find a way to escape. Although the nameless demon was no longer present, they were isolated from the outside world, completely unaware of how to break free from this illusion, as if they were in a separate realm. Chen Nan sighed inwardly, realizing that Meng Kuer was indeed remarkable. After such an embarrassing incident, a typical woman would have been utterly humiliated and furious, yet she stood here without a change in her expression, seemingly unfazed, showing no signs of distress. This made Chen Nan's heart tighten. Meng Kuer and Dantai Xian were two alike, both possessing deep schemes. He must be more cautious in the future. At this moment, Everyone in the venue was lost in their own thoughts, contemplating how to escape from here. Chun Nen casually glanced at the crowd and noticed a hint of resentment in the eyes of Ling Yun, the young master of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families of the eastern continent. This startled him, but that malicious gaze quickly disappeared. Chun Nen had always felt that this sword-browed, star-eyed, and imposing young master of the Ling family seemed to be two-faced. Although his words and actions exhibited excellent manners, Chun Nen sensed a certain insincerity in him. It was purely instinctive intuition. When they entered the Death Abyss and Meng Kuer proposed to split into two groups for exploration, Ling Yun had vigorously supported her, finding reasons for her to stay behind. At that time, Chun Nen noticed some clues. It was evident that Ling Yun was trying to curry favor with Meng Kuer, which could also be interpreted as pursuing her. However, in such a situation, his selfish side was blatantly revealed, leaving danger to others while ensuring safety for his own. Now, seeing the flicker of resentment in Ling Yun's eyes, Chun Nen understood that he must have hated him for his intimate entanglement with Meng Kuer. But could he blame him? Chun Nen's assessment of Ling Yun dropped further. This guy was clearly not a good person, two-faced, definitely a ruthless character. At this moment, the mysterious masked sorceress from the Illusion Demon Academy, Alice, turned to Chun Nen and asked, "Brother Chun, how could you communicate with the nameless demon? How do you understand his language?" The other 8 also shared this curiosity and looked at him in unison. Chun Nen knew they would eventually ask this question. He maintained his composure and replied, "I grew up in an isolated little mountain village, which is quite backward and rarely connected with the outside world. The local language is very ancient and seems to have remained unchanged despite the external changes. Therefore, I can understand ancient texts and languages. The words spoken by the nameless demon are extremely similar to the language used in that ancient little village, which is why I can understand him." The crowd was somewhat skeptical of his explanation. They didn't fully believe it, but there was no way to further investigate, just as everyone was lost in their thoughts. Intense energy fluctuations echoed through the air, and a tall demonic figure flew above the fragrant flower-filled venue. The previously rampaging nameless demon had returned. A vast pressure descended from above, causing everyone to feel a wave of heart palpitations. The heavy, oppressive atmosphere made it hard for them to breathe, and each person's heart felt exceptionally uncomfortable. However, the nameless demon quickly restrained his overwhelming aura, and the pale faces of the crowd gradually returned to normal. The nameless demon descended from the air. His gray and white demonic wings stirred up a gust of wind. The bloody gaping hole in his chest emitted a fierce red light, and the shattered half of his head appeared particularly grotesque and terrifying. Undoubtedly, he had regained consciousness. He stood before the crowd, one eye fixed unblinkingly on Chun Nen, the blood-red light radiating from him seemingly wanting to penetrate Chun Nen's body. His voice was deep and powerful. Why do I feel so lost? Why do I sense a familiar aura from you? It's as if I see myself. You and I seem to be of the same kind. Without a doubt, you are also someone who has had their fate altered by others. But it's not just that. What exactly is hidden within you? Why do I feel so uneasy? An endless force of life. A vast aura of death. Why do these two different natures of power intertwine? What kind of secret are you hiding?" Chun Nen quietly observed the nameless demon. But his heart was tumultuous. Although the nameless demon had forgotten many things from the past, he mentioned that Chun Nen was someone whose fate had been altered, as if he could see through certain incredible events that had transpired in Chun Nen's life. Perhaps he could reveal the secret of why Chun Nen could come back to life. A mix of anticipation, anxiety, unease, and fear surged within him. He wanted to uncover the truth, yet feared knowing it. The nameless demon exuded an endless aura of death, and he stated that Chun Nen was also a dead person, a fact that the power of the demon could not conceal. According to his words, Chun Nen dared not think further. He couldn't believe it and felt an overwhelming fear in his heart. "Where do you come from? Who exactly are you? What is your identity?" The nameless demon's voice was deep, and his expression was grave, as if these questions contained some extraordinarily significant matters. The answers seemed poised to be revealed, and Chun Nen's heart raced with excitement. The mystery of life and death that had troubled him seemed ready to surface. "I want recommendation votes." God4 strongly calls for recommendation votes. Chapter 2. Who can leave? Chun Nen was extremely excited and just wanted to organize his words. But it seemed he remembered something and sighed, saying, "I want to answer you, but I fear you might lose your true nature again. Previously, I asked you some things, which drove you into madness, and later you forcibly sealed what I said to you. Now, I want to speak, but I dare not. I see. The nameless demon seemed to ponder, falling into silence. After a long while, he solemnly said, I really see some incredible things in you. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know who did it. Once I deal with them, I'll have a good talk with you. He pointed at Meng Kuer and the other 9. With a wave of his right hand, the illusory sky realm was instantly split open, revealing a huge crack. The dim and lifeless death abyss appeared before everyone, and through the rolling demonic energy, the stark, white bones below could be vaguely seen. Chunnan panicked. It seemed the nameless demon intended to strike at the other 9. He hurriedly said, Wait, you cannot kill them. Although he did not have deep ties with the 9, they were still his companions, and he could not bear to watch them die. They cannot pass the test of the illusory sky realm. According to what I said earlier, they all should die, adding a few more souls to the abyss. The 9 seemed to sense the aura of danger and anticipated that the nameless demon was about to strike. Wang Tian, an outstanding disciple from the secular family of the Little Lin Temple, urgently asked, Brother Chun, what did he say? Chun Nan quickly translated what had just been said to them, and then advised the nameless demon, the test of the illusion has not yet ended. You cannot kill them now. Just now, because of your own reasons, you interrupted the illusion. It cannot count. The nameless demon shook his head, speaking in a low, firm tone. They cannot overcome their own hearts. Their defeat is certain. The price of failure is death. He strode toward the 9, an immense spiritual pressure instantly sweeping out. The 9 felt a tremor from their souls, and the fear of death flooded their hearts. They knew their lives were about to end. At that moment, Meng Kuer suddenly shouted in broken ancient language from the immortal fantasy continent, 10,000 years, 10,000 years ago. Please tell me, what happened 10,000 years ago? Why did the so-called immortal demons die? Why are the deities of the immortal fantasy continent and the demonic fantasy continent buried together? Who built the demon god cemetery? Everyone was astonished, not understanding why she also understood the ancient words of the nameless demon. It was truly perplexing. Upon hearing these words, the nameless demon seemed to be stimulated, grabbing its blood-red long hair with both hands and letting out a mournful howl that turned everyone's faces pale. The immense mental pressure made them feel as if their minds were about to shatter. The most physically fragile, the mysterious masked sorceress Alice, was knocked unconscious by the enormous energy wave in the air, collapsing weakly to the ground. Chen Nan, who was closest to the nameless demon, could hardly withstand the terrifying waves surrounding him and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood before falling into the flower bushes. The nameless demon, as if mad, charged into the sky, rampaging through the horizon, its enormous roar shaking the entire illusory sky. At that moment, Meng Kuer quickly summoned the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, and then stepped onto the radiant, sparkling lotus platform, soaring into the air and flying through the massive crack that opened in the illusory sky, disappearing in an instant into the rolling demonic energy. Everyone was suddenly enlightened and understood the reason. They were all amazed at Meng Kuer's quick wit. She had actually remembered the ancient words spoken during Chun Nan and the nameless demon's conversation and had brought them up now, provoking the nameless demon into a frenzy and finding an opportunity to escape. This truly was an exceptionally clever woman, making others admire her in their hearts. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. The young master of the Ling family, one of the 10 cultivation families in the eastern continent, Ling Yun, suddenly launched an attack. He pulled out a scroll from his bosom, unfurled it, and using his hand like a knife, fiercely stabbed it into the left rib of Wang Tian, a lay disciple from the Xiaolin temple beside him, causing blood to splash and stain the scroll. Then, Ling Yun quickly attacked again, stabbing the female Tyrannosaurus knight Lisa and her brother Thorn. All of this happened in an instant. No one had expected him to suddenly attack his companions. The blood that gushed out completely stained the scroll red, and a blinding blood-red light erupted from the scroll, surging in the air with waves of terrifying magical energy. The nameless demon, rampaging in the sky, sensed the intense magical energy fluctuations. Although he was in a frenzied state, he had not completely lost his nature. He waved his left hand repeatedly, and a mass of black, demonic energy shrouded down from the sky. However, he was still a step too slow to catch the red light. In a flash, the red light, carrying Ling Yun, disappeared into the air. But the black demonic energy completely sealed the massive crack in the illusory sky. The intense magical energy fluctuations awakened the unconscious, mysterious masked sorceress Alice. Just in time. She saw the red light flash and exclaimed, "Blood Life Sacrifice, the legendary space magic scroll." Everyone was immensely shocked. In just an instant, 2 companions had escaped, while 3 lay in a pool of blood. Qianlong, Xiaofeng, and others hurriedly helped Wang Tian, Lisa, and Thorn up, carefully tending to their wounds and trying to stop the bleeding. However, the injuries of the 3 were too severe. Ling Yun had used his palm like a knife, not only piercing their soft ribs, but also shattering their internal organs with tremendous force. It was clear that the 3 could not survive. Everyone was furious. Ling Yun was too sinister and ruthless. To escape, he had actually ambushed his companions, which was truly cold-blooded and shameless. Although Chun Nen had been knocked to the ground by the nameless demon, he did not lose consciousness. He took all of this in and admired Meng Kuter's quick thinking while despising Ling Yun's shamelessness. Overall, he had no good feelings toward either of them. Meng Kuer was deeply scheming and unpredictable, while Ling Yun was insidious and despicable. Alice stood up, chanting a spell, and a white light enveloped the 3 of them. Their wounds gradually healed, but there were no signs of them regaining consciousness. "I have done my best. Very few people are proficient in life magic. Although I have practiced it, I cannot heal such severe injuries," she said. Everyone was filled with anger at Ling Yun's despicable actions. Alice said, "The scroll used by Ling Yun is the legendary space magic scroll, capable of sending people thousands of meters away in an instant. However, that scroll seems to have been created by an evil necromancer. To activate it, one must sacrifice blood and life force. Space magic has been lost for many years. What people possess now is merely the surface. No one can create a powerful space magic scroll anymore. I never expected to see it in the hands of such a despicable person. I suspect he must have excavated it from an ancient tomb." Half an hour later, the nameless demon, rampaging in the sky, gradually calmed down. He waved his hands repeatedly, and streams of blood-red light surged toward his mind, with towering demonic energy swirling around him. Chun Nen knew he was performing self-sealing, likely completely severing the meaning of 10,000 years. And the outside world would probably no longer be able to stimulate him. An immense pressure enveloped the air. This time, the nameless demon did not restrain his aura. He flew above everyone, his expression dark and somewhat terrifying, especially with half his head missing, making him look even more fearsome. "How dare someone play tricks before me and escape? For the first time in thousands of years, I have been mocked. It is truly detestable. But this also shows her capability. While I am furious, I also have a hint of admiration for her. Humph. The rest of you should not think of escaping in this way. I have completely sealed off part of my memory. Now, let me end your fates." The nameless demon waved his hands, and overwhelming demonic energy enveloped everyone, the immense pressure weighing down like a mountain. Except for Chun Nan, who was pushed aside. Everyone else collapsed to the ground. The nameless demon was clearly enraged. He could not tolerate being toyed with by a woman whose cultivation was far inferior to his own. Just as everyone believed there was no hope for survival, Chun Nen shouted, "Wait, every person here has their own extraordinary qualities. That woman just now toyed with you, making you angry while also earning a bit of your admiration for her cleverness. I dare say that the intelligence of everyone here is no less than hers. Given the opportunity, they too can display qualities worthy of your appreciation." The nameless demon halted his actions, his single eye staring unblinkingly at Chun Nan, and said in a deep voice, "You people have indeed surprised me in some ways. First, your body is strangely unusual, revealing a great secret to me. And then that woman successfully drove me mad and calmly escaped. However, I keep my word. They will never leave here alive. They all must die." Boom. With a loud bang, overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, completely engulfing Xiaofeng, Qianlong, and others. And then the demonic energy formed a whirlwind sweeping towards the depths of the illusory sky. The once fragrant and melodious world was left in ruins, with broken branches and fallen leaves everywhere, as if the beautiful illusion had withered entirely, the scenery utterly destroyed. You killed them?" Chun Nen was both shocked and furious. He never considered himself a good person, but he also never admitted to being a villain. In his eyes, there was no absolute black and white, no true good and evil. However, he always had a moral line in his heart that could not be crossed. He could be cruel, vicious, and despicable to enemies, but he would never be cold-blooded and heartless toward his companions or those he considered friends. He felt immense rage toward the nameless demon's actions, but found himself powerless to stop it. The nameless demon said nothing, descending to the ground and retracting the powerful aura he had been emitting. He looked up at the sky in loneliness and then sighed deeply, saying, "Let's talk. Perhaps we can uncover the secrets we each wish to know." Chun-Nen gradually calmed down, quelling the anger within him. Some matters are destined to have no conclusion and cannot be pursued. He did not want to engage in meaningless actions. Now, strength represented everything, and he felt powerless to argue or act impulsively. He coldly remarked, "If I say something to you, you might lose your true nature again and fall into madness." "It won't happen. I have sealed away the memories of fear and terror in my heart," the nameless demon said with some resignation and sadness. Chun-Nen was astonished. What could possibly make a demon feel such terror? The nameless demon seemed to sense his question and said despondently, "I don't know what it is. I only have a vague impression and can't recall it clearly. I have no idea what happened in that distant past. However, every time I think of it or someone mentions it, I can't help but want to explore that vague memory, but I've never succeeded. As soon as I touch that memory, I lose my true nature and fall into madness. Now, it's fine. That memory has been completely sealed away by me, and nothing will happen again." Chun-Nen was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of feeling is that? Why do you have a vague impression, yet can't clearly remember the past? You once said that the time you lose your true nature is getting longer, and the time you are awake is getting shorter. Is it also because of that vague memory?" The nameless demon shook his head and sighed. "The usual loss of true nature has nothing to do with that vague memory. It's a problem with my own mind, becoming more and more chaotic. As for that vague memory, it feels peculiar. Something significant must have happened in that distant past. It seems to contain some earth-shattering secrets. But I really can't grasp the information contained in that vague memory. I have a feeling that someone has tampered with my soul, erasing some important marks. And I think that is the main reason I can't recall those past events." "What? Someone tampered with you? Erased certain marks in your soul?" Chun-Nen exclaimed in shock. It was hard to imagine that someone had used certain means against such a powerful ancient demon. "Yes, it is completely an instinctive intuition. You must have experienced that kind of mysterious feeling too, something you can't speculate or prove, but it is a fact." "I have had that feeling," Chun-Nen nodded. Before coming to the death abyss this time, he had sensed that something would happen based on his intuition, and he believed in the kind of intuition the nameless demon spoke of. The nameless demon continued, "All of this is instinctive intuition. I don't know what the facts are. However, one thing is certain. Someone has placed certain seals on me, and many of my divine abilities can no longer be used. Now, I can only rely on my strength to fight. I have no way of knowing who has used these means against me. This is the most painful thing for me." Amidst his shock, Chun-Nen felt some pity for him. No matter how powerful one becomes, in the end, they could merely be a puppet controlled by someone else. But the person behind it was truly terrifying. A being as powerful as the nameless demon should be able to traverse heaven and earth, yet in the end. "Do you know about the secrets of demons and gods from 10,000 years ago? Do you know why you appeared in this abyss?" Chun-Nen, still not willing to give up, wanted to know about the events from 10,000 years ago. "I don't know about the events from 10,000 years ago. They have definitely been erased from my memory. The only remaining vague memory drives me to madness and provides no useful information. I have completely sealed it just now. I don't know why I appeared here. This seems to be the initial area of my main memories, as if my memories began here." A look of deep sorrow appeared on the nameless demon's face, not knowing who he was or where he came from, having no knowledge about his own past. "Why don't you leave this place?" The nameless demon looked up at the sky, the red light in his single eye dimmed, and his gaze gradually became hollow. After a long time, he came back to his senses and sighed, "I cannot leave here. My soul constantly reminds me that this place needs my protection. I cannot allow anyone to step here. Any powerful existence within hundreds of miles that threatens this place, I will destroy by any means necessary. I must guard this place forever until this world is destroyed. You don't even know what you are guarding, yet you insist on doing so. Do you think it is meaningful? You don't understand. My subconscious tells me that even if I die, I cannot let anyone disturb this place. Even during the days I lose my true nature, my subconscious still controls my body, patrolling and guarding this abyss." Chun-Nen gradually understood. The day the nameless demon controlled the rolling demonic energy and inexplicably appeared above the Divine Wind Academy might have been driven by his subconscious to attack the little dragon, a powerful being that had successfully evolved into a 6th-tier divine beast. He suddenly remembered the countless bones within the abyss, That wide expanse of bone land was so terrifying. He couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. Were those countless soul bones in the abyss caused by you? The nameless demon shook his head and said, only a very small part of them are the bones of the powerful beings I killed. The rest existed before I appeared here. What? Chun Nan was shocked and asked urgently, when did you arrive here? How long have you been here? It's been several thousand years, maybe nearly 10,000 years. The time is too distant. I can hardly remember. Chun Nan's mind was shaken. This place was actually a relic from 10,000 years ago, and it indeed concealed earth-shattering secrets. Could this be one of the battlefields from the catastrophe 10,000 years ago? Chun Nan muttered to himself, looking at the nameless demon in confusion. What have you been blocking here over the past several thousand years? Who exactly has tried to break in here? The area around the abyss is shrouded in the confining Heaven Great Formation. It operates according to the power of the stars, and no one can enter or exit freely. Every few hundred years, it opens for a while, for about 100 days. After 100 days, the formation slowly activates, creating immense resistance around it until the formation is fully operational, completely concealing and hiding the death abyss, making it hard for the outside world to find. During the period when the abyss is open, those who come here include peak powerhouses among humans, celestial gods from the celestial realm, and many other cultivators. Except for those from the celestial realm, the rest came out of curiosity. However, even among those from the celestial realm, only a few found this place according to old legends. Most celestial beings stumbled in by accident. Chun Nan's mind was somewhat chaotic. The information he had received today was too shocking. He seemed to grasp something, but couldn't quite understand it upon careful reflection. The nameless demon had no clear enemies. Any peak powerhouse above the 6th tier would be attacked by him as soon as they entered the area within 100 miles when the confining Heaven Great Formation opened. However, Chun Nan was still puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, I once entered the death abyss. Why didn't you kill me? You mean 3 months ago? At that time, the confining Heaven Great Formation had just stopped operating, and I was still in a deep slumber. I sensed a faint aura, but I had just begun to awaken and hadn't fully come to consciousness, so I couldn't clearly capture your movements. Chun Nan broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. He had been too reckless at that time. Through the nameless demon's narration, the terrifying fog of the abyss gradually dissipated, and he finally gained some understanding of this place. Then Chun Nan asked a crucial question. What is the cave at the deepest part of the valley, where rolling demonic energy surges constantly? What kind of place is that? The nameless demon shook his head and said, that place is extremely strange. It seems there is a small-scale heavenly trapping great formation that is constantly operating, never ceasing. No one can penetrate to the deepest part of the cave. Not even I know what lies inside. You can't enter the deepest part either? Although the shocking news had already left Chun Nan feeling somewhat numb, he was still incredibly astonished. After calming down a bit, he asked, is that where the source you need to protect is? No, I don't know exactly what I need to protect, but I willingly stay here because my subconscious tells me this place is worth protecting with my life. In this valley, only that bottomless demon cave makes me feel uneasy. It stirs a sense of hostility within me. If it weren't for the small-scale heavenly trapping great formation inside, I would have long since broken in to destroy everything within. That is definitely not the place I need to protect, but it is indeed a terrifying and unpredictable realm, where there might truly be some unknown mysterious things. The nameless demon seemed to fall into a dream, murmuring, I know, there have always been 2 forces in this valley that I cannot fathom. One aura makes me feel incredibly close, as if it is my kin, but I can never grasp it or find where it originates. The other is one that I find extremely repulsive, even a bit fearful. It hides in the deepest part of the demon cave. Chun Nan's thoughts churned, and he finally shook his head and sighed. Those 2 forces were beyond his ability to explore, and the force that frightened the demon should not exist in the human realm. The most important thing right now was to investigate the mystery of his resurrection. The Divine Tomb needs recommendation votes. Please support with your votes. Chapter 4. A Shocking Grand Scheme Advertisement. Online Murder Game. Book number 124833. After escaping from the death trap, Meng Kuer flew 100 miles away before stopping. She pondered for a moment and landed on a mountain peak. Ling Yun was transported by a space magic scroll to a valley 5 miles away. After more than 2 hours of arduous trekking, he finally found his way back and discovered the cyan subdragon of the female Tyrannosaurus Knight. This made him overjoyed, and he quickly ran over. The subdragon was not unfamiliar with him and held no hostility. Ling Yun's despicable and shameless nature played a significant role again. After repeatedly deceiving and persuading the sub-dragon, it carried him away from the mountains, flying toward the city of Sin at double its usual speed. Though dragons are intelligent beings, they are nowhere near as cunning as humans. The sub-dragon was deceived by Ling Yun, thinking its master urgently needed the help of experts from the city of Sin, not realizing that the person before it was a true executioner. When Ming Kuter saw Ling Yun riding on the back of the sub-dragon, soaring over the mountains, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She wanted to take off into the sky but ultimately stopped, remaining silent throughout the process. Upon arriving at the city of Sin, Ling Yun did not head straight to the Divine Wind Academy. Upon entering the city, he wrote a letter. Quickly send the most elite experts of the family riding flying dragons to assist me. He wrote thousands of words and then tied it to the leg of a carrier pigeon, releasing it. After completing this, Ling Yun hurried toward the Divine Wind Academy. The nameless demon gradually stabilized his mind and looked directly at Chun Nan, saying, "You have asked me many questions. Now let's talk about you. Where do you come from? How do you understand the ancient language I spoke? What is your identity? And why do you have so many peculiarities within you?" Chun Nan felt a surge of excitement. They were finally going to discuss his secret. With the nameless demon's knowledge, he was sure to see through the secrets within him. He slowly calmed down, organized his thoughts, and said, "In that distant past, when the heavens and earth were clear and the gods were high above, everyone spoke the language we are using now. I was a person from that era who died in a duel, but when I opened my eyes again, I found the whole world had changed. Before me lay endless tombs of gods and demons. The deities of the past were all dead, and I actually resurrected from a divine tomb. Time has changed everything." Chun Nan's voice was hoarse, his words heavy. Even though he had long adapted to life in this world, he still felt lost and bewildered in his heart. The nameless demon listened quietly until Chun Nan finished speaking. He placed a hand on his back, and soon a look of shock appeared on his face, after which he began to close his eyes in deep thought. After a long time, he withdrew his hand and opened his single eye, saying, "Ever since I discovered the secret within you, I have suspected that you, like me, have long since died, with your soul trapped in your deceased body." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan took several steps back, unable to accept this fact, his face showing horror. The nameless demon waved his hand and said, "Don't be afraid. Things are far from that simple. Just listen to me. I have always suspected that someone forcibly trapped my soul in my already dead body. So when I saw that your body was filled with a great deal of death aura, I thought you were also a living dead. Now it seems that is not the case. It can be confirmed that after your death, someone indeed used certain methods on you to reverse fate and allow you to be reborn. Although your body is filled with endless death aura, it is also filled with a large amount of life energy. Life and death are merged into one. I have never seen such a phenomenon before." Chun Nan felt somewhat comforted in his heart. The nameless demon continued, "If it is about reversing fate for someone whose life is in danger, I think many powerful beings in the world can do it. But to bring someone back to life who has long since died is truly terrifying. Such cultivation can be said to be on par with the creation of life. Just think, if he were willing, couldn't he summon the souls of the legendary supreme beings who are already long gone? I can hardly imagine such a person exists. But fortunately, he is not as powerful as I imagined." After a moment of contemplation, the nameless demon said, "The reason you were able to be resurrected is, on one hand, due to that person's supreme cultivation reversing fate for you, reuniting your dissipated soul and binding it within you. On the other hand, it relied on the spiritual energy emitted by the deceased gods and demons within the divine tomb to help you gather life energy. The person who reversed fate for you used astonishing methods, actually targeting the deceased gods and demons. He is truly a genius." Chun Nan felt relieved and exhaled. No longer worried, the nameless demon looked at him and said, "The divine tomb is an extremely special place, filled with the aura of gods, making it easy to gather life energy. It is an excellent place for your rebirth. But in this world, life and death are interdependent. Where there is life energy, there is death energy. The one who reversed fate for you must have set up some mysterious formation around your little tomb to block the death energy and gather the life energy. However, death energy cannot be entirely kept out by the formation. While you absorb endless life energy, you also accumulate endless death energy within you, albeit with a bit more life energy. But if one day this balance is broken, you will fall into a state of irreversible doom." Chun Nan was startled. He had not expected such a significant hidden danger. The nameless demon said, "Only by guiding the endless death energy out of your body can the hidden danger be completely eliminated. However, this is a delicate operation. Any misstep can disrupt the balance of life and death. If that happens, you will completely vanish, and it will be impossible for your soul to reunite. So even I do not dare to help you." Chun Nan felt a headache as he initially glimpsed the secret of resurrection, and a hint of worry crept in. The nameless god and demon comforted him, saying, "Although the death energy within you is difficult to expel, if nothing unexpected happens, that subtle life and death pattern will not be easily broken. Overall, you won't be in danger." However, Chun Nan did not agree. He felt as if there was a barrel of explosive material buried within him, and a slight misstep could ignite an explosion. The nameless god and demon said, "The stability of the life and death pattern is not your greatest hidden danger. Your biggest risk comes from the divine and demonic power within you. The one who defied the heavens to change your fate may have boundless magic power, but they have not foreseen another change. While gathering the life force, the divine and demonic power of the gods and demons is quietly coalescing. For thousands of years, the divine and demonic power has accumulated and settled within you to a considerable degree. In your moment of distraction, I opened my heavenly eye and discovered 2 light spheres formed from divine and demonic power within you. They are pulsating with signs of life, clearly 2 living entities. And I worry that one day they will backfire on you." Chun Nan felt a bit tense and asked, "When do you think they will start to backfire on me?" "It's hard to say, but one thing is certain. They are growing using your body, and one day they will backfire on you and break free." Chun Nan's mind echoed with a loud bang, and in an instant, a bizarre thought surged within him, which was not funny at all and extremely terrifying. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart filled with immense fear. He trembled. "So, are you saying my body is a furnace for them?" "That is indeed the case," the nameless god and demon replied. Suddenly, he seemed to understand Chun Nan's meaning, and a horrifying red light shot from his single eye as he exclaimed, You think?" Chun Nan felt a coldness in his heart and forced a smile. How could someone with such immense power save me for no reason? I think everything is part of their plan. I'm just a pitiful furnace. What they want is for the 2 lives within me to come into this world. What a brilliant scheme. What a grand plan. The nameless god and demon couldn't help but show a look of shock. He said solemnly, "If this is indeed a scheme set up by someone, the outcome they desire must be incredibly high. This astonishing grand scheme actually requires 10,000 years to complete. They truly are a master planner. Who could they be? What do they want?" The nameless god and demon suddenly showed a painful expression, fiercely tugging at his blood-red hair. He seemed to be struggling to recall something, as if grasping the essence of the problem. His twisted face contorted continuously, but in the end, he only let out a painful groan and sighed helplessly. Chun Nan remained silent. If this speculation were true, everything was indeed terrifying. Was it a rescue out of goodwill, or a grand scheme meticulously orchestrated? Everything was a mystery. If it were a rescue out of goodwill, then so be it. There are always some unimaginable yet fortuitous events in this world. But if it were a scheme carefully crafted, then the person behind it was truly frightening. With boundless magic power and meticulous thoughts, having orchestrated for 10,000 years, what kind of person could he be? What exactly did he want? What kind of outcome was he expecting? A gentle breeze stirred, tousling Chun Nan's long hair and his heart, leaving him feeling utterly lost. Once an ordinary young man from 10,000 years ago, he had unexpectedly resurrected from the ancient divine tomb after a millennium of death. The mystery of resurrection spanned countless years, concealing endless secrets, containing the conspiracies of gods and demons, shrouded in infinite fog. The nameless god and demon let out a heavy sigh and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, everything is just speculation. We cannot yet guess the truth. I think what is happening to you may not necessarily be a conspiracy. It should not be an elaborate trap set by someone. Try to recall if there are any important or valuable clues, and share them with me. Perhaps I can deduce something." Calling for recommendation votes, Chapter 5 Forbidden Objects, Chun Nan murmured, "I don't know. I really don't know. Ever since my resurrection, I have been desperately searching and cautiously verifying. I want to know what happened 10,000 years ago. I want to know why I could resurrect from the ancient divine tomb. But now, I am somewhat afraid. I pursued the death abyss with great excitement, eager to obtain some clues, but now, I truly feel immense fear. And I no longer want to investigate. What good is knowing those secrets? What good is not knowing? I still have to live. Rather than this, it would be better to be honest and simple, to enjoy every moment of being alive. I no longer want to explore those distressing and terrifying secrets. The nameless god and demon shot a cold red light from his single eye, and he slapped Chun Nan hard, coldly saying, "Wake up! Stop dreaming. Do you think you can escape? If someone is truly using you, do you think you can escape their grasp? Retreating will only allow their conspiracy to progress smoothly. Not resisting or struggling is even worse than being a coward." With one slap, the nameless god and demon knocked Chun Nan to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he got back up. At that moment, he felt as though he had walked out of a nightmare, completely awake. And he forced a smile, saying, "Slapped by a god, heh." The nameless god and demon said, "I always feel that someone has tampered with me, erasing certain imprints from my life. I always feel like I am a pawn in someone else's game, and I am truly unwilling. I don't want to be controlled by fate. I don't want to be led around. Although our experiences are different, I see some of my own traces in you. And I don't want you to walk the path I took. Whether you are being manipulated in a scheme is still uncertain, but regardless, you should resist. You should seize your own fate, seek out the unknown secrets from 10,000 years ago, and break free from the predetermined trajectory of your fate." At this moment, Chun Nan had completely calmed down. He nodded and said, "I know what to do. I will strive for it." The nameless god and demon said, "Don't be afraid of anything. Don't worry about anything. According to what you have described to me, something must have happened in the world 10,000 years ago. The stronger the existence, the greater the impact they suffered. It seems that countless powerful beings could not escape death, and the one who manipulated you, whether out of goodwill or malice, must have also been greatly affected. While they may not have died, they are surely severely injured. Even gods and demons, if they suffer great harm, will certainly hide their tracks and fall into a deep sleep in the most secret places. I suspect that for thousands of years, they have already lost contact with you and cannot attend to you. You now have time and energy to slowly seek the truth, understand the unknown secrets, and break free from the arrangements of fate." Chun Nan felt as though he had stepped out of the fog, with no trace of confusion left. He nodded and said, "Thank you for the encouragement. I understand what to do." The nameless god and demon looked at him and said, "Now I will examine your body to see what those two light spheres are like." At the request of the nameless god and demon, Chun Nan relaxed his body. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and slowly he fell into a coma. His body lay flat on the ground, and then slowly floated up, hovering in front of the nameless god and demon. The nameless god demon shot a red beam from its single eye, piercing through Chun Nan's body, capturing the trajectory of the two light spheres it had previously seen. At this moment, the two light spheres were quietly lurking in Chun Nan's dantian. Seemingly agitated by his emotional fluctuations, whenever he felt a surge of excitement, the two spheres would dart around inside him, and whenever his mind was at peace, they would remain still in his dantian. The nameless god demon nodded, sensing that these two light spheres were indeed extraordinary. Without opening its heavenly eye, it would have been impossible to detect them. Suddenly, it shook its body, and a terrifying aura surged from within, filling the world with endless red light. With a gentle wave of its hands, the blinding red light transformed into a soft glow that flowed into Chun Nan's body, reaching his dantian and completely enveloping the two spheres, one golden, one black, in faint red light. At first, there was no reaction. The two spheres remained incredibly calm. But as the red light increased, they gradually became restless, beginning to spin within Chun Nan's dantian, as if trying to disperse the red light. The nameless god demon felt the resistance and couldn't help but accelerate the infusion of red light. The red light began to entwine with the two spheres, illuminating Chun Nan's dantian, where red, gold, and black lights intermingled. Suddenly, at that moment, a soft white light emanated from Chun Nan's chest, and a pure aura filled the illusory realm. The jade rui on his chest gently trembled, and a water-like holy radiance slowly flowed into his body, gathering towards his dantian. The nameless god demon was taken aback. While it had sensed that Chun Nan wore a celestial treasure on his chest, it did not expect it to be so extraordinary, exuding pure celestial energy that seemed to operate as if it were alive. The soft, holy radiance quickly entered Chun Nan's dantian, joining the tug-of-war among the red, gold, and black lights, resulting in a mix of four colors. The nameless god demon had no choice but to increase the intensity of the red light to counterbalance the other three colors. Initially, It intended to restrain the golden and black spheres to investigate their peculiarities. However, it now felt overly complacent. These tiny spheres contained boundless powers of gods and demons, and it was unable to subdue them, let alone completely restrain them. As the holy radiance from the Jade Rui continued to surge into Chun Nan's Dantian, the nameless god demon felt increasingly strained. After the four colors intertwined, it had to abandon its initial intention and began to passively counteract the force. Time slowly passed, and the red light emitted by the nameless god demon struggled against the three colors within Chun Nan, gradually reaching a state of balance where neither side could gain the upper hand or escape. One thing was common among the four colors. They cautiously confined their power within the small vacuum of Chun Nan's Dantian, afraid to roam freely and risk tearing his body apart. This delicate state persisted as Chun Nan remained in a deep sleep. The nameless god demon felt anxious, regretting its hasty actions. To break this delicate balance, a fifth force was urgently needed, even if that force was incredibly weak. But where could it find a fifth force in this illusory realm? Unless Chun Nan woke up and utilized the relatively weak power within him to shatter this equilibrium. The nameless god demon could not move. All its power was injected into Chun Nan's body, entangled with the other three colors. It secretly regretted allowing Chun Nan to fall into such a deep sleep. Who knew how long it would take for him to wake up on his own? Time passed, and a day and night had gone by without any signs of Chun Nan waking up. The nameless god demon felt utterly exhausted. During this time, it gradually noticed certain things. The golden and black spheres had been passively defending themselves, showing no signs of consciousness, as if they were two non-thinking living beings. In contrast, the soft white light from the Jade Rui seemed highly aggressive, constantly trying to claim the two spheres for itself, as if it wanted to devour them. Moreover, within that holy radiance, there seemed to be an undercurrent of consciousness. The nameless god demon attempted to capture that stream of consciousness, but found it exceedingly difficult. All its strength was focused on Chun Nan's Dantian, making it impossible to exert any divine abilities. 2 more days and nights passed, and the nameless god demon felt physically and mentally drained. It had never expected that a mortal's body could leave it utterly helpless and devoid of action. It suspected that if this state continued, it might run out of energy, which infuriated it. This was indeed humiliating for a god demon. Through its encounters with the three colors, the nameless god demon felt increasingly fearful. The two spheres were clearly still in a state of growth. Yet even this state was already taxing for it. Who knew to what extent they would develop in the future? However, what puzzled it was that these two spheres seemed to possess no thought or consciousness, showing no signs of awareness. What truly terrified the nameless god demon was the vast and unfathomable holy white light that had entered Chun Nan's Dantian via the Jade Rui. It was indeed as immense as the sea, and it even exuded a stream of consciousness, seemingly intent on seizing the power of the two spheres for itself. The nameless god demon felt a headache coming on. Chun Nan's secrets were indeed significant, with bizarre phenomena both inside and outside his body that were hard to fathom. On the 4th day, just as the nameless god demon felt its strength waning, Chun Nan finally opened his eyes and slowly regained his senses. The nameless god demon was incredibly excited. It wanted to instruct Chun Nan on what to do, but found it had no strength left. It attempted to convey its thoughts through consciousness, but realized it was powerless to do so, leaving it anxiously watching him. However, once Chun Nan woke up, the dormant true energy within him began to activate, slowly flowing through his body, which greatly delighted the nameless god demon. The self-circulating true energy grew stronger, and when it flowed into the Dantian, Chun Nan felt a jolt, as if the energy sea within him was violently churning. The delicate balance was shattered, and the nameless god demon spat out a mouthful of blood. As the true energy surged into the Dantian, it quickly withdrew all the red power. The 4 colors diminished, and the holy white light lost its strength. It could no longer rely on the nameless god demon's power to suppress the two spheres, and ultimately it had to withdraw from Chun Nan's body. Chun Nan's Dantian finally returned to calm. The two spheres remained still, lying dormant within the energy sea, while the true energy flowed gently, sustaining life. Chun Nan spun around, transitioning from a suspended state in midair to standing on the ground. The nameless god demon sighed in relief, saying, "You really hide quite a few mysteries within you. I couldn't uncover the secrets of those two spheres. All I know is that they emit no mental fluctuations, as if they are non-thinking living beings, which is somewhat unimaginable. I didn't expect their power to be so formidable. Truly the accumulation and sedimentation of the powers of gods and demons. If they truly grow, it would be a great disaster for you. Chunnan frowned and said, non-thinking living beings with no mental fluctuations, this. The nameless god demon replied. Just because they emit no mental fluctuations now doesn't mean they won't develop consciousness in the future. You should prepare early. Chunnan nodded. The nameless demon pointed at the jade ruby that was already exposed on his chest and said, I sensed this celestial treasure long ago, but I didn't expect it to be far more powerful than I imagined. It actually has consciousness and emits waves of awareness. Unfortunately, I couldn't clearly capture those feelings at that time. Now that I want to try to communicate with it, it shows no reaction at all. Its existence provides an opportunity for you to eliminate the 2 light spheres within you. I sense it has been wanting to swallow those 2 light spheres and claim their power for itself. This is truly terrifying. It wants to devour so much divine and demonic power. It seems this jade ruby has great significance in the celestial realm, but alas, I have forgotten the past and have no impression of it. How did you come by it? Chunnan spoke openly to the nameless demon, recounting in detail the ancient god turmoil in the city of sin. The nameless demon nodded and said, the fact that 2 ancient gods were willing to fight to the death for it is enough to show the value and importance of this divine treasure. However, I cannot sense its special qualities right now, nor do I know how to use it. Of course, its extraordinary nature is beyond doubt. You must make good use of it. Still, I feel this divine treasure is too mysterious. Although it emits a sacred aura, it still gives me a somewhat terrifying feeling. When dealing with wolves and tigers, you must be very careful not to attract both the wolf and the tiger at once. Because I suspect the jade ruby is a forbidden object from ancient times. The nameless demon and Chunnan talked for a long time, and Chunnan was very grateful. Suddenly, the entire virtual sky illusion trembled, as if this world was about to collapse, spinning wildly. The nameless demon shouted, not good, the heavenly locking formation is about to activate, and the death abyss is going to seal off. With a horizontal slash of his right hand, a huge crack appeared in the virtual sky illusion. He quickly flew out with Chunnan, appearing above the death abyss. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of demonic energy surrounded Chunnan, wrapping him and flying out of the death valley. The nameless demon's voice echoed behind him. Whether someone has set up a grand scheme using you is hard to say. But there is no formation in this world that cannot be broken. As long as you never yield and dare to resist the heavens, anything is possible. Also, be very careful with the jade ruby on you. It may be even more terrifying than the 2 light spheres inside you. Wrapped in demonic energy, Chunnan flew out of the death abyss and landed steadily at the valley's entrance. Looking back, he saw a shimmering brilliance filling the surroundings of the valley, and the countless skeletons inside, under the faint glow, appeared particularly eerie and terrifying. He tried to push against the barrier-like light shield and felt a resistance, but he could still enter the abyss. However, it wouldn't be long before the death abyss would be completely sealed off and disappear again. Chapter 6. Human Heart. Chunnan sighed as he looked at the death abyss. When he came here, the 10 top experts were full of confidence, eager to explore the astonishing secrets hidden within the abyss. Yet at this moment, only 3 people had escaped alive. Although Mengkuer had used her wisdom to escape, the despicable and shameless Ling Yun had also successfully fled by sacrificing the lives and blood of his companions. He sighed lightly. Good people may not necessarily be rewarded, and bad people may not necessarily be punished. As for me, a person who is neither good nor bad. Haha. He felt a mixture of emotions. The words of the nameless demon seemed to still echo in his ears. He forced himself not to think about them, as it was not the right time. Before entering the immortal martial realm, he had no ability to change anything, for now. He could only forget all he knew about the death abyss. Chunnan shook his head and muttered to himself. They say those who survive great calamities will surely have blessings afterward. Let's see what blessings await me. He began to retrace his steps, and as he hurried through the thorns, he felt a bit dazed. This place was full of rugged mountains and treacherous paths, hundreds of miles away from the city of sin. If he followed the direction of his memory, he didn't know how long it would take to return. In this vast mountain range, if he deviated even slightly from his path, he might end up deep in the mountains, making it very difficult to find his way back. Chunnan frowned, hoping that the female Tyrannosaurus Knight's green subdragon was still waiting for him. But after walking 5 miles, he was disappointed. the sub-dragon had long since vanished. With no other choice, Chun Nan could only proceed on foot, moving forward based on his memory, praying in his heart, "Please don't let there be any deviation." After leaving the death abyss, the forest gradually regained its vitality, shaking off the deathly silence. 5 miles away from the Death Valley, he could already hear the sounds of birds chirping and beasts roaring. At that moment, Chun Nan suddenly noticed a strong light reflecting from the distant forest, but it disappeared in an instant. He was startled and then overjoyed. From experience, he knew that it was the reflection of blades and swords. Seeing signs of human presence in this vast mountain range excited him, as he speculated it might be people sent by the Divine Wind Academy. He was about to call out, but then he stopped himself, hiding his presence and cautiously moving forward. As Chun Nan approached the forest, he could clearly sense the auras of several powerful individuals within. There were 3 people in total, with long breaths and strong internal energy, all of them being level experts. He became even more cautious, hiding behind a giant tree, restraining his aura and remaining completely still. The 3 people in the forest remained silent. Yet a faint killing intent emanated from them, as if they were concealed leopards waiting to hunt, quietly waiting for their prey to step into the ambush. Chun Nan felt alarmed, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. He had a bad premonition that these people were indeed waiting for someone to fall into their trap. He immediately associated this with the cold-blooded and shameless Ling Yun, linking everything together. A cold light shot from his eyes, and his pupils constricted sharply as genuine anger welled up inside him. However, he refrained from acting rashly, continuing to observe the 3 in silence. The 3 in the forest seemed very patient, or rather, very professional. They were outstanding hunters, and an entire hour passed without a single word from them. After another 2 hours of silence, the 3 still remained motionless, not making a sound. Gradually, Chun Nan grew anxious, and just as he was about to take action, someone finally spoke up. "Is there really anyone who can survive leaving the Death Abyss? I think that's impossible. It's hard for the remaining people to come out alive." "Nothing is impossible. There are no absolutes in this world. We don't need to overthink it. We just need to strictly carry out the orders given from above and must not let a single person escape." A person who seemed to be the leader spoke. "You two shut up. Other groups are very close to us. If they hear us discussing, it would be troublesome. Our task now is to remain silent, quietly waiting for the target to appear and immediately signal the other groups to ambush the target." The forest fell silent once more. Chun Nan felt a chill in his heart. As he suspected, the situation was indeed dire. These people were actually preparing to surround and kill anyone who survived the abyss. Simply despicable. Worse still, the ambushers here were not just 3 people. There were several other groups hiding nearby. It was easy to imagine that on the way back to the City of Sin, there would be numerous ambushes and dangers. Half an hour later, Chun Nan, stepping lightly as if a ghost, silently circled behind one of the individuals. His right palm gently swung down, and that person collapsed to the ground without a sound. Then, like a ghost, he moved silently within the forest, and in just a moment, he ambushed and knocked out the other 2. Chun Nan carefully dragged the 3 individuals away from the forest, bringing one of them to a place he deemed relatively safe. As the person started to scream, Chun Nan swiftly struck him, sealing his mute point, and said coldly, "If you dare to shout, I'll immediately slice you open." The man did not submit. He whimpered a few times, and Chun Nan, not wanting to waste more words, dislocated his shoulder blades and rendered his arms useless. The man was drenched in sweat, his arms hanging limply. Chun Nan said coldly, "I don't want to waste time. You must answer my questions honestly, or you know what will happen." What infuriated him was that this man was very stubborn and refused to yield. Although he couldn't speak, he continued to make muffled sounds, glaring at Chun Nan with murderous intent, seemingly cursing him. Chun Nan knocked him unconscious with a palm strike and proceeded to wake the second person, only to discover that this individual was just as defiant as the first. He woke the last person, but the situation was the same. That man also refused to submit to him. Chun Nan was furious. If these individuals were upright and had such backbone, it would be acceptable. But they were all shady thugs and yet remained so obstinate and tough. He began to inflict cruel punishments on the 3, using techniques like dislocating tendons and bones on them. But they remained tight-lipped, each glaring at him with fierce eyes. Chun Nan, feeling helpless, decided to search their bodies, but still found no valuable clues. Finally, he thought for a moment, directly crippled their abilities, and then sealed all their major points, leaving them in the grass. He stealthily made his way back into the forest. If he hadn't been discovered yet, he planned to quietly eliminate the people in the woods and then take a detour back to the city of Sin. The forest remained eerily quiet. But Chun Nin knew that the road to the city of Sin was fraught with dangers. A massive net had already been laid out, waiting for those trying to escape the deadly situation to fall into it. This time he was even more cautious, sneaking and lurking. He knew that these people were likely mercenaries, and he couldn't expect to gain anything from them. So he wanted to eavesdrop and see if he could find any valuable clues. Within the forest, he sensed a group's aura and remained motionless, hiding in place. After a long while, he heard one person say, "Do you really think someone can survive this? I think it's impossible." But immediately after, another person reprimanded, "Shut up. Do you want to die? Have you forgotten what was ordered above? Never discuss this carelessly, and absolutely do not let any information leak." Chun Nin cursed inwardly but felt powerless. Suddenly, at that moment, someone whispered, "How is your team doing over there?" Chun Nin thought to himself, "Not good." The 5 individuals he had captured were likely members of that team, and there was no way anyone could respond now. He thought for a moment and then answered with a stiff neck, "There's nothing happening." A puzzled voice echoed in the forest, followed by a loud shout. "Not good. Someone has infiltrated." The forest was filled with noise as numerous figures rushed toward this direction. Chun Nin was speechless. He never expected these people to be so organized. Just as he escaped from a deadly situation, he was now being surrounded and attacked. A bloody battle was inevitable. The city of Sin was tumultuous. After the secrets of the deadly land were exposed to the world, everyone's emotions were no longer calm. A few days earlier, the top 10 young masters had set off for the deadly land, but soon news of disaster came. Apart from Mengkur, the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land, and the young master of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families from the eastern continent, who managed to escape, all others were trapped by the nameless demon in the deadly land. Mengkur's whereabouts were hard to trace, and all news came from Ling Yun's mouth. The city of Sin was in an uproar, with emotions of panic and fear spreading among the cultivators. People felt regret for the 8 masters who did not escape. Their admirers were deeply worried. Everyone was anticipating the arrival of senior experts from various places on the continent, hoping they would come soon. The situation had developed to this extent, and only those senior experts had the qualification to further investigate the deadly land. Cultivators waited anxiously and fearfully. At the same time, the deans of the 4 academies dispatched experts to search for Mengkur. After all, she was one of the survivors, and they feared something might happen to her. Ling Yun received praise from all senior experts in the city of Sin, while also being pursued by all young masters. However, his days were not easy. If someone survived from the deadly land, his lies would fall apart, and his cold-blooded and shameless face would be exposed to the world. Although he had made some arrangements, he was still very worried. Moreover, while he was strolling alone in a garden at the Divine Wind Academy, he sensed a faint killing intent, a familiar aura. In an instant, he guessed who the person in the shadows was. He knew it was Mengkur. In that situation, Ling Yun's mind raced, and he finally lowered his voice, saying, "Is it Fairy Meng? Don't worry, I will never speak carelessly. I have always admired you. What happened in the illusory sky realm doesn't count as real. You will forever be the purest fairy in my heart. Also, please rest assured, if Chun Nin escapes from the deadly land, I will personally kill him. I cannot tolerate that he once desecrated the fairy in my heart." Ling Yun was indeed cunning, preserving his life while leaving himself a clever backup plan. Finally, the killing intent slowly dissipated, as if nothing had happened. Blood mist filled the forest, and Chun Nin had been engaged in a fierce battle with the experts hidden in the woods for some time. 2 high-ranking experts had already been killed by him. At this moment, the weapons in his hands were all taken from others, a long sword in his left hand and a long knife in his right, slashing and hacking vigorously. The solidified sword energy and dazzling blade light extended for 2 yards, creating terrifying howls in the forest, unstoppable and unimpeded. However, the more he fought, the more alarmed Chun Nin became. The number of high-ranking experts surrounding him was continuously increasing, with more people rushing from afar to join the fray. There were now a total of 7 high-ranking experts attacking him. At this rate, he would surely exhaust himself and die in battle, even if his skills were profound. He could not withstand being outnumbered. The sheer number of high-ranking experts was indicative of the terrifying forces behind them. At that moment, a piercing whistle came from a distance, and a figure swiftly dashed through the dense trees toward him. Chun Nin felt something was wrong. From that long whistle, he could tell the newcomer was formidable, certainly an expert. The whistle grew closer, and he saw an old man in a gray robe, like a large bird, flying several yards and arriving within 10 yards of him. The gray-robed old man leaped into the air, his feet hovering in the air, and kicked out numerous shadows towards Chun Nan. Intense energy fluctuations surged through the forest, an overwhelming force rushing toward Chun Nan. Chun Nan was alarmed. Raising his sword and knife, he slashed out numerous sharp lights toward the airborne foot shadows. The two forces collided in midair, erupting with violent energy waves, causing trees around them to topple in rows from the fierce energy flow. Chun Nan staggered backward several steps, while the old man gracefully descended. At that moment, only the two of them remained in the area, surrounded by others. Chun Nan inwardly cursed. The old man's cultivation seemed to be on par with his, and with the high-ranking experts around, if they fought head-on, he would truly meet a bitter end. Old man, who exactly are you? Why are you ambushing me here? The old man narrowed his eyes, looking at the album in his hands, and inadvertently shot out 2 cold beams of light. He sneered, "You must be Chun Nan. There's no need for us to tell you who we are. You are definitely going to die today." On a mountain peak 5 miles away from the death trap, a stunning beauty in flowing white garments, with skin as white as snow, was watching the movements in the forest without blinking. The gentle breeze brushed past her, making her look like a fairy about to ride the winds away. However, at this moment, the fairy on the peak had a frost-covered face, devoid of any smile, and her eyes gleamed with cold light, surrounded by a surge of killing intent. The white-clad beauty was Meng Kuer. She had quietly returned to the city of Sin once, and then came back to this mountain, waiting on the road leading back to the city of Sin. She had already spotted Chun Nan's figure in the forest, and the killing intent she exuded was due to him, but she did not reveal herself, not wanting to expose her presence to the people in the forest. Chapter 7. The tongue of many Chun Nan laughed in anger. "You old man really is arrogant. Just you guys? Haha." The old man did not get angry, and replied coldly, "What you see is just part of our strength. Many more are on their way here." At that moment, another howl echoed, equally powerful, and Chun Nan thought to himself that it was bad. Another old man. He dared not say more, stepping into the God Void step and quickly rushing toward the outer circle of the encirclement. The gray-robed old man followed closely, fiercely slapping his palm from behind. Without looking back, Chun Nan slashed backward with his sword while his right hand wielded the long knife forcefully against the person blocking his way. The dazzling sword energy Chun Nan slashed backward collided with the fierce palm force of the old man, erupting in a burst of brilliant light. The immense collision force made Chun Nan feel an unusual discomfort in his chest and abdomen, but fortunately, he was not injured. He took advantage of this great force to rush forward quickly, and the long knife in his hand fell mercilessly like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly destroying the person blocking his path. Using the God Void step, Chun Nan flew through the heavy blood mist, fleeing toward the direction of the death trap. He could only escape that way now. The other 3 parties had already been surrounded. Not long after he fled, a black-robed old man hurriedly arrived at the forest where the battle had taken place. He quietly asked the gray-robed old man, "Who was the one who escaped the death trap?" "Chun Nan." "Oh, it really is him. We don't need to rush to pursue him. We wouldn't want to alert the nameless demon of the death trap. All the necessary routes have already been sealed off, so he can't escape." But what was the reality? The nameless demon had already sensed the presence of everyone here, but he did not act. A cultivator who had not reached the 6th stage would not attract his attention unless they intruded into the death trap. Meng Kuer stood on the distant mountain peak, watching everything with her own eyes. She did not take any action, merely observing from afar. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chun Nan had been running around between the death trap and the forest 5 miles away, successfully killing 4 rank experts, most of whom were ambushed. He repeatedly infiltrated the forest, relying on his keen perception. The hidden experts in the woods had nowhere to hide in front of him. He continuously counterattacked and killed many ambushed experts, infuriating that group while also making them extremely anxious. During these 3 days, Meng Kuer remained hidden in the shadows, watching coldly without intervening. One reason was that she did not want to expose her whereabouts, and the other was that she was afraid of alerting the nameless demon in the death trap. The death trap underwent astonishing changes. In 3 days, the light shield surrounding the trap grew dimmer, as if it were about to dissolve into the air. Chun Nan had tried to enter the death trap, but was pushed back by a great force after taking just a few steps. He knew that the heavenly prison Great Formation had already activated, and it seemed that the death trap would soon vanish into thin air. On the 5th day, Chun Nan killed 2 more rank experts, causing the leader in the forest to feel immense pain. He knew how much time and effort it took to cultivate a rank expert, and to have them continuously ambushed and killed in just a few days made him furious. But he did not dare to pursue into the death trap. However, everything changed on the 6th day. On the morning of the 6th day, as Chun Nan woke from his dreams, he suddenly realized that the oppressive death aura and the heavy pressure that felt like a mountain on his heart had vanished without a trace. He hurriedly turned his face to look around, and after careful observation, he was greatly shocked to find that the death trap, along with the nearby mountain, had completely disappeared. It had vanished into thin air. Although he had already been informed of this possibility by the nameless demon, he was still shocked. It was truly unbelievable. Shock aside, he could only let out a sigh. This journey to the death trap had been bizarre, filled with too many unimaginable events, but now he could only temporarily forget them. Those things were too distant for him. Right now, he was powerless to explore them. Forget, temporarily forget. When Chun Nan regained his senses, he suddenly realized that he no longer had a safe barrier. The death trap had vanished, and the many experts lying in ambush 5 miles away no longer had any concerns. They would soon rush over. Now, the 3 parties were surrounded, with only the direction where the death trap had been remaining unencircled. However, fleeing in that direction would only take him farther away from the city of Sin, leading into the vast mountains. 5 miles away, the crowd noticed in the morning that the terrifying pressure had suddenly disappeared, and everyone showed signs of joy. Rushing forward, the stunning main courier stood atop the mountain peak, watching all of this from a distance, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Chun Nan looked at the shadowy figures approaching him from the woods, sighing inwardly. He could only run now, as he had discovered 3 old men. The cultivation levels of those 3 were clearly comparable to his, and with some rank experts assisting them, he had no chance at all. As he was leaving, Chun Nan did not forget to take a jab at them verbally. He shouted loudly, "You bunch of turtle bastards. One day I'm going to make you pay back tenfold." After cursing, he made an extremely vulgar gesture with his hand, and then turned to flee into the mountains. The leading 3 old men were so furious that their beards stood on end, shouting after him, "You little brat, don't run." A young man beside them whispered, "Master, calling him a little brat makes it sound like we're having a turtle and hare race. You brat, go chase him." The gray-robed old man slapped him and then led the others to chase after Chun Nan relentlessly. At this moment, the black-robed old man stopped, quickly wrote a note, tied it to the leg of a messenger pigeon he carried, and then released it into the air. Meng Kuer watched everyone rush deep into the mountains. She rode her jade lotus platform into the sky, waved her dragon-catching hand, and instantly caught the messenger pigeon flying overhead. Meng Kuer untied the note from the pigeon's leg and unfolded it to read. It contained a few lines of small characters. "The death trap has vanished into thin air, as the legend said, but we have yet to capture Chun Nan. He has already fled deeper into the mountains." A faint smile appeared at the corners of Meng Kuer's mouth as she tied the note back on and released the messenger pigeon once more. In the city of Sin, when the messenger pigeon landed beside Ling Yun, he was startled. For the past few days, he had been restless, fearing that the young experts trapped in the death trap would suddenly return successfully. He hurriedly unfolded the note. After reading it, he couldn't help but furrow his brows and muttered to himself, "Why are you so lucky to have escaped? It's such a hassle. It would have been better if you were stuck there forever like everyone else." Ling Yun walked back and forth with his hands behind his back and finally said sternly, "People are not for themselves. Heaven and earth will punish them. Don't blame me. I had no choice." In the past few days, several senior experts had been brought here by the 4 major academies using flying dragons. As the senior experts arrived one after another, the hearts of the practitioners in the city of Sin gradually calmed down. Only 2 out of the top 10 young experts returned, while the other 8 were trapped in the death abyss with their fates unknown. The top experts of the 4 major academies were among them, which made the teachers and students of the 4 academies feel particularly heavy-hearted. A gentle breeze blew, and the morning glow fell upon the Shinfeng Academy, a 1,000-year-old ancient academy that appeared solemn and dignified. After Ling Yun came out of the inn, he went straight to the Shinfeng Academy. Upon entering the academy gate, many students cast fiery gazes at him, eager to learn about the safety and return from the death abyss. He had clearly become a young hero. Guided by a student of Shinfeng Academy, Ling Yun quickly found the office of the vice president. After gently knocking on the door, he walked in. At that moment, the vice presidents of the 4 major academies were all present, discussing matters regarding the death abyss. After greeting them, Ling Yun sat in a wide-back chair and said, "Respected seniors, my body has recovered now, and I would like to detail my experiences in the death abyss." All right. Although the vice president of Shinfeng Academy had been tired for days, he still revealed a hint of a smile. Last time, when Ling Yun reported the situation in the death abyss to Shinfeng Academy, he only briefly mentioned it, claiming to be overly frightened and confused to avoid going into details. Of course, that was just an excuse. Before the matter was settled, he did not want to reveal his thoughts to avoid exposing himself. At that time, the vice presidents of the 4 major academies saw his pale face and trembling body and assumed he had indeed suffered a great shock. So they did not press him and told him to return when he felt better. Now that things had developed in the direction Ling Yun had once imagined, he felt he could control the current situation. So he came to Shinfeng Academy to report in detail. "Respected presidents, I have already explained the general situation last time. So now I will discuss the details. At that time, my mind was a bit confused. There were some things I remembered but dared not speak of, fearing I might make a wrong judgment in that excited state." "Oh." The vice president of Xinwu Academy's eyes lit up, asking, "Do you mean there are some important things you haven't mentioned?" "Yes, I didn't dare to say it then. Now I will share it with you, respected seniors. Please judge and think for yourselves." "All right, go ahead." Ling Yun matched his words with a shocked expression and said, "An unbelievable thing happened at that time. I always thought I was going insane, so when I returned, I didn't dare to mention it." At that moment, Chun Nan was actually able to converse with the nameless demon. He understood the ancient demon language. Ling Yun had never mentioned this to the vice presidents of the 4 major academies. He knew that the highest realm of lying is to mix truth with falsehood, and he kept this piece of real information to enhance the persuasiveness of his future fabrications. He stole a glance and found that the 4 elders were clearly showing signs of shock. He became more engaged and said, "Now that I think back, I can be certain that it was true. Chun Nan indeed understood the ancient demon language. If you esteemed seniors do not believe it, you can verify it with Dream Fairy when she appears." The 4 elders were clearly emotionally agitated, and the vice president of Illusion Magic Academy said excitedly, "Continue." Chun Nan conversed with the nameless demon for a long time, and in the end, the nameless demon took us into a strange realm called the Void Sky Illusion. Ling Yun mixed truth with falsehood, creating an atmosphere where Chun Nan seemed to be deliberately pleasing the nameless demon, and portraying the nameless demon as being very friendly towards Chun Nan. Of course, while saying these words, he did not state it directly, being very careful with his language, narrating smoothly without leaving any traces. Through Ling Yun's detailed narration, a series of images appeared before the 4 elders. It seemed that Chun Nan and the nameless demon were very close. Logically, the nameless demon should not have attacked them, but in the end, Chun Nan said something to him, and the nameless demon suddenly started attacking them but treated Chun Nan differently, allowing him to step aside. In the final moments, only Dream Kuer and Ling Yun rushed out. Finally, Ling Yun added, "If it weren't for the life-saving magic scroll I carried, which played a role at the last moment, I fear only Dream Fairy would have been able to escape. At the instant I fled the Void Sky Illusion, I hastily glanced back and saw that besides Chun Nan, the other 7 seemed what?" The vice president of War God Academy asked eagerly. Ling Yun said uncertainly, since it was a hasty glance, "I seem to see that apart from Chun Nan, the other 7 were all lying on the ground." Vague statements are easier to make people believe that what he said is true, suggesting that besides Chun Nan, the other 7 might have already met their demise. The top young experts of the 4 major academies were among them, which made the 4 elders feel a heavy weight in their hearts. If they brought Dream Kuer to verify what Ling Yun said, many flaws would certainly be discovered, but Ling Yun was not worried. He knew that Dream Kuer hated Chun Nan to the bone, and moreover, a few days ago when Dream Kuer had murderous intent towards him, he had already set up a clever backup plan. At that time, he had vowed not to speak of the embarrassing things seen in the Void Sky Illusion, and he would personally slay Chun Nan to express his admiration for Dream Kuer. He believed that Dream Kuer would never jump out to accuse him of lying because she was very eager to see Chun Nan removed. Through their brief interactions, Ling Yun had already realized that this woman, although a descendant of the ancient Holy Land, could not be bound by the rules of the righteous path. She was a woman with a lively mind who, to achieve certain goals, might resort to unscrupulous means within acceptable limits. Watching the vice presidents of the 4 major academies show contemplative expressions, as well as the 2 female students serving tea and water in the room looking shocked. Ling Yun smiled. The content of Ling Yun's report this time was like a small stone dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples out in circles. The news first spread in Shinfeng Academy and then reached outside the academy. In just a few days, many people in the city of Sin learned of this news. With the encouragement of interested parties, the complex and ambiguous relationship between Chun Nan and the nameless demon had become almost mythical. Finally, after the secret instigators fanned the flames, various versions regarding Chun Nan began to diversify, such as betraying friends, despicable and shameless. The demon's lackey. Many people had already learned that the nameless demon required a supply every 100 years, and now that he had just revived, he urgently needed a baptism of life and a blood offering, with exceptionally talented young people being his best food source. And Chun Nan was exactly the messenger of the demon, with rumors running rampant. Although the various rumors were not the same, one thing was common. Chun Nan was definitely a villain, an evil person. Many people cannot stand to see others doing well. Recently, Chun Nan has been gaining considerable attention and fame across the continent, which has caused dissatisfaction among a significant number of people. In this turmoil, many originally unrelated individuals have become the main instigators, tirelessly promoting Chun Nan's evil. As the saying goes, a single voice can melt gold. After repeated hype, what was once true has become false, and what was false can become true, especially since a considerable number of people are very willing to accept this fact. The Chun Nan incident has escalated. Apart from the vice president of the Divine Wind Academy, who once stepped forward to clarify things, the vice presidents of the other 3 major academies chose to remain silent at the same time, which only made people believe in the authenticity of the situation even more. In Ling Yun's original intention, he only wanted to stir up chaos and never thought of making everyone believe those rumors. Although he sent many trusted family members to mingle in the crowd to slander and harm Chun Nan, things have greatly exceeded his expectations. Ling Yun sneered. This is what is called human nature. He never expected things would develop to this extent. He could only lament that everyone has inherent flaws. Chun Nan, you can only blame yourself for being too prominent, provoking dissatisfaction among many. Truly, heaven is helping me. Once the situation gradually spirals out of control, and everyone learns that the death traps have vanished, when you are discovered by the dissatisfied crowd deep in the mountains, the matter will be resolved perfectly. In fact, Ling Yun is under a lot of pressure. If the situation is exposed, not only will he be disgraced, but his family will also face tremendous repercussions. From the very beginning, he could not stop. He has embarked on an irreversible path. Chapter 8. Counterattack. Half of Chun Nan's clothes were stained black and red, the marks left by dried blood, and he was surrounded by a strong smell of blood. After several days of fleeing, he had lost count of how many fierce battles he had fought with his pursuers. From the beginning until now, he had slain more than a dozen experts, achieving remarkable results, but he had also paid a certain price. At this moment, he had no external injuries, but after countless battles, his internal injuries had become very severe. However, he had no time to recuperate. His pursuers could appear at any moment. If this continued to worsen, Chun Nan's life would truly be in danger. Although there was no evidence, through various clues and based on a kind of instinctive intuition, Chun Nan had long determined that these people were sent by Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you bastard, you are indeed vicious. To preserve your reputation, you want to wipe out everyone who escaped from the death traps. Once I escape from here, I will make sure you regret ever being born. Chun Nan cursed inwardly. Then he thought of another possibility. What if Ling Yun slandered him? Now that he was trapped in the mountains, he had no way to argue. If Ling Yun wanted to harm and frame him, it would be easy for him to fabricate lies. Damn, that bastard. Chun Nan knew that Ling Yun would definitely create a stir over this, which truly gave him a headache. Right now, the other side most wished to eliminate him, the thorn in their side, deep in the mountains to prevent future troubles. Chun Nan caressed the cold blade, gritting his teeth. For now, I'll let you have your moment of pride. When I escape from the mountains, I will make you regret coming into this world. Chun Nan tore at the roasted wild rabbit with force, swallowing quickly. He had no idea when his enemies would appear before him, and even during meals, he remained extremely cautious. This group of turtle bastards, both hunting dogs and falcons, is really giving me a headache. In fact, Chun Nan possessed the divine skill of void steps, making him much faster than those pursuing him. However, due to the trained hunting dogs and falcons, his pursuers could always accurately track his movements. No matter how far he escaped, it was difficult to shake them off. After his counterattacks, several hunting dogs had been killed, and one of the dog kings even became his meal, which infuriated those pursuing him. However, he was helpless against the hunting falcons flying high above. He could not shake them off at all. After finishing his wild dinner, Chun then went to a small stream in the woods to wash his face. Looking at his blood-stained reflection in the stream, he sighed. He did not want to stir up trouble, but trouble always found him. If he could miraculously escape this mountain, it was destined to stir up a huge storm on the continent. Nighttime was relatively safe for Chun Nan because the hunting falcons could not accurately track his whereabouts, and his pursuers were also unwilling to hunt him down at night for fear of being ambushed. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the evening glow painted half the sky red. However, as night fell, he could not avoid a bloody battle, as his pursuers had already caught up. He could hear the distant barking of dogs. Chun Nan frowned. In the upcoming battle, his internal injuries would likely worsen again. He began to prepare for combat, carefully observing the nearby terrain to utilize during the bloodshed. Finally, he focused his gaze on the stream, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With his right hand holding a knife and his left hand gripping a sword, he found a deep area and submerged himself in the water. A few minutes later, 3 imposing old men led dozens of people to the place where Chun Nan had roasted the wild rabbit. They shouldn't have gone far. The carbon pile is still warm. This guy is quite cunning. He might be hiding nearby, so everyone be extra careful. Several falcons are still circling above. Yes, he should still be nearby. Dozens of people immediately dispersed, starting a careful search in the nearby mountains and forests. The 3 old men each guarded a side, also spreading out to blend in with the crowd to respond to any emergencies. Although Chun Nan was submerged in the water, he could clearly sense the presence of the searchers nearby. He was waiting. This time, he wanted to eliminate a powerful old man. There were more than 70 people pursuing him. Excluding the dozens he had killed, there were still over 50 left. Among these, only the experts who had entered the ranks posed a threat to him. The rest were not worth fearing, with the 3 leading old men being the most threatening. All 3 old men had reached the 3rd stage of great perfection, comparable to his own cultivation level, and most of his internal injuries had been sustained during his encounters with these 3. Finally, Chun Nan sensed a powerful pursuer approaching the riverbank. From the deep internal breath, he could tell it was one of the 3 old men, but it seemed to be several meters away from the stream bank, outside his kill range. Chun Nan suppressed his impulse, hiding his breath even more carefully, ensuring that not a hint of spirit or power fluctuation escaped from his body. He was waiting for the best opportunity to strike. However, the footsteps moved away, which made Chun Nan extremely frustrated. Just when he thought he had missed his chance, the old man turned back and said, "This place is nice. If we can't find that guy, we'll camp here tonight." Chun Nan felt the old man had arrived at the stream, seemingly about to squat down to wash his face. He was almost ready to jump up in excitement, thinking, "You chased me to the ends of the earth, and now you come to me here? If I don't send you to the afterlife today, I really wouldn't be doing my job." At the moment the old man's hands submerged in the water, Chun Nan exploded from the depths like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, swiftly breaking the surface. The long knife in his hand emitted a dazzling light as it charged toward the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man let out a startled cry, clearly not expecting Chun Nan to be lying in wait in the stream. The sudden turn of events shocked him greatly. However, a master is a master. Although he knew it was almost impossible to evade that fierce strike, he instinctively crouched down and quickly retreated, simultaneously pushing his palms forward with great force, unleashing a wave-like palm power. Although the old man in the gray robe reacted quickly, his hastily unleashed palm power was ultimately too late. The blazing knife light had already surged into his body ahead of time, and his subsequent palm strike turned into a dying struggle. As the strong palm power surged towards Chun Nan, the people in the forest noticed this astonishing change, and dozens of figures rushed towards the scene. But by the time they arrived, the battle had already ended. At this moment, Chun Nan had already landed on the shore. His left hand wielded a long sword that neutralized the old man's fierce palm power, while the right hand's long knife released a substantial knife light that pierced through the old man's lower abdomen, blood gushing out like a fountain, with blood mist rising. Although he saw that others had arrived, Chun Nan did not retreat, but instead stepped forward. With another swing of his long knife, The knife light surged like a magnificent rainbow, stirring up a sound of wind and thunder, shattering the old man's body into pieces. Blood and guts splattering everywhere as the approaching people hurriedly dodged. Ah! Ah! Two angry roars came from the forest, as an old man in black robes and an old man in blue rushed over like madmen. Chun Nan, I will flay you alive. The two old men attacked Chun Nan like furious lions. Hey, I'm not playing with you anymore. Chun Nan wielded his long knife in his right hand and long sword in his left, striking simultaneously, with knife light and sword energy merging. The substantial sharpness dazzling like a comet streaking across the sky, blindingly bright in every inch of space, an unmatched aura violently stirring, unstoppable. The sound of countless weapons shattering echoed throughout the area, as many people's weapons were crushed by the knife light and sword energy. And several masters who had not reached the realm of levels were instantly pierced through their bodies. However, those masters who had reached the realm of levels were not so easy to deal with. Several of them suddenly surged forth, desperately blocking Chun Nan's path, shouting, "You owe my master his life. To hell with your father. Go join your dead master in the afterlife." Chun Nan was truly enraged. Not expecting anyone to recklessly block him, the two powerful old men were already attacking him from behind. If he couldn't quickly break through the blockade in front of him, his life would truly be in danger. Die! Chun Nan's long knife slashed down, the knife light shattering the air, shining like divine light, shattering the long spear in the hands of the man in front, crushing one of his arms. Yet, the other party did not retreat at all, attacking him barehanded, while several young people also raised their knives and swords, fiercely attacking him. Chun Nan felt a wave of powerlessness. These people were unexpectedly so tenacious, not behaving like those cowardly villains in legends, which gave him a tremendous headache. With this obstruction, the palm power of the two attacking old men had already arrived in front of Chun Nan. "You turtle bastard!" Chun Nan cursed angrily, and in the end, he found himself surrounded. Sword energy crisscrossed, knife energy roared through the air. A great battle unfolded on the riverbank. Meng Kuer, dressed in white, stood atop a tree, quietly watching the battle in the forest. Her unparalleled beauty showed no signs of emotional fluctuation, and it seemed she still had no intention of making a move. As the evening glow shone, she appeared to be adorned with golden light, looking incredibly pure. In the gentle breeze, the branches and leaves swayed, and Meng Kuer seemed ready to ride the wind away. Chun Nan was struggling to hold on. He was now utterly exhausted. With the two old men relentlessly pushing him into the fray, he was filled with an urge to curse. The two old men attacked him fiercely as if playing with their lives, completely adopting a life-or-death fighting style, with some level masters assisting from the side. Chun Nan felt he couldn't last even half a stick of incense. "You two old perverts," Chun Nan cursed, knowing that despite possessing the divine void step, he would not be able to escape without paying a certain price. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Big pervert, watch the knife. Second pervert, watch the sword." He clashed hard against the two at the same time, the tremendous impact sending his body flying at an angle, blood spewing from his mouth. During this process, the nearby level masters also struck out, unleashing fierce energy that simultaneously attacked him. Chun Nan felt as if his internal organs were churning, the pain excruciating. He endured the pain in his body, gathering his energy to fly over the heads of the crowd, swaying and finally crashing to the ground. As soon as he landed, the two old men, like lightning, chased after him. Without looking, Chun Nan swung his knife 5 times in quick succession, unleashing dazzling knife light. And then he ran downstream along the creek. The old man in black and the old man in blue roared, continuously unleashing palm power like a tidal wave, dispersing the incoming knife energy. The palm power surged into Chun Nan's body in an instant. Although the palm power was no longer as fierce, Chun Nan still felt as if he had been struck by a hammer, spitting out 3 more mouthfuls of blood. But his body shot forward like an arrow, not daring to stop for even a moment. He had to escape before he couldn't hold on any longer. The mountains and forests flew backward rapidly as Chun Nan pushed the divine void step to its limits, leaping over mountains and hills until he could no longer run and finally stopped. At this moment, his legs had long since gone numb, almost losing all feeling. He could no longer stand and thudded to the ground, fainting from pain and exhaustion. He didn't know how long it had been when he finally woke up groggily, feeling extremely cold all over, as if he had been soaked in a water pit. A flash of lightning appeared in the darkness, followed by a thunderous crash that startled him into sitting up immediately. At this moment, the world was shrouded in a curtain of water, with lightning and thunder in the sky, and heavy rain pouring down. He was drenched, having no idea how long he had been in the rain. Chun Nan's whole body ached. His severely injured body had no strength at all, and he lay back in the muddy water to gather his strength. Although he was soaked and lying in the mud, Chun Nan felt somewhat relieved. He was thankful that the heavy rain had come at the right time. This time, he had taken the risk to kill a highly skilled old man, which would surely drive the pursuers into a frenzy. They would definitely hunt him down overnight. Without this heavy rain, they might have found him here with the help of hunting dogs, and in his current weakened state, he could not cope with strong enemies. Thus, he was very grateful for this timely downpour. Chun Nan smiled wryly, and then cursed, "Damn it, I never expected to have such a miserable day." After a few minutes, he finally managed to get up, swaying as he walked towards a nearby low mountain. He endured the pain, and, after searching for a quarter of an hour, finally found a dry stone cave at the foot of the low mountain. Stumbling, he finally collapsed inside the cave. Chun Nan knew he absolutely could not faint again. His severely injured body had just been soaked by the rain, and if he didn't treat his wounds immediately, he would definitely fall seriously ill. He forced himself to concentrate and began to meditate to heal his injuries. A pale mist rose from his clothes, and once his garments were dry, a faint golden light radiated from his body. Inside the stone cave, the light and mist intertwined, and Chun Nan's complexion fluctuated between light and dark. He endured the intense pain in his abdomen, repeatedly circulating his family's secret technique to repair his damaged internal organs. It wasn't until dawn that Chun Nan finished his meditation. He sighed deeply. His severe internal injuries had improved somewhat, but a new day was about to begin, which meant the pursuit would also start again. If this vicious cycle continued, he would surely die. However, when Chun Nan stepped out of the dim cave, he immediately laughed joyfully. The heavens will not destroy me." At this moment, the heavy rain had long stopped, but the forest was a white mist, making it difficult to discern objects within 5 zhang. A thick fog had risen in the mountains and forests. Chun Nan was filled with surprise and joy. After last night's heavy rain, the scent he left on the road must have completely dissipated, making it difficult for the hunting dogs to be of any use. At this moment, the thick fog had risen again, and the hunting eagles were also unable to track his whereabouts. After finding a mountain spring to wash up, he caught a wild rabbit in the forest, dried some branches using his internal energy, and began to roast it. While eating the wild game, Chun Nan was deep in thought. The heavy fog had sealed off the mountains, and it would take those pursuers at least a day to find him. He chuckled to himself. If he had another day and night, he could at least recover 70 to 80% of his strength. By then, he would be able to deal with his pursuers calmly. As Chun Nan had anticipated, the pursuers failed to find any trace of him after a whole day. The humidity in the mountains after the rain was high, and all the searchers were drenched but found no valuable clues. Chun Nan continuously practiced his internal energy in the stone cave, healing his serious injuries. By nightfall, his wounds had healed significantly, and he believed that after one more night, he would be able to recover 80%. Nibbling on the cold rabbit leg, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes glinted with cold light. "I will make you pay a heavy price. Once my body is fully recovered, none of you will be able to leave the mountains." Among his pursuers, he had already killed more than 10 high-ranking experts, and half of them were gone. One of the 3 powerful elders had also been killed, and the remaining pursuers who had not reached the high-ranking level were not worth his attention. Chun Nan decided that once he was fully recovered, he would launch a frenzied counterattack and eliminate these people in the mountains. At dawn, Chun Nan woke from his meditation. His injuries had indeed healed to about 80%, and now he had confidence to fight even if surrounded by enemies. At that moment, the sound of barking dogs came from afar. His pursuers were finally closing in on him. Chun Nan stepped out of the stone cave and looked at the dim sky, then smiled. Heaven was indeed helping him. It was still drizzling, and although the rain was not heavy, it posed great difficulties for the enemy's search efforts. He crossed over a low hill and ran deeper into the mountains, stopping after covering a distance of nearly 100 miles. He decided to temporarily evade those pursuers until he was fully recovered. In the mountains, there were plenty of ancient caves, and Chun Nan found a concealed cave to continue meditating. By the afternoon, when he opened his eyes, his injuries were almost fully healed. At this moment, the barking of dogs reached his ears again. He stepped out of the cave, looked at the gray sky, and sighed. "Heaven, I really love you. If it weren't for you giving me precious time to heal, I wouldn't have been able to survive this perilous situation. Although the barking was getting closer, Chen Nen was not anxious. He sat at the entrance of the cave, watching the distant forest. However, the barking, though loud, did not continue moving in his direction. It just wandered about a mile away. Chen Nen couldn't help but chuckle. The gentle rain was indeed charming, as it made the dogs' noses ineffective. Soon the sky darkened, and the pursuers set up tents in the forest, starting to cook. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Chen Nan's mouth as he looked at the sky and said coldly, "Tonight's weather is really nice. Brothers, I strongly call for recommendation votes." Chapter 9. The arrival of the Grim Reaper. The mountain forest on a rainy night felt exceptionally cold and eerie, with unknown wild beasts howling in the mountains and raindrops pattering on the leaves. By the latter half of the night, the rain grew heavier, turning from fine drizzles into torrential downpours, enveloping the entire mountain forest in a watery world. Chen Nen had fully recovered and was now in peak condition. After 3 hours of adjusting his breathing, he opened his eyes, and 2 bright lights flickered in the darkness. In the dark, a terrifying shadow passed swiftly through the thorns, gradually approaching the tents in the forest. Although the killing intent was repressed, a sense of oppressive atmosphere pervaded the entire forest. In his right hand, Chen Nen held a gleaming long knife, and in his left, a sharp long sword. Despite the rain pouring down on him, he approached silently, yet resolutely. The heavy rain fell relentlessly, and the sleeping people were unaware that the Grim Reaper was approaching. Chen Nen concealed all his breath, striving to reach an ethereal state. Though there was a killing intent in his heart, not a trace of it escaped. The bright long knife silently sliced through a tent. Blood splattered, and the heads of 2 sleeping experts rolled to the ground. Chen Nen retreated silently, like a ghost, to the outside of another tent. With a flick of his knife, he cut open the tent, blood gushed forth, and heads rolled. The rain poured down, and lightning flashed across the sky. On this stormy night, a shadow of death moved silently through the forest, and an atmosphere of death enveloped the entire mountain forest. For the pursuers, this was an extraordinarily terrifying night, as a shadow like the Grim Reaper continuously harvested lives. Chen Nan had cut open 10 tents, and 20 heads had already fallen to the ground. At this moment, he felt no compassion, no guilt. Reality was cruel, and if he did not strike hard, these people would kill him sooner or later. When he opened the 11th tent, the 2 most powerful elders among the group finally sensed a trace of death's presence and realized something was amiss. Who? Who? 2 shouts echoed in the rainy night, and 2 figures rushed out from nearby tents. The 2 elders finally spotted the shadow of death in the darkness and smelled the pungent scent of blood. With a thunderous crash, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating every inch of the forest. The 2 elders finally saw Chen Nan, who resembled a demon god, with his bright long knife stained with crimson blood, gradually fading as the rain washed over it. Dozens of tents had already been cut open, and blood flowed out from inside, mixing with the rainwater on the ground, turning the earth red. Ah! Ah! The 2 cried out in despair. As soon as the 2 shouted, they awakened everyone. Shadows rushed out from the tents. In an instant, everyone felt a heavy breath of death. With the flashes of lightning, they finally understood what had happened. Cut tents, rolling heads, fresh blood. In the moment the lightning disappeared, Chen Nan suddenly vanished from before the crowd. In the pitch-black forest, a hidden killing intent lurked, causing everyone to feel a tremor from their souls. Amid the deafening thunder, several massive lightning bolts appeared above the forest. At the same time, Chen Nan, like a ghost, appeared in front of the 2 elders, his bright long knife swinging down like the Grim Reaper's scythe, aiming at them. The 2 elders quickly drew their swords, launching the fiercest counterattack against Chen Nan. The knife light and sword energy clashed in the forest, dazzling lights illuminating every inch of the dark space, making it impossible to distinguish between knife light and lightning. The brilliant light intertwined and tore through the forest, as sword energy and knife light seemed to connect with the lightning of the heavens, with 3 figures moving rapidly in the light, clashing fiercely. The lightning faded, but the heavy rain continued to pour down. The battle between Chen Nan and the 2 elderly men seemed to have come to a halt. The forest was engulfed in darkness, but the scent of death still lingered in the area. Ah! A scream pierced the silence, and a blinding flash of a blade cut through the darkness. In that bright light, a blood arrow shot out as a gleaming long knife emerged from one person's chest. In an instant, the blade's glow vanished, and the world was once again shrouded in darkness. But just for a moment, the blade's light reappeared, illuminating the forest once more. And another person screamed as they fell to the ground. However, this time, the two highly skilled elderly men finally locked onto Chun Nan's presence and rushed towards him quickly. In the forest, sword lights danced and sword energies surged, as three figures entangled and attacked each other amidst the dazzling light. In the darkness, those trained experts slowly surrounded the three, undeterred by the heavy scent of death that hung in the air. After delivering a powerful slash, Chun Nan suddenly retreated. The moment the brilliant light disappeared, he vanished as well, quickly darting through the gap that hadn't yet closed in on him. Listen up, everyone. None of you will leave this mountain alive. Everyone must pay for their wrongdoings, and death is your best destination. The two elderly men were furious. One of them shouted at the sky, "Why must it rain so heavily? If it weren't for the unending rain these past few days, that bastard would have died 10 times over." Indeed, the continuous rain changed everything. If it hadn't poured down the night before, washing away the traces Chun Nan left behind, they would have found him long ago. At that time, Chun Nan was severely injured and had no strength to fight back. It was the perfect time to kill him. However, the sudden change in weather turned everything around. The heavy fog and rain bought him precious time to heal. And after 2 days of rest, he had fully recovered. That night, the torrential rain concealed everyone's senses, creating excellent conditions for Chun Nan's assassination. Amidst the rumbling thunder, even the two exceptionally skilled elderly men only sensed the danger at the last moment, let alone the others. This time, they suffered heavy losses. Nearly half of their forces were wiped out, and only about 20 remained alive. The two elderly men nearly bit their lips in anger. They were truly furious. The young men gathered together in silence. They were all trained assassins of the Ling family, instilled with the idea of loyalty to the family from a young age. Growing up in extremely harsh conditions, they were no strangers to death, and at this moment, they sensed that their chances of survival seemed slim. As everyone returned to their tents to sleep, Chun Nan appeared once more. He quietly observed the pitch-black forest from a distance, his eyes gleaming with a beast-like intensity. He was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to take down one of the highly skilled elderly men. Only those two elderly men posed a real threat to him. And if he could successfully assassinate one, he would be truly safe. It wasn't that Chun Nan was cold-blooded or bloodthirsty, in the chase and being chased. Killing was the essence of survival. If he harbored mercy, even the slightest, it would be foolish. To survive, he had no choice but to eliminate the enemy's power. His harsh circumstances left him no alternative. The world was enveloped in a curtain of water, washing away the traces of evil in the forest. Reality was cruel, and even heaven could not conceal it. The bodies piled in the woods, though already cold, seemed to silently accuse their fate. Chun Nan bypassed the pile of corpses and silently approached a tent. Earlier, he had been watching from the shadows and had seen the old man in blue enter the tent ahead. Like a ghost, he minimized his body's presence, not emitting a whisper of energy. The blade light flashed like a rainbow. A blinding brilliance erupted in the forest, and unmatched sword energy unleashed a series of thunderous sounds, instantly destroying the tent, the waterproof tarpaulin turning to dust. But Chun Nan's heart sank. At the moment he struck, he sensed a ripple of power. But it did not come from within the tent. It was from a nearby tent. He realized something was wrong. The old man was not in this tent and had stealthily relocated. A stream of sword energy broke through the adjacent tent, rushing towards him. The dazzling blade radiating a chilling aura. The old man was launching a counterattack. Chun Nan hurriedly raised his left hand, summoning a sharp sword energy to defend himself. But how could a hasty strike withstand the fierce attack of a prepared opponent? Chun Nan felt a force penetrate him, a sharp pain gripping his chest and abdomen. But it was finally mitigated by the continuous operation of his internal energy. Although he sustained some internal injuries, it wasn't severe enough to incapacitate him. Experience wins again, he lamented, realizing that the old man had anticipated his return. He had indeed been careless. Another old man rushed out from a nearby tent, evidently. The tent he had been in was not the same one Chun Nan had seen him enter. The young experts, hearing the commotion, quickly rushed out as well. Chun Nan did not flee immediately. Instead, he pushed his power to the limit, golden light shining through him like a blazing flame enveloping his body. The rain could no longer approach, blocked by the golden light. He stood like a golden-armored war god, exuding an imposing presence. Raising his long knife to strike at the old man, He was racing against time, preparing to inflict damage on the elderly man before the others closed in on him. The blade light, over 2 meters long, illuminated the entire forest. The old man raised his sword to meet it, and as their fierce energies clashed, a blinding explosion of light erupted, akin to the sun. Chun Nen did not stop there, stepping forward forcefully, raising his long knife once more as another blinding blade light shot out. The energies unleashed by the two combatants met in the air, producing a series of metallic clangs, and the surging energy waves knocked down nearby trees in large numbers. Chun Nen took 3 large steps forward, each step causing the ground to shake, and he slashed 9 times in quick succession. Those 9 solidified blade lights concentrated all his life's power, wielding immense force. The originally evenly matched old man in blue was forced back 5 steps, the violent impact causing him to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. In that moment of a narrow encounter, the victor was clearly defined. The two engaged in 9 fierce clashes. Chun Nan's momentum was greater. Though his life-risking tactics caused him serious internal injuries, the black-clad old man suffered even more due to a slight weakening of his momentum at the critical moment. But that was enough. Chun Nan knew he could not kill the opponent, and this result was satisfactory enough for him. He turned and retreated, bursting out of the encirclement just as the others closed in. All of this happened in an instant, like a flash of lightning. As the crowd roared, Chun Nen had already dashed out of the forest. This time, Chun Nen had nearly fallen victim to a counterattack, almost suffering a great loss. However, at the last moment, he managed to turn danger into victory. Although he sustained significant internal injuries, successfully injuring an opponent was worth it. He knew his family's unique internal energy was extraordinarily powerful, with healing speed far surpassing other methods. Plus, being young, he would surely recover faster than the old man in blue. Therefore, he risked his own injuries to severely wound his opponent. In a day or two, he would certainly recover, but by then, his adversary would only have one remaining threat. In the next 2 or 3 days, he could deal a brutal blow to his pursuers, and at that time, he would be the one in control. In the early morning, the heavy rain finally stopped, and the morning glow broke through the clouds, making the once overcast sky clear. However, within the mountains and forests, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed, with a large pile of dead bodies in the woods, swollen from the soaking rain. A carrier pigeon soared into the sky from the mountains, flying swiftly towards the direction of the city of evil. When Ling Yun learned of the latest situation deep within the mountains, he was filled with rage. 3 powerful experts approaching the 4th stage, leading 70 or 80 skilled fighters, had suffered heavy losses while besieging just one person, Chun Nan. He angrily tore the note to shreds and paced back and forth in the courtyard, contemplating countermeasures. The morning light bathed the mountains and forests, and Meng Kuter stood atop a treetop, droplets of water glistening on the green leaves, radiating colorful brilliance in the morning glow, making her look like a fairy descended from the heavens. At this moment, her face was calm and serene. She watched the confrontation between Chun Nan and his pursuers. Yet she remained hidden, revealing no emotions on her stunning face, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. One thing was certain, however. She would not let Chun Nan off the hook. Chapter 10. Making an Appearance Advertisement. A vulgar book written by a lewd person. Damn the weather. It really messed up my plans. Finally, it's sunny. Those old geezers from the Kamikaze Academy must be heading to the death abyss now. Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with 2 beams of light. He had been waiting for the news of the death abyss's disappearance to emerge so he could implement his previous plans. He had already stirred up trouble in the city of evil. Many people were dissatisfied with Chun Nan. In this chaotic situation, Ling Yun had sent people to sow discord, preparing a large sum of money to be injected anonymously into various assassin organizations and mercenary guilds once the news of the death abyss's disappearance spread, prompting them to enter the mountains to hunt down Chun Nan. He believed that money could make the world go round, and he would issue countless bounties under various names to encourage people to slay the villain Chun Nan. In the midst of chaos, even if the Kamikaze Academy wanted to intervene, they would be overwhelmed. When everyone was calling for Chun Nan's death, the Academy could not risk incurring public wrath. And in the turmoil, they could kill Chun Nan without anyone being able to pursue the matter. Ling Yun had no way back. He was eagerly anticipating the news of the death abyss. In the central mountainous region of the Tianyuan continent, although heavy rains had been falling for days, other areas of the continent were sunny and pleasant, not affecting the arrival of senior experts to the city of evil. Recently, The cultivation world of the continent had been buzzing. The emergence of the death abyss at the junction of the eastern and western continents had caught the attention of all cultivators. The older generation of renowned families had heard of a heaven-defying figure in the central mountains of the Tianyuan continent, who appeared once every few hundred or thousand years. Hearing that his dwelling place was the death abyss was truly shocking. Everyone was focused on the latest news from the city of evil, with countless carrier pigeons traveling back and forth between the city and various parts of the continent. News from the city could spread to every corner of the continent in just a day. Recently, the once renowned protector of the Chu kingdom, Chunnan, had turned into a demon in just a few days. All the negative news about him in the city of evil reached the ears of cultivators across the continent, thoroughly tarnishing his reputation. Of course, the Ling family's influence played a significant role. Their operatives in various places were secretly promoting all sorts of evils attributed to Chunnan. This wave of agitation subtly stirred up a storm, akin to a butterfly effect. Those dissatisfied with Chunnan, along with some impulsive youths, despised him, many wishing they could dismember him on the spot, though some initially did not believe the rumors. The saying the voices of the crowd can turn gold into ash held true. Even falsehoods could become reality. In the eyes of many, Chunnan had already become a demon. In contrast, Ling Yun's bravery in probing the mysteries of the death abyss and his successful escape from the clutches of the nameless demon had made him a hero in the eyes of the public. And his reputation soared to new heights, making him the most eye-catching young powerhouse. Meng Kuer was still missing, and everyone speculated about her whereabouts. Some believed she had not successfully escaped the death abyss and had been recaptured by the nameless demon. Others thought she was severely injured and was recuperating in secret. The continent was in turmoil, and the long silent cultivation world was set ablaze by the appearance of the death abyss. After the rain cleared in the city of evil, the senior experts from various places had nearly all arrived 2 days later. After Ling Yun returned, he intentionally painted the death abyss as an incredibly terrifying place. As if just a glance would bring about death, the vice presidents of the 4 academies, considering various factors, deemed it indeed a place of great danger, forbidding anyone from investigating it privately. Therefore, for the past few days, no cultivators in the city of evil dared to explore the death abyss, completely unaware that the terrifying abyss had vanished into thin air. In fact, even without the orders from the vice presidents of the 4 academies, those cultivators would not have dared to investigate on their own, as after such a long period of sensationalism, it had already become synonymous with hell. No one would risk their life for it. Once the legendary experts gathered together, after a brief rest, they set off on their journey to the death abyss. The outside world was unaware of how many experts had come or who they were, nor did they know how they would reach the death abyss. However, during a certain period, all the dragon knights within the city of evil sensed an unusual atmosphere. Their dragons were restless and seemed filled with fear. According to these dragon knights, at least 3 or 4 holy dragons had appeared in the city during that time, and some even claimed that the legendary divine dragon had manifested. From these speculations, one could imagine how terrifying the strength of those senior experts was. It was rumored that they had not set foot in the mortal realm for decades. If it were not for the astonishing news this time, it would have been difficult to invite them out of seclusion. Of course, legends are legends. The truth was known only to the vice presidents of the 4 academies, while outsiders could not ascertain anything. As the city of evil was in turmoil, the Ling family's assassins in the vast mountains were suffering greatly. That night, everyone knew that Chunnan had escaped severely injured. They understood they could not allow him to recover, or their own lives would be in danger. They had to kill him before he healed. This was their only chance. The group searched through the night, but by dawn, they had found no trace of Chunnan. The heavy rain during the night had washed away all traces he left on the road, rendering the hunting dogs ineffective, and the released hawks found nothing. 2 days later, the nightmares for these people began. Once Chunnan's body recovered, he immediately launched a counterattack against them. The number of Ling family's assassins had already dwindled to less than a third of their original strength, and the higher-ranked experts had suffered heavy losses prior to this counterattack, leaving only a few remaining. Their overall strength had drastically diminished. Although 2 exceptionally powerful elders remained, only one was capable of action. The other, severely injured, could not fully recover in 2 or 3 days. In just half a day's time, the Ling family's assassins suffered another loss of 10 men. Chunnan, utilizing the concealment of the mountains and forests, continuously ambushed these people. Currently, This group had become like startled birds. Even the slightest rustle would cause them to grip their weapons tightly and prepare for battle. Another scream echoed, and yet another dead warrior was ambushed by Chun Nan. The blade light emitted from Chun Nan's long knife pierced through the back of that man, creating a terrifying blood hole that was transparent from front to back, with blood gushing out wildly. The old man in black was furious, chasing after Chun Nan like an angry lion. Chun Nan did not rush to escape. He waited until the old man got close and exchanged a few blows with him before calmly retreating. He wanted to lure the old man away, but the old man was not fooled and did not move an inch away from the dozen or so dead warriors. The old man knew that Chun Nan's ultimate goal was to assassinate the already severely injured old man in blue. If Chun Nan truly eliminated the old man in blue, he would have no worries left. The group of black-clad dead warriors gathered closely together, tightly protecting the old man in blue at their center. The old man in black stood at the outermost edge, coldly staring at Chun Nan not far away. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't get too proud. In 2 days, you will have no place to be buried." Chun Nan's heart sank. In the past 2 days, he had seen numerous carrier pigeons take flight. Knowing that the old man in black had been in contact with the outside world, looking at his confident demeanor, it seemed he was not just bluffing. Chun Nan had no idea what was happening outside. He really wanted to break out of the mountains quickly. But after days of fleeing in these vast mountains without knowing east from west, he had forgotten the way back and had no idea how to return. Moreover, he felt threatened if he did not eliminate those 2 exceptionally skilled old men before leaving. Perhaps they would come to assassinate him at any moment. So he had not tried to return. Now, seeing the cold and confident look in the eyes of the old man in black, Chun Nan knew things were not looking good. Their reinforcements might be arriving soon. Damn it. Ling Yun 1T send another batch of experts, will he? He muttered to himself. With the current situation unresolved, reinforcements were coming, and his predicament was worrying. But then he smiled again. If Ling Yun sent people, they would definitely use flying dragons to transport them. If he could successfully capture a flying dragon, escaping from this mountainous area would not be a problem. Chun Nan squinted his eyes at the people ahead, sneering as he thought, "I don't believe you can go days and nights without rest. As long as you let your guard down slightly, I will take the life of the old man in blue." In the city of Sin, the seniors who had left returned in just half a day's time, bringing back an unbelievable news that the Death Abyss had vanished into thin air. The city of Sin was in an uproar. All the cultivators were extremely shocked, far beyond their imagination. The news quickly spread through carrier pigeons to various parts of the continent, leaving the experts from various families and ancient sects speechless. Many cultivators in the city of Sin, in order to verify this news, set out to investigate the Death Abyss. They did not doubt the message brought back by the senior experts. It was mainly curiosity, wanting to see with their own eyes what traces the legendary terrifying abyss had left behind. Ling Yun was immensely pleased. He had been waiting for this moment. He immediately mobilized people to prepare. When many cultivators arrived at the Death Abyss riding on dragon knights, Ling Yun's men also arrived. Their main purpose was to put on a show. While people were focused on the empty mountains and forests, they ventured deep into the mountains and began shouting, "Demon Chun Nan, don't escape." Although the show was not particularly clever, the name Chun Nan was extremely sensitive to everyone, immediately drawing everyone's attention. People did not think much and surged toward the mountains in a frenzy. The news quickly reached the city of Sin. Chun Nan's demonic name was undoubtedly confirmed. The Death Abyss had disappeared, yet he remained unscathed, appearing before everyone, with many people seeing his figure in the mountains. Moreover, if he had a clear conscience, why should he escape? Why not face everyone? This news made all the cultivators in the city of Sin extremely furious. People condemned his evil deeds, including his previous teasing of Dongfang Phoenix at the Divine Wind Academy. Coupled with rumors of him committing massacres of innocents in the state of Jin, Chun Nan had truly become a demon in the eyes of the cultivators. Sometimes, the power of public opinion is truly frightening. The same matter, 1 second might be a topic of interest, and the next second could be used as a negative example to condemn its evil deeds. Ling Yun wanted to laugh maniacally now. Although recent news from deep in the mountains had nearly driven him mad, he felt incredibly happy. He sighed inwardly. The history of the dynasty is controlled by the ruling class, but what about the history of the cultivation world? Naturally, it is in the hands of the powerful. The so-called truth is all fabricated. He was not worried about revealing his plans. He only needed a time gap, a period during which everyone believed Chun Nan was a demon. As long as he eliminated Chun Nan during this time gap, it would perfectly conclude the matter, and even if someone questioned it later, they would be unable to find evidence to overturn it. Currently, in the city of Sin, the manpower available to Ling Yun from the Ling family was already limited, but the money had not yet been touched. He immediately issued orders to incite dissatisfaction against Chun Nan among the people in the city of Sin, further escalating tensions. At the same time, he injected a large amount of funds into various assassin organizations and mercenary guilds under various false names, with numerous bounties for capturing Chun Nan being issued. Finally, Ling Yun revealed his trump card. A fourth-tier expert who had just rushed from the family would lead 10-tiered experts along with the chasing army of mercenaries into the depths of the mountains. This force would blend in with the crowd, disguising themselves as an ordinary mercenary organization, and they would strike at Chun Nan at the most critical moment. 2 days later, the chasing army set out, riding dragons toward the mountains, and this was also when those senior experts departed. Ling Yun stood at the window, sneering, "As long as you die, everything can come to an end." In these 2 days, the roles of the hunters and the hunted in the depths of the mountains seemed to have reversed. Chun Nan finally succeeded in assassinating the severely injured old man in blue, and then he continued to eliminate 7 or 8 more of Ling family's dead warriors. Now only the old man in black and 6 dead warriors were still struggling to hold on. They no longer dared to hope to kill Chun Nan. Their initiative had turned into passive defense, and the situation had reversed so quickly it was astonishing. After several life-and-death battles, the old man in black was heavily injured and mentally exhausted. In these days, he had been worn down. 2 brothers he had spent decades with had been killed one after the other, yet he could do nothing to the murderer. While he was filled with sorrow, he was also extremely angry. Night quietly fell, but the mountain forest was not peaceful at night, with the howls of wild beasts echoing. The long night was an unbearable torment for all the Ling family dead warriors. Every night, several companions would meet their demise. The night was that demon's favorite time, harvesting lives in the dead of night. However, this night, these dead warriors seemed a bit excited. They had learned that a large number of pursuing forces had already rushed to the mountains today, and perhaps they would arrive here tomorrow. As long as they held on for one more night, they might see that demon's head tomorrow. The old man in black sneered into the dark depths of the forest. "Kid, your death is not far off. Tomorrow you will have no place to be buried." No one responded from the shadows. Only a series of faint fragrances wafted from the wind, refreshing and intoxicating. Several dead warriors were puzzled, vigorously twitching their noses. One of them exclaimed, "Why does it smell so good? Is there some spirit mushroom or immortal ginseng about to be unearthed?" The old man in black took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Not good. Everyone, hold your breath. This seems to be a special type of narcotic." But it was too late. Thud, thud. The 6 death warriors fell to the ground one after another. The old man in the black robe felt his eyelids growing heavier, and finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. In the moment before losing consciousness, he was still confused about how a dreamy fragrance suddenly appeared in the forest. Could it be the work of Chun Nan? That was impossible. If he had such a thing on him, he would have used it days ago. Everything was indeed the doing of Chun Nan. Today, he discovered a familiar plant called drunken fragrance in this mountain forest. The flowers of this plant could be ground into powder to create the finest narcotic. Upon seeing it, he was overjoyed and lamented that if he had found it a few days earlier, he wouldn't have had to go through so much danger. However, it was not too late to discover it now. Chun Nan had already guessed from the black-robed old man's words that a large number of pursuers would arrive soon. Now, by making the drunken fragrance into a narcotic, he could first test it on the black-robed old man and the others. Perhaps it would come in handy in a couple of days. Chun Nan stepped out of the darkness, holding his gleaming long knife, and walked towards the few people who had collapsed on the ground. He did not hesitate. The knife rose and fell. Thud, thud, thud. Blood splattered, and several heads rolled to the ground. Chun Nan maintained a blank expression and turned to walk deeper into the forest. He did not want to kill indiscriminately, but he had no choice but to wield the butcher's knife. If he allowed these people to meet up with reinforcements tomorrow, perhaps the one facing the knife would be him. To survive, he had no room for choice. The enemies who had been pursuing Chun Nan for days were finally completely eliminated, but he did not feel a sense of relief. In the early morning, the dawn glimmered, dew clung to the grass blades, and birds chirped melodiously in the forest. After washing up by the creek, Chun Nan murmured to himself, "I hope I can return safely to the city of Sin." Do you think you can walk out of this mountain alive? Meng Kuer stood on the branch of a ginkgo tree 10 meters away. Her voice, which should have been melodious, was now chilling, her stunning face filled with murderous intent. Yet, it did not detract from her ethereal presence. She still looked like a fairy not of this world, draped in white, illuminated by the dawn like a celestial being descending to earth. Chen Nan's body suddenly stiffened. There were 3 people who had escaped from a desperate situation, and Ling Yun had been dealing with him from the beginning. Now, the long-absent Meng Kuer had finally appeared, ready to strike. Advertisement. Thunderstrike is now on fire. The Hidden Ones are stirring the online game frenzy. Don't miss the excitement. Link Chapter 11 approaching the Demon Temple advertisement. Books for women are currently in a PK. Check them out if you like. The reason Ling Yun wanted to silence him was simple. He had seen what he shouldn't have seen. Meng Kuer also had her reasons for wanting him dead. They had already been secretly clashing before entering the deadly situation, but the main reason was that Chen Nan had defiled her in the illusion, which was something Meng Kuer could never accept. He had to die? I didn't expect you to appear only now. I thought you would stop me as soon as I left the death zone, Chen Nan said. Although he knew Meng Kuer's cultivation was stronger than his, he remained calm and turned to look at her. Meng Kuer, who had initially radiated murderous intent, gradually calmed down. At this moment, she showed no signs of emotional fluctuation and said lightly, "At first, I only wanted to use your hand to eliminate Ling Yun's people." Chen Nan replied, "So it seems I'm the first, and Ling Yun is the second. Both of us are on your must-kill list. Is the heir of the Holy Land really this hypocritical? If the top 10 experts all escaped, would you kill everyone to silence them? In the illusion of the nameless demon, we were merely bare to each other. Nothing really happened. It was just a fleeting dream. Can you really not let it go?" Meng Kuer turned her gaze to the endless mountains in the distance and said calmly, "I already know you harbor ill intentions towards me. A conflict between us was bound to happen sooner or later, so why not bring that moment forward? As for Ling Yun, he deserves to die. I know he has done many unspeakable things in secret. Eliminating him would also bring justice to the deceased." "Ha!" Chen Nan burst into laughter and mocked. What a Holy Land heir, clearly wanting to kill to silence, yet looking for a grand reason. Ha! Meng Kuer remained unmoved and coldly said, "If it were the first expert of Shinfeng Academy, Xiaofeng, or the wandering warrior, Kailara, I would never act this way because I admire their character. As for you and Ling Yun, I truly cannot find a reason not to kill you." Chen Nan quickly calculated in his mind. He felt that if he fought Meng Kuer head-on, there was no chance of winning. Given that she was one of the top young powerhouses on the continent with undeniable exceptional cultivation. But how could he temporarily avoid conflict with her? "Miss Meng, I think a battle between us is indeed inevitable, but not now." Meng Kuer interrupted him, saying, "Do you think you can change my mind?" She suddenly laughed, her smile as bright and beautiful as spring flowers, but then her expression turned cold. "Don't try to play tricks in front of me." Chen Nan paced back and forth, seemingly deep in thought, then suddenly stopped and said, "What if I give you a reason not to fight? You would surely be tempted." "All right, give me a reason," Meng Kuer said coldly from the treetop. "I suspect you really want to get rid of Ling Yun, but it seems quite difficult. First, he is in the city of sin. If you take action, it will definitely alarm others. On the other hand, he must have some powerful subordinates who would pose considerable resistance to you. This is also one of the reasons you've been using me to eliminate his subordinates in recent days. My reason for not fighting is that we should cooperate. Let us join forces to eliminate Ling Yun. After taking him down, we can have our final showdown." Meng Kuer sneered, "You really are daydreaming. You actually think you can use my power against Ling Yun? Ha ha ha, that's truly amusing." Chen Nan remained unhurried and calmly said, "Just listen to me. I'm just a solitary person with no background. If you want to deal with me, it would be very easy. But Ling Yun is different. He has the Ling family backing him, one of the 10 major cultivation families in the Eastern continent. The power of such a big family is unimaginable. You might not know how Ling Yun escaped from the death zone. He killed several of our companions and used their lives and blood as a sacrifice to activate the blood space magic scroll to escape. If I can survive and leave this mountain to testify against him, he will definitely be disgraced. At that time, the Ling family will probably not be able to protect him. Then, killing him would be as easy as pie." Meng Kuer coldly responded, "Do you think outsiders will believe you?" Seeing that she had softened a bit, Chen Nan said, "Even if they don't believe, they will have doubts. And that would be enough. At that time, you can immediately come out to support me, and he will definitely be disgraced. Also, don't worry about him slandering us. At that time, absolutely no one will believe him. After all, you are the heir of the ancient Holy Land, and both you and your sect hold high prestige on the continent. People will definitely believe your words. Chen Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Meng Kuer and said, eliminating Ling Yun is that simple. Meng Kuer suddenly laughed and said, indeed a good strategy. But the one who benefits the most is you. From start to finish, it seems you have been using me. Not only have you cleared your name, but you've also successfully taken down your archenemy. Truly, a case of killing multiple birds with one stone. Chen Nan replied, that can't be said. Ling Yun is now our common enemy, and all of this is merely a necessary means to eliminate him. Meng Kuer said lightly, the strategy you mentioned. I have considered it, but if I wanted to eliminate him, I have many ways and no need to cooperate with you. Chen Nan felt a chill in his heart. However, Meng Kuer then looked at him with a half smile and said, I think I might be too hasty. It seems better to remain an outsider for now. Let's postpone our battle for the time being. In an instant, Chen Nan understood her intention. Meng Kuer wanted to continue watching him and Ling Yun fight, hoping to reap the benefits. As you wish, our great battle will wait for a while. Meng Kuer stepped on the Jade Lotus platform and slowly rose like a fairy, flying towards the distant mountains and forests, gradually disappearing from sight. Chen Nan frowned tightly. When he eliminated all of Ling Yun's subordinates, Meng Kuer would probably strike at him. Meng Kuer clearly wanted to use Chen Nan as a knife to eliminate Ling Yun's power. Chen Nan understood her purpose, but at the moment, he had no way to turn the situation around. If he wanted to survive in these mountains, he had to fight against Ling Yun's people. Chen Nan closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then suddenly opened them and coldly said, for now, I'll let you have the upper hand. Humph. When I walk out of these mountains, I will make you understand the consequences, making you lose both your woman and your troops. He knew that to clear his name, he had to rely on Meng Kuer. After a brief moment of contemplation, he already had a vague idea. Countless pursuers arrived in batches riding flying dragons deep into the mountains. That fourth-tier expert from the Ling family, following the markers left by the original pursuers, had been ahead of the others the whole time, properly dealing with the previous battle traces along the way. 2 days later, they finally discovered Chen Nan's tracks and signaled to the others. Countless people rushed towards the forest where Chen Nan had been spotted, and the great hunt finally began. Chen Nan stood atop a high mountain, looking at the shadowy figures in the distant forest and the flying dragons constantly circling in the low sky, feeling an immense headache. He hadn't expected the pursuing army to be so powerful. So far, hundreds of them had come, many of whom were tiered experts. He had already had close encounters with several groups and found that the majority were indeed formidable mercenaries. At that moment, he cursed Ling Yun repeatedly, lamenting how cunning Ling Yun was to invest such a huge cost to eliminate him. In just one day, Chen Nan was on the verge of collapse. The strength of the pursuing army was terrifying, with countless hidden experts, including many professional assassins. Upon realizing this, Chen Nan gasped. These assassins were like leopards, making it impossible to defend against them. Everything was progressing as Ling Yun had anticipated. If nothing unexpected happened, Chen Nan would definitely not last 3 days. On the second day, Chen Nan was covered in blood, disoriented, fleeing rapidly through the mountains. The pursuing army was too powerful. He faced danger multiple times. If he hadn't used the tranquilizing medicine obtained from refining the drunken fragrance to incapacitate several groups of experts, he might have truly been killed. Damn it. I've killed so many people. I have enough to cover my losses. Chen Nan's face was covered in blood. In these 2 days, he had already killed dozens of people. When he realized he couldn't seize a flying dragon at all, and sensed he might be in grave danger, he began to counterattack fiercely. Of course, he hated the Ling family the most, so during his counterattacks, he always paid special attention to them. If it weren't for a fourth-tier expert among the Ling family's death warriors, Chen Nan would have already wiped out all 10 of those death warriors. But even so, he managed to take down 2 of them. On the 3rd day's dusk, after being struck by the 4th-tier expert from the Ling family, Chen Nan felt his organs were about to rupture and coughed up blood, but he still managed to break through the encirclement. After crossing countless mountains and running for hundreds of miles, Chen Nan felt he was on the verge of death, coughing up blood continuously. He weakly leaned against a large tree, letting the blood flow from his mouth. At this moment, he had become a bloody mess. His clothes had long been torn by blades during the fierce battles, and his body was covered with countless horrific wounds, with torn pieces of fabric soaked in blood sticking to him. Chen Nan didn't want to die at the hands of his enemies. He wanted to leave himself with the last bit of strength to end it himself. When he finally stopped coughing blood, he felt something was off. The nearby forest was eerily silent, devoid of any vitality. The vast forest was completely devoid of bird calls or beast howls, and a foul smell permeated the woods. Chapter 6. The 7 demonic blades against the heavens. Tao Ran looked at Chun Nan in astonishment, not expecting him to still be standing after taking that blow. This exceeded his imagination. He couldn't believe that a young junior could be so formidable. "Brother," Chun Shi cried softly, gently stroking Chun Nan's cheek. Chun Nan said softly, "Chun Shi, even though you're a girl, you must learn to be strong. I can only cry for my brother." Chun Shi's words almost brought tears to Chun Nan's eyes. He gently said, "All right, no more crying. Brother needs to focus on healing now." Chun Shi suppressed her urge to cry, sniffling as she slowly calmed down, obediently remaining silent. At this moment, over 100 experts from the Xinwu Academy had entered the arena, mostly students who surrounded Chun Nan and Yang Lin. Xinwu Academy is located 20 miles south of the capital of the Jin Kingdom, holding a sacred status in the eastern continent, where many military generals from various countries have graduated. Despite its lofty position, being located in the Jin Kingdom naturally links it to the upper class of Jin. Today, the Academy received an urgent message via carrier pigeon to capture the formidable demon with extraordinary skills. Chun Nan closed his eyes, silently assessing his injuries. He found that many cracks had appeared in his internal organs, putting his life in jeopardy. He bitterly smiled. "Well then, I guess I'll have to take a gamble. Who would have thought that in just one day, I would be forced to reverse my cultivation and also to unleash the 7 demonic blades against the heavens?" This was a brutal and unparalleled technique known for its defiance against the heavens, belonging to the forbidden chapter of his family's secret arts. The method of defying the heavens alters one's fate. It is said that a legendary demon once, at the brink of death, unleashed 7 blades and broke through to ascend to immortality. Of course, Chun Nan was not naive enough to think that using the 7 demonic blades would allow him to ascend to immortality, but he had no other choice. If he couldn't break through, he would surely die. He needed the power to turn the tide, and it seemed that only the 7 demonic blades could provide him with a glimmer of hope. The 7 demonic blades was an extraordinary blade technique that consumed life force as its price. By the time the 7 blades were unleashed, nearly all of a person's life energy would be drained from their body. This was its demonic aspect, and no one would willingly perform such a technique. However, the final part of the technique had a clear indication. If one could unleash 7 blades without dying, the drained life energy would flow back, reviving the near-death practitioner and allowing them to advance to a higher level of cultivation. This was its defiance against the heavens. The 7 demonic blades possessed immense power, beyond ordinary understanding. But if one had not reached the brink of death, no one would dare to attempt it. Today, Chun Nan had no retreat. With his heavily injured body and unbeatable enemies watching closely, he could only fight back desperately to turn the tide. Today would undoubtedly become an unforgettable day in his life. Forced to reverse his cultivation to save Chun Shi. To seek survival, he unleashed the 7 demonic blades against the heavens. It felt as if an invisible hand was guiding him down an irreversible path. Chun Nan closed his eyes and murmured, 7 demonic blades against the heavens. The method to defy the heavens alters fate. At that moment, Chun Nan seemed to become ethereal, his figure slowly fading, as 7 towering demonic shadows appeared around him. Chun Nan had begun to channel the technique described in the 7 demonic blades, and 7 real demonic shadows surrounded him. The soldiers in the arena and the onlookers were all astonished, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Of course, the most shocked were the senior figures among the Eastern martial artists. It was said that Eastern martial artists could manifest external avatars when they reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, killing invisibly. They could hardly believe that this young man, around 20 years old, was able to manifest external avatars, and even 7 of them, which exceeded their understanding. Yang Lin looked at Chun Nan in shock. When he first learned that Chun Nan could activate the sealed Ho-E Bao, it had already shaken the old relics of the Divine Wind Academy. Now he was actually demonstrating the ability to manifest external avatars. Yang Lin felt a thick fog of mystery surrounding this young man. Tao Ren shifted from astonishment to shock. He was incredibly alarmed that Chun Nan could withstand his overwhelming 5th-level force without dying. Now, he was demonstrating a supernatural ability that could only accompany martial arts cultivated to the extreme. external avatar manifestation, leaving Tao Ran deeply shaken. The 7 demonic shadows fully materialized, swirling around Chun Nan like 7 demonic gods. A tremendous force surged outward from Chun Nan like raging waves, causing the bodies and broken blades on the ground to eerily float, rising and falling around the 7 demonic shadows. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some timid soldiers were so frightened that they dropped their weapons to the ground, and even the more skilled practitioners felt a chill run through their bodies, an involuntary feeling of fear rising within them. The 7 demonic gods spun around Chun Nan faster and faster until they merged into a mass of dark light, completely surrounding him. In an instant, the 7 demonic gods suddenly stopped, then pounced towards Chun Nan, merging with his body and finally completely entering his being. Chun Nan's previously faint and ethereal figure became solid again, emanating a powerful aura from within him, causing vast waves of power to ripple and quake in the square. At that moment, Chun Nan seemed to grow larger, like a giant overlooking the world, imposing a heavy sense of oppression on everyone, filling the arena with a suffocating aura of death. In that instant, Chun Nan opened his eyes, which were pitch black, devoid of any whites, like 2 black holes. There was no sign of life, resembling the depths of hell, evoking a sense of descent and destruction. Chun Nan hugged little Chen Shi and approached Yang Lin, saying, "Take care of her." His cold words carried no emotion, as if coming from the netherworld. Yang Lin nodded numbly. He himself did not know why, but at that moment, he felt an uncontrollable urge to obey Chun Nan's command. He carefully cradled little Chun Shi in his arms. At this moment, Chun Shi had fallen into a deep sleep, exhausted from the day's events. She had cried herself into unconsciousness in Chun Nan's embrace. If it weren't for her mind and physique being far beyond that of an ordinary child, she might have already collapsed. Chun Nan turned and walked towards Tao Ran. With each step he took, the ground trembled, and an invisible pressure surged forward, an immense weight akin to Mount Tai. When he got close to Tao Ran, the over 100 experts from the Xianwu Academy had been pushed back by this invisible force, leaving only him and Tao Ran in the arena. An invisible dark battle erupted between the two, with energy surging wildly around them, forming a storm of energy, accompanied by rumbling sounds in the void. With a thunderous explosion, the ground between them was blasted into a nearly 2-meter-deep pit by this invisible force. "Old bastard, die!" Chun Nan roared, drawing his blade and striking down. A nearly 5-meter-long black blade light, radiant as a rainbow and as fierce as divine punishment, sliced through the void, descending rapidly. In the square, winds roared and thunder crashed. With dust obscuring the sky, the might of a single strike dimmed the heavens and earth. Terrifying waves of energy surged through the realm, and the invisible pressure swept outward like a raging tide, toppling countless spectators to the ground. Tao Ran's expression changed dramatically. From the moment the 7 demonic shadows appeared around Chun Nan, he realized that this young man's strength was beyond common understanding. He must possess extraordinary techniques. At that moment, he exerted all his strength to deliver a palm strike, and the vast power transformed into a blue sword chi that surged towards the 5-zhang-long blade light. However, when the two forces collided, they surprisingly made no sound. The black blade light seemed to have a life of its own as it began to devour the blue sword chi. The blue sword chi grew fainter and eventually disappeared without a trace. The demonic nature of the heavenly reversal 7 demon blade was fully revealed, and the blade light it emitted was so strange. After the black blade light consumed the blue sword chi, it vaguely transformed into a demonic shadow and then dissipated into the air. Tao Ran's body swayed, and he involuntarily took a step back. He felt a surge of blood and chi in his chest, accompanied by a dull pain. He was exceptionally shocked, never expecting that Chun Nan could force him back a step. Chun Nan's body also swayed, as if it had become somewhat ethereal. At this moment, he was left with only the hilt of the sword. The long blade had completely shattered. However, this did not matter. He gripped the hilt, and the second strike of the heavenly reversal 7 demon blade was unleashed. Though there was no blade, the brilliant blade light emitted by the hilt was as strong as ever, equally dominating the world. It generated roaring sounds akin to wind and thunder, unleashing waves of power like a raging sea. Tao Ran sensed the strangeness and unusualness of the blade light, and he could only muster all his strength to block it. Boom, boom, boom. With 6 thunderous roars, Chun Nan struck 6 times. After each strike, His body grew a little more ethereal until it became somewhat insubstantial. During this process, Tao Ran retreated 6 large steps, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, sustaining serious internal injuries. The square was nearly destroyed, with huge cracks more than 2 feet wide appearing on the ground. The remnants of shattered bodies within the arena had been completely obliterated by the rampant energy, leaving only patches of blood. The surrounding soldiers and cultivators retreated further and further, watching from a distance, not daring to step over the threshold. Each person's heart was filled with shock. A young master had actually heavily injured an elder who was about to step into the ranks of 5th-tier top masters. This was something they could hardly imagine. This battle would ensure that Chunnan's name would spread across the entire continent. If he could miraculously survive, he would undoubtedly become a legendary figure among the new generation of masters. Chunnan felt his body growing increasingly empty, with his life force having diminished by 7 or 8 tenths. He had unleashed 6 strikes of the heavenly reversal 7 demon blade, with only 1 strike remaining. The outcome rested on this final blow, the 7th strike. Perhaps it could revive his heavily wounded body, or perhaps it would lead to his soul departing to the underworld. At this moment, Chunnan felt a sense of confusion and hesitation. He turned back to look and found Xiao Chenxi with tears on her face, staring at him wide-eyed in Yang Lin's embrace. "Brother," Chenxi called softly, her long eyelashes fluttering, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. Chunnan abruptly turned his head away, no longer looking at her. With his back to Yang Lin and Chenxi, he said in a low voice, "Chenxi is the most obedient and the cutest child in the world. Brother may have to leave for a while, when I'm not by your side. You mustn't cry or throw a tantrum. You must quietly wait for brother to come back. Senior, please take good care of Chenxi for me. Do not let her suffer any grievances, and let her grow up happily." Chunnan paused several times, trying to keep his voice steady. Finally, he spoke in a commanding tone. "Senior, please take Chenxi and leave here immediately. Everything here has nothing to do with you." This seemingly last will and testament made many of the spectators feel a pang in their hearts. Outside the arena, Longwu looked at this both familiar and strange man. Her eyes misty. Was he the good-for-nothing who laughed and joked? The iron-blooded man who fought fiercely? Or the gentle brother who doted on his younger sister? "No, brother. You promised me that you would never leave me. I want to be with you forever," Xiao Chenxi cried out, her tender voice making everyone feel a deep sorrow. Yang Lin's face twitched a few times. With Tao Ran, a master near the 5th tier present, he could not save Chunnan. With his cultivation, how could he not see that Chunnan had already reached the end of his strength? He had discovered the secret of the heavenly reversal 7 demon blade when Chunnan unleashed the 5th strike. He realized that with each strike Chunnan made, a significant portion of his life force was lost, and now he was at the point of exhaustion. The enigmatic youth, a genius martial artist of extraordinary talent, was about to fall. Yang Lin felt a deep pain in his heart. He gently patted Xiao Chenxi's back, comforting her. "Let's leave first. Your brother will follow soon." He prepared to break through the siege and escape. "No, uncle, I beg you let me go. I don't want to leave. I want to be with my brother." Xiao Chenxi's intellect far surpassed that of ordinary children. She had already guessed what was about to happen. She cried and struggled. Chunnan originally wanted to unleash the final strike after Chenxi had left, not wanting her to witness the unbearable conclusion. But at this moment, he felt that he could no longer hold on. If he delayed any longer, he would lose consciousness. He shouted, "Heavenly reversal 7 demon blade, 7th strike." A 7-jong blade light shot straight into the sky, resembling a ghostly light from the underworld, stunningly brilliant. This was a strike that concerned life and death. Whether he could change his fate depended on this one blow. Chapter 7. Fame spreads across the land. A 7-jong blade light shot straight into the sky. The black blade light dazzling and brilliant. This was a strike that concerned life and death. Whether he could change his fate depended on this one blow. As the 7th strike descended from the sky, Tao Ran knew that Chunnan had exhausted his life force. This was the final blow. As long as he could withstand this last strike, he would achieve complete victory. Although he was already seriously injured, he disregarded his wounds and forcibly adjusted himself to peak condition. He could not allow himself to be defeated by a younger opponent. The 7th strike of the heavenly reversal 7 demon blades sliced through the void, illuminating the entire square, and a thunderous roar echoed in the air. The black blade light finally collided with Tao Ran's blue sword chi. The blade light still silently devoured the blue sword chi. However, This time it did not transform into a demonic shadow and dissipate. Instead, it continued to slash forward, its blazing blade light illuminating the square. Tao Ran was taken aback and hurriedly waved his palms, unleashing wave after wave of immense power. Boom! After a resounding explosion, both the black blade light and the blue sword chi vanished, and the world returned to clarity. The arena fell into silence. Ha! Laughter erupted within the arena. Although Tao Ran had a deep, bone-exposing wound on his chest, he laughed heartily and proudly. He had withstood the 7th strike of the heavenly reversal 7 demon blade, teetering on the brink of life and death, yet he ultimately prevailed. After a long while, the laughter subsided. Tao Ran declared loudly, "Did you think that possessing demonic skills would allow you to defeat me? Humph, naive." He turned to the crowd outside and said, "This vile scoundrel has exhausted his life force and died unjustly. Now I will behead him to honor the deceased." At this moment, Chun Nan, covered in blood, still stood proudly in the arena, his powerful aura intact, but his eyes had long since closed, and there were no signs of life left in his body. "Brother!" A heart-wrenching cry rang out as Xiao Qinzi broke free from Yang Lin and ran back from a distance. After the fierce battle, the uneven ground caused her to stumble repeatedly, scraping her knees and palms, blood flowing continuously. But she felt no pain. She stumbled her way to Chun Nan, hugging his leg, shaking and crying, "Brother, don't leave me. Brother, please come back." Her sorrowful cries pierced the hearts of those who heard them, bringing tears to their eyes. Tao Ran frowned. He could not disregard his identity. He could not directly go in front of a child and behead her relative. Sometimes a moment can change everything. A brief delay brought precious opportunity to Chun Nan. And suddenly 7 demonic shadows appeared in the sky, like 7 black lightning bolts charging towards him. The 7 demon blades of heaven took away all of Chun Nan's life energy, leaving him feeling empty inside, but he was not truly dead. He was in a state of suspended animation. The life energy that had drifted in the air was continuously drawn back into him by the energy within his body, now circulating back. The primordial spirit of a cultivator and the external incarnation of a martial artist are both concentrated forms of life energy that can separate from the body for offense and defense. The 7 demon blades of heaven were created based on the theory of external incarnations, transforming life energy into 7 demonic blades that could leave the body and kill invisibly. At the moment the 7 external incarnations returned to Chun Nan's body, he opened his eyes, and 2 beams of divine light burst forth from them. At that moment, all his injuries healed, and his family's ancestral technique began to circulate automatically. He felt incredibly relaxed, with a vast power flowing within him. He had finally broken through the barriers of cultivation, advancing to a new level. His cultivation had now reached the 3rd stage of the Great Completion realm, significantly higher than the previous 3rd stage of the initial realm. His current power was similar to when he had just reversed his technique, but certainly could not be compared to when he wielded the 7 demon blades of heaven. The 7 demon blades of heaven were infused with a sinister aura, beyond common understanding. "Morning Sun, don't cry," Chun Nan exclaimed as he picked up Little Morning Sun, his face filled with a brilliant smile. Little Morning Sun was momentarily stunned, then hugged his neck tightly and began to cry loudly. This time, she cried freely, no longer stifled by sorrow. Chun Nan did not stop her, letting her vent her emotions. "Brother, you finally came back. I thought you abandoned me," sob. Morning Sun clung to his neck tightly, afraid that if she let go, Chun Nan would disappear again. Chun Nan gently patted her back, and it took a long time for Little Morning Sun to stop crying. When the 7 demonic shadows charged at Chun Nan, everyone outside was stunned, and it took a long time for them to regain their senses. At that moment, everyone outside looked at Chun Nan in disbelief. He had actually come back from the dead, which was quite shocking to them. Yang Lin was extremely excited. The young man he had high hopes for had surprised him once again. Miracles continued to happen around him, and he was genuinely happy. Long Wu was lost in thought. So many unexpected events had occurred today, and she felt deeply moved. Tao Ran looked at Chun Nan in disbelief, truly unable to understand why this young man was so formidable that he could come back to life. He felt an unreal sensation and doubted whether he had fallen into a dream. However, at that moment, Chun Nan, holding Morning Sun, was walking towards him. Chun Nan had realized that after enduring the heavy blow from the 7 demon blades of heaven, Tao Ran was already at his wits' end, utterly weakened. Chun Nan sneered. Tao Ran silently cried out in despair, Given his status, it was difficult for him to shout for help, but if he remained silent, he would definitely be unable to withstand Chun Nan's attack. Among the more than 100 experts from the Immortal Martial Academy, someone noticed the abnormal situation and rushed to help, but it was already too late. Chun Nan struck out with a palm, and Tao Ran let out a cry, spitting out blood as he was sent flying. Everything happened too quickly. A senior expert close to the 5th stage was struck to the point of spitting blood by a young man, barely hanging on to life. An unparalleled expert was actually defeated by a young man. This was something no one could believe, but it was the truth. The rise of a young expert. The fall of a senior master. Today's battle would surely make Chun Nan famous across the continent. While spitting out blood, Tao Ran intermittently said, "Kill him. We cannot let him leave here alive. Otherwise, in 20 years, no one will be able to control him." In an instant, over 100 people surrounded Chun Nan in the center, and tragedy seemed to be about to repeat itself again. But at that moment, a tremendous dragon roar echoed across the square, louder than the roar of a flying dragon, like a thunderclap, shaking the entire capital of the Jin Kingdom. All the warhorses of the cavalry in the square instantly collapsed to the ground, and all the cavalry fell off their horses. Everyone looked up, only to see a gray-brown shadow diving down from the sky, getting closer and closer, until a small dragon over 2 meters long landed above the square. Chun Nan's face lit up with joy. The dragon baby had actually found its way here. Little Morning Sun also smiled happily, waving her small hand in the air and calling out, "Little dragon." Seeing Chun Nan covered in blood, the dragon baby clearly showed signs of anger and let out a deafening roar that knocked over the infantry and cavalry. Everyone recognized the extraordinary nature of the little dragon. The terrifying roar and the imposing aura of the Dragon King made the words 5th stage Holy Dragon flash in everyone's minds. The more than 100 experts surrounding Chun Nan involuntarily stepped back as the little dragon swooped down and landed beside Chun Nan. Yang Lin saw that the Holy Dragon Amy had arrived, and he finally relaxed. No one knew better than him how terrifying the little dragon was. It could easily take Chun Nan away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yang Lin turned and dashed out of the encirclement. Chun Nan jumped onto the back of the little dragon with Little Morning Sun in his arms. The little dragon let out another roar, and the powerful sound waves surged through the crowd, causing many to collapse to the ground. The dragon baby spread its wings, creating a fierce whirlwind, and the square was instantly filled with dust. Its eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light as it soared into the sky, charging towards the more than 100 experts from the Immortal Martial Academy. Although these people were true strongmen, facing the terrifying existence of a 5th stage holy dragon, their faces turned pale. They hurriedly raised their swords and blades against the descending little dragon, trying to prevent it from getting close. However, the little dragon's terrifying strength was beyond their comprehension. Its body was as hard as steel, and human weapons could hardly harm it. Yet the little dragon seemed unwilling to cause bloodshed. It merely circled above the heads of the crowd. Its wings, sharp as divine weapons, effortlessly severed the raised swords and blades in an instant, scattering them to the ground. The little dragon roared again, its thunderous roar seemingly warning everyone not to make any rash moves. Then it soared into the sky, looking down at everyone from above. Chun Nan coldly shouted down, "Do you still want to surround me?" Tao Ran trembled and pointed at Chun Nan, saying with hatred, "Chun Nan, don't be too smug. Once my injuries heal, I will definitely go to the kingdom of Chu to take your life." Chun Nan sneered, "Have you lost your mind? In this situation, you don't hurry to hide, but dare to stand out and say grand words. You're just seeking your own death. I may not be a villain, but I am certainly not a naive gentleman. I will not leave myself any hidden dangers. Old man, you are doomed today." At Chun Nan's signal, the little dragon dove down like a flash of lightning, coming close to Tao Ran. Chun Nan waved his right hand down sharply, and a golden blade of light instantly split Tao Ran in half, ending the life of this near 5th stage unparalleled expert. Tao Ran died with his eyes wide open, having been killed by a junior far weaker than him. Outside, there was an uproar. So many unexpected events had happened today, one shocking revelation after another. An unparalleled expert had actually fallen to the hands of a young man, and everyone felt it was unbelievable. At that moment, chaos erupted from a distance as more than 100 experts from the Immortal Martial Academy arrived. They happened to witness Chun Nan slaying Tao Ran. Although these people vaguely sensed the little dragon's terrifying nature, they did not think much of it, completely unaware that it was an extraordinary holy dragon. Someone shouted, "Kill him." Avenge Senior Tao. Kill him. Block him. Don't let him leave. Countless people drew their weapons, shouting at Chun Nan in the sky. Chun Nan coldly laughed. Who can stop me? He commanded the little dragon to dive down, unleashing waves of intense sword energy, with broken blades flying and blood splattering. Many who shouted were pierced by the sword energy, dying an untimely death. At the same time, the little dragon seemed enraged, opening its mouth to spit out a massive bolt of lightning, instantly turning over a dozen people to ashes. Such terrifying power shocked not only the crowd on the ground, but even Chun Nan, who was somewhat familiar with it, leaving him gaping in astonishment. The remaining onlookers were terrified, and no one dared to shout again. After recovering from his shock, Chun Nan rode the little dragon high into the sky and shouted down. Today's battle has been witnessed by all. The right and wrong are clear to everyone. I, Chun, do not wish to say more. I am leaving now. Is there anyone who wishes to keep me here? The square fell silent. Whether it was the middle-aged general seeking revenge for his son or the many experts from the Xinwu Academy, they were at a loss for words. At this moment, strength represented everything. One man and one dragon intimidated thousands. No one dared to respond. Chun Nan laughed loudly, riding the little dragon as he broke through the air and flew away. In the battle at the capital of the Jin Kingdom, Chun Nan shocked the continent. Within just a few days, the news spread to every corner of the continent. The furious slaying of the evil young master, the flying knife that slaughtered the dragon. A single person opposing a 1,000-man army. The heavenly reversal 7 demon blade killing a 5th-tier peerless expert. One shocking piece of news after another elevated Chun Nan's reputation to its peak, making him the most eye-catching figure. Titles such as the Killing Demon King and Blood-Soaked Azura were bestowed upon him, as Chun Nan, the national protector of the state of Chu, became the most legendary figure among the younger generation in the cultivation world. It had been 10 days since Chun Nan's bloody battle in Kaiyuan City, but the cultivation world was still discussing the great battle of that day. The heavenly reversal 7 demon blade, a mysterious and sinister technique, captivated everyone's imagination and became the focal point of all cultivators' discussions. The technique of external incarnation, the 7-fold demon shadow, killing invisibly, allowing those trapped in a dead end to be reborn. This mysterious demonic art caused many ancient masters from various old sects in the East to tremble, prompting them to emerge from their seclusion to investigate the details of that day. The external incarnation is a divine ability that many unparalleled Eastern masters could never comprehend in their lifetime, yet it reappeared in a young man around 20 years old, which was astonishing. When Eastern martial artists reach the ultimate realm, their physical bodies often undergo a transformation, usually accompanied by some divine abilities. For instance, the heavenly eye, external incarnation, etc. However, this requires extraordinary strength and profound martial arts foundation, with no shortcut to take. Yet, Chun Nan's emergence seemed to overturn this common understanding. With the body of a 3rd-tier martial artist, he wielded the heavenly reversal 7 demon blade, and the 7 demon blades transformed into 7-fold demon shadows. Though not the authentic external incarnation, it was close enough. Many old monsters who studied martial principles were eager to know how he achieved this. If they could grasp this novel and mysterious technique, the overall strength of Eastern martial artists might significantly increase. However, they could never guess that using this technique comes with a perilous risk, and under normal circumstances, no one would willingly attempt it. Not only were Eastern cultivators shaken, but the Western cultivation world was also deeply shocked by Chun Nan's performance. Shooting a heavenly dragon with a bent bow and slashing a 5th-tier peerless expert, all accomplished by a young 3rd-tier martial artist from the East, was unbelievable to them. For nearly a century, the Eastern cultivation world seemed to be in decline, with few cultivators emerging and rare figures making earth-shattering appearances. In contrast, the West flourished with magic and martial skills, with various academies springing up everywhere. Powerful dragon knights and terrifying wizards emerged, with each generation surpassing the last. However, in the past 2 years, many powerful young martial artists have appeared in the East, and with Chun Nan's emergence wielding the heavenly reversal 7 demon blade, the Western cultivation world seemed to sense the revival of ancient martial arts from the Eastern lands, which made them somewhat anxious. The Western cultivation world would not forget that in the distant past, the Eastern cultivation world was once exceptionally glorious. In the past, there were numerous conflicts between Eastern and Western cultivators, and some nightmares they would not forget. Among various cultivators, the most terrifying were not the mysterious Eastern Taoists, nor the bizarre Western wizards, nor the strongest Western dragon knights, but the supreme Eastern martial artists. These unparalleled masters possessed many divine abilities similar to external incarnation that cannot be measured by common logic. Eastern martial artists who reach the ultimate realm usually have bodies that are almost indestructible, rendering them nearly immune to mortal weapons. Moreover, at their level of cultivation, they can manipulate the world's elemental energy directly like wizards and Taoists, coupled with various unheard-of unique divine abilities. It can be said that these unparalleled martial artists at this level are virtually invincible, a nightmare for all cultivators. Chun Nan's emergence, like a butterfly effect, instilled deep unease in the Western cultivation world. Many believed that the once declining Eastern martial arts were about to shine again, heralding the rise of Eastern martial artists. Unbeknownst to Chun Nan, the impact of his bloody battle in the capital of the Jin Kingdom was so great that it not only caused a stir in the Eastern cultivation world, but also strongly shook the Western cultivation world. Although his cultivation level had not yet reached that of a top expert, his name was already well known among many powerful cultivators. At this moment, Chun Nan was soaking in a hot spring, squinting his eyes and stretching his body in a relaxed manner. He was in a beautiful valley where, despite the early autumn season, the area remained lush and green. In the grassy area to the east, clusters of wildflowers dotted the landscape, looking vibrant yet not gaudy. To the west was a grove of green bamboo, fresh and tranquil. The hot spring was located right in the middle of the valley, with steam rising and mist swirling, slowly flowing out of the valley. Chun Nan stretched his body in the hot spring, feeling incredibly relaxed all over, smiling as he watched the little morning light running around in the valley. At that moment, the little morning light was chasing a few colorful butterflies in a nearby flower patch, perhaps due to the slightly chilly weather. The butterflies were no longer agile and were caught by the young morning light, who jumped and shouted in joy. The little dragon had just crawled out of the hot spring and was now comfortably lying in a patch of flowers, blinking its big eyes with great interest as it watched the little morning light jumping and shouting. The valley was filled with a harmonious and warm scene. After Chun Nan took the little morning light away from the capital of the Jin Kingdom, he had the little dragon lead the way west. He originally intended to return to the City of Freedom immediately. However, upon entering the territory of the state of Chu, he decided to find a quiet place to hide for a while to observe the upcoming wind direction. The reason he did this was due to certain concerns. After all, he had killed the young master of a powerful family in the capital of the Jin Kingdom, confronted the national army, and slain the senior expert of the Xianwu Academy. These significant bloody events were all caused by him, and the Jin Kingdom would not let it go easily. At that time, the Jin Kingdom was still unaware that he was no longer the national protector of the state of Chu. If they demanded him from the state of Chu, how would the state of Chu react? What actions would the Jin Kingdom ultimately take? Chun Nan wanted to observe the development of the situation. Although Yang Lin had said that the Xinfeng Academy had no ill intentions towards him and would do their best to protect his safety in such a situation, he could not fully trust anyone. This place was less than 100 miles from the capital of the state of Chu, in a famous mountain range known for its beautiful scenery and pleasant environment. Chun Nan feared that the excessive bloodshed of that day might leave a shadow in the little morning light's heart, so he deliberately chose this beautiful place to recuperate. However, unexpectedly, the little morning light's psychological endurance was exceptionally strong. It seemed that the tragic events of that day had not had any adverse effects on her, and she remained as innocent and lively as before. In addition, Chun Nan discovered some peculiar things. On that day, Xiao Chenxi stumbled and fell several times, scraping and bleeding her hands and feet, but just half a day later, these small wounds disappeared without a trace, leaving no scars on her body. The face that had been pinched and swollen by the enchanting woman also returned to its original state, smooth and unblemished, within just an hour. He could only sigh at Chenxi's extraordinary talent. This was undoubtedly a physique that practitioners dream of. Chun Nan once asked her if she wanted to practice martial arts. But to his surprise, Xiao Chenxi showed no interest at all and didn't want to cultivate martial arts. Chun Nan could only smile helplessly. He didn't want to force her to do anything, as long as she was happy. 2 days later, after Chun Nan went out to gather information, he received an astonishing piece of news. The Jin Kingdom indeed sent people to the Chu Kingdom demanding the handover of the murderer Chun Nan, insisting that he be executed to honor the deceased. However, To Chun Nan's great surprise, the Chu kingdom flatly refused and strongly condemned the Jin kingdom for its lawlessness, stating that the capital of a nation should not be disturbed by a few ruffians, almost causing the national protector of Chu to suffer. After all, the Chu kingdom is one of the three superpowers in the East, and their strong defense of Chun Nan left the small Jin kingdom with no recourse. Relying on official power to openly capture Chun Nan on the continent was certainly not feasible, and sending experts to secretly assassinate him would likely provoke severe retaliation from the Chu kingdom. In the end, the Jin kingdom announced that they would never let the murderer go, but in reality, the matter was left unresolved for the time being. Chun Nan listened in astonishment, unable to understand why the Chu kingdom would stand up for him, a traitor, and defend him so vigorously, which left him baffled. On that day, Chun Nan had caused such a ruckus in the capital of the Chu kingdom that Emperor Chu Han had been troubled ever since. If it weren't for the old monster intervening, Chu Han would have taken necessary actions long ago. This time, Chun Nan caused such a big mess that Chu Han initially thought to do a favor and allow the Jin kingdom to send people to hunt Chun Nan. But unexpectedly, at the critical moment, he received a handwritten letter from the old monster, and a few words in the letter compelled him to change his mind. The old monster's words were succinct, just a few words. "This child is exceptionally important to me. Spare no effort to protect him." After reading the letter, Chu Han was speechless for a while. He certainly knew the old monster was referring to Chun Nan, but he couldn't understand why the old man continued to defend him time and again. The eldest princess, Chu Yu, seemed to be pondering. As a cultivator, she had some understanding of the secrets within the cultivation world, and she had a vague guess, though she couldn't be certain. Chun Nan only knew that the bloody conflict between the Chu and Jin kingdoms was causing a stir, but he was unaware that it also shook the cultivation world. He had become a focal point. When Chun Nan was about to leave with Xiao Chenxi, she clearly showed a reluctant expression. She looked up and shook Chun Nan's arm, saying, "Brother, why do we have to go outside? The people out there are so bad. Can't we just stay here?" Chun Nan's heart trembled. He had always thought that Xiao Chenxi had not been left with any shadows, but at this moment, it seemed that the horrific scenes from that day had left an indelible impression on her heart. It seemed that it would take some time to resolve her emotional barriers. He pulled Xiao Chenxi to sit on a piece of green stone and said, "This world is so vast. There are all kinds of people. It's not surprising that some have bad natures. However, the vast majority of people are very kind and friendly. The last time was just an accident. After you go out this time, you will discover many wonderful things." Xiao Chenxi tilted her head and asked, "Really? Most people are very kind?" Chun Nan smiled and said, "Really, the last time was just an accident." Chenxi said seriously, "But, in that accident, why did I see so many bad people?" Xiao Chenxi was clearly still unwilling to leave the mountains, and Chun Nan pondered how to untie her emotional knot. "Well, how should I put it? Justice and evil always coexist in the world, just like there is day and night. Some things cannot be eradicated. You see, the sunlight is so bright, but there are still shadows in certain corners. This is the law of the world. There will always be opposites. Life is complex, but you cannot escape." Chun Nan spoke until he was dry-mouthed, and after much effort, he finally managed to make Chenxi, this little adult, smile. Xiao Chenxi jumped up and shouted, "Chenxi wants to be a ray of happy sunshine." Little Dragon carried Chun Nan and Xiao Chenxi flying over the sky of the Chu kingdom towards the city of freedom. Along the way, Xiao Chenxi looked at the rapidly retreating scenery below, her laughter and shouts never ceasing. Soon, the dragon and the two left the western borders of the Chu kingdom and entered the vast mountain range of the central region of the Tianyuan continent. The endless mountains varied in scenery. Some peaks were like knife-cut, with steep cliffs and unique formations that made one marvel at nature's craftsmanship. Other mountain ranges were gentle and beautiful, with emerald peaks and secluded valleys that captivated the heart. When they were still hundreds of miles away from the city of freedom, Chun Nan suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. He quickly reached into his bosom, and the warm object was the ancient divine treasure, the jade ruby, hanging around his neck. At this moment, the translucent jade ruby was emitting a faint holy glow, and a wave was subtly emanating from it. Xiao Chenxi curiously asked, "Brother, what is this?" As she spoke, she grabbed the jade ruby, but suddenly exclaimed, "It's so hot." Chun Nan hurriedly took it back. He didn't dare let Xiao Chenxi touch this mysterious ancient divine treasure casually. At that moment, the little dragon seemed to sense something. It turned its large dragon head to watch, and upon seeing the jade ruby emitting a sacred glow, its body trembled, revealing a trace of fear. And it watched the ancient divine treasure warily. Chen Nan was astonished. The Tiger King Xiaoyu had been terrified of this jade ruby. And though the little dragon wasn't at that level, it clearly showed a hint of unease. What secret did this divine treasure hold? The wind was strong in the air. And Chen Nan shouted, "Little dragon, do you know the origin of this jade ruby?" The little dragon shook its head, flying while occasionally glancing back cautiously. "Then why do you show such a guarded expression?" This time, the little dragon began to ee-ee-ya in low murmurs, while also using its front paws to gesture continuously, its face displaying animated expressions. Having spent some time with the little dragon, Chen Nan gradually began to communicate with it simply. Looking at its dragon-style expressions and the paw gestures, he roughly understood its meaning. It was telling Chen Nan that it had never seen this jade ruby, but it could sense the horror of the jade ruby, as if there was a very terrifying power within it. At that moment, the jade ruby grew hotter and its glow brighter, while Xiao Chenxi became increasingly curious. She wanted to touch it but was somewhat afraid, saying, "Brother, what exactly is this? I feel like there is someone inside shouting." "Ah." Chen Nan was startled and hurriedly asked, "What did you hear?" Chenxi listened carefully for a moment and said, "I can't hear clearly. It sounds like a woman's voice." Chen Nan was extremely shocked. Xiao Chenxi could actually hear a woman's voice. What did this indicate? Was there really a woman inside the jade ruby? This was too absurd. At the same time, he was surprised by Xiao Chenxi's extraordinary spiritual awareness. She had heard the mysterious voice within the jade ruby when he couldn't sense it. And he had only once heard a woman's voice emanating from the ancient divine treasure in his dreams. At that moment, Chen Nan suddenly noticed a patch of darkness in the southwest direction, deep within the mountains, where it seemed a dark cloud had formed. Under the clear sky, this solitary dark cloud stood out starkly. Xiao Chenxi obviously saw it too. She looked again and said, "Brother, that black cloud is so strange. It gives a sense of heaviness and terror." Chen Nan nodded. He felt the same way but hadn't thought much about it. However, after they flew out for several dozen miles, he noticed something unusual. The temperature of the ancient god's treasure gradually decreased, no longer glowing or radiating heat, returning to its original state. Chen Nan pondered for a moment and said to Xiao Long, "Baby dragon, go back the way we came. I want to see what was strange about that place." Chapter 8. The Land of Death. Xiao Long returned along the original route, and as expected, Yu Rui grew increasingly hot, emitting a holy brilliance once again. After the black cloud appeared, this ancient god's treasure became extremely hot, radiating a strong divine light. "It really is related to that black cloud," Chen Nan muttered to himself. "Brother, why is that? Is there something in that black cloud that resonates with this Yu Rui?" Chen Nan felt a tremor in his heart. After careful consideration, he said, "There seems to be some unknown mysterious thing over there, but we can't be sure yet." He patted Xiaolong's back and said, "Baby dragon, I want you to take me over there to take a look. You can fly as fast as lightning. And if there's any danger, you can escape at the first moment, right?" Xiaolong, the king of dragons, was almost invincible and was not pleased to hear the word escape, but still nodded in agreement with Chen Nan. "All right, let's go take a look and investigate what is strange over there." Initially, Xiaolong was indifferent to the black clouds several dozen miles away, but as they got closer, it seemed to sense something and gradually became cautious, quickly descending in altitude and carefully approaching the area. When they were less than 10 miles from the towering mountain surrounded by the black cloud, Chen Nan felt a strong sense of unease. There was a bizarre fluctuation ahead, causing a tremor deep within his soul, and a chill rose from his heart. Xiao Chenxi shrank into Chen Nan's arms and whispered, "Brother, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, Chenxi. Brother will protect you." Once Xiao Long sensed the strange fluctuation ahead, it became restless, its large eyes showing vigilance, and its flying speed slowed down. When they were 5 miles away from the mountain, they could clearly see the scene ahead. At the foot of the mountain was a valley, and dense black fog rose from it. The black fog surrounding the entire mountain actually came from the ground, not from the sky. Upon reaching this point, Chen Nan felt a powerful sense of oppression. An enormous pressure made his heart race and caused a tremor deep within his soul. "Brother, I'm so scared. It seems there is a powerful demon over there," Xiao Chenxi said softly. Chen Nan had complete faith in her sensitivity. Xiao Chenxi's constitution was extraordinary, and her feelings were never wrong. Moreover, he also sensed the terrifying fluctuations ahead. There seemed to be an unusual presence there. At that moment, Xiao Long had also sensed the immense pressure ahead. It surprisingly quieted down, its eyes showing even more unease. It stopped moving forward and quietly observed from the air. At this time, the light emitted by Yurui grew stronger, and along with the intense divine light, it began to tremble gently, as if it had gained life. Chen was startled, not knowing what would happen next. The dazzling light lasted for about half a quarter of an hour, but Yurui did not undergo any peculiar changes. The light gradually became calm, and it stopped trembling. However, the light it emitted became even more sacred, enveloping Chun-Nan, Qinci, and Xiao Long in a watery sacred glow. The faint holy light no longer spread outward. The two humans and one dragon seemed to be draped in a layer of divine armor. Surrounded by this sacred brilliance, Xiao Qinci seemed to no longer feel fear as she had before. She gradually relaxed. Xiao Long also seemed to calm down significantly, the unease in its eyes gradually fading away, returning to its original state. Chun-Nan felt the most. Yurui hung at his chest, and the gentle light seemed to neutralize the terrifying fluctuations while a warm current spread throughout his body, completely eliminating his fear. He was somewhat surprised. The fluctuations from Yurui seemed to be the opposite of the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the valley ahead. The fluctuations emitted by the ancient gods' treasure were mostly the power of immortals and gods, while the terrifying fluctuations ahead clearly leaned towards the power of demons. From this point of view, it seemed that a powerful demon was indeed lurking ahead, or that there was a mighty magical treasure hidden there. If Qinci were not by his side, Chun-Nan would definitely want to go forward to investigate and resolve the confusion in his heart. But now he was not alone. He couldn't take Xiao Qinci into danger. Just as he was deciding whether to retreat, a faint fragrance suddenly wafted over from the front, reminiscent of orchids and musk. Refreshing and heartwarming. Xiao Long's eyes lit up instantly, seemingly forgetting the earlier feelings of strong unease. It licked its lips, showing an excited expression. Chun-Nan was also moved. The fragrant scent coming from the front made Xiao Long swallow hard. For something that delighted of being fond of celestial materials and treasures to such an extent, it was enough to indicate that there must be celestial herbs or fruits unearthed ahead. Xiao Qinci, who was not of the mortal world, needed this exactly. In this mysterious and perilous place, the appearance of celestial materials and treasures did not surprise Chun-Nan at all. Such celestial products mostly grew in strange places. Seeing the baby dragon almost drooling, Xiao Qinci couldn't help but laugh. Greedy little dragon, don't just think about eating. It's very dangerous ahead. We can't go over. Xiao Long licked its lips and looked back at Chun-Nan, seemingly seeking his opinion on whether to go over. After a brief consideration, Chun-Nan said, "Let us go carefully to take a look. If there is danger, we must retreat like lightning." Xiao Long nodded, and then cautiously flew forward close to the ground. As they got closer to the valley, the terrifying fluctuations within the valley grew stronger. When they were less than half a mile from the valley entrance, Chun-Nan finally understood the true nature of the black fog. It was by no means any kind of mist. It was pure demonic energy. The terrifying fluctuations were emanating from the escaping demonic energy. This was incredibly hard to believe. The fog swirling around the entire mountain was actually overwhelming demonic energy. The reality overturned Chun-Nan's original assumptions. He had thought that the valley was a low volcanic crater, where a powerful demon resided or where a terrifying magical treasure was buried, with the black fog drifting out from the volcano. But upon close contact, he realized he was completely wrong. Through the sensing of the energy, he discovered that it was not mist at all, but pure demonic energy. What kind of place was this? Was it the entrance to hell? Did the unusually powerful, terrifying fluctuations come from beyond hell? Chun-Nan felt a wave of fear. He really didn't want to move forward anymore. This was not cowardice, but an understanding of when to advance and retreat. However, Xiao Long did not think so. Before Chun-Nan could give a command, it suddenly accelerated and flew into the valley like lightning. Although the baby dragon knew this was definitely a great evil place, it wanted to rely on its lightning speed to rush in and then retreat just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Long dashed to the valley entrance. Chun-Nan helplessly patted Xiao Long's back to remind it to be careful. The baby dragon seemed to realize it had been too reckless, slowing down as it cautiously flew inside. In the valley, demonic energy surged, enveloped in darkness. The light filtering through the swirling demonic energy above was dim, barely allowing one to see the scene within. The valley presented a gruesome sight, with white bones strewn across the ground, phosphorescent fires flickering, exuding a heavy atmosphere of death. Chun-Nan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, This really felt like the entrance to hell. Xiao Qinzi trembled and said, "Brother, let's go. It's too terrifying here. I feel a destructive power." Chun Nin covered her eyes with his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, Qinzi. We'll leave here soon." A faint fragrance was the only hint of vitality in the valley. At Chun Nan's signal, the little dragon continued toward the source of the fragrance. However, at this moment, it became unusually cautious, its big eyes constantly vigilant, observing the movements around them. Initially, Chun Nan was worried about whether they could withstand the invasion of demonic energy. But he soon realized that the holy light from the Jade Rui was protecting them, rendering the demonic energy completely ineffective. The valley was vast. The little dragon had already flown over a mile and had yet to reach the source of the fragrance. In this expansive valley, every inch of ground was covered with white bones. Chun Nan was increasingly shocked. Not only were there many enormous and unfamiliar beast bones on the ground, but there were also many giant skulls and the stark, white bones of dragons. Terrifying scenes, horrifying sights. Most of the giant skulls were piled together, each one larger than a house. A dozen giant skulls stacked together looked like a small mountain. Chun Nin had already discovered no less than 10 such mountains of skulls. Additionally, there were many mountains of dragon bones formed from the remains of dragons. This truly was a place of great evil and misfortune. After advancing for more than half a mile, points of light emerged among the countless bones on the ground. Chun Nan's pupils contracted. He had discovered several divine remains. Scattered and broken, he could hardly believe it. If it weren't for his previous encounters with the remains of ancient gods, he would never have recognized the faintly glowing bones as divine bones. There were about 4 or 5 divine corpses scattered among the bone pile, emitting a weak glow that made this deathly place appear particularly eerie. A tremendous wave surged in Chun Nan's heart. Not only were there the violent skulls of giants and the powerful bones of dragons, but there were also the remains of gods. What kind of place was this? Unfazed by the heavens or the earth, the proud little dragon seemed to sense the unease as it discovered many remains of holy dragons among the countless bones. Chun Nin noticed the little dragon seemed restless, so he gently patted it, signaling it not to be afraid. At that moment, Chun Nin gradually calmed down and began to observe carefully. He had been chasing the astonishing secrets of millennia ago, exploring why many powerful gods had perished and how he could resurrect from the ancient god-devil cemetery. Yet he had never found any clues. The truth of the past seemed to have long been obliterated in history, leaving no trace behind. However, today, right before his eyes, he had discovered several divine corpses in this land of death. Chun Nan vaguely felt that he might find some clues, some hints here. At that moment, the little dragon had already flown to the source of the fragrance. On a mountain of bones, a blood-red strange flower took root in the luminous bone powder. The blood-red flower stem, blood-red leaves, and blood-red blossoms appeared particularly eerie atop the stark white bones. The blood-red flowers were incredibly enchanting, emitting bursts of fragrance and radiating a red glow, filling the area within a 3-meter radius with a faint red hue. Chun Nin frowned deeply. He recalled a legendary evil item, the death flower. It was said that this rare evil item often grew in mass graves, specifically feeding on the energy of the dead. Although it emitted a rich fragrance when fully grown, it was the most wicked of all, capable of killing any living being, whether human, animal, or plant, upon contact. Given the presence of the death flower here, Chun Nan found it hardly surprising. With endless white bones and a heavy atmosphere of death, what place could be more suitable for its growth? He felt somewhat mournful, originally thinking there would be treasures like celestial milk or holy fruits, only to encounter the most wicked item in the world. The little dragon had already become attuned to the spiritual realm, and it sensed that the death flower was not a good omen, displaying a reluctant expression. In comparison, Chun Nin was more concerned about the secrets of this deathly place. What exactly was this location? Some of the bones on the ground had long since turned to bone powder, while others remained incredibly hard. From the bone powder, it could be inferred that this desolate place had existed for at least several thousand years. Chun Nin needed to investigate the truth from 10,000 years ago, but he found it hard to determine whether this place had indeed experienced 10,000 years of time. The terrifying fluctuations in the valley reminded both him and the little dragon that this was no good place. Dark demonic energy was continuously surging. The appearance of a few divine corpses changed Chun Nan's initial desire to leave quickly. Since they had already entered and discovered such a significant secret, he wanted to explore further. He signaled the little dragon to continue deeper into the valley. Although the little dragon had shown signs of fear, it still flew forward according to Chun Nan's instructions. Throughout this process, Chun Nan kept covering Xiao Chenxi's eyes, not allowing her to see the scenes in the valley for fear of frightening her. In just a short distance, Chun Nan discovered countless huge and strange bones. But he had no idea what kind of creatures they belonged to. Some were entirely black. Without careful examination, one might think they were black granite. During this time, he also found a few divine bones, and this time he had a shocking discovery. The previously discovered divine bones had been broken apart, making it difficult to find useful clues. Among the 3 divine bones found this time, 2 were relatively intact. Chun Nan discovered the reasons for their deaths on these 2 skeletons. One divine skull had 5 horrifying finger holes, indicating that it had been killed by someone smashing its head. The chest area of another divine skeleton had a hole the size of a fist, suggesting that this god had been forcibly deprived of its heart. Chun Nan felt a chill run from his head to his feet, as a sense of dread surged from the depths of his heart. The gruesome deaths of these 2 gods seemed to indicate that their opponents were simply on another level, sending chills down his spine. Suddenly, a massive sense of crisis surged in Chun Nan's heart, an indescribable fear filling him. At this moment, the heavy atmosphere of death surrounded him, and the little dragon trembled slightly. If it weren't for the fact that it had already landed on the bone-laden ground, it would surely have affected its ability to fly. Chun-Shi trembled and said, "Brother." "Shu," Chun Nan whispered, "don't speak." At this moment, he noticed that the little dragon had brought him to the deepest part of the valley, where a cliff, like a knife's edge, blocked their path. The demonic energy surged, revealing a massive cave beneath the cliff, from which the rolling demonic energy continuously surged forth. Chun Nan was horrified. The source of the demonic energy was right here. The dark cave entrance seemed to possess immense demonic power. The more Chun Nan looked, the more fear he felt. His soul seemed to be drawn in, making him feel like he was sinking into destruction. He wanted to look away, but found that his body couldn't move. He was filled with terror. Chun Nan struggled continuously, but to no avail. In this land of death, he couldn't move an inch, and cold sweat soaked his clothes. Finally, he realized that a subtle mental pressure was enveloping him from within the cave, heightening his fear and causing him to feel paralyzed from head to toe. Little Dragon seemed to be locked in by that faint mental pressure as well, struggling desperately, but unfortunately unable to move a bit. Only the little morning light in Chun Nan's arms could still move. Although she couldn't see anything at the moment, she felt an increasingly powerful, terrifying fluctuation. She was extremely frightened, pressing her head tightly against Chun Nan's chest. A thought crossed Chun Nan's mind. Why was the weakest child unaffected? He stopped struggling, slowly relaxed his body, and ceased the operation of his internal energy. In an instant, he found he could actually move, just as he had guessed. That faint mental pressure only restricted those who resisted its overwhelming force. He whispered to the baby dragon, "Don't resist, try to relax yourself, and you'll slowly be able to regain your movement." At this moment, despite being filled with immense fear, Chun Nan was thinking rapidly. Without a doubt, the source of the overwhelming demonic energy was within the black hole, where an extraordinarily terrifying, powerful presence was located. He could truly sense that the faint mental pressure was emitted by that supreme existence. Although the mental wave was faint, he had no doubt about the strength and terror of that being. In an instant, Chun Nan thought of various possibilities. The terrifying existence in the cave was highly likely the creator of this death land. The countless withered bones in the entire valley were caused by him. He was a demon king of destruction. If this conjecture held, one could imagine how terrifying this demon king was, having caused countless giants, dragons, holy dragons, and divine beings to perish at his hands. Just as Chun Nan was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a faint low call. "Hurry, escape from here." He was taken aback. It was a woman's voice, seemingly ringing in his heart. At that moment, the jade ruby suddenly trembled, and the brilliance it emitted dimmed significantly. Chun Nan understood that the call came from the ancient divine treasure. The jade ruby was giving a warning. At that moment, a large amount of demonic energy suddenly surged from the dark cave ahead, and a bloody red light flashed within. Using that not-so-bright, tragic glow, Chun Nan vaguely saw the scene inside, and his head felt like it was exploding. He sensed terror to the extreme. Every hair on his body stood on end. A tall demonic shadow stood in the cave at an angle, with its right eye closed, and the left half of its head, including the left eye, was shattered. On the intact half of its head was blood-red long hair down to its waist, and it seemed one could see white brain matter smeared on the blood-red hair. The remaining eye, 2 ears, 1 nose, and 1 mouth on its head appeared remarkably perfect, except for the bloodstains and brain matter. If it weren't for the missing half of its head, this person could be called a peerless handsome man. Its tattered clothes were soaked in blood, and the original color could no longer be discerned, the style seeming very ancient. Even Chun Nan, who was well versed in the history of the continent and was a man from 10,000 years ago, could not tell which era the man's attire belonged to. None of the above were the reasons for Chun Nan's fear and shock. He was utterly terrified because the man had several pairs of wings growing from his back, a symbol of Western gods and demons as well as angels. On the left side of the headless man were 2 pure white wings, while on the right side was a gray-black wing. The colors of the wings were actually different. Gods and demons. In an instant, these 2 words flashed through Chun Nan's mind. In Western mythology, all angels do not have 2-colored wings. Only the oldest gods and demons would exhibit such an inexplicable anomaly. The headless god and demon had a shocking wound on each side of its abdomen, extending to its back, which could be guessed to be connected to the roots of its wings. Further speculation could lead to the conclusion that these wounds were caused when someone forcibly ripped off its wings. It was impossible to guess how many pairs of wings it originally had. This nameless god and demon had a bloody gaping hole in its chest, and its heart had actually been pulled out. Yet at this moment, its chest was still rising and falling. It was still alive. The red light in the cave was due to the demonic blood gushing from that bloody hole where its heart once was. As the demonic blood splattered on the ground, the cave fell back into darkness, and the demonic energy surged within. At this moment, Chun Nan felt nearly exhausted. He had actually seen the legendary gods and demons. This severely injured god and demon was still alive, and his instincts told him that great danger was slowly approaching. He had to leave here quickly. Chapter 9. Inference. At that moment, Little Dragon had just regained the ability to move. It was already filled with immense fear, and before Chun Nan could give any orders, it spread its wings and soared into the sky, like lightning, flying out of the valley. When Little Dragon carried Chun Nan and Little Morning Light several miles away from the death trap, a point of red light lit up in the massive black hole at the deepest part of the Death Valley, sweeping across the valley before slowly dimming, leaving the valley in dead silence. After flying out for 100 miles, Chun Nan let out a sigh of relief, feeling the immense sense of crisis dissipate. Just moments ago, he had genuinely felt the threat of death. Perhaps if he had been a moment slower, disaster would have befallen him. Although it was only a brief moment, Chun Nan truly felt a sense of being reborn. Little Morning Light also appeared to be lingering in fear. Although Chun Nan covered her eyes and she saw nothing, she could still feel an indescribable fear. Brother, I was really scared just now. I felt a destructive force over there, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was so terrifying. Chun Nan gently patted her back and comforted her. We will never go there again. Little Dragon also seemed to have just recovered from its fear. After hearing Chun Nan's words, it looked back nervously and then nodded in agreement. Little Dragon flew like lightning, covering hundreds of miles in an instant. The city of Sin was in sight. Chun Nan didn't have deep feelings for this city, but after surviving a disaster, at this moment, he felt a sense of returning home. He said to Little Morning Light, "Look, that beautiful city surrounded by green mountains and rivers ahead is our destination. We will live there from now on." Little Morning Light nodded cutely and said, "It's different from the towns we saw on the way. It's very beautiful here. I really like it." "That's good." Chun Nan smiled. He didn't want to attract too much attention. As they approached the city of Sin, he intended to order Little Dragon to land outside the city so he could walk into the city with Morning Light. But just then, 2 flying dragons surged from the direction of the Divine Wind Academy, quickly flying toward him, and in the blink of an eye, they were before him. Chun Nan was not unfamiliar with these 2. Not long ago, he had ridden their flying dragons to attend the warm-up match at the Immortal Martial Academy. The 2 flying dragons trembled before Little Dragon, shaking in the air. The 2 dragon riders had expressions of joy on their faces, and one of them said, "Brother Chun, you finally returned. The vice president has been mentioning you every day." Chun Nan was taken aback and said, "What does that cunning, shameless old man want with me?" The other dragon rider said, "The vice president is very worried about you, afraid that you might encounter danger. Recently, he has sent out many people to look for you. What does that old man want to do this time?" "All right, we won't delay your time, Brother Chun. The dean said that whoever finds you should immediately bring you back to the Divine Wind Academy. Shinnan thought for a moment and agreed. Okay. Upon arriving at the Divine Wind Academy, Little Morning Light looked around curiously. She found this famous academy, which covered a vast area and resembled a palace, very novel. Many students from the Shinkong Academy were talking about Chun Nan after seeing him on the road. But this time they no longer discussed the various negative rumors of the failure as they had in the past. Each person's gaze towards him was quite complex. The news of the battle in the capital of the Jin Kingdom had already reached the Free City through several participants in the warm-up matches, and the students in the academy were naturally aware of it. No one in the academy expected that the infamous failure had an even more prominent identity as the national protector of the Chu Kingdom, known for bending his bow and shooting the heavenly dragon, shooting arrows at 4-tier giant dragons and cutting down 5-tier peerless masters. Chun Nan had stirred up such a huge uproar that he had clearly become a legendary figure among the younger generation. The vast majority of students at Shinkong Academy had a greatly changed perception of him. However, due to their preconceived notions of the failure, many still had complex feelings towards him. Chun Nan sensed the unusual gazes from people on the road. He smiled helplessly and carried little Chun Shi towards the vice principal's office. The beautiful and adorable little Chun Shi had an impressive charm. Now that Chun Nan could be considered a legendary figure, she still stole a lot of his limelight. Almost everyone on the road couldn't help but sincerely praise her, little angel. If it weren't for Chun Nan's unusual identity, many girls would have wanted to go up and hug little Chun Shi. Chun Nan pushed open the vice principal's office door and smiled. Hello, principal. Did you call for me? Little Chun Shi sweetly chimed in. Hello, uncle. The vice principal looked at little Chun Shi in surprise, affectionately touching her little face, and said to Chun Nan, Is it because of this child that you went on a rampage in the capital of the Jin Kingdom? Chun Nan replied, Yes. He then put little Chun Shi down and said to her, Chun Shi, why don't you go play with a few sisters in the yard first? He knew the vice principal had something to discuss with him, which might involve topics inappropriate for Chun Shi to hear. Okay. Little Chun Shi bounced out. At the vice principal's gesture, 2 girls in the yard smiled and welcomed little Chun Shi. Sigh, the vice principal sighed and said, Do you know the trouble you've caused? To confront an army in a capital city and go on a killing spree, you really are audacious. Don't think that the Chu Kingdom will protect you forever. You should know the true nature of their relationship with you. One day, they might turn against you and put a bounty on your head. Chun Nan nodded and said, I know, but at that moment, I had no other choice. The vice principal sighed. With the Chu Kingdom backing you now, you won't encounter problems for the time being. But do you know you are still in danger? The brother of the Dragon Knight you killed in the capital is definitely one of the top experts among the students of the War God Academy. He has already declared that 3 months from now, at the youth strongman competition held at Shinkong Academy, he will tear you to pieces. Chun Nan sneered, Just because I don't like to cause trouble doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. If he really comes looking for me, he'll end up like his brother. The vice principal stroked his beard and shook his head. He has a certain influence among the students of the War God Academy. Many experts are close friends with him. When it comes to life and death, you can't be sure that others won't intervene. Given Chun Nan's current cultivation level, even if surrounded, he could escape calmly. But now that he had little Chun Shi by his side, he could no longer act recklessly as before. The vice principal continued, That's not your biggest threat. Your greatest danger comes from the Xianwu Academy. You killed Tao Ran, a senior who was about to become a peerless master in their academy. His friends and disciples will definitely not let you off easily. Moreover, you flaunted your strength in front of over 100 experts from Xianwu Academy, greatly demoralizing them. This incident has caused many to feel that Xianwu Academy has lost face. You've offended half of Xianwu Academy. Chun Nan frowned and said, Sometimes, people really don't have a choice. I think if everything were to start over, I would still do it that way. Next, the vice principal inquired in detail about the events of that day. Upon learning that the reverse Heaven 7 Demon Blade was a life-threatening technique, he nodded and said, I knew there were no free lunches in this world. Without reaching the pinnacle, it's impossible to truly achieve body separation. But from now on, you need to be careful. Some old-timers in the cultivation world are incredibly shaken by your technique, and some are eager to find out the truth. It won't be long before someone comes looking for you. Chun Nan felt a headache coming on. He didn't expect that the battle in Kaiching of the Jin Kingdom would lead to so much trouble. Its influence had not only shaken 2 countries, but also alarmed many old monsters in the cultivation world. After nearly half an hour of conversation, the vice principal assured Chun Nan that as long as he did not leave the city of Sin, Shinkong Academy would be able to protect his safety. Although other forces were large, they found it difficult to run rampant in the Free City. Chen Nin understood that what he said was not false. The city of Sin had a unique geographical location, serving as a hub city connecting the eastern and western continents. Unless the two continents went to war, no country dared to invade here. After all, it was a sensitive area, and all nations from both continents were reluctant to take the lead in meddling. Shinkong Academy held a special status in the city of Sin, essentially acting as the protector of the city. Its will represented the will of the entire city. If they decided to protect Chunnan, external forces would find it difficult to extend their reach here. Even non-national forces like Xianwu and War God would not dare to provoke them. The so-called strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake, especially since Shinkong Academy itself was a fierce dragon. Of course, the vice principal's strenuous protection of Chunnan came at a cost. He would have to fully cooperate with a certain research project of the academy. After repeated questioning from Chunnan, the vice principal made him swear not to disclose it to any third party before revealing that this significant and mysterious research was about transforming a person into a deity. Over 100 years ago, a peerless master from the academy had found the corpse of an ancient god in the mountains of the central continent and brought it back to the academy. For nearly a century, some geniuses at Shinkong Academy had been studying the bone structure of the ancient god, trying to uncover the differences between divine and human bones. After 100 years of research, several generations of geniuses had not obtained the expected answers. Eventually, someone proposed using powerful life magic to activate the divine bones and implant them into mortals to see what effects could be achieved. Although this research had achieved preliminary results in recent years, it had not been ideal. Chunnan listened in astonishment, realizing that the geniuses at Shinkong Academy were incredibly crazy. They actually wanted to create a god. He suspiciously asked, "I don't see how this relates to me. How can I help?" The vice principal stared at him intently and said seriously, "Because we suspect you are a descendant of the gods, and this research requires the blood of a god." "What the hell, you crazy old man? Not to mention that I have nothing to do with the gods, even if I were truly a descendant of the gods. I couldn't be your blood machine. Don't get excited. Let me explain slowly. Legend has it that the bow of Ho-E once shot down a god in the heavens, and the god, terrified of its immense power, took it back to the divine realm. But for some reason, the divine bow has passed to the mortal realm multiple times, falling into the hands of mortals. Eventually, an ancient god sealed the divine bow, making it impossible for anyone without divine power to easily pull it. Although some peerless masters have partially broken the seal, mortals can only use it once a year. Yet you, who are not at the pinnacle of cultivation, can pull the divine bow multiple times without any restrictions. If you're not a god, then there is only one possibility: divine blood flows within you. You are a descendant of the gods. Chunnan was stunned for a moment. 10,000 years ago, Ho-Yi's bow had not yet been sealed, so it was likely something that had happened in the past 10,000 years. According to the vice president, he seemed to really be related to the gods. But that was too absurd. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He might have been resurrected from an ancient divine tomb. Chunnan's heart shook violently, and he could no longer remain calm. He pondered secretly, could it be that, during the 10,000 years of slumber in the ancient divine tomb, my physique changed and became imbued with the aura of gods and demons? In an instant, he connected many dots. The ancient divine treasure, the Jade Rui, could resonate with him from afar. The fifth-tier holy dragon, which liked sacred artifacts, was friendly towards him. This seemed to, the vice president said at that time, "We will only need a small amount of your blood, so you need not worry about anything." Chunnan nodded blankly. At that moment, Xiao Chenxi ran in from outside, laughing happily. "Brother, will we live here from now on? There are so many pretty sisters here, and they really like Chenxi. Chenxi also likes to play with them." It was clear that Xiao Chenxi had been very popular outside just now. Chunnan was very pleased. Such a joyful environment might help her forget the shadows left in Kaiyuan City as soon as possible. The vice president smiled at her and said, "From now on, you and your brother will live here. Do you like it?" "Like." Chunnan picked up Xiao Chenxi and said to the vice president, "Please arrange a room for me. There are some things I need to think about carefully, and maybe I will tell you some astonishing news." He was referring to the terrifying scene of the deathly abyss hundreds of miles away from the city of Sin. The vice president did not know what he was referring to and said, "Is it about this child's origins? I always feel that this little girl is extraordinary. Can't you tell me where you were during the days leading up to the warm-up match?" Chun Nen did not reveal a word about his trip to the ancient immortal ruins. That place was not only a paradise on earth, but also a sacred place in his heart. He did not want anyone to know about Baihua Valley. Chun Nen shook his head and said, "It's not that, it's other news." While the vice president sent someone to arrange and tidy up a room for Chun Nan, he said, "I get angry just thinking about your absence from the warm-up match. Do you know you caused the Shinfeng Academy a loss of 500,000 gold coins?" Chun Nen was puzzled and looked at him in surprise. The vice president was somewhat embarrassed, but more so angry. He said in a furious tone, "I bet 500,000 gold coins for Shinfeng Academy with a few old geezers from other academies that our academy would win, but who knew?" After hearing this, Chun Nan was somewhat shocked. He did not expect the heads of the 4 major academies to be so reckless. Then he felt quite relieved, as the vice president had previously cheated him out of 50,000 gold coins, and this time, due to his actions, he lost 500,000 gold coins. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Old man, you truly deserve it." After the serious talk, the vice president returned to his scheming and stingy demeanor, angrily saying, "If it weren't for you running away at the last minute, our academy would have had 2 third-tier experts compete, and we definitely wouldn't have lost the match. By the way, where's the magical weapon I gave you? Give it back to me." I used it all up." "Nonsense, stop trying to deny it. From what I understand, you only used the magical flying dagger in Kaiyuan City. Return the magical longsword and the magical bow and arrows to me. Such precious magical weapons are worth a lot of money. I told you I used them up, yet you still don't believe me. Old man, you are really too stingy." Xiao Chenxi spoke up to defend Chun Nan. "Brother really used them up." "Oh, what did he use them for? How did he use that set of magical bow and arrows?" The vice president, seeing Xiao Chenxi's innocent and naive demeanor, wanted to learn about Chun Nan's past whereabouts through her shooting little birds. Xiao Chenxi answered seriously, though very childishly. "What? Those powerful magical arrows can shatter an elephant. And you actually shot little birds?" The vice president's beard bristled, nearly exploding with rage. He unwillingly continued, "And what about that magically enhanced longsword?" Xiao Chenxi answered earnestly, "I used it to chop little pigs." The stingy vice president was about to explode. 2 sets of extremely powerful magical weapons were wasted like this. He fiercely grabbed Chun Nan's shoulder and shook him vigorously, saying, "You little brat are so impressive. Actually using magical weapons to hunt. I really want to strangle you." Chun Nan truly had no way to explain. He couldn't tell him that he encountered several monsters. The vice president's iron grip was like a steel clamp on his shoulder. Chun Nan frowned and couldn't help but grunt. Xiao Chenxi thought Chun Nan was in great pain and seemed unable to resist the vice president. She suddenly became anxious, breaking free from Chun Nan's embrace. And with her small hands, she tightly grabbed the vice president's beard. "Uncle, please let go of my brother, don't bully him." Xiao Chenxi tugged at the vice president's beard. Like hanging on a swing, her innocent and cute little face full of pleading expression. The vice president grimaced in pain, his face turning green, quickly letting go of Chun Nan, and then cried out in agony, "Little darling, please let go. Oh dear, it hurts so much." "Little darling." Chun Nan laughed wildly and leisurely hugged Xiao Chenxi back. Xiao Chenxi dropped a handful of broken beard hairs and innocently said, "Uncle, you should shave. It's too long and not hygienic." The vice president was almost in tears, sorrowfully touching his uneven beard, truly at a loss. Last time, a spoiled little princess had pulled out a large handful, and it had taken him a long time to grow back. Now today, it was pulled out again by Xiao Chenxi. He was truly at his wit's end. He couldn't really argue with a child. The old man waved his hand helplessly, calling someone from outside to lead Chun Nan to see the room. At the deepest part of Shinfeng Academy, in the northwest corner, it was very quiet, with very few houses. There were only about a dozen small courtyards scattered around, all separated by clusters of bamboo groves. Important guests of the academy were arranged here. This time, the vice president looked at Chun Nan with new eyes, specially arranging for him to stay in this quiet guest reception area. On the way, Xiao Chenxi was both surprised and frightened, and eventually, she became exhausted and slowly fell into a deep sleep. Chun Nan waited until he saw her sleeping sweetly before standing up and walking out of the room. In the courtyard, there was a bamboo grove, and in the grove, there was an elegant rattan chair. Chun Nan lay back on it, relaxed his body, and began to carefully recall the various phenomena of the Deathly Abyss. Without a doubt, the Deathly Abyss hid shocking secrets. The vast valley was covered with bones, Not only the remains of fierce and powerful giants and dragons, but also the skeletons of gods, which was simply shocking. Additionally, those unheard of and unseen monstrous corpses left Chun Nin feeling perplexed. What kind of ferocious beasts were they? And why had they never been recorded in ancient texts? The death of the two ancient gods left a deep impression on him. One god's skull had 5 shocking finger holes, while the other god's heart had been pierced through. One could only imagine how terrifying the perpetrator was. The terrifying deathly abyss was silent, and apart from that flower of death that survived by absorbing the aura of the dead, it seemed that only in the deepest part of the valley, beneath the cliffs, was there a hint of life's pulse. Recalling that nameless god and demon with a shattered skull and broken wings, Chun Nan felt a chill in his heart. The severely injured nameless god and demon, in such a state of decay, could still survive. This was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Chun Nan seemed to still feel that earth-shattering terrifying power, as well as that overwhelming spiritual pressure that weighed like a mountain upon the heavens and the earth. According to Chun Nan's understanding, gods and demons are merely a form of advanced life. Even though legends claim they are immortal, that is relative. If their bodies suffer severe damage, they cannot escape the pain of reincarnation. However, the journey into the land of the dead shattered his beliefs. He simply could not comprehend why that god-demon was still alive. Overall, seeing the legendary god-demon left Chun Nan in shock. This god-demon, with a severely damaged head and heart ripped out, certainly had a significant background. Definitely not an ordinary deity who had just entered the divine realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such great powers. Judging from the ancient attire, he was undoubtedly a powerful existence who had endured countless long years. Perhaps he was an ancient god-demon. In front of the massive cave at the base of the cliff, both Chun Nan and Little Morning Sun had once been locked down by a faint mental pressure, rendering them unable to move an inch. One thing puzzled Chun Nan. The mental power of the god-demon could not be intermittent unless he was in a state of sleep or his mind was unclear. Thinking back to the situation at that time, the nameless god-demon's chest rose and fell steadily, as if he were truly in a deep sleep. If this conjecture were correct, one could only imagine how astonishing his power must be. Even in deep sleep, he could still subconsciously lock onto external life. But such a powerful existence had still been injured to that extent. What kind of terrifying being could possibly harm this ancient god-demon? At first, Chun Nan believed that the countless bones in the land of the dead were caused by the nameless god-demon alone. But upon realizing he too had been hurt to such a degree, he overturned that notion. It seemed that there truly existed a terrifying presence powerful enough to be unimaginable. Giants, holy dragons, and gods could hardly rival him. He seemed to be a destroyer capable of annihilating all-powerful beings. Chun Nan's heart trembled. Since the destroyer could obliterate gods and demons, could the countless gods and demons that had perished long ago also be related to him? A tidal wave surged in Chun Nan's heart, making it hard for him to remain calm. The truth from 10,000 years ago seemed to be hidden in the land of the dead. But then he thought of a question. Since the destroyer could destroy powerful giants, holy dragons, and gods, why had he not completely annihilated the nameless ancient god-demon in the cave? Could it be that he was mistaken and there really was no destroyer? Was the nameless god-demon actually the creator of the land of the dead? Could it be that his severe injuries were left over from countless battles? Confusion. Everything was confusion. Chaos. It was all so chaotic that one could hardly guess. Chun Nan felt his mind was in disarray, making it difficult to sort out his thoughts. He closed his eyes and relaxed for a moment before starting to speculate again. The most mysterious part of the land of the dead was the massive cave at the base of the cliff, from which the overwhelming demonic flames emanated. He did not know whether the demonic energy was truly emitted by the nameless god-demon. He might have thought so before. But since he had just speculated about the existence of a destroyer, he no longer dared to be certain. In an instant, several possibilities emerged in his mind. The first possibility. The overwhelming demonic energy was indeed emitted by the nameless god-demon, whose power was earth-shattering. He had killed countless formidable beings, resulting in the tragic scene in the land of the dead today. The second possibility. The overwhelming demonic energy was emitted by the destroyer, who resided deep within the cave. The nameless god-demon was intentionally left behind to guard the entrance of the cave. The third possibility. There was something extraordinary and terrifying within the cave, perhaps connecting to a hellish world or a bizarre space. The more Chun Nan speculated, the more terrifying it became. although he sometimes thought these speculations were absurd. Upon careful reflection, they seemed to have a certain degree of possibility. Countless hypotheses left his mind in a greater state of confusion, and he eventually fell into a hazy sleep. Chun Nen had a strange dream. He dreamt of a tall figure, resembling a god or devil, standing before him. Speaking slowly and deeply, "Old friend, have you returned? I sensed your presence. I know that even the heavens cannot completely destroy you. I hope my feeling is not wrong, and that you have truly returned. I am so tired. I do not know if I can fight alongside you again. If I perish, please do not forget your comrade, the great demon king." The ancient words were filled with endless sorrow, and the voice grew fainter until it completely disappeared. In the dream, Chun Nan felt an overwhelming sadness, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Time passed, and Chun Nan felt a pair of soft little hands gently touching his cheek. He opened his eyes. "Brother, you cried." Little Morning Sun stood beside the rattan chair, her eyes red. Chun Nan picked her up and said, "Silly girl, people often cry unconsciously while dreaming. It's a normal physiological reaction." "Really? I thought brother was sad about something." Little Morning Sun smiled, her cheerful demeanor returning. Chapter 10. The Holy Dragon's Rebirth. The turmoil surrounding the ancient gods had gradually subsided, and many cultivators who had come for the divine treasures could not hide their disappointment. Some left the Sin City, but most stayed. 3 months later, the Divine Wind Academy would hold a competition among the 4 major academies for young, strong practitioners. A grand event that would naturally attract many cultivators to watch. With the uproar over the divine treasures calming, Sin City gradually returned to peace, but at that moment, a mysterious event occurred at the Divine Wind Academy. Ever since the baby dragon learned that Chun Nan and Little Morning Sun had moved into the Divine Wind Academy and had an independent and tranquil courtyard, it migrated from the dragon field to their backyard and lived together with them. Chun Nan naturally had no objections. Having the baby dragon around was like having a 5th-level master guarding him. Little Morning Sun was even happier after spending many days together. She had developed a deep affection for the baby dragon. However, Chun Nan gradually sensed something unusual. The baby dragon seemed to be sick, lacking the vitality it once had, and was in a daze all day. He was alarmed, fearing for the baby dragon's well-being, and immediately reported this news to the vice president. The cunning old man was also anxious upon hearing this news. The baby dragon was of great significance to the Divine Wind Academy. If any mishap happened to a holy dragon, it would be an immeasurable loss. Moreover, the vice president had a special affection for the baby dragon. Various signs indicated that the baby dragon might be the highly intelligent dragon king of the first generation of female holy dragon knights from 1,000 years ago. In this world, holy dragons were as rare as phoenix feathers. The power of a holy dragon was not necessarily proportional to its size. Some holy dragons were dozens of meters long, while others were only 2 or 3 meters. Despite the significant difference in size, it was difficult to compare their strengths. It could be said that there were almost no 2 identical holy dragons in this world, and the physical forms of different holy dragons varied greatly. The vice president was well versed in the history of the Divine Wind Academy. 1,000 years ago, the first generation of female holy dragon knights failed to unravel the Death Realm and ultimately returned to the earth. Although her holy dragon returned to the mountains, the academy still preserved its portrait, and the baby dragon bore a striking resemblance to it. If it weren't for the baby dragon's childish personality, which was vastly different from that highly intelligent holy dragon, the vice president would have long regarded it as the first generation holy dragon of the Divine Wind Academy. However, he did not think that the two were completely unrelated, because, as far as he knew, all holy dragons possessed high intelligence. Holy dragons with peculiar temperaments and childlike personalities, like the baby dragon, were extremely rare. Not long ago, after he and some old scholars from the Divine Wind Academy, who were well versed in dragon studies, carefully and seriously deliberated, they unanimously concluded that the baby dragon was a powerful holy dragon that had undergone a rebirth, but had failed. Generally, when a holy dragon undergoes nirvana, there are only 2 possible outcomes. It either transforms into a divine dragon or perishes. However, there have been exceptional cases in history where certain powerful holy dragons possess the potential to become divine dragons, but at the critical moment, due to external interference and other extraordinary reasons, they failed in their transformation. Because these holy dragons were too powerful, even though they failed to become divine dragons, they could still survive. The vice president and the old-timers in the academy believe that the little dragon is most likely the dragon king of the female holy dragon night from 1,000 years ago. Although it survived after failing its nirvana, it lost all its original memories, which is also a form of alternative rebirth after a failure in nirvana. This also explains why the little dragon has a special affection for the God Wind Academy, always lingering here unwilling to leave, occasionally showing a dazed and nostalgic expression, which supports the idea that it is indeed the Dragon King from 1,000 years ago. Based on the above reasons, the vice president and the old-timers in the academy have a special and complex feeling towards the little dragon, and he cannot tolerate any accidents happening to it. When the vice president arrived at the scene, he found that the little dragon was indeed as drowsy as Chun Nan described. In the past, if someone approached the little dragon while it was sleeping, it would always playfully blink its eyes or chase the person away with force. But now, the little dragon seemed to have lost interest in everything, lazily lying on the ground without even raising its head. The vice president was extremely anxious and eventually gathered a large number of old-timers from the Godwind Academy, resulting in a scene of many pale faces in Chun Nan's courtyard. However, everyone was at a loss, and after 2 days, these elders were still helpless. On the morning of the third day, something astonishing happened. When Chun Nan arrived at the backyard, he was shocked to see that the little dragon's body was covered in a thick layer of keratinous material, wrapping it up like a silkworm weaving a cocoon. After receiving the news, the vice president and the old-timers quickly rushed to the scene. After their initial shock, the elders all showed expressions of wild joy, with some elderly individuals even jumping up in excitement. They could hardly contain their immense joy. All the worries from the past 3 days instantly vanished. The little dragon was about to undergo nirvana again. If successful, a divine dragon would emerge from the Godwind Academy. Chun Nan was also overjoyed, not expecting the little dragon to be so extraordinary, possibly on the verge of reaching the divine dragon realm. Xiao Qinzi was bouncing with joy, having thought the little dragon was ill for the past few days and had secretly shed tears several times. This mysterious event was classified as the most important secret by the higher-ups of the Godwind Academy. It is said that the phoenix undergoes nirvana and is reborn from the ashes, and that the holy dragon undergoes nirvana and transforms into a divine dragon. The old monsters of the Godwind Academy had a premonition that this time the little dragon would undergo nirvana again, and it would surely be earth-shattering. Anyone capable of transforming into a divine dragon must be an extraordinary dragon. The little dragon had experienced a nirvana once, and although it had not succeeded, it did not die, which was enough to demonstrate its incredible nature. Additionally, these old fellows had a vague feeling that the little dragon might have a significant background. In legends, the descendants of dragon royal families, if their royal blood is no longer pure, some extraordinary dragons would continuously undergo nirvana to activate the finest bloodlines left by dragon royal ancestors, until they completely evolve into the royal dragon. The elders of the Godwind Academy had a vague feeling that the little dragon might be a descendant of the dragon royal family, and its first failure in nirvana was merely a preparation for the next. A month had passed in the blink of an eye, and the matter of the little dragon undergoing nirvana had not leaked a single hint. During this time, Chun Nan's name spread throughout the Godwind Academy, and those who once knew him as a scoundrel completely changed their perception. People who had previously had conflicts with him no longer sought trouble. Rin Jian, who had been seriously injured by Chun Nan, was already able to walk, and he took no retaliatory action. It was unclear whether he truly did not find out that Chun Nan was responsible or if he was just biding his time. The handsome and carefree Long Wu no longer threatened or intimidated Chun Nan, nor did he force him to hand over the dragon capture technique. But every time they met, they would engage in banter. Dongfang Fengwang saw that Chun Nan still had a gritted teeth expression, but due to his current fame and status, every time they met, she could only glare at him fiercely. The little princess was extremely angry. She simply could not understand why her father would protect Chun Nan so fiercely. However, deep down, she truly did not want Chun Nan to die. She had secretly vowed that one day she would use her strength to bring Chun Nan down to the ground and then trample him underfoot to avenge her humiliation. There was one person Chun Nan was most unwilling to face, and that was Lu Si. Every time he saw her, he would flee, which made Lu Si, who was eager to find trouble with him, both angry and resentful. The last time they had an accidental encounter during spring, Lu Si felt like a fire was burning in her heart, but she could never find the right moment to vent her pent-up anger. Just thinking about Chun Nan made her feel crazy. In just a month, Xiao Qinzi had become a star darling at the Godwind Academy, beloved by everyone from teachers to students. Almost everyone knew that Chunnan had a little sister who resembled a little angel or a tiny fairy. And Xiao Qinzi had become a true heartthrob. Her sweet words like uncle, brother, and sister were always on her lips. And she was often snatched up for hugs wherever she went. Even the little princess and Dongfang Fenghuang, who had hated Chun Nan to the core, were conquered by Xiao Qinzi's clever and adorable demeanor. When Xiao Qinzi ran out on her own, they often took her to fly. Both of them had flying pets, making it easy to soar into the sky. During this time, Chun Nan had visited the old mercenary named Li from the mercenary guild in the city of Sin. The old man had previously taken the initiative to befriend him and provided detailed updates on Rin Jian's situation during that time, which Chun Nan was very grateful for. After Chun Nan's identity was exposed, many people naturally came to befriend him, but his residence was specifically for receiving distinguished guests, and ordinary people could not approach. This made him feel somewhat relieved, as he did not want to engage in tedious socializing all day long. Of course, just because ordinary people could not approach did not mean no one could get close. The martial fanatic Lung Feng had become a regular visitor here. Ever since he learned about Chun Nan's true identity and the events of the battle in Kaiyuan City, he sought Chun Nan out again, requesting to compete with him once more. Chun Nan had not forgotten his defeat last time. Even if Lung Feng did not come looking for him, he would have sought him out to rectify that loss. A strong person can only become stronger by overcoming the once insurmountable chasms. This time the outcome of the battle was without suspense. After the battle in Kaiyuan City, Chun Nan's cultivation had significantly advanced, having entered the third stage of great perfection. Lung Feng was no longer his opponent. Afterwards, Lung Feng would come to challenge him every so often, but after several crushing defeats, he had to admit that his current cultivation could no longer compete with Chun Nan. Since Chun Nan's significant advancement in cultivation, he practiced even more diligently. Many of the secret techniques from his family's profound skills required powerful energy to execute, and now that his cultivation had improved, he could finally put some of those techniques into practice. However, he always felt a lingering worry in his heart. The last time he reversed his profound skills, he clearly felt himself becoming brutal and bloodthirsty. The profound skills had influenced his emotions during that time. They were almost demonic. Although the reversed profound skills had returned to normal, Chun Nan sensed something unusual. When he looked inward, he discovered that the once golden and bright true energy in his meridians was now mixed with a trace of black light, which was exactly the same as the mutated true energy he had experienced during the reversal of his profound skills. Chen Zhan had warned him that in life-threatening situations, even if there was a glimmer of hope, he should not reverse his profound skills, indicating that Chen Zhan had reservations about the reversal of profound skills. Chun Nan did not know what consequences would arise from the reversal of the profound art, nor did he know what would happen in the future. For now, he could only strive to improve his cultivation and make breakthroughs to step into a new realm. He believed that as long as his power was strong enough, he could suppress any terrifying consequences. For the past month, Chun Nan had not revealed the secret of the Death Abyss to the vice president. He wanted to wait until the contest of young powerhouses among the 4 academies began before explaining it to him. By then, many powerful cultivators would gather in the city of Sin. If a large number of highly skilled cultivators explored the Death Abyss together, they should be able to gain some insights. However, it was predictable that many would never return. Time flew, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The competition among the 4 academies was about to commence. The true contest of strong practitioners was far beyond the warm-up matches. It was the pinnacle battle among the young powerhouses of the 4 academies. With nearly 1,000 years of history, the 4 academies had shaken the continent for millennia. And this competition would naturally attract countless spectators. Not only were there young masters from many ancient sects in the East, but also contemporary talents from mysterious families in the West, along with many renowned figures from the older generations of both East and West. The city of Sin was bustling, and the inns were filled to the brim. On this day, with fine weather and clear skies, the highly anticipated contest of the 4 academies finally commenced. The Xinfeng Academy was packed with cultivators from all over the continent. After several deans from the 4 academies took turns speaking, the battle of peak powerhouses was about to begin. However, at that moment, a tremendous dragon roar suddenly echoed from the depths of Xinfeng Academy, shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless golden lights shot up into the sky, and numerous illusory figures of eastern golden dragons soared in the air. The resounding dragon cry shook the heavens above and rattled the underworld below. Within 1,000 miles, all creatures lay prostrate on the ground, worshipping in that direction. Oh my God, the Eastern Dragon. The Holy Dragon is reborn, the void reflects. My God, what am I seeing? The legendary Eastern Dragon has appeared. Chapter 1. The Divine Dragon. In the deepest part of Shinfeng Academy, countless golden lights shot into the sky, and numerous dragon phantoms soared in the sky. The dragon's roar was like waves crashing on the shore, like thunder shattering the void, resounding through the heavens and the earth. On the Academy Square, thousands of people cried out in astonishment. The Eastern Dragon, a creature only found in myths and legends, had appeared, shocking everyone to the core. No one could suppress the shock in their hearts. Oh my God, am I dreaming? This is real, I saw it. I saw the dragon's phantom. Shinfeng Academy actually hides a divine dragon. It's unbelievable. When the highest holy beasts and divine beasts undergo nirvana, there is always an extremely unusual phenomenon of a void reflection. The form about to take shape will first be projected into the sky. Several old relics within the academy looked at the soaring dragon phantoms in the sky, all of them incredibly excited, with some even shedding tears. The vice president murmured, "The holy dragon is reborn, the void reflects, transforming into a divine dragon. No, it is the divine dragon, the offspring of the Eastern Dragon and the Western Dragon. May heaven bless, and may it succeed in its rebirth." An elderly man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, who could not be identified by age, stood in a corner of Shinfeng Academy, excitedly saying, "You are indeed the divine dragon. The excellent bloodline of our ancestors has finally boiled over. Alas, I truly do not deserve to be your master." At this moment, observant people in the square had already noticed that the soaring dragon phantoms had some discrepancies from the Eastern Dragon. Each dragon phantom had a pair of delicate golden dragon wings. Some older individuals knew that this was the characteristic of the legendary divine dragon, possessing the body of the Eastern Dragon and the wings of the Western Dragon, combining the strengths of both, making it one of the most powerful divine beasts in the world. At this moment, not only were the thousands at Shinfeng Academy astonished, the entire city of Sin was in an uproar, with everyone in the city shockingly looking in that direction. Many could not help but kneel down, murmuring similar phrases. The dragon has appeared. Heaven has sent auspiciousness. O divine beast, a year of great fortune. At this moment, Chunnan's small courtyard was filled with a watery glow, the holy golden light constantly rippling outward, creating a misty scene that looked like a holy realm. Chunnan, holding Xiao Chenxi, nervously watched the huge dragon cocoon in the backyard. The dragon cocoon radiated countless rays of light, emitting a fierce and sacred brilliance. Xiao Chenxi, with a worried expression, whispered, "Brother, what's wrong with the little dragon? It won't be in danger, will it?" "There may be some danger. When holy beasts and divine beasts undergo nirvana, they attract heavenly jealousy, leading to thunder tribulations. But I believe the little dragon can easily get through it," Chunnan replied. "Why would it attract heavenly jealousy? Why would it lead to thunder tribulations?" Xiao Chenxi grew even more anxious, fearing for the little dragon's safety. Chunnan sighed lightly. "This is a potential law of heaven and earth. Whether human or beast, a certain level of power will attract thunder tribulations. Relatively speaking, heaven is a bit more lenient toward humans. Unless one reaches the immortal realm, they won't attract thunder tribulations. But various holy beasts and divine beasts are not so lucky. Every time they evolve to a higher level, they must face thunder tribulations and endure the tests of heaven. Can the little dragon successfully pass this trial?" Xiao Chenxi asked nervously. "It can. The little dragon will definitely be fine. Its strength is far greater than that of an ordinary holy dragon. And this nirvana will surely succeed. Look at those dragon phantoms in the sky. That's the little dragon transforming into a divine dragon. Isn't it much more powerful than before?" When Chunnan was at the royal library of the Chu Kingdom, he had read in detail about the secrets of divine beast evolution. The moment the void reflection appeared in the sky, he already knew that the little dragon was a descendant of the divine dragon. He understood that through this evolution, the excellent bloodline left by the little dragon's ancestors would be fully activated. Hearing Chunnan's affirmative answer, Xiao Chenxi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at the soaring divine dragon phantoms in the sky and sincerely praised. Compared to the little dragon's chubby appearance before, it really looks much more powerful. Chunnan hugged her and said, "Let us move a bit further away. The thunder tribulation is about to arrive. After the two retreated 100 zhang, the golden dragon phantoms in the void flew down from the sky towards the ground, instantly merging into the dragon cocoon, and at the same time, thunder rumbled in the air. At that moment, the dragon cocoon quickly shattered, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky, with a clear dragon cry piercing the air, resonating throughout the land. A little dragon, over 2 meters long, with wings on its ribs and a body shining with golden light, spiraled and soared in the air. Although the little dragon was not as gigantic as the dragons in myths and legends, it exuded a regal aura that was imposing and inviolable. Everyone watching at Shinfeng Academy felt an immense pressure, the overwhelming aura of the Dragon King sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The true dragon's aura surged like a tide into the 10,000 great mountains, causing countless birds and beasts to prostrate themselves on the ground, worshipping in that direction. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the death abyss, a huge black hole at the bottom lit up with a crimson glow, and a torrent of demonic energy surged forth from the black hole. The manifestation of the true dragon sent Shinfeng Academy into a frenzy. The city of Sin erupted in excitement, and people shouted wildly, waving their arms towards the sky. The little dragon, which had shrunk from over 2 zhang to over 2 meters long, had greatly increased in strength. This evolution meant it had finally transformed into a 6th-tier divine beast. If it could successfully evade the thunder tribulation, this nirvana would be considered a complete success. Just then, the anticipated thunderstorm finally appeared, accompanied by a deafening roar. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, its blazing light so intense that it was blinding. Faced with the surging lightning, the little dragon remained calm. It opened its mouth and unleashed a fierce bolt of electric light, which was disproportionately large compared to its body, rivaling the incoming lightning in power. The two bolts of lightning collided, creating a dazzling explosion in the sky that shone like the sun. The earth trembled as the thunderous roar reverberated, and a massive energy storm ravaged the air, illuminating the surroundings. With a loud crack, before the energy storm generated by the first bolt of lightning dissipated, the second bolt struck down from above, aiming directly at the little dragon. Chapter 2. The arrival of demons and gods. The little dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. After a swift flick of its tail, it shot upwards to meet the lightning, spewing forth a massive bolt of electric light that collided with the descending second bolt. A tremendous explosion echoed, lighting up the entire sky. Golden serpents danced in the air as rampant electric currents intertwined to form a vast electric net, creating a massive energy storm that surged and roared in the sky. The onlookers on the ground were left dumbfounded. Fortunately, the little dragon was confronting the thunderstorm in the air. Had it been on the ground, countless innocent lives would have been at risk. With a boom, when the third bolt of lightning struck, the little dragon no longer resisted with electric light. Instead, it began to swiftly spiral and soar in the air, the elemental energy of heaven and earth around it starting to fluctuate violently. The people on the ground could clearly feel the abnormal fluctuations of elemental energy. An elderly cultivator couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens, it's manipulating the elemental energy of the sky. Is it Taoism? Magic? The divine dragon is indeed powerful." The fluctuations of elemental energy grew increasingly intense. When the third bolt of lightning approached the little dragon, the elemental energy in the entire space seemed to tremble. The energy around the little dragon surged like raging waves, rushing towards the incoming lightning. With a boom, the two contrasting forces of heaven and earth collided, creating an energy storm that surged and roared through the air like a flood. The sky was filled with blinding light, as if 10 suns were hanging overhead. The horizon a sea of white. In the following moments, 6 more bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The little dragon either resisted with its own strength or manipulated the elemental energy around it to deflect them, successfully neutralizing all 6 bolts. Of course, facing the 9 bolts of lightning that transformed the clouds and dimmed the sky, the little dragon had not emerged unscathed. After successfully withstanding all 9 bolts, it was already very weak. Its once shimmering golden body seemed to dim considerably, no longer radiating the same brilliance as before, yet its regal dragon aura remained, still exerting a heavy pressure on the people below. In Chunnan's arms, Xiao Chenxi waved her small hands at the little dragon in the sky, joyfully shouting, "Little dragon." Though far above, the little dragon seemed to instantly catch the sound of Xiao Chenxi's voice. After a quick spiral in the air, It flicked its tail and dove straight towards Chun Nan and the others. The little dragon's feelings for Chun Nan and Xiao Qinzi had not changed at all. Although it exuded an air of divine majesty, upon reaching the two, it made an effort to suppress its divine dragon aura. Playfully, it blinked its large eyes and displayed a dragon-like smile, circling around them. Chun Nan was somewhat excited, not expecting that the usually clumsy little dragon would transform into a divine dragon before his eyes. He gently stroked the little dragon's lightly glowing scales and sighed, "Dragon baby, you've successfully undergone your rebirth. You won't be leaving me, will you?" The little dragon shook its head, hovering in front of him, affectionately nudging him with its head, then swung its body to block Xiao Qinzi. Hee. Xiao Qinzi giggled sweetly as Chun Nan placed her on the little dragon's back. The little dragon flapped its agile divine dragon wings, carrying her through the bamboo forest, filling the air with her cheerful laughter. In the distance, the three unparalleled masters of Shenfeng Academy watched in astonishment at everything happening in the bamboo forest. The first, with an ethereal presence, stood in midair on his flying sword. The second, with golden hair and beard, stood atop the bamboo treetops, his face lined with wrinkles. The third, whose hair and beard were completely white and face wrinkled with age, leaned on a dragon's staff and murmured, "You have truly transformed into a divine dragon. As your master's master, I am genuinely happy for you." Chun Nan sensed the presence of the three unparalleled masters. He turned to look back, intending to greet them. But at that moment, an even more terrifying aura suddenly spread throughout the bamboo forest. His heart trembled. This feeling was all too familiar, identical to the terrifying fluctuations he sensed in the death abyss. At this moment, the overwhelming and powerful aura grew stronger, reverberating throughout the bamboo forest. The three unparalleled masters displayed expressions of shock, struggling to comprehend the depth of the incoming presence. A mass of dark clouds drifted in from the southeast, heavy and oppressive, as if they were about to crush the ground, instilling a sense of dread and oppression. Chun Nan's heart shook violently. The terrifying aura in the bamboo forest was coming from the approaching dark clouds. The three unparalleled masters also looked up in astonishment at the rolling black clouds, exchanging shocked glances. "Devil energy, devil energy, devil energy, devil energy." Chun Nan and the three unparalleled masters exclaimed in unison. Although the three masters had never been to the death abyss, they sensed an unimaginably powerful existence within the surging devil energy. In an instant, Chun Nan seemed to understand. The powerful divine dragon aura emitted by the little dragon during its rebirth had stirred a supreme presence from hundreds of miles away in the death abyss. He shouted anxiously, "Little dragon, danger! Quickly suppress your aura and hide." In fact, the little dragon sensed the powerful death aura even before Chun Nan and the others, as the rolling devil energy was directed at it, locking onto it immediately. Chun Nan and the three unparalleled masters' perceptions were far from matching its own. The little dragon transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly appearing before Chun Nan, quickly placing Xiao Qinzi in his arms, and then anxiously gestured for Chun Nan to leave with her. Xiao Qinzi had also sensed the heart-pounding, terrifying fluctuations. Remembering the horrifying scene from 3 months ago in the death abyss, she nervously said, "Brother, that powerful demon is coming. It can't be here for the little dragon, right?" The little dragon flicked its tail, causing the elemental energy around them to tremble. Chun Nan and Xiao Qinzi were enveloped by a gentle force, flying away from their original spot, forcibly sent to stand in front of the three unparalleled masters. Just then, a black lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the rolling devil energy, heading straight for the little dragon. Chapter 3. The Dragon's Trial. After battling against the 9 bolts of lightning, the little dragon was already extremely weak. At that moment, it forcibly unleashed a massive bolt of lightning to block the black electric light. With a thunderous boom, the little dragon was sent tumbling through the air for dozens of yards. The golden light on its body dimmed instantly, and fresh red dragon blood spilled from its mouth and nose. Once the little dragon stabilized, it began to manipulate the nearby elemental energy to repair its damaged body. But the terrifying presence within the surging devil energy clearly wanted to end its life immediately, giving it no chance at all. A tremendous force surged from the sky, and a blood-red, tragic light enveloped the little dragon. The powerful force shook the ground violently, causing the bamboo forest to sway wildly. With leaves flying in chaos and all the bamboo dancing madly, the little dragon was struck down by the fierce red light. crashing to the ground with a mournful dragon's roar escaping its mouth. It rolled on the ground, knocking down rows of bamboo. On the square of the Shinfeng Academy, over 10,000 cultivators were taken aback. The sudden appearance of a dark, oppressive cloud above the academy had already astonished them. And then black and red lightning descended from the cloud, which made it even more incredible. It was not until they heard the little dragon's anguished cry that they realized the severity of the situation. The terrifying aura emanating from the rolling demonic energy was only locked onto the bamboo forest in the northwest corner of the academy. So the crowd in the square remained unaware of the dreadful nature of the ominous clouds. Moreover, the little dragon was flying low while resisting the demonic energy, and no one noticed until the little dragon let out a cry of distress. At that moment, a tremendous pressure emanated from the rolling demonic energy, and it felt as if an immense force would fall from the sky at any moment, once again attacking the little dragon. Xiao Qinzi began to cry anxiously. No, don't hurt the little dragon. Having spent many days with the little dragon, she had developed a deep bond with it, apart from Chun Nan. The little dragon was her closest companion in the world. Seeing the little dragon in danger, tears streamed down her small face as she choked out, "Little dragon." She wanted Chun Nan to save the little dragon, but she knew that the terrifying presence within the demonic energy was incredibly powerful and utterly unbeatable. She feared that if Chun Nan went, he would also encounter danger, leaving her to cry sorrowfully. At this moment, Chun Nan was in a panic. If the little dragon were hit again, it would surely be in real danger. For whatever reason, the little dragon had always been very affectionate towards him, and it had even saved his and Xiao Qinzi's lives in the capital of Jin. No matter what, he could not bear to watch the little dragon lose its life. Chun Nan set Xiao Qinzi down gently and said softly, "Wait here for your brother. And don't move, understand?" Xiao Qinzi, feeling sad and somewhat afraid, said, "Brother, I also want you to save the little dragon. But you can't defeat that demon. Don't go. Don't worry. Brother is not so reckless as to overestimate his abilities. Do you remember that piece of jade? With it protecting me, I think there shouldn't be any major problems." Xiao Qinzi was doubtful, her face filled with concern. She waved her small hand, watching as Chun Nan moved forward. The moment Chun Nan turned around, he immediately put away his smile. He had taken off the jade rui and was now gripping it tightly in his right hand. The three unparalleled masters exchanged glances. Although they knew that the unknown presence within the rolling demonic energy was unbeatable, they nodded in unison and followed Chun Nan as he moved forward. At this moment, the little dragon had stopped rolling and barely managed to fly into the air. Its originally shining scales had dimmed, and its body was covered in blood. Seeing Chun Nan approach, it seemed a bit anxious, wanting to use the energy of heaven and earth to push him away from here, but found it had no strength left to do so. Having suffered 9 lightning tribulations and being struck by 2 forces far stronger than the lightning, it was now weakened to the extreme. Chun Nan stroked its scales and sighed softly, "Little dragon, don't urge me to leave. There is something among humans called true feelings. Although it has become increasingly rare in this increasingly indifferent human society, it still exists. You have always regarded me as family and friend, and you have once saved my and Qinzi's lives. How could I ignore you when you are in a life-and-death situation? I admit I am not a gentleman, nor am I purely a good person, but I do have true feelings in my heart. Because of its existence, I can risk my life to lend you a hand." The little dragon's eyes seemed to glisten with moisture as it extended its tongue to lick Chun Nan's right cheek. At this moment, the 3 unparalleled masters formed a protective barrier around the little dragon. They all knew that it was the Dragon King that belonged to the first generation of Holy Dragon Knights of Shinfeng Academy 1,000 years ago, and they had a special bond with it. They could not bear to watch the little dragon lose its life. A tremendous pressure emanated from the rolling demonic energy above. But Chun Nan and the 3 masters waited for a long time and did not see that vast power surge forth. Just as they were all extremely anxious, a barely audible low voice emerged from the rolling demonic energy. The 3 masters exchanged glances. With their unparalleled cultivation, they barely captured that weak voice. But they could not understand a single word. Chun Nan's senses were sharp, and his spiritual awareness surpassed that of ordinary people. As the old monster said, he possessed a spiritual root, and he too caught that faint voice. He was taken aback, and a tumultuous wave surged in his heart. The low voice from the rolling demonic energy was actually the language of the fairy illusion continent from 10,000 years ago. The weak voice carried a sense of desolation and confusion. "Who am I? How did I end up here? Then an immense force surged down from the demonic energy. As the magic energy churned in the sky, Chun Nan, in a daze, saw the nameless demon with a shattered head, a hollowed-out heart, and broken wings. He was utterly shocked. The terrifying existence within the demonic energy was indeed the nameless demon from the Death Abyss. If he hadn't seen it earlier in the Death Abyss, he definitely would have thought it was just an illusion caused by the flowing demonic energy. Chun Nan's heart was like a raging sea, difficult to calm down, because it not only confirmed that the strongest presence within the demonic energy was indeed that nameless demon, but also because its words were in the language of the fairy illusion continent from 10,000 years ago. The nameless demon resembled the ancient demons of the West, yet spoke the language of the ancient East. What could that mean? Chapter 4. Divine Beast Guardian. In that moment, Chun Nan's mind was in chaos. In an instant, he thought of many things, and in a daze, he seemed to catch on to something, but that spark of inspiration vanished in an instant. However, at this critical moment, he had no time for frivolous thoughts. A vast stream of energy fell straight down from the sky, while the demonic energy in the sky retreated like a tide toward the southeast. Seeing the nameless demon retreat, Chun Nan and the three unparalleled masters were overjoyed. They protected the little dragon and quickly retreated to a distance. As long as they could avoid that overwhelming force from the sky, they would be completely safe. However, this terrifying strike was immensely powerful. Although they ran quickly, they ultimately could not completely avoid it. At the edge of the energy storm, the three unparalleled masters, who stayed behind to protect the little dragon, were the first to suffer heavy injuries. They spat blood and were sent flying over 20 feet, while a large area of the bamboo forest was destroyed. After the three masters were blasted out of the energy storm, Chun Nan was the next to bear the brunt. The vast power surged toward him like a towering wave. The little dragon seemed to know that Chun Nan did not have the strength to withstand this terrifying flow of energy. It wanted to forcibly push Chun Nan away from this ocean of energy, but it was now extremely weak and had no strength left. It could only tug at the sleeve of Chun Nan with its mouth. Chun Nan was moved. Even at this life and death moment, the little dragon was still thinking of him. Little dragon, I will definitely save you. To save Chensi, I reversed my cultivation for the first time. To save you, I can reverse it for the second time. In that instant, Chun Nan made that decision. He did not care what terrible consequences would arise from reversing his cultivation. To ensure the little dragon lived, he had no other choice. He could only use the simplest and most practical method to instantly make himself the strongest. The little dragon let out a low, mournful cry, and its big dragon eyes became moist. All of this happened in an instant. The golden light emanating from Chun Nan's body converged, and a series of black rays burst forth from within him, swirling in front of him. He shouted, "Heaven and Earth Demon Technique." Recently, his cultivation had advanced significantly, diligently practicing the family's secret arts, and he was now able to execute many extraordinary techniques that required immense power. The Heaven and Earth Demon Technique was one of them. As its name suggests, when cultivated to the utmost realm, it could connect heaven and earth. Its most peculiar aspect was its ability to dissipate incoming external forces into nothingness, or more accurately, to guide incoming forces out of the body, minimizing the damage suffered. Chun Nan held the jade rui high against the sky, bracing against the terrifying energy storm. The jade rui shone brightly, crazily absorbing the energy storm surging towards him. The aftershocks were all guided by the demonic energy swirling around his body, and the Heaven and Earth Demon Technique within him was operating madly. The raging power surged through his body and was directed into the ground, leaving behind huge cracks beneath his feet. At that moment, Chun Nan resembled a mighty demon god, surrounded by endless black rays, absorbing the violent energy flows that ravaged towards him. The black rays acted like a demonic shield, resisting the vast power and allowing the little dragon behind him to remain in a tranquil space. Chun Nan had already exerted all his strength, but the energy storm was too ferocious, and in the end, he was still blasted out of the frenzied energy zone. The little dragon was ultimately engulfed by the fierce energy flow, letting out a piercing dragon roar that reached the heavens. Its body was covered in blood, with almost all its golden scales shed, rolling helplessly in the air, and finally being thrown out of the energy storm, landing less than 3 yards away from Xiao Chensi. "No, little dragon." Xiao Chensi ran over and cradled the little dragon's head in her arms, choked with emotion. "Little dragon, wake up. Woo-woo. Please wake up." The three great masters and Chun Nan staggered to their feet, their faces pale. The three masters were unparalleled in strength, and Chun Nan had the Jade Rui for protection. Yet even so, they had sustained severe internal injuries in the area where the energy storm was weakest. They all looked towards the little dragon, and at that moment, an infinite sorrow surged within them. Although the little dragon had transformed into a sixth-tier divine dragon, it had earlier exhausted all its strength and could not resist the terrifying energy storm. It was feared that it was. The four approached Xiao Chenxi and found that the little dragon's body had already turned cold. They were heartbroken. The dragon baby, which had just transformed into a divine dragon, had actually died. Woo-woo. Little dragon, please wake up, don't sleep. Xiao Chenxi cried sorrowfully, her small face covered in tears. However, at that moment, something astonishing happened. The tears from Xiao Chenxi fell onto the bloodied dragon body, and they emitted a rainbow of light. The sparkling light flowed into the little dragon's body. Xiao Chenxi seemed unaware, continuing to cry, with tears rolling down, and the rainbow light blooming continuously. At that moment, the little dragon's body suddenly moved. And then it slowly opened its eyes, weakly moving its dragon head to nuzzle against Xiao Chenxi's small face. Ah, little dragon, you woke up. Is this real? Xiao Chenxi's tear-streaked face was filled with disbelief as she looked at the little dragon. An unusual change occurred again. The little dragon's body emitted a dazzling golden light. Slowly floating up, its body gradually shrinking and fading, ultimately becoming a phantom that coiled around one of Xiao Chenxi's arms. Everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim. No one expected such a bizarre event to occur. A small dragon, shining with golden light, appeared on Xiao Chenxi's left arm, vivid and lifelike, as if painted. After a long time, the ethereal figure, resembling a celestial being, sighed. Could this be the legendary divine beast's protection? The other two masters nodded thoughtfully. They marveled at Xiao Chenxi, examining her from head to toe repeatedly. The three of them affectionately patted her head and helped wipe the tears from her face before leaving together. When Chun Nan heard the words divine beast's protection, he immediately understood their significance. In myth and legend, cultivators who reached an extreme realm often sought divine beasts in remote mountains and marshes. Once discovered, they would forcibly tame them and utilize their ability to change size to seal them within various parts of their bodies. The physique of a divine beast was generally incredibly strong. Wherever it was sealed, that area would be as if reinforced with divine armor, making it difficult for external forces to inflict any damage. Moreover, the divine beast could be summoned by its master at any time. In a sense, under such circumstances, the divine beast became almost like a slave to its master. However, if the divine beast were injured and its life was in danger, it could use its master's body to self-seal, falling into a prolonged slumber until it recovered enough to be summoned by its master. It was evident that the little dragon understood that Xiao Chenxi's physique was extraordinary, and in a life-threatening moment, it performed self-sealing, embedding itself within Xiao Chenxi's left arm, hoping to one day recover. Chapter 5. After the Calamity Brother. Xiao Chenxi's voice was low, her small face full of sadness. Little dragon, it. Chun Nan lifted her up gently, saying softly, don't worry, little dragon is living in your left arm. One day, it will mischievously appear before you. Of course, there is a prerequisite. You must stay healthy and happy every day, so that little dragon can recover sooner by borrowing your body. Really? Really? That's great. Just now, I seemed to hear little dragon talking to me in my heart, saying it was very tired and needed to rest. I thought it was an illusion, but it turns out it was real. Tears hung on Xiao Chenxi's long eyelashes, but her face was already filled with joy. On this day, the divine dragon's emergence caused the entire Sin City to boil over, but no one knew the final fate of the divine dragon. Many cultivators in the square of the Divine Wind Academy witnessed that unusual dark cloud and heard the divine dragon's tragic cries. But they did not feel the immense pressure emanating from that dark cloud. Though they had some doubts in their hearts, they could only speculate. Eventually, the vice president learned the truth from the three great masters. To ensure the safety of Xiao Chenxi and the divine dragon, he had to concoct a lie, claiming that the divine dragon was originally a holy dragon of the Divine Wind Academy, and that it had successfully evolved into a sixth-tier divine beast through nirvana and had now left the academy, whereabouts unknown. People were puzzled by that unusual dark cloud, but ultimately could only attribute it to the category of thunder tribulation. Of course, this was the thinking of the vast majority, but not everyone thought that way. Among the many cultivators, there were those close to the fifth-tier realm, and they sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the dark cloud. Some even claimed to have heard whispers within the dark cloud. They believed this matter was far from being as simple as it appeared. But they could only speculate and doubt, unable to uncover the truth. The youth competition between the 4 academies was interrupted because of this incident, and ultimately, the heads of the 4 academies decided to postpone it by a day. With the vice president's approval, many cultivators surged towards the northwest corner of the academy, eager to see what the place where the divine dragon battled the thunder tribulation had become. When the people arrived there, they were shocked into silence. Deep within the bamboo forest lay a desert area of about 100 yards, where the golden fine sand clashed starkly with the nearby elegant environment. It was clear that this was the result of the divine dragon battling the thunder tribulation. The forest had been ravaged by the energy storm, reduced to sand. One could only imagine how terrifying the lightning had been at that time. At this moment, Chun Nan and Xiao Qinzi had moved to a new residence, deep within the bamboo forest, where the environment was more elegant and tranquil. 8 or 9 pavilions were scattered throughout the bamboo sea, each surrounded by picturesque scenery. Near the pavilions, the lush green grass, fragrant flowers, small bridges over flowing water, and oddly shaped stones created a beautiful setting. In the distance, the bamboo forest was dense and vibrant, with the melodious chirping of birds. The poetic beauty of the landscape was refreshing, and being in the center of it made one feel at peace. Brother, this place is so beautiful. Are we going to live here from now on? Xiao Qinzi bounced on the green grass, laughing happily, since discovering that the little dragon lived within her left arm. She had shed her sadness and returned to her innocent and lively self. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful and serene place in the Shinkong Academy, Chun Nan mumbled softly, then turned to Xiao Qinzi and said, yes. We'll live here from now on. Do you like it? I like it. Xiao Qinzi cheered, and then ran into the flower bushes to chase butterflies. Chun Nan knew well why the cunning and stingy vice president treated him so generously. The blood within him played a crucial role in the academy's major research. And with the divine dragon sealed within Xiao Qinzi, the vice president would never tolerate any mishaps. This garden-like residence was specially prepared for the esteemed seniors of the Shinkong Academy. Through the swaying shadows of the trees, he could see several elders in their 80s or 90s taking a stroll not far away. These people held high status within the academy, all being retired masters, and this place served as their retreat for cultivation in their later years. Throughout the Shinkong Academy, only a handful of elders could reside in this area, including the 3 unparalleled masters who had rescued the little dragon. It could be said that Chun Nan's current residence was like a fortress. Unless several unparalleled masters attacked, it would be nearly impossible to breach. Chun Nan had already allowed his reversed cultivation technique to operate positively again. This time he did not feel anything amiss, and the positive operation of his technique was no different from usual. However, he always remembered his father's warning. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he must never reverse his cultivation technique. Chun Zhan had already reached the realm of immortal martial arts and still held such caution, which surely had its reasons. Chun Nan sat cross-legged on the green grass, feeling the gentle breeze and inhaling the fragrant flowers. He slowly immersed his mind into his body and began to heal his internal injuries. He sat like this for 3 hours, and when he opened his eyes, the sun was setting. The brilliant fiery clouds painted the horizon a deep red, but to Chun Nan, it seemed somewhat bleak and glaring, evoking a sense of desolation. During his introspection, he noticed that the golden true qi in his body was further mixed with a darker true qi, which had grown thicker. During these 3 hours, he tried to eliminate that strand of true qi while healing, but in the end, it was in vain. The darker true qi produced by reversing his cultivation technique remained active in his body. Chun Nan had a premonition that the dark true qi would eventually change something, but he could not speculate what that would be. At that moment, laughter from Xiao Qinzi came from the nearby bamboo forest, where an elderly man with white hair was carrying her while she chased butterflies among the flowers. Chun Nan was astonished. He knew that each elder here was an extraordinary figure, and this previously unseen elder was doting on Xiao Qinzi, which he had not anticipated. However, he felt happy for Xiao Qinzi. Being so cherished by the elders here was enough to prove her charm. With such support, he no longer had to worry about her future. The reason Chun Nan had this thought was that he had sensed something in his heart these past few days. An instinctive intuition that something would happen to him in the near future, but he could not discern whether it was good or bad. He firmly believed in this strange intuition because throughout his 21 years of life, this kind of premonition had been proven true time and again. He was not worried about himself. He was worried about Chinsi, as she was currently his soft spot. Seeing the esteemed elders of the Shinkong Academy pampering her so much made him happy. If one day he had to leave here, he could rest assured knowing that she would be well taken care of. Chun Nan vaguely guessed that his feeling was related to the death abyss because he had always wanted to explore it, but it was undoubtedly a place of great danger, likely to bring about some unexpected events. This time, the nameless demon surged with overwhelming demonic energy to the Shinkong Academy. At that moment, he had murmured softly in the air, and ancient words clearly reached Chun Nan's ears. At that moment, the excitement in his heart was beyond words. The figure of the ancient demon, resembling those from the Western lore, spoke in Eastern ancient language. What did this signify? It contained too much information. At the very least, it indicated that the nameless demon was an ancient existence from 10,000 years ago, having experienced the era when the gods perished. He was a survivor of that unknown disaster. Chapter 6. Rebirth through possession. Chun Nan's mind was in turmoil. In the past, he had made various guesses about the death abyss, but they all seemed to be somewhat distant from the truth. Now, the nameless demon had brought him immense hope. If possible, he very much wanted to have a direct conversation with the nameless demon. He decided to explain everything about the death abyss to the vice president. Currently, his own strength was far from enough. He needed to leverage the power of the Shinkong Academy to explore the death abyss. The next day, the weather suddenly turned overcast, and it began to rain heavily, forcing the youth competition among the 4 academies to be postponed once again. On this rainy day, the 3 unparalleled masters of the Shinkong Academy came to visit. Chun Nan welcomed them into the house, leading Xiao Qinzi to greet them one by one. The previous afternoon, while Chun Nan was healing, Xiao Qinzi had already become familiar with the nearby elders. At this moment, seeing the 3 unparalleled masters, she showed no shyness, sweetly greeting them, and then hugged the sleeve of the cultivator among the 3, pouting, "Grandpa, where's your little sword? I want to fly into the sky with it." The elder fondly picked her up and smiled. "All right, I'll let you fly in a bit." After everyone sat down, the elder indeed fulfilled Xiao Qinzi's wish. He unexpectedly produced an object that shimmered with light and mist, gently lifting Xiao Qinzi into the air and spinning her around in the room. Hee hee, this is so much fun. Little Qinzi was not scared at all, laughing joyfully in the air. Chun Nan, using his enhanced vision, recognized that it was a shield-like object. He knew that every cultivator had several powerful treasures, and he guessed this was one of the elder's treasures. He didn't expect him to take it out for Xiao Qinzi to play with. While the cultivator was playing with Xiao Qinzi, the other elder, who held a cane and had a face full of wrinkles, said to Chun Nan, "Let me introduce us. We 3 are all retired teachers of the Shinkong Academy, now living here in seclusion to cultivate. I am Lei Lai, a holy dragon knight. But I'm ashamed to say I've never had my own holy dragon." It turned out that Lei Lai was the old dragon knight who had brought the little dragon back. And although he had lured it to the Shinkong Academy, he could not control it, which left him somewhat helpless. However, upon learning that the little dragon might be the dragon king of the first generation of holy dragon knights from 1,000 years ago, he felt immensely proud. Through the elder's introduction, Chun Nan understood the identities of the 3. The imposing elder with golden hair and beard who had remained silent was an old teacher from the Western martial system named Ovi, who had reached the realm of transformation. The cultivator playing with Xiao Qinzi was an old teacher from the Eastern cultivation system named Yin Feng, whose cultivation was profound and unfathomable. Chun Nan understood that the 3 old men wouldn't visit without reason. They were likely here for the divine spirit dragon sealed within Xiao Qinzi. He noticed that the old dragon knight seemed to want to say something to him privately while avoiding Xiao Qinzi. So he stood up and invited the elders into the inner room, with Ovi following closely behind. Once inside, Lei Lai got straight to the point, saying, "I have nothing to hide. I will speak plainly. The 3 of us want to take Qinzi as our named disciple." Chun Nan was astonished, his mouth agape. The 3 elders were of such high status that their disciples must be gray-haired already. It was surprising that they wanted to take Xiao Qinzi as a disciple. However, he soon understood that it was indeed because of the divine spirit dragon. Ovi seemed to sense his thoughts and spoke up. "On one hand, we can see that this little girl has an extraordinary physique. It could truly be described as celestial body. It has genuinely amazed the 3 of us, and we are quite fond of her talent. On the other hand, because of the divine spirit dragon, it may sleep for years or even decades. We don't want Xiao Chenxi to encounter any danger. We hope she can cultivate extraordinary skills, so she won't fear any strong enemies in the future and can navigate this world with ease. Chen nodded, just as he had guessed. The main reason the three elders wanted to take Xiao Chenxi as a disciple was indeed the divine spirit dragon. The Shinfeng Academy certainly had no shortage of exceptionally talented individuals. With the cultivation levels and status of these three elders, there would surely be many competing to be their disciples. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elders. I truly feel happy for Chenxi. To receive the favor of the three of you is a blessing for her. But what? Feel free to speak openly, they urged. It's like this. I previously wanted to teach Chenxi some martial arts. But it seems this little girl has no interest in entering the realm of cultivation and seems quite resistant to it. Thus, I haven't forced her. Ovi nodded and exchanged glances with Lei Lai, saying, It's clear you are very fond of this little girl and don't want her to suffer even the slightest grievance. If we are able to spark her interest in cultivation, would you be willing to let her become our disciple? Chen Nin nodded without hesitation, saying, Of course. I would be willing. I've said before that being able to study under the three esteemed elders is a fortune for Chenxi. He had already made some calculations in his mind. The three great masters would undoubtedly lay a solid foundation for the little girl in the coming years. They couldn't possibly teach her the cultivation techniques in a systematic way. Once Xiao Chenxi was initiated, Chen Nin planned to teach her the profound and mysterious family techniques he inherited. The cultivation levels of the three unparalleled masters were indeed earth-shattering. But Chen Nan believed that their cultivation techniques might not surpass his family's secret arts. With a solid foundation laid by the three great masters, when she formally entered the realm of cultivation to learn the profound arts, her progress would surely be twice as effective with half the effort, and her future achievements would be limitless. Seeing that Chen Nan agreed, Ovi and Lei Lai were very pleased. Lei Lai laughed, Don't worry. The three of us will definitely lay a solid foundation for her. We have many friends in the cultivation world who will certainly help her acquire the best cultivation techniques. We will cultivate her into someone who can stand proudly above the world. Chen Nin deeply bowed to the two, expressing his gratitude. After he sat down, Lei Lai looked serious and said, Now, can you tell us about this little girl's true identity? What is her background? Chen Nin was taken aback. He hadn't expected them to ask this. Ovi said, From the moment we saw that little girl, we knew she was extraordinary. Later, the divine spirit dragon sealed itself within her body, which shocked us even more. After observing her secretly, we discovered her physique is indeed different from ordinary people. Calling her a celestial being would not be an exaggeration. If she weren't so young and without any cultivation, we would genuinely think she was a little immortal. Chen Nan's face showed shock. He hadn't expected that through the divine spirit dragon incident, the three elders would uncover Xiao Chenxi's secret. After thinking for a while, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before the two elders. The two elders quickly helped him up, and Lei Lai asked, What are you doing? Chen Nin said seriously, I asked the esteemed elders to promise me one thing. What I say to you today must not be told to anyone except for Elder Yin Feng. The two elders exchanged glances and then nodded solemnly. Chen Nin had been feeling uneasy these past few days, relying on his innate sense of intuition. He sensed that a major event was about to happen to him. It was a completely instinctive feeling. This premonition made him very anxious, and he wanted to take this opportunity to entrust Xiao Chenxi to the three unparalleled masters. Now that the three great masters were doting on Xiao Chenxi, if something were to happen to him in the near future, he believed the three would take good care of her. It was necessary for him to tell them some things about Xiao Chenxi first, because if she were to live with them in the future, her secret of being untouched by the mundane world would surely be discovered by them. It was better to tell them in advance. Esteemed elders, your insight is remarkable. Chenxi truly seems to be no ordinary person. How so? The two elders were moved. Chen Nin said seriously, What I am about to say is absolutely true. I found Chenxi on Kunlun Mountain. She was born from a celestial flower. Chen Nin concealed the ancient immortal's remains by Hua Valley, omitted the incident with the monsters outside the valley, and did not mention Yuxin's various matters, but simply recounted the celestial phenomena that occurred when Chenxi came into the world. You mean the little girl was born from a celestial flower that bloomed from divine jade, and she was able to speak and run right after coming into the world? Yes. The two elders were filled with shock upon hearing this, and they fell silent for a long time. After a considerable time, they exchanged glances, and Ovi said, What do you think? Lei Lai, looking serious, said, The little girl is definitely not a transformed jade spirit. She carries celestial energy, and it resembles the legendary scenario of an immortal being reborn through a vessel. Ovi pondered and nodded. What? Chun Nin exclaimed in shock. Chapter 7. Veils of Mystery. Chun Nin had always believed that Xiao Qinzi was either Yuexine reincarnated or a spirit of divine jade transformed into form. Now hearing that it might be an immortal being reborn through a vessel truly shocked him immensely. There are some ancient legends in the East that tell of powerful immortals who, if they encountered misfortune and their physical forms perished, could maintain their consciousness undying, slowly gathering the essence of heaven and earth. After a long period, they might be able to cultivate a body again with the help of external objects. But only a very few powerful immortals possessed such a heaven-defying skill. This heaven-defying process is fraught with danger, even if they live again. Their original memories would almost certainly be permanently sealed, unless they cultivated successfully after their rebirth or triggered specific external factors to restore their original memories. Is Qinzi an immortal reborn through a vessel? Chun Nin murmured, his heart in turmoil. Xiao Qinzi's background was indeed shrouded in mystery. Lei Lai said, whether this is true or not is still hard to say. All of this is just our speculation. After all, there are too many wonders in the world, and many things are beyond our comprehension. The three of them continued to discuss the identity of Xiao Qinzi for a while before returning to the outer room. At this point, Xiao Qinzi seemed to be a bit tired from playing, so Chun Nin took her back to her room and watched her drift into sleep. The three great masters and Chun Nin were chatting when they finally steered the conversation towards the overwhelming demonic energy that appeared during the divine dragon's confrontation with the Thunder Tribulation. The three unparalleled masters had never been to the Death Abyss, so they were unaware of the existence of a terrifying being known as the Nameless Demon. On that day, the tall figure that briefly appeared amidst the demonic energy was not clearly captured by them, so they could not speculate on what powerful existence was hidden within that dark demonic energy. However, the heavy and terrifying aura at that time left the three of them still feeling apprehensive. Chun Nin had been looking for an opportunity to tell the vice president about what he saw and heard in the Death Abyss, hoping to use the power of the Divine Wind Academy to explore that mysterious place. At this moment, he felt it was time to come clean, believing that explaining it through the three great masters would be more convincing. When Chun Nin organized his words and began to speak about the Death Abyss to the three great masters, as he expected, the three were stunned into silence for a while. Of course, he was selective in his narrative. He could not mention that it was the ancient divine relic that led him there, nor could he tell them that he understood the ancient deep words during the divine dragon's confrontation with the demonic energy. After a long time, the three great masters finally came to their senses. Yin Feng sighed. I never expected the legend to be true. Chun Nin was puzzled and could not help but ask, Elder, could you clarify if there have been rumors about that dangerous valley? Yin Feng's expression turned serious as he said, there has always been an ancient legend in the city of Sin, stating that within the 10,000 great mountains, there roams a terrifying being whose body is dead, but whose heart is still alive. People call him the Heaven Reverser. No one knows whether he is a deity or a demon, only that he is an unbeatable existence. Giants and dragons are as weak as puppets in his presence, unable to withstand a single blow from him. The appearance of the Heaven Reverser is exactly as you described, a shattered head, a heart ripped out, and several black and white wings torn off. Sigh. It's simply hard to believe this is real. Chun Nin was shocked, thinking to himself that the central region of the Tianyuan continent, the 10,000 Great Mountains, was indeed incredibly mysterious. First, the appearance of the divine beast Qilin in the western borders of the Chu kingdom. Then the incident of the divine severed hand near the city of Sin, and just recently, he discovered the mysterious demon palace deep within the vast mountains. Now, there was the emergence of the Death Abyss and the Heaven Reverser. Such terrifying existences. Yin Feng continued. It is said that the Heaven Reverser appears once every few hundred years and then mysteriously disappears. No one knows his origins. According to the records of the Divine Wind Academy, one of the founders once discovered the Death Abyss in the direction you mentioned. Chun Nin was taken aback, not expecting that someone like him had also discovered that hellish place. He exclaimed, what did he find? That elder was not as fortunate as you. As soon as he entered that valley, he was repelled by an exceptionally terrifying force and, in shock, retreated. By the time he gathered many masters to return, he found that the Death Valley had mysteriously vanished and could no longer be found. At that time, several unparalleled masters discussed repeatedly and believed there was an ancient formation there, a formidable and astonishing grand array that concealed the death abyss. Without extraordinary abilities, it would be nearly impossible to find or enter. Now that I think about it, that mysterious place must be the dwelling of the Heaven Reverser. It truly is hard to imagine. From Yin Feng's account and Chun Nan's experiences, it was not difficult to infer the connection between the death abyss and the Heaven Reverser. Undoubtedly, that was his dwelling place. It could be speculated that the grand array surrounding the death abyss remained closed for years, only opening once every 100 years, which was quite similar to the ancient immortal ruins in the Kunlun Mountains. However, it remained unclear whether the grand array of the death abyss was controlled by the Heaven Reverser or operated on its own through the power of heaven and earth. Although some assumptions could be made, there was still a thick fog surrounding the matter. Eventually, the three unparalleled masters sent someone to invite the vice president to this place. The five of them secretly discussed for 3 hours in Chun Nan's room, agreeing to invite various masters to explore the death abyss and unveil its mysterious veil after the peak battle of the 4 academies' young masters concluded. On the 3rd day, after the rain, the sky cleared, and a rainbow hung high in the sky, adding a beautiful scene to the world. The long-awaited battle among the 4 academies' young powerhouses finally began. This peak battle was different from the warm-up matches held not long ago. Its impact was far greater, attracting countless practitioners from across the continent to watch. The War God Academy and the illusory Demon Academy from the west, along with the Immortal Martial Academy from the east, brought over 3,000 people. Together with young masters and renowned elders from various places, the square was truly crowded, and the Divine Wind Academy had to mobilize many students to maintain order. If it weren't for the vastness of the Divine Wind Academy's square, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many people. Due to the participation of Dragon Knights in the strongman competition, the designated competition area measured several hundred feet in circumference, and a prominent warning line was drawn around the arena, prohibiting spectators from stepping inside. Chapter 8. The Disciple of Dantai. Due to the overwhelming number of spectators, to avoid accidents caused by some people pushing forward to watch the match, the Academy had to build many tall wooden stands. Additionally, the distant buildings were also packed with people, allowing almost everyone to view the matches normally. Among the stands, 5 were the tallest and widest, 4 of which were prepared by the 4 academies. The stands of the War God Academy and the Illusory Demon Academy were mostly filled with blonde individuals, while the stand of the Immortal Martial Academy was predominantly occupied by black-haired individuals. The stand of the Divine Wind Academy was filled with people of various hair colors, including black, blonde, red, green, and more. Due to regional differences, there were significant variations in people's bloodlines. The 5th and expansive stand was prepared for renowned elders from across the continent. All seated at the top were experts, most of whom were notable figures in their respective regions. After Chun Nan lulled Xiao Chenxi to sleep, he came to the square. He did not ascend to any stand, but instead squeezed into the crowd. At this moment, the competition had already begun. Inside the arena, a magician and an Eastern martial artist were engaged in a fierce battle. The dazzling magic and the raging sword energy wreaked havoc everywhere, and the crowd outside was in an uproar, with many young people watching in rapt fascination. Chun Nan was moved. The 2 combatants clearly had already stepped into the early 3rd stage, both possessing incredibly strong powers. He knew that the initial participants were surely not the strongest, as the most extraordinary individuals were often saved for later. One could only imagine how terrifying the strength of the peak young masters from the 4 academies would be. Historically, the maximum number of participants allowed from each academy was 16. This time, after negotiation, the 4 academies decided that each academy would send out 8 young masters, totaling 32 participants. Given how exceptional the strength of the first 2 to enter the arena was, one could only imagine how formidable the top contenders must be. Chun Nan thought to himself that if he had not made significant progress in strength after the battle in the capital city of the Jin Kingdom, he would probably not have any advantage compared to the 32 strongest participants. Even though he had now reached the peak of the 3rd stage, he did not dare to arrogantly believe he was stronger than these top young masters. He vaguely sensed that among them, there might be individuals who had already reached the 4th stage. This speculation was not without basis. He had wasted 4 years, yet his cultivation had reached such a level. There were countless prodigies in the world, and surely many outstanding talents existed, if they encountered renowned teachers and dedicated years to hard training. They could undoubtedly become super young powerhouses with astonishing cultivation. At this moment, the battle between the two was nearing its end. The Eastern martial artist, having endured for a long time, finally exploded after the magician gradually exhausted his strength. He lured the magician to a low altitude. Then a brilliant sword energy shot up into the sky, instantly piercing through the magician's left rib. Accompanied by a scream, blood sprayed out, and the magician fell from the sky to the ground, while the Eastern martial artist emerged victorious, eliciting a wave of cheers from the direction of the Immortal Martial Academy's stand. The grandstand built by the Kamikaze Academy for renowned experts from all over the continent was very close to Chun Nan. Those seated at the top were all prominent figures, most of whom were elderly men, and a sea of white-haired heads could be seen as he looked around. Before the second round of battle began, Chun Nan carefully observed those figures. There were about several hundred people on the stand, and those elders were full of energy, each exuding the aura of a strong person. Among the crowd, a row of figures stood out distinctly from the others. The dozen or so individuals seemed to be of high moral standing, while others surrounded them like stars encircling the moon. One young woman, in particular, was exceptionally eye-catching. While the ages of the others were all over 50 or 60, she was barely in her 20s, yet sat on equal footing with those elders, which genuinely astonished Chun Nan. Upon closer inspection, he was greatly shaken. What was the meaning of a beauty that could make fish sink and swans fall? What did it mean to have a face that could make the moon hide and flowers feel ashamed? The woman before him provided the best interpretation. She was truly stunning, surpassing all others. Dressed in a white dress, her long, sleek black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders. Her snow-white skin gleamed like fine jade, and her pair of lively eyes sparkled with wisdom. With a delicate nose and beautiful red lips that glistened alluringly, she was the epitome of a transcendent beauty. In this lifetime, Chun Nan had already encountered several women of extraordinary beauty, such as the Grand Princess of Chu Yu, the Little Princess, Chu Yu, the Magical Girl, Dongfang Phoenix, and the androgynous beauty, Long Wu. The Grand Princess was meticulous, mature, and wise. The Little Princess was clever, lively, and sprightly like a fairy. Dongfang Phoenix was willful and straightforward. Long Wu was spirited and confident. While these women might not be inferior in appearance to the one before him, they fell short in terms of temperament. The woman on the stand seemed to embody the essence of heaven and earth, radiating an aura of spirituality, like an elf or a fairy. Even though he had seen several stunning beauties, Chun Nan's heart inexplicably began to race, and he felt a flush on his face. The unparalleled beauty on the stand seemed to sense him, glancing his way with a faint smile before turning her gaze elsewhere. Chun Nan felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze. His mind stirred, and his eyes could hardly leave the woman in white. At that moment, his family's ancestral martial arts seemed to be activated by some mysterious force, operating on its own. Chun Nan was jolted awake. What an incredible woman! What keen spiritual awareness! What a strange technique! Chun Nan murmured to himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange sensation in his heart, as if the woman on the high platform, who embodied the essence of heaven and earth, was remarkably familiar, as if he had met her before. And he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his heart shook violently, nearly causing him to exclaim, 10,000 years ago, there was a mysterious woman, like a comet piercing through the sky, illuminating the entire fairyland continent. She was a mysterious figure who combined beauty and wisdom. No one knew her master, nor her past. She traversed between major powers, and her figure had flashed through many significant events on the continent at that time. Mysterious, beautiful, and wise, she drove countless youth to madness. She was Dantai Xian. It was only 10,000 years later that Chun Nan understood the reason for his stagnation in cultivation. It was all due to the otherworldly, ethereal fairy, Dantai Xian. Since learning the truth, he had secretly vowed that one day, he would break through the void of martial arts and find the transcendent fairy, Dantai Xian, to settle their grievances. However, at that moment, he suddenly discovered that the unparalleled beauty on the stand bore an incredible resemblance to Dantai Xian. Although their appearances were different, their temperaments were strikingly similar. Chapter 9. The Assassin. Chun Nan felt an immense shock. He noticed that several young people beside him were gazing at the woman on the stand with rapt attention. Chun Nan gently tapped one of them and asked, "Excuse me, brother, who is that woman? Why is she able to sit with those esteemed seniors?" The young man, still entranced by the woman on the stand, murmured, "Meng Kuer." the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai sect, here to represent her master at the competition, one of the most beautiful women in the world. Hearing the words Dantai, Chen Nan's expression changed instantly, his fists clenched tightly, and two cold glints shot from his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Mengkuo. He asked again, what kind of sect is the Dantai sect? But at this moment, the young man seemed to have fallen into a trance, staring blankly at the unparalleled beauty on the stand, no longer responding to him. Of course, not everyone was like that. Another young man beside him looked at Chen Nan in surprise and said, "No way, you haven't heard of the Dantai sect? This sect is one of the oldest in the East and is also one of the ancient holy lands of the Eastern cultivation world." Chen Nan feigned humility and said, "I am truly ignorant. Please enlighten me, brother." The young man, without much thought, continued, "It is conservatively estimated that this sect has been passed down for thousands of years, with its flame never extinguished. The sect's founder opened the heavens and merged martial arts with Taoism. Their cultivation techniques are incredibly profound. The disciples are all true experts. But the people of this sect rarely walk the continent. Anyone who appears must be a dragon among men." Dantai Xian had initially practiced martial arts, and after finding no rivals among her peers, she turned to Taoism, becoming a disciple of a recluse who was about to transcend. Chen Nan's heart stirred. He instinctively believed this was the sect founded by Dantai Xian. "May I ask what name the sect's founder is known by?" It is said that the sect's founder has already transcended, but 1,000 years ago, she descended to the mortal realm and left traces of her presence throughout the continent. Some say her name was Dantai Xian. Whether the legend is true is no longer discernible, as too much time has passed. Chen Nan could now be certain that the Dantai sect was undoubtedly founded by Dantai Xian from 10,000 years ago. He couldn't help but sneer, "Hee." The young man saw Chen Nan sneering at Mengkuo and said, "Hee, brother, I advise you to rein in your thoughts. The most outstanding disciple from an ancient holy land is not someone you can provoke. People from that sect are highly respected on the continent. Moreover, their own strength is astonishing, ranking among the best of their peers. Even the top experts from the 4 major academies might not be their match. If you'll only be asking for trouble." Chen Nan smiled wryly, turned, and walked away. The young man called out behind him, "Brother, what I said is the truth. There are plenty of beautiful women in the world. Don't let your thoughts lead you astray." Ignoring his nonsensical chatter, Chen Nan waved his hand and quickly disappeared from his sight. He had already formulated a plan in his heart. Some wonderful things were destined to happen between him and the Dantai sect. At this moment, the second battle had already begun. A Western warrior from the Battle God Academy had engaged in combat with an Eastern warrior from the Kamikaze Academy, with fierce clashes between their fighting spirit and sword energy. Chen Nan had exited the crowd and could faintly see the battle inside through the figures outside. However, at that moment, he felt a faint killing intent, and with his keen spiritual awareness, he sensed danger approaching step by step. He was startled. Who would be so bold as to attempt to assassinate him in such a setting? Chen Nan placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He felt the killing intent closing in from behind, and he had already locked onto that person. A cold light flashed like lightning, suddenly appearing from behind Chen Nan and stabbing towards his back. This assassination was quite skillful. The assailant's cultivation was evidently not low. But to avoid detection by Chen Nan, they had not unleashed any fighting spirit, directly using a sharp blade to stab at him. Overall, this assassin was quite experienced, with excellent hiding skills, and could be considered a successful killer. Unfortunately, he encountered a tough character. Chen Nan did not turn around. He gripped the knife handle and thrust backward with the scabbard. In an instant, the scabbard shattered, and the knife light shone brilliantly, like a silk ribbon, shattering the hidden needle sword behind him. The knife energy did not diminish. After destroying the assassin's sharp blade, its brilliance still shone, instantly piercing the assassin's left rib, causing blood to spray, showering the air with a large amount of blood rain. The assassin, clearly a veteran, was not flustered by the heavy injury. He arched his body and flew backward 3 feet, then jumped up and dashed out of the plaza like a gust of wind. All of this happened in a split second. Most people were focused on the fierce battle in the arena and did not pay attention to this side. Chen Nan wore a faint cold smile and calmly pursued him. He had the opportunity to kill the assassin just now, but he did not want to do that. He wanted to follow the clues and find out who was behind it all. He followed the assassin at a leisurely pace, keeping his distance. To Chen Nan's surprise, the assassin did not escape from Shinfeng Academy, but ran into the third training ground of Shinfeng Academy. Although the third training ground was not as vast as the plaza, it still covered a large area, and some smaller-scale competitions in the academy usually took place in these training grounds. Upon arriving here, Chunnin chuckled. It was evident that this assassin intended to lure him here. Now, Shinfeng Academy had almost mobilized all students to maintain order in the plaza, and other students who had not been assigned tasks were also watching the matches in the plaza. It could be said that there were hardly any people in other places. Clearly, the assassin was not alone. They intentionally lured Chun Nan to this deserted area to ambush him. Although Chun Nan had already guessed this, he still stepped into the training ground. Now that his cultivation had greatly improved, he felt no fear. He believed that even if he could not defeat them, he could retreat calmly. As he expected, 3 masked individuals emerged from behind the stands. One of them bandaged the injured assassin, and then all 4 advanced toward Chun Nan. Hey, esteemed protector of the nation, I'm sorry, but for the sake of money and survival, we have no choice but to offend you. Chun Nan interrupted him coldly, saying, stop with the nonsense. Just tell me who sent you here, or we can start fighting right away. Chapter 10. Wielding martial intent, the masked man was momentarily speechless. He glared fiercely at Chun Nan, and after a moment said, Chun Nan, don't be so arrogant. Today you won't be able to escape. Chun Nan stopped speaking and expressed his intentions through action, directly gripping the long knife in his hand. Another masked man spoke up. Don't think that just because you fought in the capital of Jin State that you've truly risen to the level of a top-tier powerhouse. According to what we know, the reason you were able to kill the near 5th-tier Master Tao Ran last time was because you used an extremely domineering technique. No matter how powerful such a technique is, you can't use it every time. Chun Nan looked at the few people in front of him in surprise, not expecting them to have this level of insight. Then he sneered, you're just afraid inside and want me to explain. Oh, I see. You want to distract me to cover for someone hiding in the shadows, trying to ambush me. Come out, don't hide anymore. I was wondering how these few useless people dared to challenge me. Now it makes sense. The veils of the 4 masked individuals trembled, showing their anger. Indeed, with 2 first-tier Western warriors and 2 first-tier mages, they could hardly do anything to Chun Nan. You're quite arrogant, but you have the capital to be so. 2 masked warriors emerged from behind the stands at the entrance of the training ground. From the aura they exuded, it was clear that they had reached the 2nd tier. Blocking the exit, Chun Nan sighed and said, do you really need to come out one by one? The other 2 should come out too. The 2 mages stepped out from the shadows and stood with the previous 2. Now, a total of 8 individuals had surrounded Chun Nan in the center of the training ground. 4 mages floated into the air, beginning to gather magical energy, while the 4 warriors slowly advanced, channeling their power as they pressed toward Chun Nan. At this moment, the strength of the 8 individuals was evident. Among the 4 mages, 3 were at the 1st tier, and 1 had reached the 2nd tier. The 4 warriors practiced Western fighting energy. 2 were at the 1st tier, while the other 2 had reached the 2nd tier. With 5 1st-tier experts and 3 2nd-tier experts, this combined strength was formidable. Moreover, the cooperation between mages and warriors greatly enhanced their offensive and defensive capabilities. Such a united force of 8 tiered experts should not be underestimated. If Chun Nan had not recently made significant progress in his cultivation, he would have long fled in panic. Having experienced several ambushes, he had diligently trained after his recent breakthrough, successfully mastering several powerful techniques that required strong cultivation to execute. At this moment, he was confident that even if he could not win, he could use the Shinshu step to escape. The Shinshu step was incredibly mysterious, allowing a person's movement speed to be as fast as lightning, suitable for chaotic battles, and even better for fleeing. It was said that when practiced to the highest realm, one could rise off the ground and fly in the air. There was no virtue to discuss with these assassins. Chun Nan brandished his long knife and charged at the injured masked man, moving like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of him. All the masked individuals were taken aback, not expecting Chun Nan to take the initiative, and his speed was astonishing, as if he were a ghost, his feet seeming to leave the ground. The mages in the air hurriedly cast spells, and the other 3 warriors rushed to provide aid. But Chun Nan's speed was truly too fast. The Shinshu step lived up to its reputation as an ancient and wondrous technique, and in an instant, he reached the front of that masked man. He struck mercilessly, the long knife flashed coldly, and a dazzling light flickered by as the knife energy surged into the masked man's body. Before the masked man could even raise his sword, He let out a scream and fell down. Although the knife energy did not completely pierce him, the extensive knife energy that penetrated him had already destroyed many of his meridians, rendering his entire cultivation nearly wasted. It was not that the masked man lacked strength. It was just that not long ago, he had been pierced in the left rib by Chun Nan and was heavily wounded, coupled with Chun Nan's astonishing speed, which caused him to fall without resistance. Chun Nan's body moved like a flash of lightning, leaving a residual shadow as he quickly retreated to his original position. Several magical attacks from the air missed entirely, and the three rushing warriors also struck nothing. Such skill made these masked individuals gasp in shock. It was simply terrifying. Before they had even truly engaged, they had already lost one person. The fallen masked man struggled to get up and walked silently toward the outside of the arena. Chun Nan did not stop him, knowing the power of that earlier strike. Unless a miracle happened, it would be difficult for that person to recover from the destroyed meridians, and he would likely never step into the cultivation world again. All the masked individuals fell silent. Perhaps they had long accepted this realization. A killer always kills, and taking lives for money would eventually require repayment with one's own life. Surviving in obscurity might be the best outcome. These individuals had dozens of lives on their hands, all cold-blooded characters. After a brief silence, they regained their composure and shouted as they charged at Chun Nan. If they truly engaged in a head-on confrontation, Chun Nan would indeed not be a match for these seven, especially since the combined strength of 3 second-tier cultivators and 4 first-tier cultivators was overwhelmingly powerful. However, now that he had mastered the Shinshu step, it was as if he had divine assistance. After a single strike, he quickly retreated, his body transforming into shadowy figures darting around the training ground, making him difficult to grasp, instilling a sense of helplessness in the 7 of them. The aerial magicians were immensely shocked. They could move and fly swiftly in the air, which was their greatest advantage, yet they could not accurately capture Chun Nan's figure. After several magical attacks, they all missed their target. Chun Nan felt an immense joy in his heart. The divine void step was indeed extremely mysterious. Facing the siege of the crowd, he moved with ease, weaving between the combat aura and magical beams without any hindrance. Of course, this was not solely due to the divine void step. The difference between the 3rd-tier perfected realm and the 3rd-tier initial realm was like night and day. His cultivation was now far stronger than before. At this moment, Chun Nan was practically invincible. He no longer deliberately avoided attacks and began to counterattack actively. In an instant, countless golden sword energies surged within the martial arts arena. With a loud crash, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Chun Nan did not dodge. He raised his knife and struck upwards, the nearly 2-meter-long solidified knife light breaking through the air. With a boom, the lightning collided with the knife light, and the 2 different types of energy clashed, erupting in a dazzling display of light that eventually dissipated into nothingness. A smile crept onto Chun Nan's lips. He was no longer at a loss when faced with magical attacks. After all, magic was merely a different form of energy. If one's power vastly surpassed that energy, one could easily break through it. He recalled how clumsy he had been when confronting magicians in the past, and felt a wave of embarrassment. Back then, due to his lack of understanding of magic, when he fought against the Eastern Phoenix, he was constrained and found it exceptionally difficult to win. He was confident that if he were to fight the Eastern Phoenix again now, it would not be such a troublesome affair. With his long knife in hand, Chun Nan engaged 7 powerful opponents, and in no time, the arena was filled with sword energies, combat auras, and magic running rampant. If someone were to see a young man single-handedly fighting against 7 high-tier experts without defeat, they would surely be astonished and marvel at his bravery. Having already established an invincible position, Chun Nan gradually relaxed his mind and became immersed in a wondrous martial realm. In that moment, he was free of distractions, solely pursuing the martial way. The long knife in his hand expressed his martial intent, with the brilliant knife light transitioning from gold to red, then to orange, continuously changing. The intricate knife light resembling a long rainbow, surging and undulating, with unmatched knife energy, sending out waves of sound as it broke through the air. In Chun Nan's heart, there was no self, no material, only a single obsession with martial arts. Many seemingly ambiguous questions in martial studies became clearer as the true energy within him flowed and as he wielded the long knife. Chapter 11. Heart grows cold. Chun Nan's body emitted a faint yet colorful glow, and the knife light he summoned grew increasingly potent, filling the space around him with a radiant aura. The 7 attackers were horrified. As practitioners themselves, they understood Chen Nan's current state. They knew he had immersed himself in a wondrous martial realm, very likely on the verge of a breakthrough in battle. After nearly half an hour of continuous fighting, the 7 grew increasingly fearful. They exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts, realizing they could no longer allow Chen Nan to continue in this extraordinary state. They had to find a way to disrupt it. For magicians frantically gathered the magical elements in the air, the magical energy surged. And then brilliant light flashed as countless wind blades rained down from the sky. The wind blades were of various sizes, all shimmering with cold light, densely distributed in the air, totaling hundreds. Such a terrifying magical attack caused intense energy fluctuations in the air. The 3 martial artists surrounding Chen Nan also pooled their strength. Layers of combat aura crashing down like waves towards Chen Nan from 3 directions in red, orange, and blue. The attacks from both the sky and ground surged towards Chen Nan like a furious tide, yet he remained unfazed, seemingly showing no signs of waking up, still immersed in that wondrous martial realm. However, at this moment, the true energy within him began to accelerate under external pressure, like the rolling Yangtze River, growing increasingly powerful. Soon, the protective true energy overflowed from his body, and the colorful glow emanating from him became stronger. As the overwhelming wind blades violently struck down, Chen Nan rotated his long knife, pointing it towards the sky, and slashed repeatedly. Waves of intense knife light surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, dominating the surroundings, defying the heavens, and scattering the dense wind blades into disarray, with the majority dissipating in the air. Then, he spun around, swinging his long knife violently, sweeping in all directions, and the knife light tore through the void, completely dispersing the rushing combat aura like a tidal wave. At that moment, some of the wind blades that had not dissipated struck before Chen Nan, but contrary to the magician's expectations, they did not cut into Chen Nan's body. Dozens of wind blades encountered immense resistance 3 inches from his body, all suspended in midair, unable to advance even a bit, and then they shattered one after another, completely dissipating. Chen Nan let out a long howl, raising his long knife towards the sky, and 4 streams of soaring knife energy shot up, splattering blood as 2 magicians were pierced through and fell to the ground, their fates unknown. The other 2 magicians hurriedly escaped to the sky, no longer daring to approach the ground. The 3 martial artists on the ground were all shocked. Having fought for nearly half an hour, Chen Nan seemed to grow stronger with every battle, showing no signs of fatigue, and now he had just slain 2 magicians. A chill surged within them as they exchanged glances and quickly gathered together. Chen Nan, wielding his long knife, advanced towards them. With each step he took, the earth trembled, the oppressive pressure causing the faces of the 3 martial artists to change repeatedly. Flash! Chen Nan shouted. The knife broke through the void. The 2-meter-long solidified knife light slashed towards the 3, the unmatched knife energy emanating immense pressure that made the 3 feel a grand weight bearing down on them. The 3 gritted their teeth and raised their swords to meet the attack, brilliant combat aura clashing against the dazzling knife light. The 2 magicians in the air quickly dove down, striking down 2 massive bolts of lightning before shooting back up. The 3 layers of combat aura first collided with the knife light, but in just an instant, they were dispersed. The knife light dimmed considerably but still pressed forward, forcing the 3 combined martial artists to separate and quickly evade. At the same time, Chen Nan swung his knife to cut down the 2 massive bolts of lightning descending from the sky. Multiple layers of knife energy surged upwards, meeting the lightning in the air and producing a series of rumbling sounds. Ultimately, the 2 energies countered each other, erupting in a blinding burst of light before dissipating into nothingness. As he shattered the lightning attack, Chen Nan used the divine void step, moving as swiftly as lightning, charging towards the masked martial artists ahead. The 3 martial artists were taken aback. Chen Nan's speed was too fast. By the time they raised their long swords, he was already right in front of them. With a series of clinks, the long swords in their hands were sliced off by the knife light emitted by Chen Nan, leaving them holding broken swords to defend themselves. Chen Nan moved like a phantom, weaving between the 3, and waves of knife energy surged towards them one after another. The battle had already lasted nearly half an hour, and by this time, the 3 masked individuals were utterly exhausted, unable to withstand the overwhelming and relentless knife energy. In just a moment, The broken swords in their hands shattered completely under the impact of the knife energy. The two magicians in the air wanted to assist, but Chen Nan's speed was astonishing, making it difficult to catch his figure. They hesitated to launch magical attacks for fear of accidentally harming the three masked martial artists entangled with him. The three masked martial artists, now unarmed, found it exceedingly hard to resist. One of them shouted, "Stop! I have something to say." Chen Nan had already woken up from that wondrous martial realm, but upon hearing this, he remained unmoved. The knife momentum continued as before, and soon one masked individual was pierced by the knife light, blood spurting as he fell to the ground, rolling incessantly. "Stop! Please stop! I will tell you who hired me, who exactly wants to kill you." Chen Nan stood with his sword retracted, feeling refreshed and not the slightest bit fatigued at that moment. Although he had not broken through the third-tier limit to enter the fourth-tier realm during that wondrous martial state, his power felt as if it had been refined like tempered steel, becoming even purer. Many ambiguous questions in martial arts also seemed to be understood in that state. He looked at the masked man and mocked. "You really have a sense of professional ethics." The masked man's veil trembled, clearly showing his immense anger and shame. "The one who wants to kill you is the third prince of the Baiwei kingdom, Renjian. However, due to recent political upheavals in Baiwei, he has returned to his country to vie for power and left you a letter." "Oh, he hired you to kill me and even left me a letter?" "Yes. He said that if we were unable to defeat you, we could give you the letter." As he spoke, the masked man took out a letter from his bosom and flicked it towards Chen Nan. Chen Nan caught the flying letter with 2 fingers, unfolded it, and read a few lines. "I understand your relationship with the Chu kingdom very clearly. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. I hope one day we can cooperate." Furrowing his brows, Chen Nan crumpled the paper into a ball and, leaving behind a shadow of himself, quickly rushed to the 2 masked martial artists. Chopping down with his sword, the 2 were caught off guard, and after a few encounters, they let out miserable screams as the sword energy pierced through them, and they fell to the ground. "You, despicable! Why did you sneak attack?" Chapter 12. Mages mount Chen Nan scoffed. "What a joke! You assassins have the right to blame me for a sneak attack? You're the ones who can't stand the light. We have already given you the letter from our employer and revealed his name. Why are you still doing this? Are you really that naive? Or just pretending to be confused? You came here to assassinate me, and you think a mere letter and a few words would let you off the hook? Is there anything that cheap in this world? I don't want to start a slaughter at the Shinfeng Academy, but I must cripple your powers so you won't continue to do evil in the future. No, you can't do that." The assassins on the ground screamed frantically, "Please, don't cripple our powers. We'd rather exchange an arm for it." Chen Nan sighed. "Killers always kill. Crippling your powers and letting you live like ordinary people is already the greatest mercy I can show you." He clapped a few times towards the fallen assassins, ignoring their cries, and then shouted at the 2 mages in the air, "Now it's your turn." He kicked a broken sword from the ground, sending it flying toward the sky. The 2 mages in the air were already terrified. They knew it was impossible to hurt Chen Nan now, and they turned to flee outside the martial arts arena. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chen Nan's mouth. This was the result he wanted. Using the divine void step, he pursued closely behind them. At the exit of the martial arts arena, he leapt up onto a tall platform and then soared into the air again. The 2 mages were scared out of their wits and hurriedly flew higher. But at that moment, Chen Nan's dragon catching hand struck out, and a massive glowing palm rapidly attacked the mages in the air, instantly enveloping the second-tier mage. The dragon catching hand swept the mage back, while Chen Nan's body fell toward the ground, using his other hand to constantly strike downwards to slow his descent. When he safely landed on the ground, the dragon catching hand had just captured that mage. Chen Nan grabbed him by the collar and slammed him down onto the ground. The mage let out a miserable scream, almost losing his breath from the pain. Chen Nan stepped on his back, looking at the retreating mage in the distance. His brow furrowed a bit, but soon a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stomped down hard on the mage and growled, "Do you want to live?" The mage screamed in pain, I want to live. If you want to live, then do as I command." Saying this, Chen Nan put both feet on the mage's back and ordered, "Immediately fly up and chase that bastard in front." The mage grimaced, trembling as he said, "But you're stepping on me." "Shut up. I want you to carry me to chase that guy." What? The mage was so angry he almost couldn't breathe. "Do you want to live or not?" Chen Nan stomped down slightly, causing tears to almost flow from the second-tier mage's eyes. "I agree. Just don't use so much force." The mage groaned in pain, and then began to chant a spell, slowly floating up with Chun Nan. At this point, the mage fleeing ahead had already stopped, watching from a distance. When he saw his companion being stepped on by Chun Nan and flying toward him, he was shocked, almost dropping his jaw, and then seemed to awaken, hurriedly fleeing. Chun Nan stomped down hard again on the mage beneath him, saying, "Hurry. You're a second-tier mage, and he has only reached the first-tier realm. If you can't catch up to him, be careful, I'll immediately take your life." The mage trembled at his words, and his flying speed noticeably increased. "No. Keep accelerating. Don't try any tricks on me. You should know my strength. If I find anything wrong, I will definitely take your life first." The mage, feeling helpless, sighed deeply and quickly chased after the mage ahead, the distance closing in. The mage in front realized the urgency of the situation, began to lose his bearings, and fled for his life, eventually flying into the sky above the Shinfeng Academy Square. At that moment, a peak battle among the young strong from the 4 academies was taking place in the square, with thousands of spectators gathered. His sudden appearance in the square quickly drew some attention, as Chun Nan pursued, stepping on the mage. Most of the people in the square had already seen the scene in the sky. The spectators on the ground gasped in surprise, pointing and discussing. "Oh my God! I can't believe my eyes. That's a humanoid beast carrying its master? That seems not a beast, but a person. Oh my God! Is the Shinfeng Academy planning to put on a show?" People in the square gasped, pointing and discussing, and soon the abnormality in the sky was noticed by everyone, who all looked up. Even on the platform, those once stable seniors couldn't help but glance upward. Many elders, upon realizing the situation in the sky, couldn't help but spit out their tea in surprise. On the platform of the Shinfeng Academy, the vice president's beard bristled with anger. He couldn't believe Chun Nan was being so showy, which made him feel that the academy had lost face. The fierce battle in the center of the square seemed to have lost the interest of the crowd. Now almost everyone was looking up. Finally, many recognized Chun Nan, and numerous young people gasped again. "Isn't that the national protector of the Chu Kingdom, Chun Nan? It's him. I witnessed everything he did in the capital of the Jin Kingdom, chopping down the bullies, throwing knives to slay dragons, single-handedly opposing an army of thousands, and slaying a 5th-tier peerless expert with the 7 demonic swords, all by him. He is the infamous killer. What does he want to do? Protest. Serious protest. He actually treats a noble mage like a pet and demands punishment for him." Chun Nan, stepping on the mage, flew through the air, quickly catching up to the person ahead. He raised his right palm and struck forward, sending a wave of energy into the mage's body ahead. The mage screamed and wobbled as he fell toward the ground. Chun Nan acted with great restraint, destroying part of the magician's meridians without taking his life. At this point, he wanted to command the magician beneath him to land on the ground. However, just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the northwest of the square, and a snow-white tiger, with a single horn on its head and wings on its ribs, leaped into the air like a whirlwind, instantly appearing in front of him. Sitting atop the flying tiger was none other than Princess Chu Yu of the Chu Kingdom. She wore a pale yellow dress, her sleek black hair fluttering in the wind, her skin as white as snow. Perched on the snow-white king of tigers, she looked like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. At this moment, the cunning little princess had a playful glint in her big, expressive eyes, and she smiled mischievously at Chun Nan, saying, "Hee, this is so much fun. You really are impressive, scoundrel." Chapter 13. Punishment for the little princess. Chun Nan was well aware of the little princess's malicious nature and did not want to get entangled with her. He simply wanted to greet her and leave, saying, "What do you want, little demon?" "Me? I'm here to help you." "Of course," the little princess replied, her face adorned with an enchanting smile that could captivate a city or even a nation. However, Chun Nan did not share her sentiment. To him, the little princess's smile was undoubtedly evil. He seemed to see a demon with horns and bat-like wings bearing its fangs at him. "Little demon, don't act recklessly. Most people already know my identity, and some may have guessed yours. In front of so many witnesses, you, as a princess, should mind your manners." Chun Nan glanced at the magician beneath him and swallowed the word princess. Indeed, since Chun Nan's identity had been exposed, the little princess's identity had also raised suspicions among some people, and a few had already learned of her status. The little princess snorted coldly, saying, "So what if they know? Hee, I just want to help you get rid of the magician under you and see you fall freely." She laughed wickedly. Chun Nan was taken aback. If they were on the ground, he would be unafraid, but now in the air, with the cunning little princess aided by the flying beast. He felt something was amiss and hurriedly told the magician, quickly descend to the ground. The magician, already fatigued from bearing someone, was baring his teeth and, upon hearing this, rapidly began to descend. The little princess cheerfully said, "Want to run? Not so easy. Shall you quickly attack them and make that guy who once bullied us fall flat?" The Tiger King opened its mouth and spewed a torrent of flames toward Chun Nan. The magician, highly sensitive to the magical elements in the air, sensed the incoming attack and instinctively recited a spell to conjure a water barrier, blocking the flames. Chun Nan was pleased not to intervene, cautiously watching the Tiger King that was closely pursuing them. The little princess, angered, shouted at the magician, "Big idiot. You've been bullied like this and are still helping him. If you're a man, hurry up and throw him down." The magician wanted nothing more than to throw Chun Nan down, but he knew that any rash move could lead to dire consequences. From the moment he had quickly submitted to Chun Nan, it was clear he was a coward who feared for his life. Having already compromised, he was even less willing to risk rebellion now. Seeing that her shouts had no effect and that they were getting closer to the ground, the little princess grew anxious and ordered the Tiger King to launch a more powerful magical attack. Xiao Yu held no goodwill toward Chun Nan. She was filled with deep resentment and was now working extra hard to bombard Chun Nan and the magician. The magician had already overexerted his magical power earlier and now had little strength left. He cursed himself for being a fool and stopped defending against the Tiger King's magical attacks, leaving it all to Chun Nan. Chun Nan slashed out waves of blade energy, neutralizing the magical attacks from the Tiger King one by one. The little princess, both angry and anxious, hadn't expected that she wouldn't be able to deal with Chun Nan even in the air. The practitioners on the ground looked up in astonishment, not expecting a battle in the air to unfold. This sudden event caught everyone's attention. It was foreseeable that, for some time to come, Chun Nan's name would once again become the focus of people's discussions. Chun Nan watched the little princess circling around him, and a smile crept onto his lips as he softly communicated with the magician. "Charge toward that flying tiger at your fastest speed. I guarantee you won't be harmed in the process." The magician hesitated for a moment, then stopped descending and quickly charged toward the little princess. The little princess was taken aback, not expecting the sudden counterattack. She hurriedly ordered Xiao Yu to dodge, but it was too late. Chun Nan's dragon capture hand shot out like lightning, a massive golden palm radiating auspicious light enveloping her and the Tiger King. They were swept away before they could put up any resistance, causing countless gasps from the crowd below. "Ah, not this lousy trick again." The little princess struggled and shouted in the golden palm. It was the same dragon capture hand that had caught her in the imperial capital of the Chu Kingdom, nearly turning her into Chun Nan's mate. Now, once again trapped by this ultimate move, she felt both angry and resentful. "Haha, little demon, you keep provoking me. And now you must be taught a lesson." Chun Nan laughed as he watched the struggling princess and the tiger. You dare?" The little princess called out nervously, "Don't forget that you are my slave. You've signed a contract with me. If you dare to disrespect me, I'll make it public." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan felt a surge of madness. He recalled his tragic experiences in the western borders of the Chu Kingdom and quickly retracted his dragon capture hand, grabbing the little princess and leaping onto the back of the Tiger King. "Ah, scoundrel, let me go." The little princess was both shocked and scared, feeling furious inside. Every time she schemed against Chun Nan, it seemed she ended up suffering. Seeing the little princess's fierce yet weak demeanor, Chun Nan chuckled, which made her feel uneasy. At that moment, the Tiger King, freed from the restraints of the dragon capture hand, began to move, wanting to shake off the detested Chun Nan. Chun Nan struck its head with his fist, shouting, "Your master is in my hands. Do you want me to throw her down?" The Tiger King felt utterly aggrieved, with its arch-nemesis sitting on its back, but it was powerless to do anything. In the end, it stopped moving. Seeing Chun Nan on the Tiger King's back, the magician's eyes darted, and he considered making a run for it. Chun Nan saw through his intentions and sneered, "If you think you can outrun this Tiger King, why not give it a try?" Upon hearing this, the magician's body trembled, and he ultimately dared not move. At this moment, the little princess was kicking, scratching, and biting at Chun Nan like a little female leopard, her mouth constantly cursing, "Scoundrel. I'll bite you to death, scratch you to death, kick you to death." She knew Chun Nan's bottom line and understood his current predicament, so she was sure he wouldn't turn against the Chu Kingdom. Therefore, although she was scared, she refused to show weakness. "Oh, little demon, do you really dare to bite me?" Chen Nan, caught off guard, was indeed bitten on the arm, causing him to grimace in pain. He quickly pried open her small mouth and then pressed her down on the Tiger King's back, raising his hand to deliver a slap to her round, perky backside. Smack. Ouch, scoundrel, you dare hit me? I won't let this go. The little princess was both embarrassed and angry, struggling incessantly. Thinking of all the little princess's annoying traits and recalling the contract he had signed with her, Chen Nan felt a fire igniting within him. Without further hesitation, he pinned down her curvaceous figure and began to rain down slaps on her backside. The sound of pop echoed continuously, and the onlookers on the ground gaped in astonishment. The little princess saw the people below pointing and whispering, feeling utterly ashamed and at a loss. How could a princess of a nation be treated this way in public? The little princess was so embarrassed that she was on the verge of tears and finally had to compromise, saying, "Oh, you scoundrel. I will never harm you again. Please stop. Oh, please stop. If this gets back to my sister, she won't let you off." Oh. Chapter 14. The return of true self. After giving the little princess a slap, Chen Nan felt refreshed, finally relieving a pent-up frustration. On the stands of the Divine Wind Academy, the vice president was astonished, almost dropping his jaw. While others were unaware of the little princess's identity, he knew. And he never expected Chen Nan to be so audacious. In the northwest corner of the square, Dongfang Phoenix was equally astonished, her mouth agape. Through various clues over the days, she had guessed the little princess's identity and hurriedly summoned her divine eagle to soar into the sky. At the same time, a tall platform lit up with colorful lights, and a stunning woman in white, stepping on a jade lotus platform, gradually ascended into the sky like a celestial being. Countless people in the square gasped in awe. Many young men momentarily mistook her for a fairy descending to the mortal realm. The jade lotus platform beneath the woman was 1 meter in diameter, with crystalline petals radiating a dazzling glow, emitting a multicolored light. The mist swirling around it resembled the ethereal aura of a fairy. The unparalleled beauty stood upon the jade lotus platform, her exquisite face adorned with a faint smile. Her skin as fair as snow, resembling jade, with a subtle glow. Her garments fluttered and her long hair danced in the wind. The woman truly appeared as if a celestial being had descended to the world. She's so beautiful, a fairy. She's a cultivator. Her name is Mengkuer, the most outstanding disciple of the ancient Holy Land, the Dantai sect. She really is a descendant of the ancient Holy Land. That jade lotus platform is a treasure of the Dantai sect. Heavens, such a beautiful woman exists in this world. Most of the people in the square were young, and as Mengkuer soared into the air, the crowd erupted in excitement. A golden giant eagle pierced the sky, arriving before Chen Nan first. Dongfang Phoenix, clad in purple, had a graceful and almost perfect figure, her unparalleled beauty marred by frost on her face as she coldly stared at Chen Nan. Since learning Chen Nan's true identity and understanding his true strength, Dongfang Phoenix realized that avenging her great enmity would take time and had not sought trouble with him again. Due to a series of recent major events, rumors about her and Chen Nan within the Divine Wind Academy gradually faded and were forgotten. If it were still as before, Dongfang Phoenix would not have been so composed. "You scoundrel Chen Nan, quickly let go of the little troublemaker." Today marks the official start of the Young Power competition of the 4 great academies. What kind of behavior is this, flaunting your power in the sky? Although she now knew Chen Nan's true identity, Dongfang Phoenix still referred to him as a scoundrel due to lingering resentment. "Ah, Sister Phoenix, quickly save me. Kick this scoundrel. This big jerk, down." "Oh," the little princess shouted, and just then, her pert backside was slapped by Chen Nan again. At this moment, Mengkuer had already arrived, hovering in the air atop the jade lotus flower. The Taoist treasure, jade lotus platform, was crystalline and radiant, resembling the 9-tier lotus platform of a celestial being. Mengkuer stood upon it, her eyes radiating wisdom, and a slight smile gracing her face, which made her appear both intelligent and confident. Her unparalleled elegance shocked both Dongfang Phoenix and the little princess. Though they were already stunning beauties, they felt immense pressure in the presence of Mengkuer. As for the magician, he was already dumbfounded, staring at the extraordinary beauty on the jade lotus, nearly drooling. Mengkuer exuded the essence of heaven and earth, radiating a unique aura. Seeing her reminded Chen Nan of the mysterious woman, Dantai Xian, who embodied both beauty and wisdom from 10,000 years ago. A complex feeling surged within him, and he let out a cold laugh. Meng Kuder nodded slightly at Dongfang Phoenix, and then smiled at Chun Nan, saying, "Brother Chun, why are you fighting in the air?" The little princess blinked her big eyes and shouted, "Sister, save me. This big lecher has ulterior motives towards me." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan slapped her hard again, saying, "If you are willing, I can fulfill your wish and make it truly fitting." Meng Kuder noticed Chun Nan's lack of response to her question and frowned slightly, though her smile remained as she said, "Brother Chun, could you please let go of this little sister? Why should I listen to you?" Chun Nan retorted directly. When he first learned of her identity, an evil thought surged in Chun Nan's heart. He knew that the Dantai ancient holy land was highly esteemed on the continent, and its disciples were greatly respected. He wanted to undermine the ancient holy land established by Dantai Xian, and to achieve this, he needed to start with the sect's disciples. Meng Kuder was the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai sect. If he wanted to deal with this uniquely beautiful and extraordinary woman, he should. Chun Nan felt quite wicked for having such devilish thoughts. In truth, ever since his battle in Kaoyuan city of the Jin Kingdom, his mindset had begun to change slowly. The Chun Nan who was once known as the strongest among his peers from 10,000 years ago seemed to be returning, and his previously despondent figure was gradually fading away. The 4 years of being crippled after his powers were taken away 10,000 years ago were colorless and devoid of meaning. The departure of Ruoxin completely shattered him, leaving him nearly a broken man mentally. Even after his resurrection from the divine tomb, he remained in a state of deep despair. In this life, amidst the noise and splendor, Chun Nan's heart was filled with profound loneliness and sorrow, as if everything around him was merely an illusion, ready to dissipate like fireworks at any moment. His seemingly reckless behavior was merely an attempt to help him forget those distant memories and his lonely self. The breathtaking beauties of Dongfang Phoenix, the little witch, the Long Princess, and Nalan Ruoxue had all intersected with him, but could not evoke the feelings that once stirred his heart. Scenes of splendor felt like they belonged to another world. What was the meaning of his existence? Why did he wake up 10,000 years later? Was he the one who had gone mad, or was the world itself insane? The laughing Chun Nan was always hiding his inner world. His despondent life began with the parting of life and death outside the 100 Flowers Valley 10,000 years ago, and ended with the distant thoughts and memories of the ancient immortals' ruins 10,000 years later. The 3 days of thoughts and feelings deeply touched his soul, and certain desiccated emotions within him began to slowly awaken. Subsequently, during the great turmoil in the Jin Kingdom, he reversed his profound power, which was nearly demonic and seemed to fully unleash the potential dark nature within people, causing his inner world to undergo another upheaval. The journey to the Jin Kingdom brought about a significant transformation in Chun Nan's inner world. He felt the revival of his former self. Chapter 15. The Dragon Knight's challenge. Meng Kuder did not get angry at Chun Nan's retort. She still wore a smile and said lightly, "Brother Chun seems to harbor some prejudice against me. No, I just don't like being ordered around, even if it's by the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient holy land." Dongfang Phoenix was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are Meng Kuder, the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient holy land, who has reached the 4th stage of cultivation." Meng Kuder smiled slightly at her. Dongfang Phoenix gasped, "Oh my. I've often heard your name over the past year, rising like a comet, vanquishing evil, and gaining fame across the continent." Chun Nan had always believed that Meng Kuder could fly because of the Taoist treasure beneath her feet, and thought her cultivation level wasn't much higher than his. But at this moment, he gasped in shock. The 4th stage of cultivation was something he could hardly contend with at his current level. At this moment, the little princess seemed to come alive, calling out, "Sister Kuder, please save me. My sister Chu Yu is an outer disciple of the Dantai sect. She often mentions you, saying you are the best among the younger generation." Chun Nan was initially puzzled as to why Chu Yu was so skilled in both martial arts and the Tao. He had some conjectures back then, and now he finally understood. At the same time, he was shocked again. If Meng Kuder was truly the best among the younger generation, one could only imagine how formidable the Dantai sect was. "So it's Miss Chu. Sister is not the best." Meng Kuder smiled, and then said to Chun Nan, "Brother Chun, please let Miss Chu go." Chun Nan shook his head and simply said 2 words, "Not letting go." He then gave the little princess a slap on her perky rear. The little princess felt both angry and embarrassed at being treated like this in front of acquaintances. She wished she could bite Chun Nan. This time, Meng Kuder's expression finally changed. She realized that Chun Nan seemed intent on opposing her, something she had never encountered since her debut. Generally, young men would obediently comply with her exceptional charm. Even those skilled in romance would pretend to be indifferent, but none would confront her like Chun Nan did. Brother Chun, I have no enmity with you. You are disrupting the normal proceedings of the tournament. I only came to advise you to leave quickly, not to target you. I kindly ask you to let go of Miss Chu. I know she is quite mischievous, but please show mercy. Chun Nan remained unperturbed, stating, I said, not letting go. A cold light flashed in Meng Kuer's eyes, but quickly retracted. She said sternly, then I must offend you. Seeing Meng Kuer finally lose her smile, a grin gradually appeared on Chun Nan's face. He knew that the sect's martial arts emphasized cultivating the heart, and he aimed to anger her, making her lose her calm and disrupt her cultivation. However, before Chun Nan could fully suppress his smile, a wave of golden light surged towards him. His pupils contracted as he realized it was a gigantic golden hand, his family's unique skill, the dragon capture technique. Due to the abruptness, he didn't have time to guard against it, and the little princess was enveloped and swept away by that enormous golden hand. Chun Nan snorted coldly, his eyes shooting out cold electricity, raising his right hand high to unleash a similarly huge golden hand, countering the dragon capture technique with his own. The two massive golden hands met in midair, simultaneously enveloping the little princess, who cried out in pain. Ouch, it hurts. Worried about her being hurt, Meng Kuer quickly dissipated her strength, and the little princess was swept back by Chun Nan's dragon capture technique. Dongfang Fenghuang gritted her teeth, recalling how she had been defeated by Chun Nan's dragon capture technique before, captured in an extremely undignified manner in front of everyone. Seeing him use it again now filled her with embarrassment and anger. Gasps erupted from the square as the long-lost dragon capture technique was displayed by two opposing individuals, leaving everyone incredulous. Meng Kuer's eyes sparkled with a unique light as she stared at Chun Nan without blinking, saying, The dragon capture technique has been lost for nearly 1,000 years. I accidentally found a copy in a very secret place of my sect's holy land. May I ask where Brother Chun acquired his? Lost for nearly 1,000 years. Ha 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 ha, no comment. Chun Nan felt complex emotions. 1,000 years ago, he had passed this skill to Dantai Xian, and now, her descendant had once again mastered it, and even clashed with him. The unpredictability of life was astonishing. Meng Kuer's expression changed again. Being contradicted multiple times was something she had never experienced before. Chun Nan knew that the Dantai sect's martial arts focused on cultivating the heart. Today, he had successfully made Meng Kuer feel resentment, provoking her anger. His goal had been achieved, and he didn't want to continue to avoid counterproductive results. However, at that moment, a thunderous dragon roar sounded from the northeastern corner of the academy, and a greenish-black dragon, over 10 meters long, soared into the air, flying towards them. Dongfang Fenghuang's mount, a giant eagle, and the little princess's mount, the Tiger King, both showed signs of alertness, staring intently at the approaching behemoth. The dragon arrived in an instant, its massive body stirring up a fierce wind. The entire dragon was about 16 meters long, with dark green scales that shimmered ominously, and its terrifying foreclaws were thick and sharp, glowing with a ghostly light. Its enormous dragon head was fearsome, with huge white teeth resembling broadswords. Seated atop the dragon was a tall and imposing young man, with thick eyebrows and leopard-like eyes, his short beard standing straight like steel needles. At this moment, he wore a heavy expression full of malice, glaring at Chun Nan with immense hatred. Through clenched teeth, he said, Chun Nan, I want to duel with you to the death. Chun Nan was somewhat surprised and asked, Who are you? Do we have a grudge? The grudge of killing my brother. The dragon rider glared at Chun Nan, his eyes nearly bursting with flames. Chun Nan immediately understood. This person was one of the top experts of the War God Academy, the renowned young Marquis Shenwei. He had anticipated that the other party would come looking for him, so he was not surprised. He calmly replied, I can duel with you, but this place is not suitable right now. The little princess had by now stopped struggling, silently glaring at Chun Nan while sizing up the young Marquis Shenwei. Dongfang Fenghuang also said nothing, quietly observing the situation. Meng Kuer stepped onto the Daoist treasure, the Jade Lotus, and positioned herself between Chun Nan and the third-level dragon rider, stating, Regardless of your grievances, it is truly not suitable to fight here. Only then did the young Marquis Shenwei shift his attention. Momentarily stunned by the three stunning beauties before him, nearly losing composure. Among the three, he only recognized Meng Kuer and quickly clasped his hands, saying, So it is the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient Holy Land, Fairy Meng. I've heard so much about you. Meng Cougar smiled and replied, You flatter me, brother. The young Marquis Shinwei turned to Chun Nan, saying, Since this place is not suitable for a great battle, let's agree to meet 3 days from now. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Chapter 16. Before the battle, Chun Nan nodded, saying, Why would I not dare? I accept the challenge. 3 months ago, you killed my brother in front of everyone. I swore I would kill you in front of everyone as well. See you in 3 days. The young Marquis Shinwei gave Meng Cougar a slight bow, a hint of infatuation in his eyes, before commanding the dragon to turn and leave. Meng Cougar asked, What do you plan to do, Brother Chen? Chun Nin had already seen the flicker of coldness in her eyes and knew she was feeling angry, even harboring a hint of murderous intent. Since he had already made her lose her calm, achieving his goal, he didn't want to entangle further. He gave the little princess another hard slap, making her feel so humiliated that she almost cried. Then he called over the mage who had been standing by and quickly descended by stepping on his back. Meng Cougar's stunning face showed a trace of frost, her eyes shooting out sharp rays of light. She condensed her voice into a beam, transmitting to Chun Nan, Brother Chun, your name has resounded across the continent recently. If there is an opportunity, I must spar with you. Ha! Chun Nan burst into hearty laughter. Meng Cougar shivered internally, thinking, could it be that he knows my martial arts focus on cultivating the heart and is deliberately disturbing my cultivation? The little princess, having regained her freedom, gritted her teeth. Originally wanting to take revenge on Chun Nan, she never expected to be humiliated instead. She now felt a surge of madness and shouted down, You scoundrel! I won't let this go. Oh! The peak battle of the 4 great academies was in full swing, with over 10,000 spectators watching with excitement. In the square, the dragon roared, and sword energy soared into the sky. Every participant had a cultivation level of at least the 3rd level, leaving everyone astonished. This year's overall strength of the peak experts from the 4 academies was the strongest in nearly a decade. The battle of young powerhouses is unprecedented across the entire continent, and it can be said that this peak competition almost reflects the highest level of young powerhouses on the continent. The 3rd-tier subdragon, stretching over several dozen feet, possesses astonishing destructive power, sweeping through with its massive tail, leaving the square in ruins after each bout. Every time a dragon knight competes, the match must be paused to repair the square. 3rd-tier mages are also extremely formidable, unleashing overwhelming magic that rains down like a meteor shower, with truly unmatched power. In recent months, Chun Nan, an Eastern martial artist, has emerged unexpectedly, and the Eastern warriors, who have historically been underestimated, have garnered much attention in this competition, achieving extraordinary success in several battles. However, there are no Eastern cultivators participating in this battle. Although both the Immortal Martial Academy and the Divine Wind Academy have cultivation departments, these are not the main focus of the 2 academies, making the lack of young cultivation experts quite normal. Overall, the level of this competition is very high, moving even the older generation, as the performances of these young powerhouses seem to indicate that the cultivation world is about to enter a peak period. In the 3 days of the competition, Chun Nin has been watching the battles, his emotions stirred. Indeed, this is a peak battle among the young powerhouses of the 4 major academies, with many participants reaching astonishing levels of cultivation. A few individuals caught his attention during the battles. Among the 3 from the War God Academy, one is the young Lord Shinwei, who has a 3-day appointment with him. This person indeed possesses extraordinary abilities, far surpassing his arrogant younger brother. From the crackling fighting spirit, it can be seen that his cultivation has likely reached the threshold of the 4th tier. It is no wonder that Kevin was defeated by him at the Immortal Martial Academy. The other 2 from the War God Academy, who caught Chun Nan's attention, are a pair of siblings. The older sister, Lisa, is a subdragon knight, incredibly fierce, exuding explosive strength. Her fiery fighting spirit crashes like overwhelming waves, making all her opponents suffer greatly. Due to her robust physique and average appearance, she has been nicknamed the female Tyrannosaurus by those outside the arena. Lisa's younger brother, Thorn, is a tall Western martial artist who practices Western fighting spirit and Eastern martial arts techniques. The combination of the 2 has many highlights, and with his cultivation having reached the 3rd tier, it is impossible not to notice him. The female mage from the Illusionary Demon Academy, Alice, also caught Chun Nan's attention. This woman always fights with her face covered, leaving her appearance unknown, but from her exquisite figure, she seems to be a stunning beauty. Alice's mastery of magic astounds many spectators, not only because of her profound cultivation, but also due to her exceptional understanding of magic. Many spells can be cast without incantation in her hands, and ordinary magic becomes immensely powerful under her control. The simple wind soaring technique has undergone a transformation in her hands. She moves like a spirit, darting through the air at incredible speeds, making it nearly impossible for her opponents to catch a glimpse of her. Many speculate that her strength may have already reached the initial stage of the 4th tier. The most eye-catching young powerhouse from the Divine Wind Academy is the Eastern martial artist Xiao Feng, rumored to be the top expert of the academy, with countless admirers. Every time he appears, he incites cheers from many students of the Divine Wind Academy. Xiao Feng is tall and ruggedly handsome, exuding masculinity. His martial arts skills are profound, and it is said that he reached the 3rd tier 2 years ago. The majority believe he has now broken through the 3rd tier limit and entered the 4th tier realm. However, all of this is merely speculation, and no one truly knows his real strength. After 3 battles, no one has been able to discern his hidden cards. The last person who caught Chen Nan's attention is Qianlong, a student from the Immortal Martial Academy. He drew Chen Nan's interest not because of his outstanding performance in battle, but because after each fight, the breathtaking beauty Long Wu from the Divine Wind Academy would appear to carefully help him wipe off his sweat in secluded areas. When Chen Nan accidentally witnessed this scene, he was left speechless in surprise. On ordinary days, Long Wu is spirited, confident, and even somewhat rebellious. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep her short hair just covering her ears or wear oversized clothes typical of boys. She always wears a sunny smile, often referring to herself as brother, and enjoys teasing girls, exuding an unparalleled youthful vitality that radiates a unique charm. But today, Chen Nan was astonished to find her with a gentle expression, carefully wiping sweat off Qianlong, embodying the look of a happy little woman, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. If this scene were to be discovered, it would surely become a sensational news story at the Divine Wind Academy, and many boys would likely hear the sound of their hearts breaking. Even Chen Nan felt a twinge of disappointment, although he had no intentions towards Long Wu. Seeing such a perfect woman seemingly captured by someone else made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. This seems to be a common male affliction. From this scene, Chen Nan recalled the time Long Wu went to the Immortal Martial Academy when several girls mentioned she was going to meet a lover, indicating that the rumors were not unfounded. Because of Long Wu, Qianlong became one of the young powerhouses that Chen Nan began to pay attention to. Qianlong is tall and handsome, a standard Eastern prince. He barely wins every time he competes, and after watching several of his matches, Chen Nan was greatly surprised. The reason is simple. He found that no matter how strong the opponent, Qianlong always manages to come out on top, which indicates what? Qianlong's true strength is unfathomable. He is hiding his capabilities. In the end, Chen Nan concludes that Qianlong's cultivation is definitely extraordinarily powerful and terrifying. On the square, the sub-dragon roars, fighting spirit fills the air, and sword energy surges like a rainbow. The battle is intensely fierce, with the onlookers cheering wildly, many of whom have lost their voices from shouting. On this day, a shocking piece of news rapidly spread among many cultivators. The recently emerged national protector of the Chu Kingdom, Chen Nan, is about to engage in a life-and-death battle with the top young powerhouse of the War God Academy, the young Lord Shenwei. Chapter 17. Subdragon people were abuzz with discussions, and gossip about the two spread like wildfire. The young Lord Shenwei is a noble from a small eastern country, who has been taught by Western martial arts masters since childhood. He later entered the most prestigious martial arts academy in the West, the War God Academy, to train and became one of the most renowned young experts in that academy, his strength being unfathomable and gaining a certain level of fame in the West. Chen Nan's background is a blank slate. No one knows who he learned from, but he caused a stir in the cultivation world upon his emergence, as he was able to repeatedly unleash the sealed Po-E divine bow. His famous battle was when he relied on this bow to pierce a dragon knight and smash a dragon within the Chu royal palace, leading to him being honored by the Emperor of Chu as a national protector, instantly becoming famous far and wide. Later, in the capital of the Jin Kingdom, he single-handedly faced a 1,000-man army and defeated a 5th-tier peerless expert with the Reverse Heaven 7 Demon Blade. After this battle, his name resounded throughout the continent, and many in the cultivation world learned of him. One is a peak young expert trained in the West, and the other is a recently risen martial arts prodigy from the East. Most people are aware of the grievances between the two, but they do not care. They only focus on when the two will begin their life and death battle. Chun Nen has already learned from the vice president of the academy that the young Lord Shinwei has requested to arrange a time during the strongman competition of the 4 major academies for a life and death duel with Chun Nan. Initially, the vice president of the War God Academy naturally disagreed. He had heard of Chun Nan's name and knew about the grievances between his student and the other party. Although he cherished this disciple, he did not want any unexpected incidents to arise. The young Lord Shinwei is a key player in the War God Academy, and he did not want anything to go wrong. However, the young Lord of the Divine might seem to have made up his mind to fight Chun Nan. Otherwise, he would refuse to participate in the upcoming matches. Ever since he saw Chun Nan that day, a fire of hatred burned in his heart. And after setting a 3-day deadline, he was constantly counting down the time. He wished he could kill his opponent immediately to vent his anger. The vice president of the War God Academy, having no other options, approached the vice president of the Divine Wind Academy. At that time, the vice presidents of the Illusory Demon Academy and the Immortal Martial Academy were also present. These 2 old foxes smiled slyly and unanimously agreed to the battle, and thus this special match was approved. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this battle, which was highly anticipated by the public, and people were discussing it with great excitement. As expected, the vice presidents of the 4 major wind academies quickly jointly announced the news. Of course, they had to say some formalities. They stated that the contestants of the 4 academies had been exhausted from consecutive battles, and after research, they decided to give everyone a day off. However, on this day, there would be a life and death duel featuring renowned young masters, which would be no less exciting than the peak battles among the young powerhouses of the 4 academies. The vice president of the Divine Wind Academy finally announced, "Please welcome the national hero of the Chu Kingdom, Chun Nan, and the young lord of the War God Academy, Divine Might." After much thought, Chun Nan picked up a spear over 2 meters long from the weapon rack and strode into the arena. The onlookers were not unfamiliar with him. His name had spread across the continent over the past few months, and after he recently appeared in the sky above the square, most people had already remembered his appearance. The young Lord of Divine Might rode a green 3-tiered dragon and soared into the sky from a distance, quickly flying toward this place. The dark green dragon emitted a series of earth-shattering roars, striking fear in the hearts of the spectators. "Chun Nan, prepare to be beheaded. I will make you pay in blood for your sins." The young Lord of Divine Might shouted wildly, wielding his broad sword in the air. "Stop talking nonsense, come on." Chun Nan raised his spear to the sky. Roar. The dragon's roar echoed throughout the Divine Wind Academy as the over 10-meter-long dark green dragon swung its tail and dove down. A violent gale swept through the square, lifting dust and debris. On the dragon's massive, fierce head, a pair of dragon horns gleamed coldly, sharp as giant blades. Its bloody, wide mouth was lined with rows of terrifying white teeth, resembling swords, as it viciously lunged at Chun Nan. As the enormous dragon head drew closer, Chun Nan held the spear and swiftly retreated with the God-void step, leaving a shadow behind. Roar. The dragon missed its target and let out an angry roar as it soared into the air. However, its long tail, spanning 8 meters, swung toward Chun Nan, leaving a terrifying shadow in the air and creating a loud wind sound. Faced with this fierce attack, Chun Nan dodged its edge, his figure flashing again. The dragon's massive tail struck the ground heavily, causing immediate cracks to spread outwards. Having fought against dragon riders several times, Chun Nan had accumulated rich experience. After evading the dragon's sweeping tail, he quickly followed up like lightning. Before the dragon's tail had left the ground, his body transformed into a faint shadow. Charging up to the tail that had just taken off, he grasped its scales with his left hand, leaping up to gain another 3 meters in height. At this moment, Chun Nan was already 5 to 6 meters above the ground, and the dragon's tail had left the earth. He dared not pursue further, fearing an accident. The spear in his hand emitted a blazing golden light, and after infusing it with pure internal energy, the spearhead unleashed a dazzling brilliance. With a fierce thrust, he plunged the spear deep into the dragon's tail, nearly burying it to the hilt. Then he pushed off with his feet against the dragon's tail and quickly fell to the ground. A stream of blood shot out for nearly 3 meters, and blood rained down from the sky. The dragon let out a mournful howl, its tail thrashing about, but by this time it was already airborne, unable to inflict any harm on Chun Nan, who had just landed. Everything happened in an instant, and Chunnan's series of movements were clean, sharp, and extremely impressive. After the initial shock, the spectators erupted into thunderous applause. The dragon flew high and circled, roaring in anger before finally calming down. The young Lord of Divine Might's face turned pale. He had not expected to suffer a significant loss after just one encounter, which infuriated him. Chunnan observed that the wound on the dragon's tail quickly began to clot, the blood no longer flowing. He sighed inwardly, realizing that dragons were indeed resilient creatures, deserving of their title as the kings of beasts. Roar! The dragon let out a mighty roar and once again dove down, its powerful front claws reaching out to grab Chunnan. The glossy, sharp claws were over a meter long, gleaming coldly and instilling terror. Chunnan quickly dodged to the side, and the fearsome dragon claws struck the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying, creating two deep pits over half a meter deep on the square. At the same time, the young Lord of Divine Might swung his broad sword down fiercely from the side of the dragon's body, unleashing a wave of intense energy that resonated throughout the space. Chunnan's eye shot out two cold flashes as the spear in his hand transformed into a dragon, dancing in the air and creating a series of dragon shadows. A stream of dazzling brilliance shot out from the spearhead, colliding with the intense energy waves produced by the young lord's sword strike. The air was filled with thunderous sounds as the solidified brilliance met the fierce energy, erupting into a blinding light before dissipating. The young Lord of Divine Might tilted his body backward on the dragon's back, swaying, while Chunnan staggered back 5 steps before stabilizing himself. After the dragon dove down this time, it did not immediately fly away. Seeing Chunnan swaying backward, it swung its massive dragon head, using its nearly meter-long horns, sharp as swords, to stab toward Chunnan. Chunnan was startled and pushed the God-Void step to its limit, quickly retreating. The gleaming dragon horns brushed past him, nearly slicing open his chest. Although Chunnan was startled, he did not panic. He accurately seized the opportunity. At the moment the dragon's head passed by, he leaped into the air and landed on the dragon's neck. The young Lord of Divine Might hurriedly swung his broadsword, not wanting Chunnan to inflict further damage on his mount. The intense energy seemed to tear through the void, producing a series of sounds as it surged toward Chunnan like a raging sea. Chunnan wielded the spear like a club, striking fiercely ahead. At his level of cultivation, any weapon in his hands could kill. A torrent of brilliant energy surged from the spear like a wave, colliding with the energy unleashed by the young lord's sword, producing a rumbling sound before dissipating in the air. During this process, Chunnan pushed off hard against the dragon's neck with both feet, his body flying backward. The force of his legs was immense, gathering all his strength. The dragon's massive head was jolted by this power, causing its body to sway, nearly toppling over. It let out an unwilling roar as it soared into the sky. The spectators erupted in excitement, amazed by Chunnan's performance, as he had dominated both exchanges, showcasing remarkable prowess. Chapter 18. Battle Dragon in the Sky. The young Lord of Divine Might had performed outstandingly in the competition of the 4 major academies, but now he seemed to be at a disadvantage. People couldn't help but wonder what kind of results Chunnan would achieve if he participated in the young powerhouse battle held by the 4 academies. Students from the Divine Wind Academy cheered loudly. Although Chunnan had previously earned the infamous title of traitor at the academy, that was long in the past. Moreover, he had stayed at the Divine Wind Academy for an extended period, and in a sense, he could be considered a member of the academy. Therefore, the vast majority were cheering for him. Students from the War God Academy naturally leaned towards the young Lord of Divine Might, while students from the Illusion Demon Academy and neutral spectators from non-4 great academies cheered solely for the exciting battle. The situation at the Immortal Martial Academy was more complex. Half of the audience cheered for Chunnan, while the other half booed him. The reason was simple. Chunnan had killed the academy's nearby 5th-tier expert, Tao Ran. In the capital of Jin, Tao Ran had many friends and disciples who, of course, hated Chunnan. But most people at the Immortal Martial Academy were aware of the truth of that day in the Jin capital, so they did not harbor hostility towards him. The little princess and Dongfang Phoenix were also watching from the sidelines. The little princess clenched her fists and angrily said, "How is this damned guy getting stronger and stronger?" Gritting her teeth, she added, "How dare he hit my humph? I will make him pay sooner or later." In the distance, on the tall viewing platform, Meng Kuder gazed with sparkling eyes and murmured, "Could it really be the Divine Void Step? It's truly marvelous." In the center of the square, dust swirled and killing intent filled the air, while the roar of the giant dragon reverberated. Chun Nan and the young Lord of Divine Might had been battling for nearly half an hour, and the fight had reached a fever pitch. Both had blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, suffering significant internal injuries from the other's powerful energy. After narrowly dodging the fierce attack from the giant dragon, Chun Nan took on the young lord's 7th-level fighting energy. As the dragon soared into the air, its massive tail suddenly swung down, creating a fierce gust of wind that violently struck towards Chun Nan. Although Chun Nan had mastered the divine void step and moved as quickly as lightning, he was still a moment too slow, and the dragon's tail was about to hit him. With no way to evade, he gathered all his strength to brace for impact. His spear, infused with pure inner strength, shone with divine light in an instant, exploding with a brightness that surpassed the sun above. A vast force surged outward from Chun Nan, sweeping across the entire square, causing all spectators to feel a tremor in their hearts. As the dragon's tail came crashing down, Chun Nan wielded his spear like a club and struck fiercely at the tip of the dragon's tail with the momentum of a powerful chop. With a soft poof, blood surged, and over a meter of the dragon's tail was severed. The dragon let out a thunderous wail as it wildly swung its massive tail in the air, twisting and turning, with blood pouring down. Although Chun Nan had successfully dealt a heavy blow to the dragon, he was also flung away by the dragon's tail, tumbling 7 or 8 zhong through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. His entire body ached terribly, feeling as if it had fallen apart, and he struggled to rise with his spear. At this moment, the dragon was still thrashing in the air, roaring furiously. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Nan quickly adjusted his breathing to recover his strength. When the dragon stopped roaring and calmed down, Chun Nan opened his eyes. Although his injuries were severe, he could only confront the battle in this state. The young Lord of Divine Might was furious. His beloved dragon had been repeatedly injured, which had never happened before, and he himself had also sustained significant injuries since the battle began, making him feel utterly humiliated. He gently reassured the dragon for a moment, then commanded it to launch the fiercest attack on Chun Nan, wanting to end the fight quickly. This was exactly what Chun Nan wanted, as his current physical condition made it difficult to continue a prolonged battle. He coldly watched the diving dragon, his eyes shining with determination, looking for the best opportunity. The dragon drew closer, and the gale from its descent grew more intense, causing Chun Nan's clothes to flutter wildly. When the dragon's fierce head and sharp claws were less than 2 zhong away, Chun Nan finally moved, quickly dodging to the side before charging towards the dragon's flank. At this moment, Chun Nan's true energy seemed to boil over, and his powerful inner strength radiated outward, enveloping him in brilliant golden light, like a raging flame. He soared into the air, charging towards the dragon's back at an incredible speed, aiming for the young Lord of Divine Might. The young lord was taken aback. Chun Nan's speed exceeded his expectations. The opponent had used the dragon's brief moment of descent to climb onto its back and was now attacking him fiercely. Everything was executed with precision. The young lord swung his broad sword repeatedly, trying to knock Chun Nan off. But this time Chun Nan was risking it all and would not retreat easily. His spear emitted 1,000 rays of golden light, transforming into countless spear shadows, charging forward towards the young lord with an unstoppable momentum. The terrifying energy fluctuations surged in all directions, a desperate charge related to life and death. Thousands of golden spear shadows converged into a golden net, enveloping the young lord and exerting immense pressure. The young lord was both shocked and furious. Chun Nan's fierce attack forced him to defend with all his might. When their energies collided in the air, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. In the end, relying on the divine void step for assistance, Chun Nan finally broke through the young lord's defense and charged upward. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he leaned on his spear, standing on the dragon's back, facing the young lord from a distance. The young lord's face turned ashen, but there was no time for him to think further. He slowly lifted his lowered broadsword, pointing it at Chun Nan's heart. Although Chun Nan had managed to get close, his internal injuries worsened. He gripped the spear tightly, his expression grave. The dragon let out a furious roar after missing its target, sensing that Chun Nan had leaped onto its back. It soared into the sky, trying to throw Chun Nan off. The young lord revealed a hint of a cold smile. As the dragon took flight, he began to gather his strength, preparing to launch a frenzied attack on Chun Nan. As a dragon knight, He was confident he understood aerial combat better than Chun Nan. Indeed, Chun Nan was not a dragon knight and could not move as naturally on the dragon's back as the young lord could. The moment the dragon soared into the air, Chun Nan's body swayed, almost losing his balance and falling off. However, Chun Nan quickly thought of a way to stabilize himself. He concentrated all his strength in his legs, jumped high, and then stomped forcefully onto the dragon's back. In that moment, his feet became like two indestructible blades, emitting brilliant light that pierced through the dragon's armor and stabbed fiercely into its body. Poof! Blood surged forth, and Chun Nan's knees sank deep into the dragon's back, firmly anchoring him like an iron stake. The dragon let out a heart-wrenching wail, violently thrashing in the air, desperately trying to shake off the one causing it harm. But Chun Nan remained firmly embedded in the dragon's body. No matter how it struggled, he could not be thrown off. On the contrary, the young lord nearly fell off the dragon's back. If it weren't for the reins and ropes securing him, he might have been killed by his own dragon. He was furious that Chun Nan had harmed his mount, which pained him deeply. Gripping the reins with one hand and wielding the broad sword with the other, he charged at Chun Nan. At that moment, Chun Nan did something that almost drove the young lord insane. Facing the furious charge from his opponent, he also lunged forward with his spear in both hands, leaving near 2-foot-deep blood holes in the dragon's back with every step he took. Blood gushed out like a raging spring from those wounds, instantly dyeing half of the dragon's body red, with blood raining down from the dragon's body. The dragon's wails grew even more sorrowful, and its thrashing in the air became even more violent. Ah! The young lord screamed in madness, his eyes blood-red, charging towards Chun Nan like a beast. On the back of the dragon, sword energy soared into the sky, and fighting spirit shook the air as two young masters from the east and west clashed fiercely. Thousands of golden spear shadows intertwined with surging fighting spirit, and the dragon's back radiated with brilliant light. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, two figures moved like lightning, striking against each other as the fighting spirit and golden spear shadows produced thunderous booms, as if countless thunderclaps were ringing in the air. The dragon twisted and turned. Blood rain sprinkled everywhere, fighting spirit arched like a rainbow, and spear tips shattered the air. Chapter 19. Dragon Slaughter. The thunderous roar of the dragon. The intense clash of fighting spirit and golden sharpness created a deafening sound, coupled with the frenzied cheers and shouts from the thousands of cultivators outside. The entire Divine Wind Academy fell into a frenzy. As they watched the life and death battle in the sky, everyone went wild. Even the esteemed seniors were no exception. The life and death battle between Chun Nan and the young Marquis of Divine Might would inevitably be remembered as a classic fight among young powerhouses, regardless of the outcome. This frenzied duel had already lasted nearly an hour, and based on the energy they had expended, they should have been exhausted long ago. However, the two still fought as if they were full of vitality, their figures shining with immense light on the dragon's back, moving with lightning speed like two beams of light. At this moment, both were relying on their iron will to persist, enduring the excruciating pain that felt like their bodies were being torn apart as they unleashed their potential. The scales on the back of the dragon had almost fallen off due to the fierce confrontation between the two peak young masters. Its entire back was a bloody mess, with blood gushing out, and in some places, the white bones were even exposed. Finally, it weakly swayed from high above towards the ground. However, at this moment, the battle between Chun Nan and the young Marquis of Divine Might was nearing its end. As a dragon knight, the young Marquis was skilled at riding the dragon into battle, but now he was engaged in close combat with an Eastern warrior, clearly attacking his enemy's strengths with his weaknesses, and the tide of battle had become unstoppable. Chun Nan stepped on the illusory steps, moving as if a ghost, his spear in hand shooting out thousands of golden rays, countless sharp points enveloping his opponent like a dragon. Just as Chun Nan gained overwhelming advantage, his body suddenly shook, and the true energy within him unexpectedly reversed. The originally dazzling golden true energy turned black as ink in an instant, and his eyes emitted two streams of black light. The thousands of brilliant sharp rays from his spear also transformed into fierce black rays in that moment, as his profound technique actually reversed. This was something Chun Nan had never anticipated. He hadn't even tried to reverse his profound technique, yet the true energy within him reversed on its own. He knew that since the first time he was forced to reverse his profound technique, something would eventually happen to him. But he didn't expect the signs to appear so soon. and an inexplicable killing intent surged within him. With his spear pointed to the sky, his disheveled hair rose without wind, an endless demonic aura surrounding him. At that moment he resembled a devilish king. After the reversal of his profound technique, his power skyrocketed. The energy within him surged like a mighty river. Gripping the spear with both hands, he transformed into a beam of black light. Charging towards the young Marquis of divine might, the black spear striking with overwhelming force through layers of fighting spirit, instantly piercing towards the young Marquis's chest. As Chen Nan's eyes opened and closed, two substantial black rays flickered. At the moment the spear was about to pierce the young Marquis's heart, he was taken aback. In his original mindset, if he defeated his opponent, he would cripple his power but would not kill. Yet at this moment, he involuntarily struck with lethal intent, realizing that the reversal of the profound technique had affected his nature. Just as the spear was about to stab into the young Marquis's heart, Chen Nan forcibly suppressed that killing intent in his heart, slightly raising his hands. The spear tip lifted 10 centimeters, piercing into the opponent's shoulder. Blood spurted out, and the young Marquis let out a piercing scream. Victory and defeat were already decided at that moment. The thousands of cultivators watching in the square erupted in a frenzy. Cheers, curses, applause, and boos all intertwined. The final result of this spectacular battle was set in stone. Outside the crowd, the blonde beauty Ruth displayed an expression of shock. She did not expect Chen Nan's cultivation to be so formidable. She then fell into deep thought. On a special viewing platform, the vice presidents of the 4 academies exchanged glances, each showing a trace of unusual color in their eyes. On another platform, Meng Kuer's beautiful eyes shimmered with a strange light as she murmured to herself. At this moment, the dragon was less than 5 zhang from the ground. Chen Nan, holding the spear, leaped down. He knew that the young Marquis had been severely injured by his last strike, with little hope of recovery, and thus was no longer a concern, seeing that the enemy who had been bullying it on its back had finally fallen. The dragon's eyes erupted with 2 rays of hatred, shaking its weakened body as it lunged at Chen Nan. At this moment, a powerful force within Chen Nan surged violently. After he had forced himself to spare the young Marquis's life, his killing intent not only did not subside but instead intensified. Like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment, the dragon's attack completely ignited his killing intent. Chen Nan stepped on the illusory steps, quickly dodging the assault of the giant beast. The dragon's giant claws missed, creating 2 terrifying pits in the ground. As the dragon charged towards him, Chen Nan gripped the spear with both hands, channeling all his power into the spear, using the steel-crafted spear like a long knife, fiercely slashing at the dragon's neck. At this moment, Chen Nan's profound technique had reversed, and his power had reached an astonishing level. This full-force strike was immensely powerful. A 3 zhang long substantial black blade light appeared at the spear's tip. The terrifying energy fluctuations shook the entire square, causing all spectators to feel a chill. The dragon seemed to sense the imminent danger and quickly turned to retreat, but it was too late. Chen Nan's spear, like a long knife, had already descended, accurately cleaving down on its neck with the 3 zhang long substantial black blade light. Blood surged forth, and a dragon head the size of a house was cleaved off, rolling away. The spectators outside erupted in an uproar. This astonishing scene sent everyone into a frenzy once again. This had been the bloodiest and most brutal battle in days. A dragon over 10 zhang long was actually slain by a human. The cruel sight terrified many faint-hearted individuals. Blood gushed from the dragon's neck like a geyser, gathering below into a river of blood, mist rising, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the entire area. The dragon's corpse crashed to the ground like a pile of gold mountains and jade pillars, while the young Marquis was flung sideways, falling into the dust. Today, he had suffered a complete defeat. Not only was his cultivation nearly destroyed, but his mount had also been killed. He staggered to his feet and venomously shouted at Chen Nan's back, "In this life, in the next, I will not rest until one of us is dead. Sooner or later, I will kill you with my own hands." Hearing this, Chen Nan paused for a moment, but then took a step forward and continued walking. Seeing that Chen Nan had not responded, the young Marquis's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He infused the remaining energy into his broadsword and then hurled it fiercely towards Chen Nan's back. At this moment, Chen Nan's reversed profound technique had not yet adjusted, but his cultivation was already at the 4th stage. As the danger approached, he sensed it in an instant. He did not turn around, but waved his left palm backward. A mass of black, blazing light instantly enveloped the incoming broadsword, causing it to shatter into pieces, falling to the ground. Immediately after, without looking back, Chun Nan hurled his spear backward and then strode forward. The spear, emanating black light, created waves of terrifying fluctuations, like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through the young Marquis's chest in an instant, sending him flying 8 or 9 zhang away, and then pinned his lifeless body to the ground. The crowd outside erupted once again, with many usually reserved girls unable to contain their screams, and young people loudly calling out, "Chun Nan! Chun Nan!" Chun Nan ignored the clamorous shouts and strode towards the exit, causing the onlookers to instinctively part ways, creating a wide path for him. Chapter 20. Secrets begin to unfold. Chun Nan had cleaved a third-tier subdragon in the plaza of the Divine Wind Academy, defeating the peak youth expert of the War God Academy, the young Lord Shinwei. In an instant, his fame rose to new heights, once again becoming the focal point of discussion among all practitioners. Opinions about him were mixed. Some believed he was too cold-blooded and cruel, while others thought his decisive actions were those of a true man. The vast majority of young people held a favorable view of him, as his valiant side inspired admiration from many youths, and even many girls were trying various ways to learn about his daily life. In this battle, Chun Nan was heavily injured. When he returned to the depths of the bamboo forest, he hurriedly adjusted the operation route of his internal energy, forcibly reversing the disrupted flow. Then he picked up a set of clean clothes and walked into the bathroom to wash off the blood, not wanting Xiao Qinzi to see him in such a bloody state. After washing up, he emerged dressed in clean clothes. The courtyard was quite peaceful. Xiao Qinzi had gone out to play with 3 extraordinary masters and had not yet returned, so he began to sit in meditation and recuperate. As he had expected, the dark and shiny true energy inside him had thickened a bit more, but it did not reject the pure golden true energy. The two seemed to originate from the same source, coexisting harmoniously. Chun Nan sighed inwardly. At this rate, one day the golden true energy would be completely replaced by the dark and shiny true energy. He practiced his internal energy repeatedly in the room, healing his damaged meridians and organs, until evening when he finally stopped. When he opened his eyes, he found Xiao Qinzi blinking her big eyes at him, filled with worry, curiosity, and surprise. "Qinzi, you're back. Did you have fun playing with the old grandpas during the day?" "I had fun. I sat on Grandpa Yin's flying disc and flew up in the air. It was so much fun. He also said that as long as I learn his cultivation methods, he would give me that flying disc." Xiao Qinzi's face was full of excitement. Chun Nan smiled and lovingly ruffled her hair, saying, "Do you want to learn the cultivation methods?" Xiao Qinzi tilted her head thoughtfully and said, "Not right now." Chun Nan smiled wryly, not knowing why Xiao Qinzi seemed to have a natural aversion to cultivation. Suddenly, Xiao Qinzi seemed to remember something and said seriously, "Brother, when you were meditating just now, I think I saw 2 light balls running around inside you, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye." Chun Nan was startled and asked, "2 light balls? Why didn't I feel them?" "It's true. Qinzi isn't lying. One was golden and shining. The other was dark and glossy, both about the size of a fist. They were always rolling together, bumping into each other, as if they were fighting." Xiao Qinzi had a serious expression. Chun Nan fell into deep thought, and after a long time said, "Qinzi, don't tell anyone about this, not even those 3 old grandpas, okay? Qinzi understands." "I won't tell anyone." Chun Nan smiled and picked her up, saying, "Do you remember the background I made up for you? Make sure not to let those 3 old grandpas find out." Xiao Qinzi sweetly smiled and said, "Of course I remember. Brother always treats me like a child." But Qinzi understands a lot of things and would never mention the ancient immortal ruins to others. Xiao Qinzi was indeed far more mature than the average child. Sometimes her mindset resembled that of an adult, but her playful nature made her appear very much like a little child. Chun Nan patted her back and said with a smile, "Brother knows that Qinzi is very smart, but some secrets are too shocking. Brother is afraid you might accidentally let something slip. Don't worry, brother. Qinzi knows what should be said and what shouldn't be said." Qinzi had a serious expression on her childish face, making it hard not to smile. "Qinzi, brother has something to tell you." "What do you want to say, brother?" After a moment of thought, Chun Nan replied, "In a while, brother has to go deal with something. I might come back soon, or it might take a long time. While I'm away, you will live with the 3 old grandpas, okay?" Xiao Qinzi pouted and said, "Brother, where are you going? Why can't you take me with you? Brother is going to investigate a huge secret. It would be dangerous for you to be by my side, and I wouldn't be able to focus on the investigation." You just wait patiently here for brother. I will come back to find you once I'm done. Xiao Qinzi said reluctantly. How long will you be gone, brother? I will feel lonely without you by my side, and I will miss you. It might be just a few days if I'm lucky, but it could take half a year. Chen paused here. He had originally intended to say a month, but suddenly changed it to half a year. Soon he would set off to explore the death abyss, and he had a premonition that something significant would happen to him. He didn't know what it would be or when he would return, so he decided to extend the time a bit. Brother, I really hope you come back soon. Otherwise I will miss you every day. Xiao Qinzi's voice was low, her emotions somewhat downcast. Be good, Qinzi, don't be sad. Brother promises to come back as soon as possible. Come, let's go out to the night market. In the following days, the youth competition of the 4 academies entered its final stage. Although the excitement continued, there was no longer a battle as spectacular as the one between Chun Nan and young Lord Shenwei, or as fiercely deadly. Although the following battles were also thrilling, the spectators couldn't help but recall Chun Nan's figure, imagining his bravery that day. Many speculated on what kind of achievements Chun Nan would have if he participated in the upcoming peak battle of youth experts. On the 7th day of the competition, only 12 contestants remained, including several who had drawn Chun Nan's special attention. The female tyrant of the War God Academy, Lisha, and her brother Thorn. The mysterious masked sorceress Alice from the Illusion Demon Academy, the top expert Xiao Feng from the Divine Wind Academy, and Xian Long, the hidden contestant from the Immortal Martial Academy. These 5 had yet to confront each other directly, clearly arranged this way by the vice presidents of the 4 academies to avoid early clashes. On the 8th day of the battle, a shocking piece of news began to circulate among practitioners. Someone discovered that deep in the mountains, hundreds of miles away from the Divine Wind Academy, there were demonic flames raging, in a valley filled with a deathly aura, where countless bones lay piled up like mountains. This news spread rapidly like a terrifying plague, and within just 2 days, almost all practitioners in the city of Sin had learned of it. As the details became clearer, people learned that the death abyss was filled with white bones, with giant skulls and the remains of dragons scattered everywhere, numerous hills of giant skulls and dragon bones. And even amidst the thousands of white bones, there were also some divine bones scattered about. Chapter 21. Winds rise and clouds gather. Many cultivators who heard this news felt a hint of fear, but the terrifying news was yet to come. Some claimed that within that deathly abyss, there was an unfathomable demon cave, from which surged overwhelming demonic energy, and the heavy aura of death also emanated from there. The news was shocking. Everyone who learned of it was extremely astonished, and a sense of panic spread among the cultivators. Some timid individuals even wanted to flee the city of Sin immediately, but more cultivators wished to venture into the deathly abyss to investigate what it truly was. All of this was meticulously planned by the vice president of the Divine Wind Academy, who orchestrated this turmoil. After learning about this shocking news from Chun Nan, he sent 2 dragon knights to verify its authenticity. The 2 dragon knights observed the towering demonic energy from 10 miles away from the deathly abyss. They dared not advance further. In fact, even if they wanted to continue, their mounts, the flying dragons, would not heed their commands. Upon arriving here, the flying dragons were already terrified and restless, nearly out of control. After the 2 dragon knights reported in detail what they had seen at the perimeter of the deathly abyss, the vice president began to ponder how to draw the attention of all cultivators to this matter. After discussing with many leaders within the Divine Wind Academy, they unanimously agreed that they should leverage the influence of the ongoing competition to bring the issue of the deathly abyss to the forefront. Thus, as the competition reached a fervent stage, the vice president began to spread the news of the deathly abyss among the cultivators. At this moment, the vice presidents of the War God Academy, Illusion Demon Academy, and Immortal Martial Academy were in the office of the vice president of the Divine Wind Academy. After a detailed explanation from the vice president, the other 3 slowly regained their composure from the shock. One of the elders said, "You old fellow are really good at hiding things. Such a major event, and you only tell us now." The other 2 echoed, "It's truly unimaginable that such a mysterious and terrifying place exists. You should really be punished. Indeed, we have been friends for decades." The vice president of the Divine Wind Academy sighed. "The matter is too serious. I didn't dare to speak of it lightly at first. Well, now let's discuss how to proceed." The vice president of the Illusion Demon Academy said, "I think we should immediately issue hero invitations, inviting renowned experts from across the continent to come to the city of Sin, forming a team of top experts to conduct an in-depth investigation of the deathly abyss. The vice president of the Immortal Martial Academy nodded. That's a good idea. We should invite those reclusive senior experts out. After all, there is a godlike and demon-like presence in the deathly abyss, and everything is full of uncertainties. The exploration team must consist of individuals with extraordinary strength. The vice president of the War God Academy had been feeling low these days. The young Lord of Divine Might was a junior expert he greatly admired. Yet he had been pinned down by Chun Nan in the square. He felt deep regret, blaming himself for letting the two fight, but it had already happened, and it was too late to say anything now. Although in low spirits, he still expressed his opinion, saying, I think we should suspend the peak battle of the young experts from the 4 academies, selecting some individuals from these elite experts to head to the deathly abyss first. Let them investigate the periphery and gather enough useful information so that when those hidden senior experts arrive, they won't be completely ignorant of the deathly abyss. The other 3 vice presidents nodded in agreement, and the 4 began a secret discussion in the room, emerging only after an hour had passed. By the 10th day of the peak battle among the 4 academies' young experts, the news of the deathly abyss had become widely known. At this point, people already knew that it was the Divine Wind Academy that first discovered the deathly abyss, and they clamored for the academy's leaders to explain. Now, the matter of the deathly abyss had become the focus of discussion, completely overshadowing the peak battle of the 4 academies' young experts. And people were especially attentive to all news related to the terrifying abyss. On the 10th day, the vice presidents of the 4 academies jointly issued a statement in the square of the Divine Wind Academy, announcing that the peak battle among the young experts from the 4 academies was suspended. The 4 academies would select a group of participants from the elite competitors to investigate the deathly abyss. This news fell like a giant stone into a calm lake, stirring up a huge uproar, with tens of thousands of observing cultivators discussing it endlessly. Finally, the vice president of the Divine Wind Academy detailed the scenes that Chun Nan had witnessed upon entering the deathly abyss, stating that they would send messages via carrier pigeons, inviting senior experts from across the continent to come to the city of Sin to investigate the mysterious and terrifying abyss. Tens of thousands of cultivators were stirred up. Everyone was extremely excited. What incredible secrets were hidden in the mysterious deathly abyss? Which hidden experts would be invited here, and could they uncover the truth? Everyone was grateful to have come to the city of Sin, catching a rare gathering in the cultivation world that happens once in several decades. Undoubtedly, in the near future, the city of Sin would be bustling, with countless top experts rushing here from all over the continent. The terrifying and mysterious deathly abyss would incite a massive movement in the cultivation world. Lastly, the vice president of the Divine Wind Academy added that everyone could sign up to explore the deathly abyss, and the 4 academies would select the top experts from the applicants to depart 10 days later, along with the elite experts from the 4 academies, to scout the deathly abyss in advance. Countless carrier pigeons soared into the sky, flying to various places across the continent. The Divine Wind Academy was buzzing, and the city of Sin was in an uproar. On the western continent, various academies and famous ancient families received the news from the city of Sin on the same day. Those reclusive old dragon knights and the white-bearded super archmage set out with excitement. On the eastern continent, major martial arts families and mysterious ancient sects also received the shocking news from the city of Sin, and many old antiques were invited out of their secluded places by their juniors, all emerging from their reclusive states. Chapter 22. The 10 greatest experts, the peak young experts from the 4 academies, all signed up to investigate the deathly abyss. Young experts from all over the continent eagerly registered as well, leaving the vice presidents of the 4 academies astonished, as many of these young experts were famous figures on the continent. Many were the young masters of renowned cultivation families or outstanding disciples of famous ancient sections. These individuals had specifically come to watch the young expert competition of the 4 academies, and upon encountering such an extraordinary event as the deathly abyss, they naturally would not miss the opportunity and all wanted to personally explore it. In the end, after much consideration, the vice presidents of the 4 academies selected 10 experts from among the many elite cultivators to take the lead and investigate the deathly abyss first. Once the list of these 10 individuals was announced, there were no disputes. Those who did not make the cut had no complaints, as each of the 10 was a highly distinguished young expert. Among them, the 4 academies took 5 spots. Xiaofeng, the top expert of the Divine Wind Academy; Qianlong, the unfathomably powerful genius from the immortal martial academy. Lisa, the terrifying female dragon knight from the War God Academy, along with her brother Thorn, and Alice, the mysterious genius girl mage from the Illusion Demon Academy, who was suspected to have reached the 4th stage. These 5 individuals had shown remarkable performances in the young expert competition of the 4 academies. Although Qianlong initially performed unremarkably, true experts had noticed that he was hiding his strength, and his true power could only be described as unfathomable. The other 5 were outstanding young experts from various places across the continent, all with extraordinary reputations: Wang Tian, Kairera, Ling Yun, Meng Kuer, and Chen Nan. Wang Tian, with a full beard and a robust figure, is the most outstanding lay disciple of Xiaolin Temple, having reached the 3rd stage of cultivation, close to the 4th stage. Xiaolin Temple is one of the oldest sects on the eastern continent, surviving through numerous chaotic times. With a history that dates back thousands of years to the era of the immortal fantasy continent. Throughout its long history, Xiaolin Temple has faced near destruction several times. With its location moved multiple times, yet it has persisted and continues to be one of the ancient holy places of the eastern continent. Although Wang Tian is a lay disciple, he possesses exceptional talent and has been granted unique teachings by the elders of the temple, gaining significant fame in recent years on the eastern continent. Kailera, with eyes full of melancholy, is a young man in his 20s who gives off a sense of weariness. He wanders from place to place, never staying in one spot for more than a month, intervening in injustices he encounters, living a life akin to that of a wanderer. His strength is formidable, making him a well-known young master in the western continent, with many royal nobles having sought his service, all of which he declined. Ling Yun, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, is a charismatic young man and the heir of the famous martial arts family, the Ling family, in the eastern continent, possessing unfathomable cultivation. Speaking of the Ling family, it is known by all in the eastern continent. 150 years ago, the head of the Ling family, Ling Xiao, broke through the void and ascended to the immortal realm, leaving countless legends on the continent. In the past century, the Ling family has produced numerous experts, with each generation giving rise to extraordinary talents, ultimately ranking among the top 10 cultivation families in the eastern continent. The exact number of unparalleled experts in the Ling family is unknown to outsiders, but it is known to be at least 2 or more. Meng Kuer is the most outstanding successor of the contemporary Dantai ancient Holy Land, possessing unparalleled beauty that seems otherworldly, like a fairy descending from the heavens. Dantai ancient Holy Land, like Xiaolin Temple, has a long history, having been passed down since ancient times, and is one of the ancient holy places of the eastern continent. The Dantai sect is shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing its precise location or the number of its successors. The sect's founder uniquely combined martial arts with Taoist principles to create the unparalleled Dao Wu cultivation method, standing out in the cultivation world. The mysterious Dantai sect has few individuals who walk the continent in each generation, yet anyone who appears is undoubtedly exceptional. Meng Kuer, as the most outstanding successor of the Dantai ancient Holy Land, possesses profound cultivation, and it is said she ranks among the top 10 young powerhouses on the continent. Chen Nan is currently the most legendary young master on the continent, having emerged a few months ago and causing a series of sensational events, drawing the attention of various forces, now shining like the sun at noon. Xiao Feng, Qianlong, Lisa, Suan, Ai Li Si, Wang Tian, Kailera, Ling Yun, Meng Kuer, and Chen Nan can be said to be the top 10 young masters of the Sin City, selected without controversy. Being among the top 10 masters indicates that each individual possesses extraordinary qualities, which is a recognition and an honor for them. However, it also means they are about to enter a life and death peril, filled with unknown variables, and no one can guarantee their safe return. Previously, Chen Nan had considered mobilizing all cultivators in Sin City to explore the death abyss, but after careful thought, he deemed it inappropriate and accepted the suggestion of the vice president of Shenfeng Academy. In the days leading up to their departure, he accompanied Xiao Chenxi to explore various places, their figures flashing through the streets and alleys of Sin City and the green mountains and waters outside the city. As the departure day approached, Chen Nan handed over several large bags of immortal fruits harvested from the ancient immortal ruins to the 3 unparalleled experts and entrusted Xiao Chenxi to them. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Chenxi hugged Chen Nan's neck and said, "Brother, you must come back quickly, or else I will be sad and unhappy every day. Chun Nan patted her back and gently comforted, brother will try to come back as soon as possible, but you must always be happy, otherwise, brother will feel very uneasy. A sense of ominous premonition surged in his heart, as if a series of unfortunate events would truly occur after this separation. But he could not escape. Every time he felt this way, no matter how he tried to evade it, he could not escape. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Qinxi nodded vigorously and choked out. I will think of brother every day, waiting for brother to come back. Chun Nan hugged her tightly, set her down, and then knelt before the three unparalleled experts, saying, Chun Nan entrusts Qinxi to the three seniors. The three unparalleled experts quickly helped him up, and Yin Feng said, don't worry, we've already considered Xiao Qinxi as our own granddaughter. We will never let her suffer any grievances. Chun Nan stood up and turned to leave. Brother, Xiao Qinxi called out with a crying voice behind him. Chun Nan did not look back, quickly walking toward the bamboo sea, only glancing back slightly after covering several dozen zhang, seeing Xiao Qinxi jogging after him, her face covered in glistening tears, continuously waving her little hand at him. A sour feeling surged in Chun Nan's heart, and tears almost fell. He dared not look back again and hurriedly walked forward. At the Xinfeng Academy Square, thousands of cultivators gathered to send off the top 10 masters. The journey to the Death Abyss is undoubtedly extremely dangerous, and while people express their respect for the 10, they could only wish them well. The 10 masters successively mounted the mount of the female Tyrannosaurus Knight, a green dragon stretching 17 zhang long, capable of carrying not just 10 but even 30 people without issue. The green dragon soared into the sky, stirring a fierce wind, as thousands of cultivators watched the 10 masters depart. Chapter 23. Returning to the abyss, white clouds drifted by as the dragon flew rapidly over the 100,000 mountains. Below, the green peaks and verdant valleys raced backward, and the 10 masters on the dragon's back each harbored their own thoughts, remaining silent. Before their departure, the 10 had already met and recognized each other. But at this moment, they were all quiet, contemplating the various uncertainties they might encounter in the Death Abyss. Among them, Xiao Feng is the oldest, nearing 30 years of age, with a tall stature and rugged appearance, exuding masculinity. Wang Tian and Kylera follow in age, around 27 or 28. Wang Tian has a full beard and looks somewhat rough, reminiscent of a leader from the underworld. Kylera, with melancholy in his eyes, despite being in his 20s, gives off a sense of weariness. The remaining 7 are all around 20 to 25 years old. The female Tyrannosaurus Knight, Lisa, is not the delicate and graceful type typical of ordinary women. She is very tall, not at all shorter than her brother Sun, and the two siblings sit together near the dragon's neck, guiding it according to the direction Chun Nan provided. Qianlong and Ling Yun are undoubtedly the two most handsome among the 7 men, comparable to the likes of Pan En and Yin Sai Songyu. But their temperaments are entirely different. Qianlong lies lazily on the dragon's back, casual and carefree, like a mischievous boy from next door, yet giving off a friendly vibe. Ling Yun, the youngest son of the current head of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families in the eastern continent, carries an air of nobility. Always smiling, the epitome of a well-mannered young gentleman from a prestigious family. Among the 10, Alice, the female mage from the Illusion Demon Academy, is undoubtedly the most mysterious. Even now, she is veiled, and no one has seen her true face. She is an enigma of a woman. If we were to identify the most striking person among 10, without a doubt, it would be Meng Kuo, the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land. She seems to be enveloped in a colorful halo, becoming the focus of attention wherever she goes. Indeed, Meng Kuo is incredibly beautiful. Her beauty is otherworldly, as if she does not belong to the mortal realm, like a fairy descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of spirituality that can be regarded as the essence of heaven and earth. Chun Nan is the one among these 10 who understands death the most. At this moment, he has already shaken off the feelings of loss from parting with Xiao Qinxi. He is very close to Meng Kuo, merely a half zhang away. Although the wind is strong in the air, he can still smell her faint, refreshing fragrance. His gaze roams over Meng Kuo without restraint, not treating her as a fairy from the ancient sacred land at all. Deep in his heart, Chun Nan harbors a strong prejudice against the Dantai sect. Ever since he learned that Meng Kuo is a disciple of the Dantai sect, he has found it increasingly difficult to remain calm, starting to contemplate how to deal with this sect in the future. Chun Nan himself finds it strange, not understanding why he has become somewhat malevolent, transferring his resentment towards Dantai Xian onto her disciple. Perhaps it is because his resentment towards Dantai Xian runs too deep. She caused his cultivation to plummet, leading him to self-destruct. If it weren't for her, he might have smoothly advanced in martial arts to the supreme realm like his father, and would not have experienced so many hardships. After being resurrected after countless years, everything from the past has turned to smoke and clouds. Amidst the bustling and flourishing surroundings, Chun Nan's heart is filled with profound loneliness and sorrow, as if everything around him is merely an illusion that could dissipate like fireworks at any moment. His seemingly foolish behavior is just an attempt to help himself forget those distant memories and his lonely self. This might be the reason why he seeks to take revenge on Dantai Xian and everything related to her. Chun Nan increasingly feels that the true self from 1,000 years ago has been revived. Perhaps because the emotional seal placed in his mind by his father has been broken. Perhaps the journey to the land of ancient immortals has deeply touched his soul. Or perhaps the family's profound techniques are constantly reversing, awakening the dark nature within his heart, causing tremendous waves in his inner world. Meng Kuer is clearly aware that Chun Nan is brazenly sizing her up. Her martial arts training emphasizes the cultivation of the heart, and she has already guessed that Chun Nan is deliberately disturbing her practice. A cold light flashed in her eyes but quickly disappeared. She turned back to glance at Chun Nan with a faint smile before turning her head away. The Yalong flies at lightning speed. Hundreds of miles are nothing to it. A dark cloud appeared in the distant sky, with thick black clouds shrouding the mountains, giving a heavy and oppressive feeling, like demonic clouds or magical mist. Chun Nan feels the ancient divine treasure starting to heat up. The Jade Rui senses the overwhelming demonic energy from afar. He is startled. If the Jade Rui emits a blazing light later, it would surely reveal the secret to the other 9 masters. He hurriedly stroked the Jade Rui and whispered in inaudible words, "I don't know what strange powers you possess, but I know you already have spiritual awareness and surely understand what I'm saying. From now on, you must not show any abnormalities or others will notice. Of course, if the demonic energy attacks and I can't resolve it, you must protect me with holy light like last time. Otherwise, if I die, you will be buried underground again." Chun Nan feels a bit embarrassed for threatening a peculiar divine jade. He looked up and noticed no one was paying attention to him, so he sighed in relief. With a soft sigh, the voice of a young woman suddenly echoed in his heart. "Protect. You. Who are you?" "I. Who am I?" "I am. Who?" "Asleep." The voice faded away. Chun Nan was truly startled. This was the first time he heard the murmurs from the Jade Rui while he was awake. He concentrated fully and listened carefully, but he could no longer hear any sound, as if nothing had happened at all. The wind howled as the Yalong soared through the clouds, getting closer to the mountain shrouded in dark clouds. At this moment, the 10 masters have already sensed a faint abnormal fluctuation. Moments later, they were less than 10 miles away from the mountain enveloped in rolling demonic energy, and they could clearly see the banded demonic clouds swirling and surging around the mountain. At this point, the Yalong began to become restless, letting out low growls in the air, as if it were expressing something to Lisa, seemingly very unwilling to continue moving forward. As they got closer, everyone clearly felt that the fluctuations had become exceptionally strong. An extremely uneasy feeling surged in each person's heart, and a chill rose from within. Lisa continually comforted the Yalong, urging it to move forward. After progressing a few more miles, they were less than 5 miles from the mountain ahead, but the Yalong refused to advance any further, circling in the air. At this time, the group could clearly see the terrifying scene ahead from high in the air. At the foot of the mountain shrouded in thick demonic clouds was a valley, from which rolling demonic energy continuously rose, creating a horrifying sight that sent shivers down their spines. Given that the Yalong had started to tremble and refused to proceed, Lisa had no choice but to order it to descend to the ground, and the 10 decided to proceed on foot. While walking, they caught a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk, a faint scent that was refreshing. They already knew from Chun Nan that this was the eerie fragrance of the death flower and did not find it strange. After crossing 2 small hills and navigating through layers of thorns, the 10 finally arrived at the entrance of the death abyss. The valley was dim and dark, shrouded in blackness, with demonic energy constantly rising and swirling towards the mountain it leaned against. Above the mountain, the rolling demonic energy blocked out the sun, and thick demonic clouds churned and surged in the sky, as if a ferocious demon were stirring up trouble. Chapter 24. He is still alive upon reaching this place. The 10 clearly felt a strong sense of oppression, an immense pressure that made their hearts race and sent shivers through their souls. Chun-Nen had already experienced this before and was no longer as shocked as he was the first time. But the other 9 felt this terrifying sense of oppression for the first time, and each of them was extremely alarmed. The 9 looked towards Chun-Nen, hoping he could explain in detail. Chun-Nen shrugged and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know much more than you. After coming here, I didn't stop at all and just charged straight in." The 9 masters looked at him with strange expressions. In such a terrifying abyss, he had actually charged straight in. They truly didn't know whether to praise his courage or criticize his recklessness. Meng Kuer gathered her flowing hair and said, "We are here merely to scout for the top experts behind us and should gather all valuable clues to provide to those seniors. I think we should first clarify the situation outside the valley to see if there is anything strange before considering whether to explore the valley." Everyone nodded in agreement, and they ultimately divided into 3 small groups. Xiaofeng, Wang Tian, and Kairila formed one group. The sister-brother duo of the female Dragon Knight and the female mage Alice formed another group, and Qian Long, Ling Yun, Meng Kuer, and Chun-Nen made up the last group. The 3 groups began to carefully search outside the valley. Although there was some awkwardness between Chun-Nen and Meng Kuer, they had to cooperate in this situation. Chun-Nen wore a nonchalant expression, while Meng Kuer smiled gently, but who knew what they were truly thinking inside. The 3 groups searched the area outside the valley for more than half an hour without discovering any particularly valuable clues. Outside the valley, aside from the absence of birds and beasts and an eerie silence, it was no different from other desolate mountains and wilderness. The crowd gathered again at the valley entrance. The 10 of them exchanged glances, and Meng Kuer sighed, saying, "It seems we really have to enter the valley. We won't discover anything outside." However, according to Brother Chun, there is a terrifying existence within the valley, almost godlike and devilish. Entering the valley undoubtedly comes with great danger. I suggest we split into 2 groups, one in front and one behind. If we unfortunately encounter danger, it won't lead to complete annihilation. At least the people at the back can carry the message out. Chun-Nen sensed the agreement among the others and immediately felt something was amiss. He had been here before and was the only one with some understanding of what lay inside. He knew he wouldn't be able to escape being chosen for the first group. He thought to himself, as expected of the heir of the Dantai family, "She is playing a little trick on me at this moment." Chun-Nen immediately added, "Fairy Meng is indeed meticulous. This suggestion is good. I am willing to join the first group and explore ahead." Seeing the respect on everyone's faces towards him, he continued, "However, it cannot be considered a reckless venture. Fairy Meng possesses the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, which allows for rapid flight. If we do encounter danger, we should be able to escape at the first moment." The implication in Chun-Nan's words was very clear. He wanted Meng Kuer to join him in the front to explore. Knowing he could not avoid becoming a member of the first group, he was determined to involve Meng Kuer in the danger with him. A flash of brilliance passed through Meng Kuer's eyes, unnoticed by others, but not escaping Chun-Nan's keen gaze, as he had been watching her intently. Before Meng Kuer could voice her stance, someone stepped forward ahead of her. It was Ling Yun, the young master of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families in the eastern continent. He said, "This seems a bit inappropriate. Fairy Meng possesses a Taoist treasure. She should be in the second group. That way, if any accidents happen, she can use the Jade Lotus platform to escape quickly and inform the outside world of everything that has transpired here." Ling Yun's reasoning was sound and left no room for criticism. However, Chun-Nen had already noticed the unusual look in Ling Yun's eyes when he gazed at Meng Kuer, clearly captivated by her unparalleled beauty. His current words were likely driven by personal motives. The lazy Qian Long said, "I am willing to explore ahead with Brother Qian." The most mysterious masked sorceress, Alice, also said, "I want to join the first group and explore ahead." Several others stood up as well, wanting to enter the first group. At this moment, Meng Kuer smiled charmingly and said, "Everyone, stop competing. It's better for Brother Chun and me to lead the way. Brother Chun is right. I have the Jade Lotus platform, which can ensure that both of us can escape at the first moment if danger arises." Seeing no one opposed, Ling Yun smiled and said, "I was overthinking it. Indeed, Fairy Meng is right." As the group stepped into the valley, apart from Chun-Nan, the other 9 took a sharp breath. The scene inside the valley was grim, with white bones scattered all around and eerie phosphorescence exuding a heavy aura of death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It truly resembled the entrance to hell. The endless white bones appeared particularly glaring in the dim valley. A gentle breeze stirred the bone powder that had settled for who knows how many years, causing it to swirl in the air like a pale mist under the flickering phosphorescence. Aside from the bones, the dark valley held nothing else, and the eerie, terrifying scene caused goosebumps to rise on the young masters. A cold shiver ran from their heads to their toes. Upon entering the valley, the scent of death intensified, creating an extraordinarily eerie atmosphere. A surge of demonic energy rushed toward them, and the martial artists quickly activated their internal true energy to protect themselves. Various lights flashing within the valley. The mysterious sorceress Alice swiftly chanted a spell, encasing herself in a watery pale blue light. With a hint of playful amusement, Chunnin said to Meng Kuer, "Fairy Meng, let us move." Meng Kuer smiled brightly, her expression blooming like spring flowers, momentarily brightening the dark, deadly place. She turned to the other 8 and said, "We are only here to gather useful information for the peak experts, and there is no need to venture into the deepest part of the valley. To avoid disturbing that godlike and devilish existence within, we will use the valley entrance as our starting point and carefully search within a distance of 200 zhang to see if we can find valuable clues. Additionally, please keep a distance of over 100 zhang from us. If we sense something amiss, we will sound the alarm." Everyone nodded in agreement. Chun Nan and Meng Kuer walked side by side into the depths of the valley. After walking about 100 zhang, Chun Nan chuckled and said, "Fairy Meng, what are you thinking? You don't plan to kill me here, do you? I know you are capable of ranking among the top 10 peak young experts on the continent. Perhaps you could kill me, but doing it without anyone knowing would be quite difficult. You should think it through carefully before taking action." At this point, Meng Kuer had already put away her smile. She coldly replied, "We will have our battle sooner or later. I hope you can survive under my sword then. I'm very much looking forward to it, but I hope you can maintain a calm heart and not let mundane matters disturb your peace of mind. And certainly not let romantic feelings get in the way." Haha. Meng Kuer's beautiful face was now covered in frost, her eyes shooting cold glances, and a killing intent filled the air. She said icily, "You truly are disturbing my cultivation. You seem to know quite a bit about my sex techniques, but I advise you to abandon those futile thoughts. Once we return to the city of sin, I will definitely take your life." Chunnan chuckled and said, "Taking my life won't be that easy. I have a feeling that some wonderful things will happen between us in the future." Meng Kuer looked at Chunnan coldly. To resist the demonic energy within the valley, her body radiated a faint, cool glow, making her appear as if she stood amidst ethereal mist. At this moment, she was genuinely enraged, her voice freezing. "You truly provoke me to the point of wanting to kill you. Don't push me." Seeing her murderous intent revealed, Chunnan remarked, "It's truly unimaginable that the unparalleled Meng Kuer would have such a cold side. Your emotions are fluctuating so violently. It seems contrary to the heart cultivation methods of the Dantai sect." Meng Kuer suddenly laughed, gazing deep into the valley, and said, "If you think disturbing my inner peace can disrupt my cultivation, you are gravely mistaken. Everyone has feelings and desires. One cannot become heartless or emotionless, nor can one abandon all personal desires. In the process of cultivation, overly emphasizing having no desires will only lead to a decline in one's level. Our sect's ancestors specifically mentioned in the secret classics of the sect that one must reside in the world, experience the myriad aspects of life, and understand the various facets of human nature to comprehend the ultimate truths of heaven and earth and achieve the state of unity between man and nature." Chunnan couldn't help but sigh. "Dan Tai Xian, you truly are remarkable." He felt a mix of emotions. Although Dan Tai Xian had nearly caused him to lose all his cultivation, it was undeniable that this mysterious woman was exceptionally gifted, a rarity in the world. He then said to Meng Kuer, "Experiencing the myriad aspects of life, comprehending the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, and achieving unity between man and nature ultimately focuses on cultivating the heart. Given your current level of cultivation, you are likely still in the stage of maintaining inner peace, right?" Meng Kuer looked at him in surprise and said, "You really do know a bit about our sex techniques. However, you shouldn't waste your efforts on me. I have long surpassed the stage of seeking inner peace." "Haha, is that so? It's pointless to discuss this further now. Let us quickly investigate the situation within the valley." The frost on Meng Kuer's face gradually faded, but her expression remained devoid of a smile, turning into one of calmness. She and Chun Nin began to search within 100 zhang range of the valley entrance, then extended their search to 200 zhang, while the remaining 8 maintained a distance of 100 zhang behind the 2. 10 people continuously searched this area, leaving no corner unchecked. Among the piles of various monster bones, there were many human skeletons. According to everyone's expectations, they should be able to find some broken weapons or personal ornaments of the deceased. However, they were disappointed to find that there were no relics to be found. Aside from the white bones, there were truly no other items in the valley. Having found nothing, the 10 people gathered again. They ultimately decided that Chun Nan and Meng Kuo would continue forward for another 200 zhang, while the remaining 8 would maintain a distance and follow behind. In this land of death, the ground was covered with countless bones, and the entire valley appeared white and desolate. Chun Nan and Meng Kuo stepped on the bones, making strange sounds like crack and creak, and with the flickering ghost lights in the distance, it felt particularly terrifying. At this moment, the 2 were already 400 zhang away from the valley entrance. As they reached this point, the demonic energy surged more violently, forcing them to further activate the true energy within their bodies to resist the invasion of the demonic energy. The immense pressure from the depths of the valley grew heavier, making it hard for them to breathe. After repeated searches in this area, the 10 people finally made a discovery. Chun Nan found a half-rusted, broken iron shield beneath a giant skull mountain that was 10 zhang high. This was the first relic of the deceased they had found. Everyone gathered around, carefully removing the rust from the shield. Ancient patterns were engraved on its surface, but due to the passage of time, those patterns had become blurred. Flipping the iron shield over and cleaning the rust from its back, a line of small characters, carved with finger strength, came into view. Everyone was excited. There were indeed words on the iron shield. This was the most valuable clue they had found. However, the complex characters were clearly written in a script from thousands of years ago, and everyone exchanged glances, feeling perplexed. Chun Nan sighed and said, "I recognize it, but the meaning is too difficult to decipher." Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Ling Yun couldn't wait to ask, "What does it say?" "It says, he is still alive." Chun Nan read the original text. Everyone was shocked and fell into silence. Based on the characters engraved on the iron shield, he was very likely referring to the godlike existence deep within the valley. It seemed that his identity was significant in that distant past. He likely held an earth-shattering status. Chun Nan's mind was in turmoil. No one wanted to uncover the secrets hidden here more than he did. He wanted to investigate the truth behind the disappearance of the gods thousands of years ago, and this was an excellent entry point. He stood up and said, "Let's explore further. There must be greater discoveries ahead. Meng Kuo and I will proceed first, and you can follow behind." Having delved this deep, everyone could already feel an immense pressure, a mental oppression that they knew came from the terrifying existence at the deepest part of the land of death. Therefore, after reaching this point, there was a slight hesitation among the group. However, in the end, they all nodded in agreement to continue exploring inward. After Chun Nan and Meng Kuo walked 100 zhang further, they distinctly sensed an unusual aura. The mental pressure from the depths of the valley was rapidly increasing, and they felt a tremor from their souls, with overwhelming fear flooding their hearts. Chun Nan shouted, "Not good, the nameless demon has awakened." Chapter 25. The appearance of the demon god Meng Kuo immediately summoned the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she glanced at Chun Nan, then soared into the air, flying towards the valley's exit. Chun Nan could only smile wryly. He had known all along that if there were real danger, Meng Kuo would certainly abandon him. The valley was dim and lifeless, and the 8 people behind could not see the scene ahead, but they clearly heard Chun Nan's warning and felt the suddenly intensifying mental pressure, prompting them to quickly retreat towards the valley's exit. However, it was all too late. As soon as Chun Nan took 3 steps forward, a violent surge of energy erupted behind him. An immeasurable force swept him into the air, rendering him immobile, leaving him suspended quietly in midair. Meng Kuo had only flown 10 zhang before she too could not move. It was as if an invisible pair of hands were pulling her, drawing her into the air to stand beside Chun Nan. Unable to speak or move, Chun Nan watched as Meng Kuo had just managed to escape, only to be forcibly brought back beside him in an instant. A wave of indescribable delight surged in his heart, and he winked at her. Meng Kuo felt a sense of helplessness. She hadn't expected that even with the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, she would be unable to escape. She shot Chun-Nan a glare and turned away. The 8 great experts, barely having run a few steps, were horrified to find themselves unable to move. They too were swept into the air by an overwhelming force, pulled to the front of Chun-Nan and Meng-Kuo. The 10 of them were trapped in midair, unable to move an inch. The demonic energy surged, and an immense mental pressure suddenly descended upon them. Everyone felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on their hearts, oppressive and unbearable, as if their minds were about to collapse. At that moment, the demonic clouds swirling around them suddenly shook violently. The black demonic energy began to surge like raging waves, turbulent and undulating. The 10 experts had a strange illusion that the entire world was beginning to shake. They felt like leaves in a storm, like small boats in a raging sea, swaying and rising amidst the violent turbulence. When the shaking ended, the demonic clouds in the air returned to calm. However, the suffocating mental pressure had reached its peak, leaving everyone feeling blank-headed, nearly exhausted, and on the verge of collapse. A strange mass of demonic clouds appeared before them, resembling a deep abyss of hell, as if it connected to the entrance of the underworld. The scent of death emanated from there, permeating the air. Suddenly, a blood-red light appeared within the pitch-black demonic clouds, shooting towards the 10 experts. They felt as though a sharp sword had pierced their hearts, each one wanting to scream and howl. Chun-Nan was greatly alarmed. Although he felt extremely oppressed, almost driven to madness, he could still think. He sensed that familiar aura. The nameless demon was hidden within the demonic clouds. The nameless demon had come. He was so close to them. The heavy mental pressure was as weighty as a mountain, and the 10 were on the brink of madness. Just then, the tremendous mental pressure began to ebb like a tide. The 10 felt a sense of relief, exhaling deeply, feeling that their bodies could move again, though they were still bound in midair by a strange force. The blood-red light within the demonic clouds remained, but it no longer shone as brightly as before, though it still emitted a heart-stopping glow. Meng-Kuo steadied her mind and whispered, "Supreme Demon God, please do not blame us. We did not mean to disturb your cultivation." Boom. The demonic energy in the air shook violently, and in an instant, the 10's bodies lost their binding and fell from the sky, plunging through layers of demonic energy towards the white bone ground below. Except for the sorceress Alice and Meng-Kuo, the other 8 were filled with terror. At this moment, they were 30 zhang above the ground. If they fell like this, they would surely be smashed to pieces. However, in just a moment, Alice and Meng-Kuo also became frantic. One could not cast the levitation spell, and the other could not control the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, and they, like the other 8, quickly plummeted towards the ground. The sound of wind howled in everyone's ears, and the fierce gusts were less than a foot from the ground. Just when they thought survival was hopeless, their bodies suddenly froze in midair as if by some strange force. In an instant, they went from free-falling to hovering motionless, the sensation of life and death overwhelming them. The 10 of them exchanged glances and then simultaneously screamed, "Ah!" Thud, thud, thud. The 10 of them fell to the ground together. In the valley, the demonic energy was much less than at high altitude. The 10 looked up and saw the bizarre demonic clouds right above their heads, emanating a heavy aura of death. And that spot of bloody light appeared particularly glaring within the demonic clouds. They looked at each other, a wave of helplessness surging in their hearts. Among the youth on the continent, their cultivation was undoubtedly outstanding, among the best of the best. Yet, before the nameless demon, they felt so weak, lacking even the slightest power to resist. The bizarre demonic clouds circled around the group and then suddenly dissipated in an instant, revealing a tall demonic figure in front of them. Except for Chun-Nan, the other 9 felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end, nearly screaming in terror. The tall demonic figure hovered in the air, with blood-red long hair billowing in the wind. However, beneath the blood hair, half of its head was already shattered. The area above the left eye a mass of blood and flesh, red and white mixed together, with bits of brain matter staining the blood hair. The undamaged right eye had no whites or pupils. The entire eyeball was a deep red, emitting a heart-pounding crimson light. Undoubtedly, the bloody light they had seen earlier was emitted directly from the right eye of the nameless demon. What was even more horrifying was that there was a bloody hole in its chest, with its heart apparently ripped out, radiating a blinding blood-red light. On the back of the nameless demon, the left side had 2 pure white wings, while the right side had a grayish-black wing, the colors of the wings starkly contrasting. This was the symbol of the oldest demons and high-level angels in the West. However, the two-colored wings seemed to lean more towards being divine or demonic. Chapter 26. The Illusion of the Void. Although Meng Kuer and the others had roughly understood some aspects of the nameless demon's appearance from Chun Nan's words, they still found it hard to suppress the shock in their hearts, standing there like wooden puppets. A broken-bodied demon stood alive before them, causing their brains to short-circuit for a moment. Chun Nan was carefully observing the injuries on the back of the nameless demon, trying to figure out how many pairs of wings it should have. However, he was disappointed. The back of the nameless demon had 2 bloody grooves, indicating that the missing wings had been uprooted. The demonic energy surged, and the ancient, tattered clothes of the nameless demon rustled in the wind, stained with blood, making it a shocking sight. Who could have hurt a demon to such an extent? Everyone felt an increasing chill in their hearts. Several hundred years have passed in a flash, and the gate of despair opens once more. But why have only 10 such weak individuals come? Not even a single celestial-level figure. The nameless demon's voice was deep and desolate, but except for Chun Nan, no one understood it. As he spoke in the ancient language of the illusionary continent, Meng Kuer and the others looked at each other in confusion. But what surprised them even more was that Chun Nan spoke at this moment, using a language similar to that of the nameless demon, which they couldn't understand. Several hundred years have passed. What exactly are you waiting for? Chun Nan stared directly at the nameless demon. The nameless demon was immensely surprised, a red light shooting from its single eye. In an instant, Chun Nan felt the immense mental pressure that had vanished before. For a moment, his spirit nearly collapsed. But fortunately, that pressure disappeared again in an instant. The nameless demon said in a low voice, "I didn't expect anyone would understand this ancient language. It's truly hard to believe. Who did you learn it from?" A trace of pain flashed in Chun Nan's eyes as he said, "I was a person from 10,000 years ago, but after dying for 10,000 years, I resurrected from the ancient divine tomb." This was his greatest secret, and now he had finally encountered a demon that had lived for 10,000 years. The truth from 10,000 years ago seemed about to be unveiled, and he was immensely excited, nearly screaming in release. "I want to know what happened 10,000 years ago." However, Chun Nan did not notice that each time the nameless demon heard the words 10,000 years, it was on the verge of a breakdown. "Please tell me, what happened 10,000 years ago? Why did a demon, claim to be immortal, die? Why are the deities of the illusionary continent and the demonic continent buried together? Who built the demon god cemetery?" Chun Nan shouted frantically. The nameless demon suddenly grasped its blood-red long hair and, as if stimulated, cried out wildly, "Ah! 10,000 years ago. Don't ask me about 10,000 years ago. I can't remember. Ah! What happened 10,000 years ago? Who can tell me? Who can tell me? Ah, who am I? Who am I?" The thunderous roar caused the blood within the bodies of the 10 young experts to surge, and they couldn't help but spit out several mouthfuls of blood, all of them shaken to the point of nearly collapsing. The nameless demon flew into the air, seemingly mad, continuing to scream, and the immense spiritual pressure surged uncontrollably towards the 10 on the ground again. The 10 experts felt the world spinning, and ultimately, they all fainted to the ground together. The nameless demon roared in the air, venting its emotions, and the entire valley seemed to tremble. "Who am I? What happened 10,000 years ago?" It kept repeating, rampaging through the air and shouting madly. Bright red blood continuously spewed from the large hole in its chest, the blood being unlike any ordinary blood, radiating a blazing red light. The blood of the demon did not fall down nor evaporate in the air, but transformed into beams of red light enveloping the nameless demon's body, eventually seeping back into its skin. The thunderous roars lasted for 3 hours, with the 10 experts waking up several times and fainting again. When the 10 experts awoke once more, the nameless demon had stopped roaring and was quietly standing in midair, gazing at the dark sky. Its tall figure appeared so desolate and lonely, an inexplicable sadness pervading the valley of death. The 10 experts seemed to be infected by that sadness, various complex emotions rising within them: loneliness, helplessness, hatred, resignation, solitude. They understood that these were the emotions of the nameless demon. At this moment, they felt its loneliness, helplessness, and sorrow, that sense of despair that nothing could be done. The nameless demon withdrew its gaze from the dark sky and slowly descended to the ground, standing in front of the 10 experts. Clearly, at this moment, it had regained its sanity, retracting its vast spiritual power. "Not knowing my past, not knowing who I am. What is the meaning of living like this? The nameless demon murmured in a low voice. Xiao Feng, Qian Long, and the others saw that Chun Nan was about to speak again and quickly covered his mouth, fearing he would provoke the nameless demon into another frenzy. Chun Nan smiled wryly, shook his head, and waved his hand, signaling them to let go. The others looked at him suspiciously, and after confirming he wouldn't do anything outrageous again, they released their hold. The nameless demon suddenly fixed his gaze on Chun Nan and said, "Just now you made me fall into painful memories. But I cannot recall the bits and pieces of the past. Reluctantly, I have to seal what you said to me. I have already forgotten your words. So please do not mention them again, or I will lose my true nature and destroy everything." Chun Nan let out a heavy sigh. Originally thinking that the shocking secrets from 10,000 years ago were about to be revealed, but in the end, it was still empty. He knew nothing about the past. You have extraordinary cultivation, yet your body is broken like this, and you can still live well. Why don't you go to the immortal God realm to seek answers? Surely someone knows your secret. I'm still alive. Haha. The nameless demon laughed wildly, saying, "Do you think I am still alive? You." Chun Nan involuntarily took 2 steps back. The nameless demon put away his smile, his face showing a hint of helplessness and sadness, sighing, "My body has long since died. Didn't you sense the heavy aura of death? It's just that my consciousness is not extinguished, and my fragmented soul remains." Chun Nan was shocked, his mouth agape, trembling as he said, "You. My soul is bound by a dead body. Haha, isn't that funny? But it's true." The nameless demon looked up at the dark sky and said solemnly, "I cannot leave here. My subconscious tells me to guard this place forever, until this world is destroyed." A surge of overwhelming waves rose in Chun Nan's heart. What kind of secret was hidden here? The nameless demon was destined to guard this place forever. But what was worth guarding? Even he himself seemed to not know. The nameless demon sighed. "The time I am conscious is getting shorter, and the time I am lost is getting longer." His expression suddenly turned gloomy, saying, "You are fortunate not to have intruded when I was losing my true nature. I don't care who you are, but once you come here, everything must be done according to the rules." With a wave of his right hand, the 10 masters were instantly swept into the air by a powerful force. The nameless demon said in a deep voice, "Virtual heaven illusion, open." The 10 were shocked, as the previously dim void suddenly brightened, revealing a world filled with flowers and birdsong. There, flowers carpeted the ground, fragrant green grass, and a winding stream flowed slowly through the fragrant meadows. Adorable deer and unstartled white rabbits blinked their big eyes curiously at the crowd among the flowers. In the eerie and deathly silence above the abyss of death, such a dreamlike world appeared, making the 10 doubt if they were dreaming. They stared blankly at this colorful world before them, speechless for a long time. "This is the virtual heaven illusion I created. In there, you will fight against your own hearts. Whoever can defeat their own heart will be able to leave alive, otherwise, you will add another trace of spirit to this valley," said the nameless demon, waving his hand, sending the 10 into that flowery and peaceful world. Chun Nan hurriedly explained what he had heard to the other 9. After listening, the 9 were momentarily confused. How could they fight against their own hearts? What you see and hear may not necessarily be real, but everything is constructed based on your inner world. What you fear will happen. The nameless demon's words were deep and powerful. Chun Nan acted as a translator again, and this time the 9 seemed to understand something, their faces changing color. The nameless demon's voice was extremely cold. "Let's start with you." With a whoosh, Meng Kuer and her jade lotus platform flew up and landed behind the flowers not far away. The nameless demon whispered, "Illusion opens." Meng Kuer, dressed in flowing white, looked like a fairy, pure and untainted by the dust of the world. She calmly stood among the flowers, quietly waiting for the impending trial. Suddenly, she let out a scream. "Ah!" A strange world appeared beside her. Everything was familiar to her, and she suddenly fell into it. Chun Nan and the 9 felt a tremor in their hearts. The flower patch where Meng Kuer stood had become a world. In that moment, they felt like gods overlooking all beings, clearly seeing everything inside. Was that Meng Kuer's inner world? It was filled with mist, ethereal, and imbued with immortal energy. With wondrous flowers and precious trees everywhere, almost like a fairyland. Could it be the legendary Dantai, ancient sacred ground? She would battle her own heart there? The 9 exchanged glances, their hearts shocked. Due to publication reasons, although the VIP section has been continuously updated, the public version has rarely been unlocked. I apologize for that. Now that the publication part has finally caught up, the public version can be regularly unlocked. Well, brothers, please vote and support God4. This Sunday night at around 12 o'clock, there will be an update for ranking. Please vote to support God4 if you are online at that time. Thank you. Chapter 27. The Demon Sealed by Dantai Xian. Recommend the wonderful work Fallen Forbidden Book by Nangong Huai. Book number 116568. Lowly, sister flowers, pure princesses, ice and snow queens. The gentle mermaid of Saint Lake will all be pushed into doom by the protagonist's sinful hands. The hateful thing is that the protagonist himself is completely unaware. The nameless demon said coldly, "Everyone go fight." The remaining 9 were instantly separated, and in an instant, everyone immersed themselves in their own inner worlds. In the virtual heaven illusion created by the nameless demon, 10 different worlds suddenly appeared. The illusion is constructed based on your inner worlds. But the fate of the characters is controlled by the illusion, the nameless demon said coldly. In just a moment, all 10 fell into their own dreams, each struggling in anguish. Each person's inner world was different, and so were their experiences. The illusion greatly deviated from everyone's expectations. The moment they entered the illusion, they forgot many things, forgot that this was a completely illusory world, forgot that this was a life and death test set by the nameless demon. They truly immersed themselves in the illusion, believing that everything they experienced was real. The virtual heaven illusion created by the nameless demon contained 10 worlds, each depicting different stories. But one thing was the same. All 10 were experiencing the most terrifying events of their lives. Endless mental torment pushed them to the brink of collapse, with wails, screams, and painful groans echoing from each world. Before Chunnan fell into his own world, he silently recited the family's secret formula in his heart. Observe emptiness as emptiness. Emptiness has no emptiness. What is empty is already nothing. Nothing is also nothing. He was extremely familiar with this formula, but he always felt he understood it only vaguely. However, every time he recited it, he felt a sense of ethereality in his heart. Once he fell into his own world, Chunnan did not lose himself. He was the only one who remained unaffected. Loudly reciting the family's secret formula, a piece of brilliance surrounds the universe. The void shines through heaven and earth, dual forgetfulness and silent tranquility. The nameless demon was somewhat surprised, but then his expression became serious, repeatedly saying, "Good, good, good, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful." With a wave of his hand, Chunnan's world vanished. You may have low cultivation, but your comprehension is extremely high. To achieve such a state, it seems that this illusory sky realm cannot trap your true heart. You have passed the test. Chunnan felt embarrassed. This was not a realm he had comprehended, but rather the essence of his family's secret technique. He increasingly felt that the family's secret technique was unfathomable, capable of making an ancient god and demon praise it. One can imagine how profound the essence of cultivation it contained. The nameless god and demon continued, "Although you have passed the test, you must wait until everyone else has completed their life and death trials before you can leave. Additionally, I feel that you are somewhat strange. I want to send you into the worlds of others to experience it, but in their worlds, you will only be an observer, merely a witness." Chunnan was puzzled and did not understand why the nameless god and demon would make such a decision. With a whoosh, he was lifted off the ground and sent into Meng Kuer's world. The nameless god and demon's single eye flashed with red light as he murmured, "What is it? Why do I feel a sense of unease? What is this strange young man hiding?" In Meng Kuer's world, the peaks were green, the valleys lush, mists swirled around. Strange flowers bloomed, precious herbs carpeted the ground, cranes danced in the sky, and white apes leaped joyfully, truly resembling a fairyland. At the entrance of this fairyland stood a majestic green stone, inscribed with 2 ancient characters, Dan Tai. This was the Dan Tai ancient sacred land, where the legendary Dan Tai Xian once imparted teachings and then ascended to the celestial realm. Although this was an illusion, everything was constructed based on Meng Kuer's inner world. What happened inside might be fictional, but the scenes were real. Chunnan walked in boldly. In this dreamlike fairyland, the past joyous and peaceful atmosphere had vanished. At this moment, the air was filled with screams as a hideous demon was ruthlessly chasing a group of fairies, blood staining the ground of the fairyland. Once calm and serene, Meng Kuer was now in a state of panic, running helplessly among the fairies, crying out, "It's not real, it's not real." The demon laughed maniacally behind them. "Ha ha. Dan Tai Xian, I have personally destroyed the sacred land you established. The day I ascend to the celestial realm is the day you become a prisoner beneath my feet." Chen Nan was shocked. The demon's thoughts were strikingly similar to his own. But this was in Meng Kuer's inner imagined world. How could she have such a thought? Could it be that such a demon truly existed in her mind? The group of fairies turned pale and shouted, "It's not real. You are just a character from Dan Tai's dream. This dream cannot become reality." The demon had stopped and coldly said, "If it's just a dream of Dan Tai Xian, then why did she leave behind a blood letter in the secret texts of your sect, recording this dream? It's because she foresaw the future. She knows that one day I will break the seal and turn this dream into reality." Chen Nan was stunned. He felt that this demon was quite similar to him. Yet there were many obvious differences. Did Dan Tai Xian really seal away such a terrifying figure back then? The demon laughed arrogantly. "Who can stop me? In the Grand Dan Tai ancient sacred land, there is not a single person who is my match. Today, the Dan Tai sect is destined to disappear." Meng Kuer suddenly stepped out from the crowd and said, "Demon, you have a grudge with our sect's ancestor. Why drag us innocent disciples into this? If you have the ability, go to the celestial god's realm to take revenge on Dan Tai's ancestor. Bullying us juniors is nothing impressive. I have said that I will destroy everything related to Dan Tai Xian. Don't worry, I won't kill you 10 or so. You are the most beautiful women of the Dan Tai ancient sacred land, the purest in the hearts of many men. I think turning you all into wanton women would be quite interesting. Haha." The demon's laughter was exceedingly sinister. All the women turned pale with fear. The person before them was truly the embodiment of a demon. The path of desire among the 6 great evil ways of ancient times. Your sect's secret texts should have some records, right? Today, let you all experience a small technique from the path of desire. Upon hearing this, the group of beautiful women involuntarily trembled. The 6 great evil ways were even older than the Dan Tai sect. In the ancient times of the immortal fantasy continent, the 6 great evil ways, including the path of destruction, the path of emotionlessness, and the path of desire, were the oldest and most mysterious sects in the cultivation world, revered as the 6 sacred lands of the evil ways. Legend has it that during the peak of the 6 paths, they once unified the cultivation world, showcasing their overwhelming power. The divine tomb has begun to unlock regularly. Brothers, I need recommendation votes. Please vote in support. Chapter 28, Transformation Advertisement. Meng Kuer was terrified to the extreme. The path of desire was the most debauched among the 6 paths. If a woman fell into the hands of someone from that path, it would truly be worse than death. Countless streams of energy surged into Meng Kuer's body. Strange true energy ran wildly within her. She felt her body growing hotter and realized she had fallen under the spell of the path of desire. Chen Nan was not unfamiliar with the 6 great evil ways. During his time, the 6 great evil ways had already been the 6 sacred lands of the evil ways. Of course, he did not know that the 6 great evil ways had once unified the cultivation world. 1,000 years ago, the path of destruction had an irreconcilable feud with the Chen family. Chen Zhan killed the great demon of the evil path, Dongfang Yunfei, provoking the emergence of the unparalleled demon king, Dongfang Shaodian, who fought a life-and-death battle with Chun Zhan atop Yu Mountain. Afterward, the defeated demon king lost his sanity and broke into the Chun residence at night, severely injuring Uxian. Uxian had no choice but to enter the 100 Flowers Valley to go into closed-door cultivation, parting with Chun Nan in life and death. At that time, Chun Nan's martial arts were almost wasted, and his beloved companion had fallen into a dead end. His life sky was bleak. In despair, he ultimately concealed this from his father and engaged in a fatal duel with the heir of the path of destruction, ending his life. Chun Nan felt a stirring in his heart. By intuition, he sensed that the legacy of the 6 great evil ways still existed, and in this life, he might still be entangled with the path of destruction. He calmly observed everything before him, knowing that these were all illusions. In this world, only he and Meng Kuer truly existed. Once dignified and beautiful, the peerless Meng fairy was now disheveled, her face flushed, and her breathing increasingly rapid. No one could have imagined that the most outstanding heir of the Dan Tai ancient sacred land would be in such a state. The desire had nearly overwhelmed her reason. Chen Nan was dumbfounded. The holy Meng Kuer, like a fairy, was actually unable to control her feelings. Her flawless, snow-white arms were exposed in the air as she helplessly tore at her clothes, her stunning beauty blushing like fire. her cherry lips letting out soft gasps. She spun around like one intoxicated, her skirt billowing, and one could vaguely see a pair of long, shapely legs, stirring countless thoughts. With a soft rip, Meng Kuer's delicate hands tore apart her dress, her snow-white body partially revealed. Her trembling curves proudly stood out, the budding peaks blushing brightly, captivating one's soul. Chunnan felt that the illusory sky realm created by the nameless god and demon was incredibly unfathomable, capable of making one forget everything and completely immerse in their inner world. The pure and clean air of the sacred land, Meng Kuer, was usually so dignified and sacred. Like a fairy. Yet at this moment, in this world, she had lost herself and transformed into a fiery, seductive enchantress. Looking at the half-naked snow-white body, Chunnan felt a wave of dryness in his mouth. The smooth and moist, icy skin, the delicately perky white peaks, the waist that could be grasped with one hand, the smooth, jade-like belly, and the elegantly long jade legs. All of it was beautiful and irresistibly tempting. He knew that everything in this world was illusory, but Meng Kuer was real. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the dreamlike fairyland had fallen silent. The other women and that demon had vanished, leaving only him and Meng Kuer, two real beings. Chunnan could clearly hear Meng Kuer's soft moans and gasps. Looking at her half-naked perfect figure, he felt his blood boiling, his pulse racing, and his heart beating faster. At this moment, Meng Kuer was quickly pouncing towards him. He shouted inwardly, "What does the nameless demon want? Is it trying to subject me to another life and death test? Am I trapped in an illusion again?" Although Chunnan harbored deep hostility towards the Dantai faction and had entertained evil thoughts about Meng Kuer, he had no such thoughts now. The nameless demon was watching him from outside this world, and who knew what it intended? Chunnan focused his mind and quickly recited the family's secret techniques aloud. Observe emptiness as emptiness. Emptiness is without emptiness. What is empty is already non-existent. Non-existence is also non-existent. No birth, no death, clouds disperse. The azure mountains are clear. No going, no coming. Wisdom returns to meditation. The moon wheel is solitary. Meng Kuer was completely lost in herself, her eyes shimmering like two pools of spring water, her face full of spring affection, her snowy skin turning pink, glistening and exuding an alluring sheen. She threw herself at Chunnan, twisting, rubbing, and moaning against him, her delicate body feeling as if it had no bones. Soft and clinging to Chunnan, unwilling to part. The heavenly and pure beauty had suddenly transformed into a seductive woman. This intoxicating stimulation ignited a fire in Chunnan's heart, and he almost embraced the soft body in his arms. But he still managed to maintain a sliver of clarity. He understood that everything was deliberately arranged by the nameless demon, and he and Meng Kuer were merely pawns in its game. He could not allow himself to fall into the illusion like Meng Kuer. As Chunnan continued to loudly recite the family's secret techniques, he tried to push Meng Kuer away, but suddenly realized he could not move. He had lost control of his body. He shouted into the sky, "What do you want? Didn't you say I had passed? I am just a spectator, a witness in someone else's world. Why are you going back on your word?" No one answered him. The entire world, apart from Meng Kuer's gentle moans, was utterly silent. Chunnan vaguely felt that the nameless demon had betrayed him, seemingly wanting to test him again. In this intoxicating illusion, although it was extremely stimulating, he felt a hint of unease and fear. Meng Kuer twisted and rubbed against Chunnan, then began to tear at his clothes, the fabric shredding like flying fluff, and in an instant, both their garments were torn away. Chunnan's bronze skin shimmered with a radiant glow, giving off a sense of strength. Meng Kuer's delicate body was as translucent as jade, flawless, a perfect creation of heaven. Yet in this intoxicating atmosphere, Chunnan found himself in a dire situation. He realized he could not even make a sound. He was unwilling to be manipulated, repeatedly reciting the family's secret techniques, ignoring the stunning beauty entwined around him. However, he could still perceive the external stimuli. He tried to empty his mind through reciting the techniques, but the external stimulation threatened to drive him crazy, yet he could not move, unable to push Meng Kuer away. Chunnan grew increasingly anxious, unable to calm himself down, his vital energy starting to rampage through his meridians. Blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. He was on the verge of losing control, as Chunnan was about to fall into an irretrievable abyss. The nameless demon in the illusory realm changed color, its single eye shooting out a red light. It saw two glowing orbs emerge within Chun Nan's body, one golden and radiant, the other black and shiny, both the size of a fist, chasing and colliding with each other. Moreover, it sensed a familiar aura, an overwhelming presence of death. The nameless demon suddenly grabbed its blood-red hair and screamed, "Ah!" In an instant, the 10 worlds within the illusory realm vanished, the stories unfolding in each world abruptly coming to an end. The people emerging from the illusion seemed to awaken from a great dream, all appearing listless and exhausted, having nearly suffered a mental breakdown in the illusion. The nameless demon pointed at Chun Nan, screaming madly, "You are one who has had your fate reversed by others. You are also a dead man. The divine and demonic powers within you cannot conceal that vast ocean of deathly aura. Reversing fate." Ah! No one except Chun Nan could understand those ancient words. The nameless demon fell into a frenzy, rushing deep into the illusory realm. With the nameless demon's disappearance, the immense mental pressure dissipated, and the faces of the crowd turned pale. Everyone had nearly suffered a mental collapse. "Ah!" Meng Kuer cried out in terror. At that moment, she was completely bare. Her arms, whiter than frost and snow, were entwined around Chun Nan's neck, the two of them entangled together, naked. The 8 people outside the flower grove, through the swaying shadows of the flowers, could vaguely see the scene inside. All 8 were astonished, their mouths agape, unable to believe the reality before them. The pure and virtuous Meng Xianzi of the Dan Tai Holy Land was actually embracing a man naked, in a posture that was exceedingly alluring and intimate. It was a primitive temptation. Meng Kuer's extraordinarily beautiful and enchanting body was irresistible to anyone. All the men felt a strange aura. Even the female dragon knight Lisa and the genius sorceress Alice were stunned for 2 seconds. Meng Kuer retreated like lightning, unable to believe what she had seen. She looked at Chun Nan, then at herself, and let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" At this moment, she and Chun Nan faced each other naked, her snow-white body glistening like jade, 2 trembling peaks standing proudly, a waist that could be grasped with one hand, a smooth jade-like belly, and elegantly long jade legs. There was not a single flaw, not a single part that was not enticing. But at this moment, Meng Kuer's body was trembling. She could hardly believe the reality before her. After a long time, she finally snapped out of her shock, quickly putting on the torn clothes on the ground, then pointing at Chun Nan, stammering, You. However, at this moment, Chun Nan seemed completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. The words of the nameless demon echoed in his ears. "You are one who has had your fate reversed by others. You are also a dead man. The divine and demonic powers within you cannot conceal that vast ocean of deathly aura. Reversing fate." Ah, brothers, happy Dragon Boat Festival. I want recommendation votes. Chapter 1. The Mystery of Life and Death Advertisement. A friend's new book online murder game. If you have votes, please go support and collect more. The portal is on the homepage of this book. The book number is 124833 in the illusory realm. The celestial aura was dense, strange flowers bloomed. Precious grass covered the ground, celestial cranes flew, and white apes danced, resembling a fairyland. However, beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of this world, dark currents were stirring. 8 young men and women were watching a man and woman entangled amidst the flowers. The man was completely naked, his smooth body radiating a faint brilliance. But his eyes were dull and lifeless, and his face wore a look of confusion. The woman, though disheveled and her hair unkempt, could not hide her extraordinary beauty. Her graceful figure exuded a sacred aura, her snow-white skin glimmering like jade, yet her stunning face was filled with shame and anger. She pointed at the naked man before her, unable to utter a word, her body trembling slightly. Meng Kuer had never imagined such a day would come, where the most outstanding heir of the illustrious Dantai ancient sacred land was found entangled with a man in the nude just moments ago. This filled her with extreme shame and anger, driving her to the brink of madness, as her heart was in turmoil at that moment. The 8 young men and women outside the flower patch exchanged glances, unable to fathom such a scene. The heir of Dantai ancient sacred land was considered to be incredibly chaste in the eyes of the world. The most distinguished heir, the fairy Meng, had recently gained significant fame across the continent, embodying justice and symbolizing beauty and purity, a fairy fallen into the mortal realm. But now, right before them, Chun Nan seemed completely oblivious to the unusual gazes of the 8 people nearby. nor did he sense the murderous intent emanating from the extraordinary woman before him. His eyes were vacant as he murmured in the ancient language of the celestial illusion continent, "I am someone whose fate was reversed by others. I am a dead man. Even the power of gods and demons cannot conceal the vast death aura that surrounds me." Reversing fate. The words of the nameless demon deeply shook his heart. He seemed to understand something, feeling an overwhelming sorrow within. Is reversing fate a benevolent rescue, or a premeditated manipulation? Who is the one that reversed my fate? Did they grant me the power of gods and demons, or is it the accumulation of countless years in the demon grave? Am I a living dead? Does my body truly contain a death aura as vast as the sea? Was I inadvertently saved by someone? Or have I been controlled by fate all along? Chun Nen was filled with endless questions, asking himself repeatedly. A gentle breeze stirred, the green jade trees swayed and shimmered, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, refreshing to the senses. Yet, at this moment, the emotions of those present were difficult to decipher. A chilling murderous intent pervaded the area, the biting cold making one shiver involuntarily. A sword energy shot into the sky, then fell straight down, cleaving toward Chun Nan. Filled with rage, Meng Kuder attacked, summoning a flying sword that gleamed brilliantly, brimming with killing intent, like a silver thread slicing down toward Chun Nan's neck. Although Chun Nan was lost in confusion, it did not mean his mind was completely disordered. The overwhelming killing intent instantly snapped him back to reality, and out of instinct. He stepped aside quickly using the God Void step. The flying sword was closely linked to the practitioner's mind, moving according to their thoughts, and could be controlled freely within a short distance. The moment the sword struck air, it instantly changed direction, transforming into a dazzling rainbow of light and flying towards Chun Nen once again. The cold aura caused the temperature nearby to plummet, and the endless killing intent startled the nearby small animals into a frantic escape. The peaceful atmosphere vanished in an instant, as the sound of the sword energy whooshed through the air, scattering fallen petals and leaves everywhere. The area around the flower patch seemed to have fallen into the depths of winter, as the soaring sword energy roared and surged, and the brilliantly radiant flying sword chased after Chun Nan, slashing horizontally and vertically. If it weren't for his supreme footwork, he would have already been injured by the flying sword. Chun Nan gradually regained his senses. He certainly understood why Meng Kuer wanted to kill him, but at this moment, all explanations seemed utterly powerless. Both of them knew clearly what was right and wrong. Her desire to kill him was merely a reflexive response born out of shame and anger. He drew the long sword from his waist and raised it to block the flying sword filled with infinite killing intent in midair. The dazzling golden light erupted from the long sword, colliding with the radiant flying sword, creating a burst of brilliant light that sent shockwaves, causing the nearby flowers and trees to wither and scatter. However, after the flying sword was obstructed, it paused for only an instant before resuming its initial speed, once again slashing toward Chun Nan at high speed. Chun Nan was alarmed, secretly shocked by Meng Kuer's extraordinary cultivation. He quickly gathered all his strength into the long sword. The sword, forged from high-quality steel, instantly transformed from vanadium iron to gold, shining brilliantly with golden light, as if it had come to life, gently vibrating and emitting soft sounds. The golden long sword clashed directly with the dazzling flying sword. With a loud boom, brilliant light surged everywhere, and Chun Nan's body was sent flying backward. The long sword in his hand was severed, leaving only half in his grasp. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen, and a sweetness rose in his throat, nearly spitting out blood. At that moment, he finally understood that there was indeed a significant gap between him and Meng Kuer. The most outstanding heir of Dantai ancient sacred land was truly impressive, deserving of being one of the top 10 young masters on the continent, and indeed possessed exceptional abilities, worthy of being the successor of Dantai Xian. Meng Kuer, clad in white, gradually reigned in her anger, though the killing intent in her eyes did not diminish. With a flick of her hand, the flying sword once again slashed toward Chun Nan. Chun Nan was furious. The earth-shattering demonic power within him surged, the profound energy continuously circulating, preparing him for a fierce battle. However, at that moment, the top expert of Shenfeng Academy, Xiao Feng, and a mysterious expert from Xianwu Academy, Qian Long, both struck simultaneously. They dashed forward like lightning, leaving behind two afterimages, crossing their blades to intercept the incoming flying sword. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, Meng Kuo, Xiaofeng, and Qianlong all slightly swayed, involuntarily stepping back a step. The radiant flying sword returned to Meng Kuo's hand. The killing intent within the area was restrained, and calmness was restored once more. The spectators were astonished. Meng Kuo's power was indeed extraordinary. The combined strength of the two top experts barely matched hers. But Chen Nin did not share this view, being the closest. He had already seen that Xiaofeng and Qianlong were hiding their strength and had not used their full power. Nevertheless, it was evident that Meng Kuo's strength was indeed unmatched. Although Xiaofeng appeared rugged, he was not a coarse person. He advised, "Please calm down, both of you. At this moment, we should unite together. We cannot turn our weapons against each other. We must face the external threat together and find a way to escape from here." Qianlong also said earnestly, "Xiao brother is right. We must not harbor animosity toward each other. Just now, we all entered a terrifying illusion. What happened within that illusion was all a misunderstanding. It is not anyone's fault. It all stemmed from the nameless demon." Taking this opportunity, Chen Nin quickly put on the scattered clothes on the ground. At this moment, others also came over to persuade Meng Kuo. Although the situation was quite awkward, the tense atmosphere had dissipated. Meng Kuo gradually calmed down. Reflecting on the scenes in the illusion, she felt a bit embarrassed. In that terrifying yet ambiguous illusion, it was she who had actively lunged at Chen Nan and had torn off both of their clothes. Meng Kuo, deserving of being the most outstanding heir of Dantai ancient sacred land, quickly retracted the killing intent on her face, displaying a calm demeanor, as if nothing had happened. She looked around at everyone and then said, "Everyone, we were too reckless. We should not have ventured deep into the death abyss. Now that we are trapped in the illusion of void heaven, it will be very difficult to escape from here." Everyone fell silent. At this moment, no one had a way to escape. Although the nameless demon was not present, they were now isolated from the outside world. Having no idea how to break through this illusion, which seemed to have created an entirely different realm, Chen Nin couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Meng Kuo was indeed remarkable. After such an embarrassing incident, any ordinary woman would have been utterly humiliated and furious. Yet she stood here without a change in her expression, seemingly unconcerned, showing no signs of turmoil. Chen Nan's heart tightened. Meng Kuo and Dan Taixian were too similar, both deeply scheming, and he would have to be more cautious in the future. At this moment, everyone in the venue had their own thoughts, contemplating ways to escape. Casually scanning the crowd, Chen Nin noticed a hint of resentment in the eyes of Ling Yun, the young master of the Ling family, one of the 10 great cultivation families of the eastern continent. This surprised him, but the sinister gaze quickly vanished. Chen Nin had always felt that this striking young master, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, seemed inconsistent in his demeanor. Although his words and actions displayed excellent manners, Chen Nin sensed a certain hypocrisy, which was purely an instinctive intuition. When they entered the death abyss, Meng Kuo suggested splitting into 2 groups for exploration, and Ling Yun had gone out of his way to support her, finding reasons for her to stay behind. At that moment, Chen Nin could see some clues. It was clear that Ling Yun was trying to ingratiate himself with Meng Kuo, which could be seen as pursuing her. However, in that situation, it clearly revealed his selfish side, leaving danger for others while keeping safety for his own people. Now, seeing the flicker of resentment in Ling Yun's eyes, Chen Nin understood that he must hate him for his intimate entanglement with Meng Kuo. But could he blame him? His evaluation of Ling Yun dropped again. This guy was clearly not a good person, inconsistent in his behavior, definitely a ruthless character. At that moment, the mysterious masked sorceress from the Illusionary Demon Academy, Alice, turned to Chen Nan and asked, "Brother Chen, how could you converse with the nameless demon? How do you understand his language?" The other 8 also shared this question and looked at him in unison. Chen Nan knew they would eventually ask this question. He maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "I grew up in a secluded little mountain village, which is relatively backward and has little contact with the outside world. The local language is very ancient and seems to have remained unchanged with external developments. Therefore, I can understand classical texts and ancient speech. The language spoken by the nameless demon is extremely similar to that used in my old mountain village, which is why I can understand it." The crowd was half convinced by his explanation and did not fully believe him, but they had no way to further investigate, as everyone was lost in their own thoughts. A series of violent energy fluctuations echoed through the air, and a tall demonic figure flew above the fragrant flower-filled venue. The nameless demon had returned. A vast pressure descended like an ocean, causing everyone to feel a wave of heart-pounding anxiety. The suffocating atmosphere made it hard for them to breathe, and each person felt exceptionally uncomfortable. However, the nameless demon quickly reigned in his overwhelming aura, and the pale faces of the crowd gradually returned to normal. The nameless demon descended, his gray and white wings stirring up a gust of wind. The gaping bloody hole in his chest emitted a blazing red light, and his shattered half-head appeared exceptionally grotesque and terrifying. Undoubtedly, he had regained consciousness and stood before everyone, his single eye unblinkingly fixed on Chun Nan, the blood-red light emanating from it seeming to want to penetrate his body. His voice was deep and powerful. Why am I so confused? Why do I feel a familiar aura from you? It's as if I see myself in you. We seem to be of the same kind. Undoubtedly, you are also someone whose fate has been altered by others, but it is not merely that. What exactly is hidden within you? Why do I feel so uneasy? An endless life force, a vast death aura. Why are these two different natures of power intertwined? What kind of secret are you hiding? Chun Nan quietly looked at the nameless demon, but his heart was tumultuous. Although the nameless demon had forgotten many things from his past, he mentioned that he was someone whose fate had been altered, as if he had seen through some incredible events happening to Chun Nan. Perhaps he could reveal the secret of why he could be resurrected. A mix of anticipation, tension, unease, and fear surged within him. He wanted to know the truth, but was also afraid of it. The nameless demon exuded an endless aura of death. Yet he claimed that Chun Nan was also a dead man, and the demonic power could not conceal the vast death aura. According to his words, Chun Nan dared not think further. He did not believe it, and felt an overwhelming fear in his heart. Where do you come from? Who exactly are you? What is your identity? The nameless demon's voice was low, and his expression serious, as if these questions contained some exceptionally significant matters. It seemed that the mystery was about to be unveiled, and Chun Nan was extremely excited. The life and death mystery that troubled him seemed to be surfacing. I want recommendation votes. Tomb of Gods urgently calls for recommendation votes. Chapter 2. Who Can Leave? Chun Nan was incredibly excited and just wanted to organize his words. But then it seemed he remembered something. He sighed and said, I want to answer you, but I fear you might lose your true nature again. I once asked you some things, which drove you into madness. Later, you forcibly sealed what I said to you. Now I want to speak, but I dare not. I see. The nameless demon seemed to ponder, falling into silence. After a long time, he solemnly said, I really see some incredible things in you. I don't know why this is happening, nor do I know who did it. Once I deal with them all, I will have a good talk with you. He pointed at Meng Kuer and the other 9. With a wave of his right hand, the illusionary sky was suddenly cleaved open, revealing a massive crack in the dim, lifeless death abyss appeared before everyone. Through the rolling demonic energy, they could vaguely see the chilling white bones below. Chun Nan was alarmed. It seemed that the nameless demon was about to attack the other 9. He hurriedly said, Wait, you cannot kill them. Although he did not have deep friendships with the 9, they were still his companions, and he could not bear to watch them die. None of them can pass the test of the illusionary sky. According to what I said earlier, they all deserve to die, adding a few more souls to the abyss. The 9 seemed to sense the aura of danger and felt that the nameless demon was about to strike. Wang Tian, an outstanding disciple from the secular family of Shaolin Temple, urgently asked, Brother Chun, what did he say? Chun Nan quickly translated what had just been said to them. And then he persuaded the nameless demon, the test of the illusion has not yet ended. You cannot kill them now. Just now, because of you, the illusion was interrupted. So it cannot count. The nameless demon shook his head, speaking in a low but firm voice. They cannot overcome their own hearts. The outcome is already determined. The price of failure is death. He strode toward the 9, and an immense mental pressure suddenly surged out, causing the 9 to feel a tremor from their souls. The fear of death instantly enveloped their hearts, and they knew their lives were about to end. At this moment, Meng Kuer suddenly shouted in broken ancient language from the era of the immortal fantasy continent, 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago. Please tell me. What exactly happened 10,000 years ago? Why did the so-called immortal gods die? Why were the gods of the immortal fantasy continent and the demon fantasy continent buried together? Who built the demon god cemetery? Everyone was astonished, unable to understand why she also understood the ancient words of the nameless demon god, which was truly perplexing. Upon hearing these words, the nameless demon god seemed to be stimulated. He grabbed his blood-red hair with both hands and let out a mournful roar. the enormous sound shaking everyone's faces pale, the immense mental pressure causing their minds to crack. The physically weakest mysterious masked sorceress, Alice, was instantly knocked unconscious by the massive energy wave in the air, collapsing weakly to the ground. Chen Nan, who was closest to the nameless demon god, also found it hard to bear the terrifying wave of energy around him, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood before collapsing into the flower bushes. The nameless demon god, as if mad, charged into the sky, rampaging across the horizon, his enormous roar reverberating throughout the entire illusory realm. At that moment, Meng Ku'er quickly summoned the Daoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, and then stepped onto the radiant, glittering Lotus platform, soaring into the air and flying through the massive crack in the illusory realm into the deathly abyss, disappearing in an instant amidst the rolling demonic energy. Everyone was bewildered, realizing the reason behind it. They were all amazed by Meng Ku'er's quick wit. She had remembered the ancient words spoken by Chen Nan during his conversation with the nameless demon god and had quoted them, provoking the nameless demon god's berserk nature and seizing the opportunity to escape. She was truly an exceptionally clever woman, deserving of admiration. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. The young master of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families in the eastern continent, Ling Yun, suddenly launched an attack. He pulled out a scroll from his bosom, unfurled it, and used his hand like a knife, stabbing into the left rib of Wang Tian, a lay disciple from the Xiaolin temple beside him. Blood spurted out, staining the scroll. Ling Yun then quickly struck again, stabbing into the bodies of the female Tyrannosaurus knight, Lisa, and her brother, Thorn. All of this happened in an instant. No one expected him to suddenly attack his companions. The blood that gushed out completely soaked the scroll with a bright red hue, and a dazzling blood-red light erupted from the scroll, surging through the air with waves of terrifying magical energy. The nameless demon god, rampaging in the sky, sensed the intense magical energy fluctuations. Although he was in a state of madness, he had not completely lost his nature. He waved his left hand repeatedly, a mass of black demonic energy enveloping the air. But he was still a step too late for the red light. In a flash, the red light, carrying Ling Yun, vanished into the air. But the black demonic energy completely sealed the massive crack in the illusory realm. The intense magical energy fluctuations stimulated the unconscious, mysterious masked sorceress, Alice, awakening her just in time to see the red light flash by. She gasped in shock. The blood life sacrifice, the legendary spatial magic scroll. Everyone was incredibly shocked. In just an instant, 2 companions had escaped, while 3 had fallen in a pool of blood. Qianlong, Xiaofeng, and others hurriedly helped Wang Tian, Lisa, and Thorn up, carefully working to stop their bleeding and treat their wounds. However, the injuries of the 3 were far too severe. Ling Yun, using his palm like a knife, not only pierced their soft ribs, but also shattered their internal organs with tremendous force. It was evident that the 3 could not survive. Everyone was filled with rage. Ling Yun was too insidious and heartless. To escape, he had actually ambushed his companions, which was truly cold-blooded and shameless. Although Chen Nan had been knocked to the ground by the nameless demon god, he was not unconscious and took everything in. He admired Meng Ku'er's quick thinking and despised Ling Yun's shamelessness. Overall, he felt no fondness for either of them. Meng Ku'er was deeply scheming and hard to fathom, while Ling Yun was insidious and despicable. Alice stood up, chanting a spell, and a beam of white light enveloped the 3 of them. Their wounds gradually healed, but there were no signs of them waking up. I have done my best. Very few people are proficient in life magic. Although I have practiced it, I cannot do anything about such severe injuries, she said. Everyone was filled with hatred for Ling Yun's despicable actions. Alice said, the scroll used by Ling Yun is the legendary spatial magic scroll, which can transport people thousands of meters away in an instant. However, that scroll seems to have been created by an evil necromancer. To activate it, one must offer a sacrifice of blood and life force. Spatial magic has been lost for many years, and what people today have mastered is merely the surface. No one can create a powerful spatial magic scroll anymore. I never expected to see it in the hands of such a despicable person. I think he must have unearthed it from an ancient tomb. Half an hour later, the nameless demon god, who had been rampaging in the sky, gradually calmed down. He waved his hands repeatedly, and a stream of blood-red light surged toward his mind, while immense demonic energy roiled around him. Chen Nan knew that he was undergoing self-sealing. likely completely severing the meaning of 10,000 years. And the outside world would probably no longer be able to stimulate him. A massive pressure enveloped the air, and this time the nameless demon god did not restrain his aura. He flew above everyone's heads, his expression dark and somewhat terrifying, especially since he was missing half of his head, making him appear even more horrific. How dare someone play tricks in front of me and escape? For the first time in thousands of years, I have been mocked. It is truly detestable. However, I must admit that she has some skill. While I am angry, I also feel a bit of admiration. Humph. The remaining people should not think of escaping in this way. I have completely sealed away certain memories. And now I will end your fates. The nameless demon god waved his hands, and the overwhelming demonic energy descended upon everyone, the immense pressure weighing down like a mountain. Except for Chun Nan, who was pushed aside, everyone else collapsed to the ground. The nameless demon god was evidently truly angry. He could not tolerate being mocked by a woman whose cultivation was far inferior to his. Just when everyone thought there was no hope, Chun Nan shouted, "Wait. Every person here has their own uniqueness. That woman just now tricked you and, while making you angry, also earned your admiration for her wit. I dare say that everyone's intelligence here is not inferior to hers. Given the opportunity, they too can show you qualities worthy of your appreciation." The nameless demon god stopped his actions, his single eye fixed intently on Chun Nan, and he said in a deep voice, "You people have indeed exceeded my expectations in some ways. First, your body is strange and extraordinary, revealing to me a great secret. Then, that woman succeeded in driving me mad and calmly escaping. However, I promise you, they will never leave here alive. They will all die." Boom. With a loud bang, overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, completely engulfing Xiaofeng, Qianlong, and the others, and then the demonic energy formed a swirling vortex sweeping toward the depths of the illusory realm. The world of fragrant flowers and singing birds was left in ruins, with remnants of broken branches and leaves everywhere, as if the once ethereal illusion had completely withered, its beauty utterly destroyed. You killed them?" Chun Nan was both shocked and furious. He had never considered himself a good person, but he also never admitted to being a villain. In his eyes, there were no absolute blacks and whites, no true goods and evils. However, he always had a moral line that could not be crossed. He could be cruel, vicious, and despicable to enemies, but he would never be cold-blooded to his companions or those he considered friends. He was immensely angry at the nameless demon god's actions, but felt powerless to stop it. The nameless demon god said nothing, landing on the ground and retracting the powerful aura he had been exuding. He looked up at the sky in solitude, sighed deeply, and said, "Let's have a chat. Perhaps we can uncover the secrets we each want to know." Chun Nan gradually calmed down, suppressing the anger in his heart. Some things are destined to have no results, and he didn't want to pursue meaningless matters. Now, strength represented everything. He felt powerless to argue or act impulsively. He said coldly, "If I say something to you, you might lose your true nature again and fall into madness. I won't. I've sealed away the memories of fear and terror in my heart," the nameless demon said somewhat helplessly, with a hint of sadness. Chun Nan was astonished. What could make a demon feel such fear? The nameless demon seemed to sense his doubt and said despondently, "I don't know what it is either. I only have some vague impressions and can't recall anything clearly. I have no idea what happened in that distant past. However, every time I think of it or someone brings it up, I can't help but want to explore that vague memory. But I've never succeeded. As soon as I touch that memory, I lose my true nature and fall into madness. Now, that memory has been completely sealed away by me, and nothing will happen again." Chun Nan was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of feeling is it? Why do you have vague impressions but can't clearly recall the past? You once said that the time you lose your true nature is getting longer, and the time you are awake is getting shorter. Is it also because of that vague memory?" The nameless demon shook his head and sighed. "The usual loss of true nature has nothing to do with that vague memory. It's my own mind that's in trouble, becoming more and more chaotic. As for that vague memory, it feels very strange to me. Something significant must have happened in that distant past, seemingly containing some earth-shattering secrets. But I really can't grasp the information contained in that vague memory. I have a feeling that someone tampered with my soul and erased some important marks. And I think that's the main reason I can't recall those past events." "What? Someone tampered with you? Erased certain marks in your soul?" Chun Nan exclaimed, astonished that someone would use such means on a powerful ancient demon. "Yes, it's purely an instinctive intuition. You must have had that mysterious feeling too. Something you can't speculate or prove, but it's a fact. I have had that feeling, Chen nodded. Before coming to the death abyss, he had sensed that something would happen based on his intuition, and he believed in the kind of intuition the nameless demon spoke of. The nameless demon continued, all of this is instinctive intuition, I don't know the facts. However, one thing is certain, someone has placed certain seals on me, and many of my powers are now unusable. I'm left with only my strength to fight. I have no way of knowing who has used these means on me. And that is the most painful thing for me. Amidst his shock, Chen Nan felt some pity for him. What if his cultivation had reached the realm of demons? In the end, he was just a puppet controlled by someone else. But the person behind it was terrifying. A being as powerful as the nameless demon should have dominated the heavens and the earth, yet in the end. Do you know about the secrets of demons from 10,000 years ago? Do you know why you ended up in this abyss? Chen Nan, not willing to give up, was very eager to know about events from 10,000 years ago. I don't know about events from 10,000 years ago. They must have been erased from my memory. And the remaining vague memories can only drive me insane. They can't provide any useful information. I have completely sealed it just now. I don't know why I appeared here. This is the initial area of my main memory, and it seems my memory starts from here. A look of sorrow appeared on the nameless demon's face. As he did not know who he was or where he came from, he knew nothing about himself. Why don't you leave here? The nameless demon looked up at the sky, the red light in his single eye dimming, his gaze gradually becoming hollow. After a long time, he came back to his senses and sighed. I can't leave here. My soul constantly reminds me that I need to guard this place. I cannot tolerate anyone stepping here. Any powerful existence within a radius of hundreds of miles that threatens this place, I will destroy by any means necessary. I must guard this place forever, until this world is destroyed. You don't even know what you are guarding, yet you insist on doing so. Do you think it is meaningful? You don't understand. My subconscious tells me that even if I die, I cannot let anyone disturb this place. Even during the days when I lose my true nature, my subconscious still controls my body, patrolling and guarding this abyss. Chen Nan gradually understood. The day the nameless demon wielded the rolling demonic energy and inexplicably appeared above the Divine Wind Academy might have been driven by his subconscious to attack the small dragon, which had successfully evolved into a 6th-tier divine beast. He suddenly recalled the thousands of bones within the abyss. The white, desolate ground of bones was so terrifying. He had no idea how many powerful beings had fallen there. He felt his voice tremble as he asked, "Are those thousands of soul bones in the abyss caused by you?" The nameless demon shook his head and said, "Only a very small part are the bones of the powerful beings I killed. The rest existed before I appeared here." "What?" Chen Nan was shocked and urgently asked, "When did you arrive here? How long have you been here?" "I've probably been here for several thousand years, maybe nearly 10,000 years. The time is too distant, and I can't remember clearly." Chen Nan's mind was shaken. This place was actually a relic from 10,000 years ago, and it indeed concealed an earth-shattering secret. Could this be one of the battlefields of the great calamity from 10,000 years ago? Chen Nan murmured. He looked at the nameless demon in confusion and asked, "What kind of people have you been blocking here all these years? Who exactly is trying to break into this place?" The area surrounding the abyss is shrouded in the heaven-binding great array. It operates according to the power of the stars, and no one can enter or exit freely. It opens once every few hundred years for about 100 days. After 100 days, the array gradually activates, creating a massive resistance around it, until the array completely operates, hiding and sealing the death abyss, making it difficult for the outside world to find it again. During the open period of the abyss, those who intrude here include top human experts, celestial beings from the celestial realm, and many other cultivators of different races. Except for those from the celestial realm, the others mostly come out of curiosity, and even among the celestial beings, only a few found this place following ancient legends. Most others stumbled upon it by accident. Chen Nan's mind was somewhat chaotic. The information he had received today was too shocking, and he felt he had grasped something, but upon careful consideration, he couldn't grasp it. The nameless demon did not have a clear enemy. Any top expert above the 6th tier who entered the 100-mile radius when the heaven-binding great array was open would be attacked by him. However, Chen Nan was still puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "I once intruded into the death abyss. Why didn't you kill me?" "You mean 3 months ago?" At that time, the heaven-binding great array had just stopped operating, and I was still in a deep sleep. I sensed a faint aura, but I had just begun to show signs of awakening and had not fully awakened, so I couldn't clearly capture your movements." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan broke out in a cold sweat. He had been too reckless at that time. Through the nameless demon's account, the terrifying mist of the abyss gradually dissipated, and he finally gained some understanding of this place. Then, Chun Nan asked a critical question. What is that cave at the deepest part of the valley, from which rolling demonic energy constantly surges? The nameless demon shook his head and said, "That place is extremely strange. It seems there is a small-scale array that traps the heavens, constantly operating, never ceasing. No one can break into the deepest part of the cave. Not even I know what lies within. You can't enter the deepest part either?" Although the shocking news had already left Chun Nan feeling somewhat numb, he was still incredibly astonished. After calming down slightly, he asked, "Is that where you need to guard?" "No, I don't know what specifically I need to protect. But I willingly stay here because my subconscious tells me that this place is worth guarding with my life. In this valley, only that bottomless demon cave makes me uneasy. It stirs up a hostility within me. If it weren't for the small-scale array inside, I would have charged in to destroy everything long ago. That is definitely not what I am meant to protect, but it is indeed a terrifying and incomprehensible realm, and there may truly be some unknown mysterious things within." The nameless demon seemed to fall into a dreamlike state, murmuring, "I know. There are always two forces in this valley that I cannot fathom. One aura feels incredibly familiar, as if it belongs to my kin, but I can never grasp it or find its origin. The other aura fills me with disgust and even fear. It hides in the deepest part of the demon cave." Chun Nan's mind was racing, and he finally shook his head with a sigh. Those two forces were beyond his exploration, and the force that frightened the demon should not exist in the human realm. The most important thing now was to investigate the mystery of his resurrection. The God Tomb needs recommendation votes. Please vote to support. Chapter 4. A Shocking Situation Advertisement. Online Murder Game. Book No. 124833. After escaping from the death trap, Meng Kuer flew 100 miles before stopping. She pondered for a moment and landed on a peak. Ling Yun was transported by a space magic scroll to a valley 5 miles away. After more than 2 hours of arduous trekking, he finally found the way back and discovered the green subdragon of the female tyrant knight. This made him overjoyed, and he quickly ran over. The subdragon was not unfamiliar with him and showed no hostility. Ling Yun's despicable nature played a significant role once again. Through repeated deception and persuasion, the subdragon carried him away from the mountains, flying towards the city of Sin, and its speed was twice as fast as usual. Although dragons are intelligent creatures, they are nowhere near as cunning as humans. The subdragon was deceived by Ling Yun, thinking that its master was urgently seeking help from the experts of the city of Sin, unaware that the person before it was the true executioner. When Meng Kuer saw Ling Yun sitting on the back of the subdragon flying over the mountain, a flicker of unusual color flashed in her eyes. She wanted to soar into the sky but ultimately stopped. Throughout this process, she remained silent. After arriving in the city of Sin, Ling Yun did not rush to Shinfeng Academy. As soon as he entered the city, he wrote a letter. "Quickly send the family's most elite experts riding the flying dragon to assist me." He wrote several thousand words and then tied it to the leg of a carrier pigeon, releasing it. After completing this, Ling Yun hurried towards Shinfeng Academy. The nameless demon's mind gradually stabilized as he looked directly at Chun Nan, saying, "You've asked me many questions. Now let's talk about you. Where do you come from? How do you understand the ancient language I speak? What is your identity? And why do you have so many strange things within you?" Chun Nan was somewhat excited. They were finally going to discuss his secrets. With the nameless demon's insight, he would surely be able to see through the secrets within him. He slowly calmed down and organized his words, saying, "In that distant past, when the heavens and earth were clear, the gods were high above. Everyone spoke the language we are using now. I was a person from that era and died in a duel. But when I opened my eyes again, I found that the whole world had changed. Before me were endless tombs of gods and demons. The gods of the past were all dead, and I actually resurrected from the god tomb. The sands of time have changed everything." Chun Nan's voice was hoarse and his words heavy. Even though he had long adapted to life in this world, he still felt lost and bewildered deep inside. The nameless demon listened quietly until Chun Nan finished speaking. He placed his hand on Chun Nan's back, and soon his face showed a look of shock, then began to ponder with his eyes closed. After a long time, he withdrew his hand and opened his single eye, saying, "Since I discovered the secret within you, I have been doubting that you, like me, are already dead. Your soul is trapped within your deceased body. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan stumbled back several steps. Unable to accept this fact, his face showing horror. The nameless demon waved his hand, saying, "Don't be afraid. Things are far from that simple. Let me finish. I have always suspected that someone forcibly trapped my soul within my already deceased body. So when I saw that your body was filled with a large amount of death aura, I thought you were also a living dead. Now it seems that is not the case. It is certain that after your death, someone indeed used certain means on you to reverse your fate and allow you to be reborn. Although your body is filled with endless death aura, it also contains a large amount of life aura. Life and death are intertwined in your body. This kind of anomaly is something I have never seen before." Chun Nan felt somewhat comforted. The nameless demon continued, "If someone can reverse the fate of a person whose life is hanging by a thread, I believe there are many powerful beings in the world who can do it. However, to bring back someone who has been dead for a long time is truly terrifying. Such cultivation can be said to be equal to creating life. Just think, if they wanted, could they not summon the souls of the legendary beings that have long been gone? I can hardly imagine that such a person exists. But fortunately, they are not as powerful as I imagined." The nameless demon pondered for a moment and said, "The reason you can be resurrected is partly due to that person's supreme cultivation, which reversed your fate and reassembled your dissipated soul, binding it to your body. On the other hand, it also relies on the spiritual energy emitted by the deceased gods and demons in the God-Demon Cemetery, helping you gather life aura. The person who reversed your fate used a shocking method, actually targeting the heads of the deceased gods and demons. They truly deserve to be called a genius." Chun Nan felt relieved and let out a sigh, no longer worried. The nameless demon looked at him and said, "The God-Demon Cemetery is an extremely special place, filled with the aura of gods, making it easy to gather life aura. It is an excellent location for your rebirth. However, in the world, life and death are interdependent. Where there is life aura, there is death aura. The person who reversed your fate must have set up some mysterious formation around your small tomb to block the death aura and gather the life aura. However, the death aura cannot be completely repelled. While you absorb endless life aura, you also accumulate endless death aura within you, just that there is slightly more life aura. But if one day this balance is broken, you will once again fall into an irreversible situation." Chun Nan was startled. He did not expect such a significant hidden danger. The nameless demon said, "Only by guiding the endless death aura out of your body can we completely eliminate the hidden danger. However, this is a delicate operation. If not careful, it will disrupt the balance of life and death. In that case, you will completely vanish and can never reassemble your soul again. So even I do not dare to help you." Chun Nan felt a headache as he caught a glimpse of the secret of resurrection, and a hint of hidden worry surfaced in his heart. The nameless demon comforted him, saying, "Although the death energy within you is difficult to expel, if nothing unexpected happens, that subtle balance of life and death will not be easily disrupted. Overall, you shouldn't be in any danger." However, Chun Nan did not share this view. He felt as if there was a barrel of explosives buried inside him, and a slight misstep could ignite an explosion. The nameless demon said, "The stability of the life and death balance is not your greatest risk. Your biggest danger comes from the power of the demons and gods within you. The one who defied heaven to alter your fate has boundless magical power, but they have not accounted for another unforeseen event. While the divine aura condenses life energy, the dissipating power of the gods and demons is also quietly gathering. For thousands of years, the power of the demons and gods has accumulated within you to a considerable degree. When your mind is in a daze, I opened my heavenly eye and discovered two glowing orbs formed by the power of the demons and gods within you. They are pulsating with signs of life. Clearly two living beings. I worry that one day they will backlash against you." Chun Nan felt a bit tense and asked, "When do you think they will start to backlash against me?" "That's hard to say, but one thing is certain. They are growing by borrowing your body, and one day they will backlash against you and break free." Chun Nan's mind exploded with a thought that was absurd yet terrifying, causing a chill to run down his spine. He trembled as he said, "So, my body is like a furnace for them?" "That's right," the nameless demon replied. Suddenly, as if he understood Chun Nan's meaning, his single eye shot out a horrifying red light, and he exclaimed, You think?" Chun Nan felt a chill in his heart and forced a smile, saying, "How could someone with such earth-shattering power save me for no reason? I think everything is part of their plan. I'm merely a pitiful furnace. What they want is for the two lives within me to enter this world. What a clever scheme. What a grand setup. The nameless demon couldn't help but show shock on his face. He said solemnly, if this is indeed a trap set by someone, the outcome they desire must be incredibly ambitious. This astonishing plot took thousands of years to complete. They truly are a master strategist. Who are they? What do they want? The nameless demon suddenly appeared in pain, fiercely tugging at his blood-red hair, as if he were trying to recall something. His twisted face reflected the struggle, but in the end, he merely let out a pained groan and sighed helplessly. Chen fell silent. If this speculation were true, everything would be terrifying. Was it a kind rescue or a carefully orchestrated grand scheme? Everything was a mystery. If it were a kind rescue, that would be fine. There are always unimaginable but fortuitous events in this world. But if it were a carefully constructed trap, then the one who set it up would be far too frightening. With such boundless power and meticulous thought, having spent thousands of years orchestrating this, what kind of person could that be? What do they ultimately want? What kind of outcome are they looking forward to? A gentle breeze rustled, tangling Chun Nan's hair and his thoughts. In that moment, he felt utterly lost. Once a common youth from 10,000 years ago, he had unexpectedly resurrected from an ancient divine tomb after countless years, with the mystery of resurrection threading through the ages, hiding endless secrets, and containing the schemes of gods and demons, all shrouded in an impenetrable fog. The nameless demon let out a heavy sigh, patted his shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, everything is just speculation. The truth is still uncertain. I believe what happens to you may not necessarily be a conspiracy. It shouldn't be a trap deliberately set by someone. Try to remember if there are any important or valuable clues. Tell me so I can analyze them. Perhaps I can deduce something." Calling for recommendations, Chapter 5, Forbidden Objects. Chun Nan murmured, "I don't know. I really don't know. Ever since I resurrected, I've been desperately searching and cautiously verifying. I want to know what happened 10,000 years ago, why I was able to resurrect from the ancient divine tomb. But now, I'm a bit scared. I pursued the deathly abyss with immense excitement, hoping to find a clue, but now, I really feel an overwhelming fear. I don't want to investigate any further. What's the use of knowing those secrets? What's the use of not knowing? I still have to live. Rather than this, I might as well be honest, live a simple life, and enjoy every moment of being alive. I no longer want to probe into those distressing and terrifying secrets." The nameless demon's single eye shot out a cold red light. He slapped Chun Nan hard, coldly saying, "Wake up. Stop dreaming. Do you think you can escape? If someone is really using you, do you think you can escape their grasp? Retreating will only help their scheme progress smoothly. Not resisting or struggling is even worse than being a coward." With a single slap, the nameless demon knocked Chun Nan to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he got back up. At that moment, it was as if he had emerged from a nightmare, completely awake. And he bitterly smiled, saying, "Slapped by a god, heh." The nameless demon said, "I always feel that someone has tampered with me, erasing certain marks from my life. I feel like I'm a pawn in someone else's game, and I refuse to accept it. I don't want to be controlled by fate. I don't want to be led around. Although our experiences are different, I see certain echoes of myself in you. I don't want you to walk the same path as me. Whether you are being manipulated in a trap is still uncertain, but regardless, you should resist. You should seize your destiny and seek the unknown secrets from 10,000 years ago, breaking free from the predetermined path of fate." At this moment, Chen Nin had completely calmed down. He nodded and said, "I know what to do. I will strive for it." The nameless demon said, "Don't be afraid of anything. Don't worry about anything. Based on what you told me, there must have been a great upheaval in the world 10,000 years ago. The stronger the existence, the greater the impact they faced. It seems countless strong individuals couldn't escape death. The one who used their power against you, whether benevolent or malevolent, must have also been greatly affected. They may not necessarily be dead, but they would be severely injured. Even gods and demons, if they suffered great harm, would hide their whereabouts and fall into a deep slumber in the most secret places. I suspect that for thousands of years, they have lost contact with you, unable to care for you. You have time and energy now to slowly seek the truth, to understand the unknown secrets, and to break free from the arrangements of fate." Chun Nin felt as if he had walked out of the fog, no longer displaying a hint of confusion. He nodded and said, "Thank you for the encouragement. I understand what to do." The nameless demon looked at him and said, "Now let me explore your body and see what those two orbs are like." At the request of the nameless demon, Chun Nan relaxed his body, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Slowly, he fell into a coma. His body lay flat on the ground, and then slowly floated up, hovering in front of the nameless demon. The nameless demon god shot out a red light from its single eye, piercing through Chun Nan's body and capturing the trajectory of the two light spheres it had previously seen. At this moment, the two light spheres were quietly lurking in Chun Nan's dantian, seemingly fluctuating with his emotional waves. Whenever he felt a surge of excitement, the two light spheres would dart around wildly within him, and whenever his mind was calm, they would remain motionless in his dantian. The nameless demon god nodded, feeling that these two light spheres were indeed extraordinary. Without opening its heavenly eye, it would have been impossible to detect them. Suddenly, it shook its body, and a terrifying aura surged from within, filling the heavens and the earth with endless red light. It gently waved its hands, and the dazzling red light transformed into a soft red glow that flowed into Chun Nan's body, reaching his dantian, completely enveloping the two light spheres, one gold and one black, in a faint red light. At first, there was no reaction. The two light spheres remained incredibly quiet, but as the red light increased, the two spheres gradually became restless, beginning to rotate within Chun Nan's dantian, seemingly trying to disperse the red light. The nameless demon god sensed the resistance and could not help but accelerate the infusion of red light. The red light and the two spheres began to intertwine, and Chun Nan's dantian became transparent, with red, gold, and black lights reflecting off each other. Suddenly, at that moment, a soft white light emanated from Chun Nan's chest, and a pure aura spread throughout the illusory realm. The jade rui on his chest gently trembled, and a water-like pure glow slowly flowed from his chest into his body, gathering toward his dantian. The nameless demon god was shocked, although it had long sensed that Chun Nan wore a celestial-level artifact on his chest. It did not expect it to be so extraordinary, actually radiating pure celestial energy and operating as if it had a life of its own. The gentle pure light quickly flowed into Chun Nan's dantian, joining the tug-of-war among the red, gold, and black lights, causing all four colors to swirl together. The nameless demon god had to increase its efforts again, quickly injecting red light to counter the other three colors. It originally intended to imprison the gold and black spheres to investigate their peculiarities. However, at this moment, it felt overly complacent. These two small spheres contained endless demonic power, and it could not suppress them, let alone completely imprison them. As more and more pure light from the jade rui surged into the dantian, the nameless demon god felt increasingly strained. After the four colors of light intertwined, it had to abandon its original intention and began to passively resist. Time slowly passed. The red light emitted by the nameless demon god struggled with the three colors of light within Chun Nan's body, and the four colors gradually reached a state of balance where neither could overpower the other. However, one thing was common. All four lights were cautiously confining their power within the small vacuum of Chun Nan's dantian, afraid to run wild lest they tear apart his body. This delicate state continued, with Chun Nan remaining in a deep sleep. The nameless demon god felt anxious and regretted its rashness. To break this delicate balance, a fifth force was urgently needed, even if that force was incredibly weak. But where could it find a fifth force in this illusory realm? Unless Chun Nan woke up and used the relatively weak power within him to break this balance. The nameless demon god could not move. All its strength was poured into Chun Nan's body, entangled with the other three colors of light. It secretly regretted letting Chun Nan fall into a deep sleep. Who knew how long it would take for him to wake up on his own? Time passed, and a day and night had gone by. Yet Chun Nan showed no signs of awakening. The nameless demon god felt exhausted. During this day and night, it gradually discovered some situations. The gold and black spheres were always passively defending, with no consciousness flowing out, as if they were two non-thinking living beings. In contrast, the soft white light that flowed from the jade rui on Chun Nan's chest seemed highly aggressive, always attempting to absorb the two spheres, as if it wanted to devour them. Moreover, within that pure light, there was a faint stream of consciousness emanating. The nameless demon god wanted to capture that stream of consciousness, but found it incredibly difficult. All its power was poured into Chun Nan's dantian, making it hard to wield any divine abilities. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days and nights passed. The nameless demon god felt utterly exhausted, never expecting that a mortal's body could leave it at a complete loss for action. It suspected that if this state continued, it might run out of energy, which infuriated it. This was indeed a humiliating situation for a demon god. Through its clashes with the three colors of light, the nameless demon god grew increasingly fearful. The two spheres were clearly still in a state of growth, yet even this condition had already made it feel strained. Heaven knows to what extent they would develop in the future. However, it was perplexed that these two spheres seemed to truly lack thought and consciousness, with no trace of awareness emanating from them. What terrified the nameless demon god the most was the vast and unfathomable pure white light that penetrated into Chun Nan's dantian from the jade rui. It indeed flowed like an ocean, and it surprisingly had a stream of consciousness, seemingly intent on seizing the power of the gold and black spheres for itself. The nameless demon god truly felt overwhelmed. The secrets within Chun Nan were indeed substantial, both internally and externally. There were strange phenomena beyond ordinary imagination. On the fourth day, just as the nameless demon god felt utterly powerless, Chun Nan finally opened his eyes and slowly regained his senses. The nameless demon god was incredibly excited. It wanted to remind Chun Nan what to do, but found that it had no strength left. It wanted to convey its thoughts through a stream of consciousness, but realized it was powerless to do so, only able to look at him anxiously. However, ever since Chun Nan woke up, the dormant true chi within him began to activate, slowly flowing through his body, which greatly delighted the nameless demon god. The self-circulating true chi grew stronger. When this true chi flowed into the dantian, Chun Nan felt a jolt, as if the chi sea within him was violently churning. The delicate balance was broken. The nameless demon god spat out a mouthful of blood, and at the moment the true chi surged into the dantian. It quickly withdrew all the red power. With the four colors of light reduced to three, the pure white light lost its ability to suppress the two spheres. Ultimately, it had no choice but to withdraw from Chun Nan's body. Chun Nan's dantian finally returned to calm, with the two light spheres remaining still, dormant within the chi sea, while the true chi flowed slowly and endlessly. Chun Nan turned around, transitioning from a suspended state in the air to standing on the ground. The nameless demon god let out a sigh of relief and said, "You truly hide a lot of mysteries within you. I couldn't uncover the secret of those two light spheres. I only know they emit no mental fluctuations, as if they are non-thinking beings, which is somewhat hard to imagine. I didn't expect their power to be so immense. They are indeed the accumulation and sedimentation of the powers of gods and demons. If they truly grow, it would be a tremendous disaster for you." Chun Nan frowned and said, "Non-thinking beings with no mental fluctuations, this." The nameless demon god replied, "Just because they currently lack mental fluctuations doesn't mean they won't develop thought in the future. You need to prepare early." Chun Nan nodded. The nameless demon pointed to the jade rui exposed on his chest and said, "I have long sensed this level artifact, but I didn't expect it to be far more powerful than I imagined. It actually has a consciousness and emits streams of awareness. Unfortunately, I couldn't clearly capture those feelings at that time. Now, when I attempt to communicate with it, it doesn't respond at all. Its existence provides an opportunity for you to eliminate the two light spheres within you. I sense that it has been trying to devour those two spheres, wanting to claim their power for itself. This is truly terrifying. It actually wants to swallow so much divine and demon power. It seems this jade rui has a great background in the celestial realm, but unfortunately, I have forgotten the past and have no impression of it at all. How did you come by it?" Chun Nan spoke candidly to the nameless demon, detailing the ancient god turmoil in the city of sin. The nameless demon nodded and said, "The fact that two ancient gods fought desperately for it is enough to show the value and importance of this divine treasure. However, I cannot sense its special qualities right now, nor do I know how to use it. Of course, its extraordinary nature is beyond doubt, and you must handle it well. However, I can't shake the feeling that this divine treasure is too mysterious. Although it exudes a sacred aura, it still feels somewhat terrifying to me. When facing danger, be very careful not to attract both wolf and tiger at once, as I suspect the jade rui is a forbidden item from ancient times." The nameless demon talked a lot with Chun Nan, and Chun Nan felt very grateful. Suddenly, the entire virtual sky illusion shook violently, as if the world was about to collapse, with the heavens spinning and the earth turning. The nameless demon shouted, "Not good. The heavenly trapping great formation is about to activate. The death abyss is going to seal off." With a horizontal slash of his right hand, a huge crack appeared in the virtual sky illusion in an instant. He quickly lifted Chun Nan and flew out, appearing above the death abyss. The nameless demon waved his hand, and a torrent of demonic energy surrounded Chun Nan, wrapping him up and flying toward the outside of the Death Valley. The nameless demon's voice came from behind him. Whether someone has used you to set up a shocking grand scheme is hard to say. But there is no situation in this world that cannot be broken. As long as you never submit and dare to resist the heavens, anything is possible. Also, be very careful with the jade rui on you. It may be even more terrifying than the two light spheres within you, wrapped in demonic energy. Chun Nan flew out of the death abyss and landed steadily at the valley's entrance. Chun Nan looked back and saw a shimmering light filling the surroundings of the valley, where countless skeletal remains appeared particularly eerie and terrifying under the faint glow. He tried to push against the shielding light barrier and felt a resistance, but he could still enter the abyss. However, it wouldn't be long before the death abyss would be completely sealed off and disappear again. Chapter 6. Human Hearts. Chun Nan sighed as he looked at the death abyss. When he arrived, the 10 strongest had been full of confidence, wanting to explore the shocking secrets hidden in the abyss. Yet at this moment, only 3 people had escaped. Meng Kuer had used her own intelligence to escape, while the despicable and shameless Ling Yun had actually used the lives and blood of his companions to succeed as well. He sighed lightly. Good people may not necessarily be rewarded, and bad people may not necessarily be punished. As for me, neither good nor bad. He truly felt a mix of emotions in his heart. The words of the nameless demon seemed to echo in his ears. He forced himself not to think about them because it was not the right time. Before stepping into the realm of celestial martial arts, he had no ability to change anything. For now, he could only forget everything he knew about the death abyss. Chun Nan shook his head and muttered to himself. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities will surely have blessings. Let's see what blessings await me. He began to retrace his steps. As he hurried through the thorns, Chun Nan felt a bit dazed. This place was full of towering mountains and treacherous paths, hundreds of miles away from the city of sin. If he followed the direction in his memory to return, he really didn't know how long it would take. In this vast mountain range, if there was even a slight deviation in direction, he could easily walk deep into the mountains and find it hard to return. Chun Nan frowned slightly, hoping that the green subdragon of the female dragon knight was still waiting for him at the same spot. However, after walking 5 miles, he was disappointed to find that the subdragon had long since vanished. With no other choice, Chun Nan could only walk on foot, progressing based on the route in his memory, praying in his heart, "Please do not have even the slightest deviation." After leaving the death abyss, the forest gradually regained its vitality, shaking off the deathly silence. About 5 miles away from the Death Valley, he could already hear the sounds of birds chirping and beasts howling. At that moment, Chun Nan suddenly noticed a strong light reflecting from the distant forest, but it vanished in an instant. His heart jolted, and then he was overjoyed. Based on his experience, he knew that it was the reflection of blades and swords. To see signs of human presence in this vast mountain range excited him, and he speculated that it must be people sent by the Shinfeng Academy. He was about to call out, but then stopped himself, hiding his presence and cautiously moving forward. When Chun Nan stealthily approached the forest ahead, he could clearly sense the auras of several experts within it. There were 3 people in total, breathing steadily and with strong internal energy, all of them rank experts. He became even more cautious, hiding behind a giant tree, concealing his aura and remaining completely still. The 3 people in the forest remained silent, yet exuded a faint killing intent, as if they were stealthy leopards hunting, quietly waiting for their prey to step into the ambush. Chun Nan felt a chill run down his spine, and increasingly sensed something was off. He had a bad premonition. The few people in front of him seemed to be truly waiting for someone to fall into a trap. He suddenly associated this with the cold-blooded and shameless Ling Yun, linking the whole situation to him. Chun Nan's eyes shot out 2 cold glimmers, and his pupils contracted sharply as true anger surged within him. However, he did not act rashly and continued to remain quietly hidden, observing the 3. The 3 in the forest seemed to have great patience, or rather, they were very professional. They were all excellent hunters, and an hour had passed without a word from them. After another 2 hours of silence, the 3 in the forest still did not move or make a sound. Gradually, Chun Nan grew anxious, and just as he was about to take action, someone finally spoke. "Is it really possible for someone to survive and leave the death abyss? I think it's impossible. It's hard for the rest to make it out alive." "Nothing is impossible. There are no absolutes in this world. We don't need to think too much. We just need to strictly execute the orders given from above and must not let anyone escape." A person who seemed to be the leader spoke. You too. Shut up. Other groups are very close to us. If they hear us discussing this, it will be troublesome. Our task now is to remain silent and wait quietly for the target to appear. As soon as the target shows up, we will immediately signal the other groups to attack. The forest returned to silence. Chun Nan was secretly alarmed. As he had suspected, things were very dire. These few people were actually preparing to ambush survivors from the death abyss, which was utterly despicable. The problem was that those lying in ambush were not just the three of them. Several other groups were hidden not far away. It was easy to imagine that the journey back to the city of sin would be fraught with dangers and multiple ambushes. Half an hour later, Chun Nan stepped lightly and moved like a ghost, silently circling behind one person. He gently waved his right palm downwards, and that person collapsed to the ground without a sound. Then, like a ghost, he moved silently within the forest, and in just a moment, he had ambushed and knocked out all three of them. Chun Nan carefully dragged the three individuals out of the forest, bringing one to a place he deemed relatively safe. When the person began to shout, Chun Nan swiftly slapped him, sealing his mute acupoint, and coldly warned, "If you dare to scream, I'll immediately cut you up." The man did not submit. He whimpered a few times, and Chun Nan, tired of talking, dislocated his shoulder blades, causing both arms to drop limply. The man was drenched in sweat from the pain. Chun Nan said sternly, "I don't want to waste words. You must answer my questions honestly, or you know what will happen next." However, to his annoyance, this person was very tough and refused to yield. Even though he couldn't speak, he continued to whimper and glared at Chun Nan with fierce eyes, as if cursing him. Chun Nan knocked him unconscious with another slap and woke up the second person, only to find that this person was just as tough. He then woke the last person, but the situation was the same. That person also refused to submit. Chun Nan was furious. If these individuals were honorable people, their resilience could be accepted, but they were all shady henchmen, yet still so obstinate. He began to inflict cruel punishments on the three, employing techniques such as dislocating tendons and bones, but the three remained tight-lipped, glaring at him with fierce eyes. With no other options, Chun Nan began to search their bodies, but still found no valuable leads. Finally, he thought for a moment and directly crippled their cultivation, then sealed all their major acupoints before tossing them into the grass. He stealthily returned to the forest, planning to quietly eliminate anyone else he found and then circle back to the city of sin. The forest remained eerily quiet, but Chun Nan knew that the road to the city of sin was fraught with dangers. A massive net had already been laid out, waiting for those attempting to escape the death trap. This time he was even more cautious, sneaking and hiding. He understood that these people were likely mercenaries, and he wouldn't be able to extract anything from them, so he intended to eavesdrop for any valuable information. Within the forest, he sensed the presence of a small group. He froze in place and concealed himself. After a long while, he heard one person say, "Do you really think someone can survive and come out? I think it's impossible." But then another voice scolded, "Shut up. Do you want to die? Have you forgotten what was instructed from above? You mustn't talk recklessly or let anything slip." Chun Nan cursed silently but felt powerless. Suddenly, he heard someone whisper, "Team 1, how are things on your side?" Chun Nan thought to himself, "Not good." The 5 people he had captured were likely members of Team 1, and at this moment, no one could respond. He thought for a moment and then steeled himself to answer, "Nothing unusual." A voice of doubt came from the forest, followed by a shout, "Not good. Someone has infiltrated." Numerous sounds erupted in the forest, and many figures rushed towards this direction. Chun Nan was speechless. He hadn't expected this group's organization to be so tight. Just as he had escaped from the death trap, he was already being surrounded for a massacre. A bloody battle was now inevitable. The city of sin was in turmoil. After the secrets of the death trap were exposed to the world, everyone's emotions were in upheaval. A few days ago, the top 10 young masters had set off for the death trap, but soon news of disaster came. Except for Dreamcore, the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land, and the heir of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families of the eastern continent, who managed to escape. The others were trapped by an unknown demon. Dreamcore's whereabouts were elusive, and all the information came from Ling Yun. The city of sin was in an uproar, with feelings of shock and fear spreading among cultivators. People mourned for the 8 masters who hadn't escaped, and their admirers were filled with anxiety. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the hidden senior masters from across the continent, as the situation had escalated to this point. Only those senior experts were qualified to investigate further into the death trap. Cultivators waited anxiously and fearfully. At the same time, the heads of the 4 academies dispatched several experts to search for Dream Cour's whereabouts, fearing that something might happen to her since she was one of the survivors. Ling Yun received praise from all the senior experts in the city of Sin, while also being pursued by all the young masters. However, his life was not easy. If someone were to survive from the death trap, his lies would be exposed, and his cold-blooded and shameless face would be revealed to the world. Although he had made some arrangements, he was still very worried. Moreover, while he was wandering alone in a garden at the Shinfeng Academy, he sensed a faint killing intent. A familiar aura. In an instant, he guessed who the person hiding was. He knew it was Dream Cour. In that situation, Ling Yun's mind raced. And he lowered his voice, saying, "Is it you, Fairy Dream? Don't worry, I will never speak carelessly. I have always admired you. What happened in the illusory sky realm was not real. You will always be the purest fairy in my heart. Additionally, please rest assured. If Chun Nin escapes from the death trap, I will personally kill him. I cannot tolerate him having defiled the fairy in my heart." Ling Yun was indeed cunning, ensuring his own safety while leaving a clever backup plan. Finally, the killing intent slowly faded, as if nothing had ever happened. Blood mist filled the forest, and Chun Nin had been fighting fiercely with the hidden experts for some time, having killed 2 high-level experts. At this moment, the weapons in his hands were all seized. He wielded a long sword in his left hand and a long knife in his right, attacking fiercely, with solidified sword energy and brilliant knife light extending 2 yards, creating terrifying howls in the forest, unstoppable by anyone. However, the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. The number of high-level experts surrounding him was steadily increasing, with more and more people rushing in from afar to join the fray. There were now a total of 7 high-level experts attacking him. If this continued, he would surely exhaust himself and die in battle. Even if he possessed profound skills, he couldn't withstand sheer numbers. The presence of so many high-level experts hinted at the terrifying forces behind them. At that moment, a piercing whistle came from afar, and a figure darted through the dense trees, quickly rushing towards him. Chun Nin sensed something was wrong. From the prolonged whistle, he could tell that the newcomer was formidable and must be a top expert. The whistle grew closer, revealing an old man in a gray robe, resembling a large bird, leaping several yards as if flying, arriving 10 yards away. The gray-robed old man soared into the air, his feet stepping in midair, kicking out a series of shadowy feet towards Chun Nin. Intense energy fluctuations surged through the forest, unleashing a tremendous force towards Chun Nin. Chun Nin was taken aback, raising his knife and sword to strike at the shadowy feet in midair, unleashing a series of sharp attacks. The 2 forces collided in the air, erupting with intense energy waves, toppling trees in rows as they were hit by the violent energy flow. Chun Nin staggered back several steps, and the old man gracefully landed. At this moment, only the 2 of them remained in the clearing, surrounded by the other high-level experts. Chun Nin inwardly cursed. The old man's cultivation seemed to be on par with his own. Coupled with the surrounding high-level experts, if he fought recklessly, he would truly meet a bitter end. "Old man, who are you exactly, and why are you ambushing me here?" The old man squinted his eyes, looking at the album in his hands, inadvertently shooting out 2 cold glints. He sneered, "You must be Chun Nin. There's no need to tell you who we are. Today, you're dead for sure." On a peak 5 miles away from the death abyss, a stunning beauty clad in white with skin as snow was intently observing the movements in the forest. The gentle breeze lightly stirred her, making her look like a fairy about to ride the wind away. However, at this moment, the fairy on the peak wore a frosty expression, devoid of any smile, with cold light flashing in her eyes, surrounded by a murderous aura. The white-clad beauty was Meng Cour. She had secretly returned to the city of Sin once, and then returned to this mountain. Waiting along the path leading back to the city of Sin, she had already spotted Chun Nin's figure in the forest, and the murderous intent emanating from her was due to him. However, she did not reveal herself. She did not want to expose her presence in front of the people in the woods. Chapter 7. Words can kill. Chun Nin laughed in anger. "You old man really is arrogant, just relying on you guys?" Heh. The old man did not get angry and coldly replied, "What you see is just part of our strength. Many more are on their way here." At that moment, another strong whistle echoed, equally powerful. Chun Nin thought to himself, "Not good, another old man." He dared not say more and quickly executed the void step, dashing towards the outer circle of the encirclement. The gray-robed old man followed closely behind, fiercely striking a palm at him. Without looking back, Chun Nan swung his sword backward, while simultaneously using his right hand to slash at the person blocking his way. The dazzling sword energy he slashed backward collided with the old man's fierce palm strength, producing a blinding burst of light. The tremendous force from the collision made Chun Nan feel uncomfortable in his chest and abdomen, but fortunately, he was not injured. He used this force to quickly rush forward, his long sword falling mercilessly like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly shattering the person blocking his way. Chun Nan executed the void step, flying through the heavy blood mist, escaping towards the direction of the death abyss. At this point, he could only flee there, as the other three factions had already surrounded him. Not long after he fled, a black-robed old man arrived like the wind at the sight of the battle. He quietly asked the gray-robed old man, who escaped from the death abyss, "Chun Nan, oh, it really is him. We don't need to rush to chase him. We should avoid alarming the unnamed demonic entity in the death abyss. After all the necessary routes have been blocked by us. It's impossible for him to escape." But how was the reality? The unnamed demonic entity had already sensed the presence of everyone here. However, he did not move. A practitioner who had not reached the 6th stage would hardly attract his attention unless they intruded into the death abyss. Meng Cooker stood on the distant peak, watching everything with her own eyes. She did not take any action, merely observing from afar. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chun Nan had been running between the death abyss and the forest 5 miles away. He successfully killed 4 level experts, most of whom were ambushed. He repeatedly infiltrated the forest, and with his keen spiritual perception, the hidden experts could not escape his sight. He continuously counterattacked and killed many ambushing experts, causing that group to become extremely furious and anxious. During these 3 days, Meng Cooker remained hidden in the dark, watching coldly without taking action. One reason was that she did not want to reveal her whereabouts, and the other was that she feared alarming the unnamed demonic entity in the death abyss. The death abyss underwent astonishing changes. In 3 days, the light shield surrounding the abyss grew dimmer, as if it were about to dissolve into the air. Chun Nan had attempted to enter the death abyss, but was pushed back by a great force after taking a few steps forward. He knew that the heavenly trapping formation had been activated. It seemed that the death abyss would soon disappear without a trace. On the 5th day, Chun Nan killed 2 more level experts. The leader of the experts in the forest was heartbroken. He knew how much time and effort it took to cultivate a level expert, and yet in just a few days, they were continuously counterattacked and killed. He was furious, but dared not chase into the death abyss. However, everything changed on the 6th day. In the morning, when Chun Nan woke from his dreams, he suddenly noticed that the oppressive death aura and the heavy pressure weighing on his heart had vanished. He hurriedly turned to look around and was shocked to find that the death abyss and the adjacent mountain had disappeared. It had vanished into thin air. Although he had long been informed by the unnamed demonic entity that such a thing could happen, he was still shocked at this moment. It was simply too unbelievable. Despite being shocked, he finally sighed. This trip to the abyss was indeed bizarre, filled with too many unimaginable events. But now, he could only temporarily forget about those things. They were too far removed from him, and he had neither the heart nor the strength to investigate. Forget, temporarily forget. When Chun Nan came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that he no longer had a safe barrier. The death abyss had disappeared, and the many experts ambushing 5 miles away no longer had any concerns. They would soon come rushing over. Now, with 3 factions surrounded, only the direction where the death abyss had once been remained unblocked. However, fleeing in that direction would only take him further away from the city of sin, leading into the vast, endless mountains. 5 miles away, the crowd discovered that the terrifying pressure had suddenly vanished in the morning, and everyone showed joy, rushing forward. The stunning Meng Cooker stood atop the mountain, watching all of this from a distance, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chun Nan looked at the figures in the woods drawing closer and sighed. Now he could only run away because he had discovered 3 old men whose cultivation levels were clearly comparable to his own. With some level experts assisting them, he had no chance of victory. As he was leaving, Chun Nan did not forget to taunt them. He shouted loudly, "You bunch of turtle bastards. One day I will make you pay back tenfold." After cursing, he made an extremely indecent gesture with his hand and turned to run into the mountains. The 3 leading old men were so enraged that their beards stood on end, shouting after him, "You little brat, don't run." A young man beside them quietly said, "Master, when you call him a little brat like that, it sounds like we're really having a race between the tortoise and the hare." You brat. Chase after him. The gray-robed old man slapped him, leading the group to closely pursue Chen Nan. At that moment, the black-robed old man stopped, quickly wrote a note, tied it to the leg of a carrier pigeon he carried with him, and then released it. Meng Kuer watched everyone rush deep into the mountains, riding her jade lotus platform into the air. With a light wave of her hand, she caught the carrier pigeon flying over from the peak. Meng Kuer untied the note from the carrier pigeon's leg and unfolded it. She saw a few lines of small characters. The Death Abyss has vanished, as the legends say. But Chen Nan has not yet been captured. He has already fled deeper into the mountains. A smile appeared at the corner of Meng Kuer's mouth as she tied the note back up and released the carrier pigeon again. In the city of Sin, when the carrier pigeon landed beside Ling Yun, he was startled. These past few days, he had been restless, fearing that the young experts trapped in the Death Abyss would suddenly succeed in returning. He hurriedly unfolded the note, and after reading it, he couldn't help but frown. He muttered to himself, "Why are you so lucky, managing to escape? It's really a huge hassle. It would have been better if you had been trapped there forever like everyone else." Ling Yun paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, and finally said harshly, "People are not for themselves. Heaven and earth will punish you. Don't blame me. I was also forced into this." In the past few days, several senior experts had been brought here by the 4 great academies using flying dragons. As the senior experts arrived one after another, the hearts of the cultivators in the city of Sin gradually calmed down. Only 2 of the top 10 young experts returned. The other 8 were trapped in the Death Abyss, their fates unknown. The top experts of the 4 great academies were among them, which made the teachers and students of the academies feel particularly heavy-hearted. A gentle breeze blew, and the morning glow fell upon the Divine Wind Academy, making this ancient academy, which had stood for 1,000 years, appear solemn and dignified. After Ling Yun left the inn, he went straight to the Divine Wind Academy. Upon entering the academy's gate, many students cast fiery glances at him, eager to learn about the safety of those who returned from the Death Abyss. He had already become a young hero in their eyes. With the guidance of a student from the Divine Wind Academy, Ling Yun quickly found the office of the academy's vice president. After gently knocking on the door, he walked in, where the vice presidents of the 4 great academies were discussing matters concerning the Death Abyss. After greeting them, Ling Yun sat in a wide-back chair and began, "Respected seniors, my body has recovered, and I would like to share in detail what I witnessed and experienced in the Death Abyss." "All right," the vice president of Divine Wind Academy said, showing a hint of a smile despite his fatigue from the recent days. The last time Ling Yun reported on the situation in the Death Abyss at the Divine Wind Academy, he had only briefly mentioned it, claiming he was too frightened and confused to elaborate further. Of course, that was merely an excuse. He didn't want to reveal his thoughts before the situation was settled, to avoid giving himself away. At that time, the vice presidents of the 4 great academies saw him pale and trembling, thinking he had indeed suffered immense shock, and they did not press him, telling him to come back to discuss it in detail once he felt better. Now that things had developed in the direction Ling Yun had once envisioned, he felt he could control the current situation. So he came to the Divine Wind Academy to report in detail. "Dear Academy heads, I have already explained the general situation last time, so now I will discuss the details. At that time, my mind was a bit chaotic, and although I remember some things, I didn't dare to speak them out loud, fearing I might make the wrong judgment in such an excited state." "Oh." The vice president of Xinwu Academy's eyes lit up as he asked, "Do you mean there are some important matters you haven't mentioned?" "Yes, I didn't dare to say it at that time. Now I will tell you, respected seniors, and you can judge and think for yourselves." "All right, go ahead." Ling Yun, with a shocked expression, said, "An incredible thing happened at that time. I always thought I was losing my mind, so I didn't dare to mention it upon returning." At that moment, Chen Nan was actually able to converse with the nameless demon, and he understood the ancient demon language. Ling Yun had not mentioned this to the vice presidents of the 4 great academies before. He knew that the highest realm of deception is to have truth within lies and lies within truth. He kept this real information to increase the persuasiveness of his future fabrications. He stole a glance and noticed that the 4 elders were clearly shocked, which made him more engaged. He continued, "Now that I think back, I can be sure that it was real. Chen Nan truly understood the ancient demon language. If you seniors don't believe me, you can verify this with Dream Fairy once she shows up." The 4 elders' emotions were visibly agitated, and the vice president of Illusionary Demon Academy excitedly urged, "Continue." Chen Nan talked with the nameless demon for a long time. Eventually, The nameless demon took us into a strange realm called the void sky illusion. Ling Yun blended truth with lies, trying to create an image of Chun Nan intentionally flattering the nameless demon, while also portraying the nameless demon as seemingly very friendly towards Chun Nan. Of course, he didn't state these things directly. He was very particular about his language skills, narrating it smoothly without leaving a trace. Through Ling Yun's detailed narration, images unfolded before the four elders. It seemed that Chun Nan and the nameless demon were very close. Logically, the nameless demon shouldn't have attacked them, but in the end, Chun Nan said something that led the nameless demon to suddenly turn against them, yet he treated Chun Nan differently, allowing him to step aside. In the end, only Meng Kuo and Ling Yun rushed out. Finally, Ling Yun added, "If it weren't for the life-saving magic scroll I carried, which played a role at the crucial moment, I'm afraid only Dream Fairy would have been able to escape. The moment I fled the void sky illusion, I caught a hasty glimpse and noticed that besides Chun Nan, the other 7 seemed. What seemed to happen to them?" The vice president of Battle God Academy asked eagerly. Ling Yun hesitated. "Since it was just a hasty glance, I seemed to see that besides Chun Nan, the other 7 were all lying on the ground." Vague statements are easier to make people believe, suggesting that besides Chun Nan, the other 7 might have already met their demise. The fact that the top young experts of the 4 great academies were among them weighed heavily on the hearts of the 4 elders. If they were to bring Meng Kuo to verify what Ling Yun said, they would certainly find many flaws, but Ling Yun was not worried. He knew that Meng Kuo hated Chun Nan to the bone, and moreover, a few days ago, when Meng Kuo had murderous intent towards him, he had already set a clever trap. At that time, he had vowed not to speak of the embarrassing things he saw in the void sky illusion, and he would personally kill Chun Nan to express his admiration for Meng Kuo. He believed that Meng Kuo would never jump out to accuse him of lying because she would be very pleased to see Chun Nan removed. Through their brief interactions, Ling Yun had already discerned that although this woman was a descendant of the ancient Holy Land, the rules of the righteous path could not bind her. She was a woman with active thoughts. To achieve certain goals, she might resort to unscrupulous means within the limits of her bottom line. Watching the vice presidents of the 4 great academies showing thoughtful expressions, as well as the shocked looks of the 2 female students serving tea, Ling Yun smiled. The content of Ling Yun's report this time was like a small stone dropping into a calm lake, sending ripples spreading outwards. The news first spread in the Divine Wind Academy, and then it reached outside the academy. In just a few days, many people in the city of Sin learned of this news, with the malicious intent of some people fanning the flames. The complex and enigmatic relationship between Chun Nan and the nameless demon had become the subject of miraculous tales. Eventually, with the dark agents stirring the pot, various versions of the story about Chun Nan began to diversify, such as betraying friends, despicable and shameless, the demon's lackey. Many people had learned that the nameless demon needed to replenish itself every 100 years, and now that it had just revived, it urgently required the baptism of life and blood sacrifices, with exceptionally gifted young people being its best sustenance, and Chun Nan was the messenger of the demon. Rumors abounded, and although the various accounts differed, one thing was common. Chun Nan was undoubtedly a villain, an evil person. Many people cannot stand to see others doing well. Recently, Chun Nan has been in the spotlight, gaining fame across the continent, which has caused dissatisfaction among a considerable number of people. In this turmoil, many unrelated individuals have become the main instigators, tirelessly promoting Chun Nan's evil. As the saying goes, the voices of the crowd can melt gold. After repeated hype, what was once false can become true, and many are more than willing to accept this fact. The Chun Nan incident has escalated. Aside from the vice president of the Divine Wind Academy, who clarified the situation, the vice presidents of the other 3 major academies chose to remain silent, further convincing people of the incident's authenticity. Ling Yun originally intended only to create chaos and never thought he would make everyone believe the rumors. Although he dispatched many family loyalists to slander and harm Chun Nan, the situation exceeded his expectations. Ling Yun sneered. This is what human nature is. He never imagined things would develop to this extent, and he could only lament that everyone has inherent flaws. Chun Nan can only blame himself for being too impressive and provoking dissatisfaction among many people. It's truly heaven's help. Once the situation spirals out of control, and everyone learns that the death trap has vanished, and you are discovered by the dissatisfied crowd deep in the mountains, the matter will come to a perfect conclusion. In fact, Ling Yun also felt great pressure. If the situation were exposed, not only would he be disgraced, but his family would also suffer immense consequences. From the very beginning, he had lost the ability to pull back. He had embarked on a path of no return. Chapter 8. Counterattack. Half of Chen Nan's clothes were stained black and red, a mark left by dried blood, and he carried a strong smell of blood. After days of fleeing, he had lost count of how many fierce battles he had fought against his pursuers. From the start until now, he had killed over a dozen experts, achieving remarkable results, but he had also paid a certain price. At this moment, he had no external injuries. But after so many battles, his internal injuries were severe. Yet he had no time to recuperate. His pursuers could appear at any moment. If this continued to worsen, Chen Nan's life would truly be in danger. Although there was no evidence, through various clues and a kind of instinctive intuition, Chen Nan had long determined that these people were sent by Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you bastard, you are indeed vicious. To protect your reputation, you want to wipe out everyone who escapes from the death trap. Once I escape from here, I will make you regret it. Chen Nan secretly cursed. Then he thought of another possibility. What if Ling Yun smeared him with dirt? Now he was trapped in the mountains, with no way to defend himself. If Ling Yun wanted to harm and frame him, he could easily concoct a story. Damn, that bastard. Chen Nan knew that Ling Yun would definitely make a big deal out of it, which gave him a headache. Right now, the other party most wished to eliminate him. The thorn in their side, deep in the mountains to prevent future troubles. Chen Nan caressed the cold blade, gritting his teeth. Kid, let you be proud for a while. When I escape from the mountains, I will make you regret coming to this world. Chen Nan tore into the roasted wild rabbit with force, swallowing quickly. He didn't know when his enemies would appear in front of him, and even during meals, he was extremely cautious. This group of turtle bastards, hunting dogs and hunting hawks, really gives me a headache. In fact, Chen Nan possessed the divine void step secret technique, making him much faster than those pursuing him. However, due to the presence of well-trained hunting dogs and hawks, his pursuers were always able to accurately track his movements. No matter how far he escaped, it was difficult to shake them off. After his counterattacks, several hunting dogs had already been taken down, and one of the dog kings even became his meal, which greatly annoyed those chasing him. But he was helpless against the hunting hawks flying high above. He simply couldn't shake them off. After having a dinner of wild game, Chen Nan went to a small stream in the woods to wash his face. Looking at his blood-stained reflection in the stream, he sighed. He didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always seemed to find him. If he could somehow escape this mountain, he would surely stir up a storm across the continent. Night was relatively safe for Chen Nan because the hunting hawks couldn't accurately capture his tracks, and his pursuers were also unwilling to hunt him at night for fear of being counterattacked. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the evening glow painted half the sky red. However, as night fell, he could not avoid another bloodbath, for his pursuers had caught up again, and he could hear the distant barking of dogs. Chen Nan frowned. The upcoming battle would likely worsen his internal injuries. He began preparing for combat, carefully observing the nearby terrain to utilize it during the bloody fight. Finally, he focused his gaze on the small stream, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With a knife in his right hand and a sword in his left, he found a deeper section of water and submerged himself. A few minutes later, 3 imposing old men led dozens of people to the spot where Chen Nan had roasted the wild rabbit. He shouldn't have gone far. The charcoal is still warm. This guy is quite cunning. He might be hiding nearby, so everyone be extra careful. A few hunting hawks are still circling above. He should still be nearby. Dozens of people immediately dispersed, starting to search carefully around the forest. The 3 old men each guarded a direction, blending into the crowd to respond to any emergencies. Although Chen Nan was submerged in the water, he could clearly sense the aura of the nearby searchers. He was waiting. This time, he wanted to take down a deeply skilled old man. There were over 70 people pursuing him, and excluding the more than a dozen he had killed, there were still more than 50 left. Among these, only the experts who had entered the rank realm posed a threat to him, while the rest were not worth fearing. The 3 old men leading them posed the greatest threat. The 3 old men had all reached the 3rd stage of great mastery, on par with his own cultivation level. Most of his internal injuries had been sustained during encounters with these 3 elders. Finally, Chen Nan sensed a highly skilled pursuer approaching the riverbank. From the deep internal energy, he could tell it was one of the 3 old men, but it seemed he was still a few meters away from the creek bank, out of his lethal range. Chen Nan suppressed his impulse, more carefully concealing his aura, ensuring his body did not emit even a hint of mental or energy fluctuations. He was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. However, the footsteps moved away, leaving Chun Nan feeling extremely frustrated. Just when he thought he had missed the opportunity, the old man turned back, saying, "This place is nice. If we can't find that guy, we'll camp here tonight." Chun Nan felt the old man had arrived at the creek's edge, seemingly about to crouch down to wash his face. He was almost ready to jump up with joy, thinking, "You chased me to the ends of the earth, and now you're sticking your head out for me to hit. If I don't send you to the afterlife today, I really wouldn't be doing my job." At the moment the old man's hands dipped into the water, Chun Nin erupted from the deep water like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, swiftly surging to the surface. The long knife in his hand emitted a brilliant glow as it charged towards the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder let out a startled ah. He clearly did not expect Chun Nan to be lying in wait in the creek, and the sudden turn of events startled him. But a master is a master. Although he knew it would be nearly impossible to evade that ferocious strike, his instinct kicked in. He crouched down and quickly retreated, while simultaneously pushing forward with both palms, unleashing a force like a landslide. Although the old man in the gray robe reacted swiftly, the palm force he hastily unleashed was ultimately too late. The blazing blade light had already surged into his body first, and his later palm strike turned into a desperate struggle. The powerful palm force rushing towards Chun Nin like a tidal wave. The people in the forest noticed this astonishing change, and dozens of figures quickly rushed over. However, by the time they arrived, the battle had already concluded. At this moment, Chun Nin had landed on the shore, his left hand wielding a long sword that neutralized the old man's fierce palm strike, while the right hand's long knife unleashed a tangible blade light that had already pierced through the old man's lower abdomen, blood gushing out like a fountain, creating a mist of blood. Although he saw that the crowd had arrived, Chun Nin did not retreat. Instead, he took a big step forward, swinging his long knife again. The knife light was like a magnificent rainbow, stirring up a sound of wind and thunder, shattering the gray-robed old man's body into pieces, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere, forcing the rushing figures to dodge. Ah! Ah! Two angry roars came from the forest, as an old man